common rural youth inadvertently acquires a magical pot, which possesses the ability to duplicate resources, thus embarking on a path of cultivation. Chapter 1. The Magical Pot. Filthy farmer. I shall grant you 3 more days if you fail to pay this month's land tax. I will send you to the king of hell. Inside a thatched hut, a menacing soldier clad in armor loomed over a boy dressed in coarse cloth, his foot pressing down upon the lad. Summoning his courage, the boy stammered, "But I already paid for next month at the beginning of the month." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the soldier kicked him in the face, knocking out several teeth and causing blood to gush forth. Dare to utter another word? Mark my words, if you don't pay the land tax in 3 days, I will end your miserable life. The soldier coldly threatened before turning away to collect taxes from other households. Clenching his fists, the boy trembled not out of fear, but from rage. His name was Jiang Pingyan, age 14, residing in Day Village, a family of farmers for generations. Life had been bearable until a few years prior when the nation waged war and began to impose exorbitant taxes. Land taxes, head taxes, city entrance fees. In short, they demanded money. His mother had perished from overwork, and his father was devoured by a ferocious tiger while hunting. Now, he was utterly alone, yet these men still sought to torment a mere 14-year-old child. He felt utterly exhausted and contemplated death, but his parents had repeatedly urged him to survive. He was uncertain of the meaning of life. If he were to claim a goal, it would be to eliminate these tyrants who oppressed the common folk. Yet, at merely 14, malnourished and frail, he stood no chance against the trained soldiers, some of whom were rumored to possess powers akin to those of celestial beings. Jiang Pingyan rose unsteadily, having gone a day without food and bearing the brunt of the beating, his body on the verge of collapse. The thatched hut was barren, with only a table and stool left, all sellable items long gone. His gaze fell upon a broken pot beside the stove. It was the last remnant of his family, a bronze pot his father had salvaged from the river, cracked and used merely for holding water, slightly larger than his head. He hobbled over to the battered bronze pot, the only item left to sell, unaware of how many copper coins it might fetch. Regardless, he decided to sell it in hopes of exchanging it for a few flatbreads. Even if he were to die, he wished to do so with a full stomach. As he lifted the bronze pot, blood dripped onto it, and a brilliant azure light flashed from within. Jiang Pingyan stared in astonishment. What was happening? Why was the bronze pot glowing? Could it be an illusion brought on by the beating? Brother Pingyan. At that moment, a small girl with a round face appeared at the door, around 8 years old, her patched clothing barely covering her. Tiger Girl, Jiang Pingyan instinctively replied. Her real name was Liya, but she was affectionately nicknamed Tiger Girl. Liya rushed in, spreading her small, pale hands to quickly place a copper coin into the pot held by Jiang Pingyan, her voice sweet and innocent. Brother Pingyan, I stole this from my father. You must quickly gather enough for the tax. Then, she pulled out a warm half-bun from her clothes and stuffed it into his hands, saying, Hurry and eat. It's what I had left. No, this money. Before he could finish, Liya giggled and dashed away, staring at the copper coin and half a bun before him. Tears welled in Jiang Pingyan's eyes, even after enduring the soldier's beating without shedding a tear. The world is not devoid of kindness, it merely lacks those who extend a helping hand in times of need. In such a desperate environment, to have someone care for him was a feeling beyond description. Suddenly, a blue light flickered within the bronze pot. What followed was a shocking sight for Jiang Pingyan. A multitude of copper coins materialized within the dilapidated pot. He stood frozen for a moment, then shivered with realization and quickly shut the door. Looking down at the pot again, the coins remained. An illusion? No, it was certainly not. With trembling hands, Jiang Pingyan reached into the pot and retrieved the coins. Excluding the one given by Liya, there were a total of 10. Why? Why had so many coins suddenly appeared? He recalled the tales his father had told him about celestial beings, who wielded incredible powers, summoning winds and rain, effortlessly creating wealth without worry for sustenance. Some celestial beings possessed formidable magical artifacts, capable of generating money, much like a treasure pot, wherein the coins placed inside would continuously multiply. Could this be the celestial treasure pot? Though still young, Jiang Pingyan possessed a keen mind and quickly came to this conclusion, his heart racing with excitement. With this magical artifact, he would never again suffer from a lack of funds. He would finally have the means to pay his taxes, Eagerly, Jiang Pinyin tossed another copper coin into the pot, hoping to duplicate more coins. However, after a lengthy wait, the coins remained unchanged within. Is it only able to duplicate once? Or is there a time interval? If it were merely a one-time opportunity, it would be devastating. Having consumed the half-bun given by Tiger Girl, his hunger did not abate, rather intensified. Gazing at the 10 copper coins in his hand, it was precisely enough to cover the land tax. Jiang Pinyin resolved to prioritize his own nourishment before seeking to acquire more food to satiate his hunger. He contemplated taking the bronze pot with him, but feared attracting attention and being robbed. Leaving it at home posed the risk of theft. Previously, unaware of the pot's significance, he had left it at home without concern now. Knowing it to be a treasure, he felt insecure about its placement. As if sensing his turmoil, the bronze pot transformed into a beam of azure light, entering Jiang Pinyin's body. Startled, he hurriedly examined himself. What's happening? Where's my bronze pot? As the thought crossed his mind, the pot reappeared in his hand as a radiant light. Jiang Pinyin paused for a moment, then seemed to comprehend something. Withdraw. The bronze pot transformed into a beam of azure light and vanished into his body. Appear. The pot materialized back in his hand. Overjoyed, Jiang Pinyin confirmed his suspicions. He could indeed summon it at will. After several trials, he felt reassured this treasure was most certainly not a one-time use. His stomach growled, intolerable in its demand for sustenance. He hurriedly took the money and ran to Uncle Li's house next door. At that moment, Li Min was scolding Li Ye. You little rascal. You dare to steal money. Who taught you this? No one taught me. I just didn't want Brother Pinyin to get beaten. Li Ye's small hands were clenched together, tears brimming in her eyes. Li Min raised a stick to strike, but upon seeing Li Ye's pitiful expression, he ultimately refrained. At the same time, he noticed Jiang Pinyin standing at the door. Li Min coldly uttered, "Get lost." Jiang Pinyin quickly interjected, "Uncle Li, I am here to return the money." "No need, just get out of here." Li Min continued to berate him. His own family was not affluent, having been plundered multiple times, leaving little behind, yet he knew Jiang Pinyin was even poorer. Li Min felt pity for him, but wished to maintain distance, avoiding any further responsibility. Jiang Pinyin did not leave instead. He opened his hand to reveal 5 copper coins. "One for you, and the remaining 4 I wish to buy 4 buns." Li Min was taken aback. "How do you have so much money?" Chapter 2. The massacre of the village. 5 copper coins may not seem like a substantial amount, yet when Jiang Pinyin produced them, they appeared plentiful. At the tender age of 14, having lost his parents and unable to till the fields or engage in labor, he was nonetheless able to present these 5 coins. Much to Li Min's astonishment, "I discovered the money my parents had hidden in the earth." Jiang Pinyin had already concocted an explanation. "This money is intended for tax payment," Li Min remarked, cognizant that the other party had yet to settle the land tax. Should they fail to pay again next time, those ruffians might indeed resort to violence. "No, there is still more at home." Jiang Pinyin placed the 5 copper coins on the table, then approached the stove to retrieve 4 steamed buns from the pot. "With 4 coins, you could buy 8 buns, and I shall also give you a piece of rabbit leg." Li Min was uncertain whether there were additional funds available. And if not, this could very well be Jiang Pinyin's last few days of existence. Thus, he handed a dried rabbit leg to Jiang Pinyin. "Thank you, Uncle Li." Jiang Pinyin accepted it without hesitation, for it had been quite some time since he had tasted rabbit meat. He usually subsisted on roasted grasshoppers. With the food in hand, Jiang Pinyin joyfully made his way home. Upon arrival, he secured the wooden door, seated himself on the calm, and while savoring the buns, he observed the treasure basin, occasionally tossing in a few copper coins to test its efficacy. Yet, there were no results. The day passed without incident. But perhaps due to the prior replication of the coins, when Jiang Pinyin deposited the remaining 6 coins into the basin, a brilliant light flashed. "It's here," Jiang Pinyin exclaimed, springing up with excitement as he gazed into the bronze basin. A multitude of copper coins manifested. He counted them, 16 in total. He had thrown in 6 coins, yet had only replicated 10. Jiang Pinyin speculated that the treasure basin could replicate only 1 item at a time and that it could produce tenfold. The stipulation was that it could only replicate once a day. Nevertheless, even with such limitations, Jiang Pinyin felt immense satisfaction. He clutched the bronze basin and wept, lamenting that had he discovered the secret of the basin sooner, his mother might not have perished from exhaustion. and his father may not have fallen prey to a ferocious tiger while hunting in the mountains. After weeping for an extended period, Jiang Pinyin wiped his tears and set off towards the town. With this bronze basin, he would never again face financial hardship. Presently, there was nothing at home, and he intended to purchase some rice, flour, and seasonings in town. Life was taking a turn for the better. "Where are you going, Pinyin Go?" Li Yeye, playing with mud, inquired in her sweet, childlike voice as she spotted Jiang Pinyin heading out of the village. "To the town. I shall buy you some candied hawthorn on my return," Jiang Pinyin replied, affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair. His spirits lifted. Candied hawthorn. Li Yeye's eyes sparkled suddenly. She had tasted it once before, a delightful blend of sweet and sour. However, she quickly shook her head. "Pinyin Go, you mustn't spend money frivolously. Country children mature early." Although she was merely 8, she understood many things. "Rest assured, brother has plenty of money now," Jiang Pinyin smiled, for since the passing of his parents, Hunyo had become the closest person to him. "Then if you bring some back, Hunyo will become your wife," Li Yeye said innocently, blinking her eyes. Jiang Pinyin was both amused and bewildered. Did this little girl even comprehend what a wife was? He set off towards the town, purchasing a modest amount of rice, flour, and seasonings, and of course, did not forget to buy the candied hawthorn. "Young man, is it just you alone? In the future, refrain from wandering aimlessly outdoors. The presence of bandits has escalated, frequently ambushing and robbing travelers. Not long ago, the village of Xiaoxi was annihilated by these marauders. The world is in turmoil. With outlaws rampant, oppressive governance akin to a prowling tiger, and the populace in despair, such a dire predicament." An elderly vendor selling candied hawthorn noticed Jiang Pinyin's youth and couldn't help but utter a few words of caution. Grateful for the elder's warning, Jiang Pinyin took little heed, humming a folk tune and returning to his village. His straw sandals pinched his feet, and after trudging for over an hour, he finally glimpsed the outline of his village. Once he has money, he dreams of purchasing handsome boots, perhaps even moving to the town. He began to envision a bright future, his spirits soaring. However, as he approached the village, a foul stench assaulted his senses. Who could be slaughtering pigs? Upon entering, Jiang Pinyin was rendered speechless, dropping the rice and flour in his hands, his expression blank. Corpses littered the ground, blood staining the village, flames consuming structures, and women in disarray. How could this happen? A realization struck him, and he dashed frantically toward Li Min's home. Inside, Li Min lay on the floor, a gaping wound in his abdomen, blood flowing freely. "Uncle Li, what has happened?" Jiang Pinyin exclaimed in horror, hastily abandoning his belongings to apply pressure to the wound. "The bandits, please take care of Hunyo in the well." With those final words, Li Min's head drooped, his life extinguished. Jiang Pinyin's heart quaked. He had seen Li Min that very morning, now separated by death. He rushed to the well, where a wooden cover lay, which he lifted to peer inside. Li Yeye sat trembling atop a wooden bucket, startled by the sudden opening. Upon seeing Jiang Pinyin, she burst into tears. "Brother Pinyin, there are bandits." He swiftly pulled Hunyo up, and upon learning of her father's demise, her sobs intensified. Why do they torment us? The officials, the bandits, why do they bully us?" Her wailing voice pierced Jiang Pinyin's heart like steel needles, leaving him breathless with anguish. Clenching his fists, he was overwhelmed with frustration and fury. Indeed, why must they suffer? Why has the world become so cruel? Why do the principles of justice espoused by his parents seem non-existent? Jiang Pinyin was at a loss, unsure how to console Li Yeye, so he merely picked up the candied hawthorn from the ground and offered it to her. She gazed at the treat, clinging tightly to him. It seemed this village had witnessed a calamity, yet there were still survivors. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the heavens, and Jiang Pinyin looked up sharply, his eyes widening in astonishment. Several women clad in resplendent robes floated in the air. Celestial beings. Is this what deities look like? They can truly fly. Jiang Pinyin was rendered speechless in his shock, and Li Yeye ceased her cries in fear. One woman approached, placing her hand upon Jiang Pinyin's head. "Ordinary talent. And you are rather aged. Your path to cultivation is limited." She then placed her hand on Li Ye's head, and after a moment, her eyes widened. "A natural water spirit root. Such exceptional talent." The woman was elated. "Little girl, would you like to embark on a journey of cultivation with me? Are you deities? Can you bring my father back to life?" Li Yeye timidly inquired, half of her face buried in Jiang Pinyin's embrace, her voice tinged with emotion. The woman shook her head, stating, "We cannot resurrect the deceased. However, if you pursue cultivation, you need not worry about sustenance. You will have the strength to eradicate the murderer of your father." Upon hearing the prospect of avenging her father, Ligeia clutched her sugar-coated hawthorn skewers tightly, declaring, "I shall avenge my father." The woman enveloped Ligeia in her arms and smiled. "With your innate talent, once you embark on your cultivation journey, retribution will surely be yours." As she spoke, she soared into the air, preparing to depart. Suddenly, Ligeia exclaimed, "You haven't taken Brother Pingin. His talent is mediocre." "You two are not of the same world," the woman replied. "No, I want to be with Brother Pingin. I shall not cultivate. Let me down." Ligeia struggled fiercely, unwilling to part from the one she held dear. Chapter 3. Cultivation. Hunyu, do not despair. Follow the immortal in cultivation, and you shall no longer suffer. Jiang Ping'an shouted in an attempt to console her as he witnessed Hunyu throwing a tantrum. It was said that immortals could attain eternal life, escape hunger, and evade the oppression of officials. This was an opportunity, a chance to transform Hunyu's entire existence. Though still young and unaware of its implications, Jiang Ping'an understood all too well. Despite his disappointment in being disregarded by her, he was unfazed. He possessed a treasure that would ensure his sustenance for life. "Absolutely not. I only want Brother Ping'an," Ligeia cried, waving her skewers. The woman responded with a smile, "If you refuse to cultivate, your Brother Ping'an may one day fall victim to bandits. Do you wish for him to perish?" "No," Ligeia exclaimed in terror, not wanting to lose her last remaining kin. "Then you must cultivate. For the future happiness of your Brother Ping'an, you need to pursue this path. I am taking you now, so that you may reunite later." The woman tossed down a seemingly useless breathing technique manual along with 3 spiritual stones. "I have provided you with the means for Brother Ping'an's cultivation, so he will no longer be bullied." Ligeia wished to utter more, but the woman blew a gentle breath towards her, causing her to instantly faint. Once the girl embarked on her cultivation journey and matured, she would likely forget this so-called Brother Ping'an. The women transformed into a streak of light and vanished, offering no words to Jiang Ping'an, who was left in silence. Watching Hunyu being taken away, an emptiness settled within Jiang Ping'an. It felt as though he were the sole inhabitant of a desolate world, forever devoid of a home. Yet, he found solace in Hunyu's fate, knowing she would become an immortal and live joyfully for eternity. Jiang Ping'an took a deep breath, calming his tumultuous emotions. He approached the book and the 3 translucent stones left behind by the immortal. They were claimed to be resources for cultivation, appearing quite precious. Could mastery of them lead to immortality? If so, why were they not taken with him? He placed the items back into his room, temporarily setting them aside to attend to the burial of the villagers' remains. Although their relations had been somewhat indifferent, each had offered him assistance in some measure. Now, with their lives extinguished, he could not allow them to rot in the open, becoming prey for wild dogs. After a day spent burying the villagers in a pit, Li Min was laid to rest in a solitary grave. He planned to carve an epitaph, hoping that after Hunyo ascended to immortality, she would return to pay her respects, ensuring that she would never lose her father. As night fell, Jiang Ping'an sat in front of his thatched cottage. The village lay desolate around him. The familiar barks of dogs were absent, replaced only by the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, and an overwhelming sense of solitude engulfed him. His parents were gone, the villagers had perished, and Hunyo had departed, leaving him utterly alone. He gazed at the book in his hands, gently caressing its cover. "I vow, should I attain the ability to cultivate, I will eradicate all oppressive officials and soldiers," he declared fervently. "I vow, should I gain the power to cultivate, I will vanquish every bandit I encounter," he continued with determination. "I vow, should I cultivate successfully, I shall dedicate all my strength to protect those whom I hold dear." Stars twinkled in the vast blue night sky, and although the boy's physique was frail, his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness. He ignited the remaining oil lamps of the villagers and opened the tome titled The Detailed Explanation of the Breathing Technique of the Rich Earth. Fortunately, his father had often taught him to read, enabling him to comprehend the text. It instructed him to harness his will to regulate his breath, allowing his body to absorb the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, thereby unblocking his internal meridians. The book further stated that mastering the unblocking of 10 meridians was equivalent to complete mastery, sufficient for foundation establishment. What, he pondered, was foundation establishment? Though he did not fully grasp it, he felt no need to understand. He simply needed to follow the instructions. He also discovered that when he practiced with a peculiar white stone, the process accelerated and his body felt incredibly comfortable. As the night wore on, Jiang Pingyun was astonished to realize he felt no fatigue whatsoever. In fact, he felt more invigorated than ever before. This filled him with joy. Perhaps he too could become immortal one day. He prepared a simple meal of rice and continued his cultivation. Before long, 2 of the spiritual stones in his possession shattered, leaving him with but 1. He was uncertain where to procure more of these stones. He recognized their value but understood they were limited in quantity. Having already developed 2/10 of the first meridian, he contemplated that with 8 more spiritual stones, he might open the first meridian as described in the book. Just as he was about to use the last stone, a thought struck him, and he abruptly halted. He decided to place the white stone into the bronze basin, hoping to replicate it. Yes, he yearned to duplicate this stone, though he was unsure of its success. Merely a trial. As the treasure basin emitted a radiant glow, Jiang Pingyun peered eagerly into it, his face lighting up with joy. A multitude of spiritual stones appeared within the basin. It turned out that the treasure basin could not only replicate copper coins, but could also produce spiritual stones. No, perhaps the basin could replicate anything. His breath quickened. For a young boy, this was an exhilarating revelation. He planted a fervent kiss on the treasure basin and resumed his cultivation with renewed vigor. After approximately a day, all 8 spiritual stones were consumed. With a crack, Jiang Pingyun's first meridian was unblocked, and a sound of shattering echoed within him. According to the tome, he had officially entered the first layer of qi cultivation. In that moment, the slender Jiang Pingyun seemed to grow slightly taller, his skin no longer bearing the same dark hue. Most importantly, he felt an immense surge of strength, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of power. A peculiar energy meandered through the meridians he had opened within himself. The texts referred to this force as spiritual energy. Amidst the clatter of hooves, a cacophony of curses followed. Jiang Pingyun's expression shifted abruptly, and he hastily concealed the treasure basin. The tax collectors had arrived. He readied 10 copper coins, opened the door, and addressed the sole soldier, stating, "I must report to the authorities. The villagers have been slain by bandits." Slain by bandits again? Yang Yuan's countenance darkened. This marked the 3rd village to suffer such a massacre, resulting in a loss of revenue from 3 hamlets. "How did you survive?" Yang Yuan dismounted, interrogating him sharply. "I was fortunate enough to escape, evading death." "When will the soldiers eradicate the bandits and restore peace to the people?" Jiang Pingyun harbored a deep-seated loathing for the bandits, who pillaged and killed with impunity, utter scoundrels. If the soldiers engage the bandits, it will be a case of dogs biting dogs. Yang Yuan's anger flared. "How dare you question me? Since all your villagers are dead, your survival is inconsequential. Go die." Frustrated by the meager collection, Yang Yuan sought an outlet for his rage. Upon witnessing this insolent boy challenge him, he drew his blade and advanced menacingly. Jiang Pingyun's face paled as he retreated, exclaiming, "You are a soldier. How can you kill indiscriminately? Who would know if I did?" Yang Yuan's expression twisted into a grimace as he swung his sword. In that fleeting moment, a cascade of images flooded Jiang Pingyun's mind. His mother, exhausted in the fields, his father, mangled by a tiger, his own battered form. At that instant, Jiang Pingyun erupted, channeling all the strength within him into his fist, roaring in fury, "If I must die, let it be together." Chapter 4. Slaying bandits together die? Yang Yuan's eyes brimmed with derision. A malnourished wretch dared to suggest mutual destruction? That fist couldn't even kill a chicken, let alone a man. Nor would it breach his armor. He could not fathom the source of this boy's audacity. Yang Yuan abruptly halted his blade, mockingly observing the boy's assault on his vine armor, intending to toy with him before delivering a fatal blow. "Fool, my armor can withstand blades. Your feeble punches are nothing more than a tickle." However, the moment Yang Yuan was struck by Jiang Pingyun's fist, it felt as if a horse had kicked him in the abdomen. He coughed up blood and was sent reeling backward. He crashed heavily against a tree, blood cascading from his mouth, his face a mask of disbelief and agony. How is this possible? How could a child possess such strength? He had been propelled several meters back. Gazing down at his vine armor, now shattered, he staggered in an attempt to rise, but the blood he spewed indicated internal injuries. Indeed, he collapsed, eyes wide in astonishment and fury, succumbing to his fate, a death at the hands of a despised child. Jiang Pingyun panted heavily, his face etched with terror. He had sought to perish alongside his adversary, yet he never anticipated that his full-force punch would wield such formidable power. He was merely a child of 14 or 15. How could he have sent someone flying? This so-called cultivation was far more potent than he had anticipated. Jiang Pingyun knelt on the ground, retching, his body trembling. It was his first experience of taking a life, and for reasons unknown, an overwhelming urge to vomit consumed him. A complex swirl of emotions, surprise and fear, washed over him. The surprise stemmed from his newfound path of cultivation, having vanquished a soldier who had oppressed him. The fear, however, was equally potent. He was not merely contending with one adversary, but the entire Ping Shui County, which boasted 4,000 armed soldiers. If other soldiers discovered that he had slain one of their own, retribution would be inevitable. Given his current capabilities, he would surely meet his demise. Jiang Pingyun hastily suppressed his nausea and other emotions, dragging the soldier's corpse away. After some contemplation, he chose to bury the soldier in a graveyard. Before doing so, he retrieved all the valuables from the soldier, amounting to over 300 copper coins and a silver ingot. Additionally, he stumbled upon a book entitled Blade Techniques. It contained illustrations and content that were not difficult to memorize. After burying the body and driving away the soldier's horse, he sat atop the grave, quickly committing the book's contents to memory. With no prior combat experience, this blade techniques would undoubtedly enhance his fighting prowess. In these chaotic times, acquiring knowledge was undoubtedly a prudent choice. Out of caution, Jiang Pingyun did not bury the soldier's weapon too deeply, ensuring that he could retrieve it if danger arose. For the next 2 days, whenever he had spirit stones, he practiced the breathing technique. When he lacked them, he focused on learning the blade techniques. Throughout this period, he remained in a state of constant anxiety, fearful that soldiers might come searching for him. Fortunately, they did not. During a visit to the market for food, he heard rumors of imperial soldiers spotted near the county borders, prompting many soldiers to venture out in search. Jiang Pingyun finally relaxed. After all these days, it seemed unlikely they would return to his vicinity. On the 3rd day after slaying the soldier, Jiang Pingyun utilized spirit stones to open a second meridian, successfully advancing to the 2nd layer of Qi training. This time, he expended double the amount of spirit stones compared to his previous breakthrough, using 20 stones in total. He realized that the number of spirit stones required for his next advancement would again double, reaching 40 stones. Although he felt a sense of urgency, he reassured himself that he had ample time to replicate spirit stones. Suddenly, with a powerful leap, Jiang Pingyun soared onto a rooftop over 2 meters high. He felt stronger than during his first layer of Qi training, and a wave of joy almost compelled him to cheer aloud. Just as he was about to do so, he crouched down on the rooftop, stealthily peering towards the back of the house. Through the underbrush, he spotted 5 figures. These 5 individuals were crouching, armed, and gradually inching closer to his abode. Hadn't this village already been ransacked? How could there still be smoke rising from a chimney? Perhaps they were stragglers or refugees. How delightful. He hoped for the presence of a woman. Though their voices were low, Jiang Pingyun's heightened senses allowed him to hear their conversation clearly. His eyes instantly turned crimson as he gripped the grass tightly, his body quaking. They were bandits. Moreover, they were the very bandits who had slaughtered villagers. They must be eliminated. Jiang Pingyun contemplated leaping down to confront them directly, yet upon seeing the weapons they wielded, he abandoned that notion. Although his strength was formidable, he was but a solitary child, and his adversaries were armed. His father had once imparted to him that one must never harbor arrogance, regardless of the circumstances. Quietly, he descended from the opposite side of the house and swiftly made his way to the site where the soldiers' corpses lay buried. There, he unearthed a soldier's saber. Grasping the weapon, he stealthily returned to the vicinity of the thatched cottage. A group of bandits emerged from his room, grumbling amongst themselves. Where is everyone? Have they discovered our escape? Perhaps they have gone out to gather firewood. 2 took refuge inside, while 3 concealed themselves outside, awaiting the return of their companions. The 5 quickly found hiding spots, preparing for an ambush. Jiang Pingyun observed them from the shadows, his gaze icy and unyielding. After what felt like an eternity, the 2 hidden behind the door grew restless. Could it be that they truly fled? Otherwise, with food cooking in the room, they couldn't have been gone for so long. One of them, a scarred man, stepped out, saying, "Brother Leopard, let us not wait any longer. Let us take the rice and flour and go." The courtyard was eerily silent, with no response. "Brother Leopard?" The scarred man called again, but just then, A glint of cold light flashed above him, and his head tumbled to the ground, blood gushing forth. Brother Knife. The occupants of the room were startled, turning to see the boy descending from the roof. Brother Leopard. Someone is here. He has killed Brother Knife. They were already doomed. Jiang Pinyin, wielding the bloodied saber, advanced steadily, the blade trailing on the ground due to his shorter stature, creating sparks as it scraped along. The last remaining bandit gaped in horror, disbelief etched across his face. Impossible. How could a mere child silently slay Brother Leopard and the others? He is no taller than the sword, even if he managed to kill them. It could not have been done so quietly, unless he dispatched them in an instant. But this child cannot be so formidable. Jiang Pinyin remained silent, his expression devoid of warmth. For reasons unknown, under the scrutiny of his gaze, the bandit felt as though he were being watched by a ravenous wolf, his body trembling uncontrollably. I am from the Great King Mountain. If you dare to harm me, the bandits of Great King Mountain will not spare you. Your entire family shall perish. My family is already gone, Jiang Pinyin replied, and with a swift and decisive motion, the saber fell. The bandit attempted to retaliate. Yet he was no match for the boy's speed. With a thud, yet another corpse collapsed. The robber's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined that a child could vanquish 5 notorious killers. The boy's strikes were executed with such precision and finesse, as if he had undergone training. Jiang Pingyin's arm trembled. Although this was his second act of killing, fear still coursed through him, yet it was less intense than the first time. He set down the saber and deftly rummaged through the bandit's body. To him, every item felt like treasure, and he was reluctant to squander the possessions of those who had fallen. What is this? In the 5th chapter, he discovered a piece of jade pendant of a deep green hue while searching the scarred man's body. He found it peculiar, for he sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from it. Unlike the fluctuations of the spirit stone, the energy within this jade pendant seemed to operate according to a certain pattern. He attempted to harness his breathing techniques to absorb the energy, yet he found himself unable to extract it. What could this object be? Jiang Pinyin was perplexed. He took out a spirit stone to compare it with the jade pendant. The moment the two made contact, the energy from the spirit stone was swiftly depleted, reducing it to mere powder. Jiang Pinyin was taken aback, instinctively discarding the jade pendant. Gazing at the shattered spirit stone, he felt an acute pang of sorrow. He could only replicate 10 stones each day, and now one was gone. What exactly was this jade pendant? Crouching beside it, he prodded the pendant with a stick, but nothing occurred. Upon retrieving the pendant, he noticed that the energy within had increased considerably, still operating in a consistent manner. What on earth was this? Jiang Pinyin wished to inquire further, but there was no one around, only corpses. At that moment, he noticed 3 characters inscribed on the back of the pendant. Amulet. Could it be a treasure of the Immortals, capable of safeguarding the body? Considering the energy fluctuations resonated similarly to his own, perhaps it was indeed a relic of celestial origin. Jiang Pinyin felt he was onto something. The previous failure to protect the scarred man was likely due to the amulet's energy being depleted. Realizing this object had protective qualities, he gritted his teeth and affixed 2 spirit stones nearby. The energy of the spirit stones was consumed, yet the pendant still appeared not fully charged. With few spirit stones remaining, Jiang Pinyin decided to channel energy from himself into the pendant. However, even after pouring all his internal energy into it, it remained unfilled. It felt like a bottomless pit. Jiang Pinyin felt a deep sense of anguish. It would be wiser to slowly absorb energy from the surrounding environment. After all, there was no rush. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Jiang Pinyin seized his knife and dashed out to find a figure fleeing at great speed. He hurriedly pursued, suspecting it might be a bandit accomplice. He could not allow them to escape. However, after a considerable chase, Jiang Pinyin lost sight of them. Leaning against a tree, he gasped for breath. Earlier, he had infused all his spiritual energy into the pendant, leaving him drained. Otherwise, he would not have lost them. Henceforth, he vowed to always keep some energy in reserve. Jiang Pinyin silently reflected on his shortcomings and retrieved a spirit stone to restore his internal energy. The person who had fled was most likely a bandit. After having slain 5 of their comrades, the so-called leader of the bandits would certainly not let him off easily. Let them come. His only lingering concern was for Hunyu, who had been taken by the Immortal. Otherwise, he felt no attachments. Even if the bandits did not seek him out, he would hunt them down. With his current physical prowess, even if he could not defeat the bandits, he could surely escape with ease. Upon returning to the village, he locked eyes with 10 soldiers. Jiang Pingin's pupils dilated sharply. 10 soldiers, but 11 horses. His heart nearly stopped as he recognized one of the horses. It was the steed of the soldier he had previously slain. A phrase suddenly flashed in his mind. An old horse knows the way. Surely, this horse had led them here. Meanwhile, the 10 soldiers beheld Jiang Pingin. Not only did they observe him wielding a military saber, but they also noted the lifeless bodies of 5 bandits strewn upon the ground. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, as if both parties had been pressed on pause. Suddenly, a horse neighed sharply, shattering the stillness. Jiang Pingin turned and fled. He had only regained a fraction of his strength and could not guarantee his survival against 10 seasoned soldiers. Pursue him. He must be the culprit, bellowed the commanding soldier. Although the notion of a mere child being the murderer was difficult to fathom, it was the closest approximation to the truth. With his spirit energy waning and the soldiers mounted on war horses, he could not outrun them. In mere moments, they were upon him, and a soldier swung his blade toward Jiang Pingin's head. As Jiang Pingin caught sight of the descending weapon, it was already too late to evade. In that instant, the jade pendant at his waist emitted a brilliant green light, and with a resounding clang, the soldier's sword was sent flying from his grasp. Both Jiang Pingin and the pursuing soldiers momentarily stared in astonishment at the emerald glow enveloping him. What was happening? What was this radiance? Jiang Pingin had an inkling, but there was no time to verify. Seizing the moment as the soldier's blade fell, he leapt high and swung his saber with ferocity. With a sickening thud, a large head was severed and sent soaring. Another soldier's weapon struck the protective green light surrounding Jiang Pingin, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Channeling the remaining spirit energy into his arm, Jiang Pingin pivoted and swung his blade. A blood-curdling scream echoed as the soldier struck fell from his mount. No longer burdened by the threat of attack, Jiang Pingin unleashed a flurry of strikes, cleaving both soldiers and their steeds alike. Blood sprayed, and the war horses whinnied in distress as the once innocent boy transformed into a warrior. This boy is a cultivator. He must be a cultivator. That is a magical artifact, shouted one soldier in terror, turning to flee. A mere 14 or 15-year-old lad, leaping higher than a horse, was simply unnatural. Moreover, the mysterious green light emanating from him was undoubtedly a sign of a magical artifact. Upon hearing this, the remaining soldiers panicked, abandoning their assault on Jiang Pingin and fleeing in haste. Jiang Pingin could not permit their escape. He mounted a war horse and swiftly pursued them, cutting down soldier after soldier until only one remained. With a fierce throw, he hurled his saber, piercing the soldier's body, who collapsed beneath his steed. Jiang Pingin dismounted and coldly surveyed the fallen soldier. Clutching his wound, the soldier's face was a mask of terror and rage. You little wretch dare to lay hands on a soldier. The 4,000 iron riders of Pingshui County will never let you go. With a swift motion, Jiang Pingin crushed the soldier's neck beneath his foot and turned to ensure no other soldiers survived. He dispatched the remaining soldiers with a swift strike, confirming their demise before searching their bodies for valuables. This time, he found no treasures, only coin and a small amount of provisions. Following the mountain path, he used the horses to transport the bodies of the soldiers and bandits to the Wild Wolf Gorge, aptly named for the abundance of wild wolves that roamed the area. It is not uncommon for individuals to fall prey to wolf packs in this area, their remains discarded and soon consumed by the wild canines. A group of 10 soldiers had ventured here, guided by an old horse's instinct, only to have their steeds slain, leaving them unable to retrace their steps. Observing the lifeless bodies of the horses, Jiang Pingin felt a pang of sorrow. Had these horses been utilized for farming, his mother would not have perished from exhaustion. At the very least, they could have been slaughtered for sustenance. However, the sheer size of these war horses rendered them unmanageable, and keeping them at home would inevitably lead to discovery. As he contemplated this, the magical treasure suddenly emerged from within him. A flash of green light illuminating the scene as the slain horses vanished entirely. Jiang Pingin was taken aback. What was happening? Chapter 6. Bandits and soldiers gathered. Jiang Pingin lifted the cracked treasure, peering inside. All that remained were the riches and spirit stones he had placed within. But where had the horses gone? Did the treasure have an affinity for equines? As he pondered this, the treasure shimmered once more, and several of the slain horses materialized before him. Jiang Pingin was momentarily stunned, his heart racing with excitement. Could it be that the treasure possessed the ability to store items? Retrieve the horses, he commanded, and indeed, they were drawn into the treasure. It was confirmed it could indeed contain items. He experimented further, discovering that not only horses, but spirit stones, wealth, and even branches could be stored within. He attempted to capture mice and insects but met with no success. However, upon dispatching them, they could be stored. This suggested that the treasure could retain nearly everything except for living creatures. Elated by this newfound capability, Jiang Pinyin felt a wave of relief wash over him. He would no longer need to worry about theft or carry heavy burdens, as he could simply place items within the treasure. What a remarkable artifact! With a cheerful demeanor, Jiang Pinyin patted the jade pendant at his waist, adorned with inscrutable engravings, as green light flickered from it. His ability to defeat these foes was largely due to this protective talisman. Without its safeguarding power, even if he had managed to vanquish the soldiers, he would surely have sustained injuries. The protective shield had endured multiple blows, depleting much of the pendant's energy. He resolved to replenish it promptly. It was a matter of life and death. Humming a mountain tune, Jiang Pinyin skipped back to the village. In the following days, soldiers visited the village to investigate the disappearance of their comrades. Just as Jiang Pinyin had surmised, due to the complete annihilation of their ranks, they found no leads pointing to him. Who would suspect a mere boy of 14 or 15 to possess the capability to slay 10 soldiers? When the soldiers arrived, Jiang Pinyin recounted the tale of the village, urging them to pursue the bandits and avenge the villagers. However, the soldiers paid him no heed and turned away. Though he had escaped their scrutiny, Jiang Pinyin remained vigilant, cautious of potential threats, for he still had a faction of enemies, the bandits. He had inadvertently allowed one to escape and could not predict when they might seek retribution. For days later, utilizing the spirit stones he had replicated, Jiang Pinyin successfully advanced from the second to the third level of Qi training. The next breakthrough requires at least 80 spirit stones, and the demand for them continues to escalate. For the past 4 days, he has devoted himself solely to cultivation and honing his swordsmanship, mastering the art of wielding his blade and engaging in combat. He has not neglected his protective talisman either, diligently infusing it with spiritual energy each day to enhance its power. After 2 more days, trouble arose once again. A large group of bandits surrounded the village from all directions. Second in command, this is the place. Look, the chimney is still smoking. Both Brother Leopard and Brother Blade met their demise here. A scruffy-eyed bandit bowed slightly, standing in respectful proximity to a towering, intimidating giant over 2 meters tall. The giant wielded a wolf-tooth club thicker than a human leg, his expression fierce and menacing. To dare to kill our king's mountain bandits is to seek death. Those inside, come out and perish quickly. At that moment, Jiang Pinyin, who had been meditating in his room, slowly opened his eyes. He had sensed their presence long before they infiltrated the village. Having broken through to the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, his senses had sharpened, enabling him to hear and see far beyond the ordinary. Brushing off the spirit stone powder from his clothes, he rose unhurriedly and stepped outside. Upon seeing the youthful yet strikingly handsome face of the boy, both the giant and his band of bandits were momentarily taken aback. Are you jesting? This little brat managed to slay Brother Leopard? The towering brute seized the scruffy-eyed bandit, cursing furiously. The terrified bandit, on the verge of collapsing, stammered, second in command. It was indeed him. I saw him wielding a blade and rummaging through Brother Leopard's belongings. You wretched fool. The giant hurled the man aside and turned back to the young lad. Where is your master? Tell him to come out. He could hardly believe that this boy had dispatched their 5 capable men. I am but a solitary figure in my household, Jiang Pinyin replied, his gaze calm and untroubled. The giant furrowed his brow. Then who killed our men? I cannot say. When I returned, your men lay dead at my doorstep, Jiang Pinyin lied smoothly. Damn it. What a wasted trip. Let us kill this brat and raid other villages. The giant, filled with disappointment, muttered a curse and turned to leave, instructing his subordinates to dispose of the boy. As Jiang Pinyin narrowed his eyes, fists clenched, preparing to act, the distant sound of galloping hooves suddenly echoed through the air. Officials. Second in command. There are officials. A bandit shouted in terror. Run. Quick, flee. As some bandits attempted to escape, an arrow whizzed through the air, piercing the skull of one fleeing bandit. In mere moments, a throng of officials surrounded the area. The bandits, their faces paling, clutched their weapons tightly. Do not panic, the second in command declared, maintaining a calm demeanor as he approached the officials. Who is the leader here? I am. A robust official clad in gleaming metal armor, riding a fiery red steed, emerged. It was Captain Shui Xiao, greeting them with familiarity. "You heartless bandits dare to appear brazenly. Prepare to eliminate them," Captain Shui shouted. "Captain Shui, do not rush." The second-in-command smiled as he retrieved the backpack from his back, respectfully presenting it. "Here lies today's bounty, 300 taels of silver, a handful of copper coins, and an assortment of jewelry." A flicker of satisfaction appeared in Shui Zhao's eyes as he accepted the backpack and placed it on the horse's back. "Begone, and do not let me see you again." "Thank you, Captain Shui, for your mercy. Depart." The second-in-command issued orders to his subordinates. Though it pained him to relinquish the stolen silver, it was preferable to losing one's life. "These bandits were the murderers of our village. Are we to let them go?" A voice, still tinged with youthful naivety, echoed. All eyes turned towards Jiang Pingan. "Fool," the second-in-command scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Pingan before departing. Unhindered by the local soldiers, Jiang Pingan clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the throng of soldiers as he shouted passionately, "You are soldiers, tasked with safeguarding the populace. They are bandits, the very ones who slaughtered our village. Why do you not eliminate them? The people pay the soldiers for protection. It is a fundamental duty, yet these individuals have instead accepted the bandits' gold and let them escape." Shui Xiao remained indifferent, disregarding Jiang Pingan entirely as he instructed his subordinates. "Hasten to harvest the rice fields. The villagers are all dead. Return to the county and transfer these lands into my name. I came here today upon hearing of their demise. It is harvest season, and these fertile fields must not go to waste. They are worth gold. Oh, and that boy has farmland as well. We must deal with him. I cannot bear the thought of any land among this bounty not belonging to me." Shui Xiao articulated the most chilling words in the calmest of tones. "Ha ha. I have always believed that the ones who drove my parents to their demise were merely a few corrupt soldiers. I had clung to the notion that evil was a rarity." Jiang Pingan laughed, tears streaming down his face, as the sense of justice his father instilled crumbled around him. Chapter 7. The Warrior of War. "What are you laughing at? It's infuriating. Hurry up and kill him." Shui Xiao, irritated by the laughter, snapped. One of his subordinates received the command and, with unwavering resolve, approached the boy, ready to send him on his way. A cold glimmer flashed as no one paid the boy any further heed, intent on harvesting the ripened rice. A sickening sound of steel slicing through flesh echoed. "And just like that, how can I face my deceased parents?" A youthful yet icy voice suddenly pierced the air. Shui Xiao, about to depart, turned sharply. Upon witnessing the scene behind him, his pupils constricted in shock. It was not the boy who lay fallen, but one of his own trusted soldiers. Though not as skilled as himself, that soldier had survived the battlefield. How could he have been slain by a mere boy? What had transpired? If the assailant were an adult, it might be understandable. Yet, this individual was merely a lad of 14 or 15. Rage surged within Jiang Pingan. His parents toiled tirelessly to pay taxes, seeking only peace and a life free from worry. Yet, their arduous labor had yielded oppression and death. Until now, he had naively believed that the wicked were few and that many were inherently good. Until he beheld the scene before him today, all his fantasies had dissipated. From this moment forth, he vowed never to judge a person's worth based solely on their identity. Jiang Pingan, armed with a military dagger, charged towards Shui Xiao with determination. Today he sought to unleash his pent-up fury, to offer a bloody tribute to the lives of his parents and fellow villagers that had been lost. Shui Xiao regarded the approaching youth with a disdainful smile. After all, he was a distinguished junior squad leader, comparable to a practitioner of the third level of Qi refinement. Not even 100 ordinary soldiers could pose a threat to him, let alone a single boy. With a casual flick of his blade, he prepared to dispose of this foolish youth. However, in the fleeting moment, Jiang Pingan closed the distance. His speed surged dramatically as he leapt high into the air. Initially, he had approached at the pace of a mere child, merely to deceive his opponent. Now, the true intent to kill was unveiled. Shui Xiao, a seasoned soldier, reacted instantaneously, swiftly blocking with his weapon. The clash resounded as Jiang Pingan's blade shattered. Their weapons were clearly not of the same caliber. Shui Xiao's was evidently superior. Yet, the broken shard of the blade grazed Shui Xiao's face, leaving a crimson mark. Jiang Pingan, wielding the remnants of his dagger, aimed for Shui Xiao's throat. The latter's expression shifted as he quickly rolled off his horse. Alas, the magnificent steed met its demise. Jiang Pingan's blade severed its head, leaving blood to stain the ground. The surrounding soldiers stood aghast. How could this boy possess such immense strength to cleave through a horse's neck? Cui Zhao's back was drenched in cold sweat as he retreated in a panic. You are no ordinary person. His voice trembled with fear, realizing he had narrowly escaped the fatal blow. Had he been even slightly careless, he would now be dead. This youth was undeniably exceptional, his speed rivaling his own. How could he be so formidable? Jiang Pingyun disregarded him, summoning another military dagger as he charged once more. Cui Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. A storage artifact. You are a cultivator. Such an ability to conjure weapons from thin air could only be achieved with a storage device. Jiang Pingyun swung his blade at Cui Zhao, who quickly defended himself. The clash of their weapons created a shower of sparks. The heavens have smiled upon me. I never expected to encounter such fortune. Cui Zhao suddenly laughed maniacally, realizing the boy must have discovered a treasure, embarking on the path of cultivation. This explained the youth's extraordinary prowess. Cui Zhao had long yearned for the cultivation arts, yet he had no means or resources to pursue them, forced instead to endure the most arduous martial training. Now, this boy's display implied he possessed a cultivation technique. Thus, if he were to eliminate the youth, he could seize that opportunity for himself. After the initial shock, excitement and greed surged within him. You are indeed impressive, nearly at the third level of qi refinement, but you have not learned any offensive techniques, have you? Cui Zhao sneered, as he swung his slender black blade with force. With a crack, Jiang Pingyun's ordinary military dagger was severed once again. His expression shifted as he retreated frantically, while Cui Zhao pursued relentlessly. No one has ever informed you that in a contest of equal rank, a cultivator should not engage in close combat with a warrior so recklessly, have they? It appears you are utterly ignorant, having stumbled upon a method of cultivation without any sect or master to guide you. Your fortune now belongs to me. Observing the youth's naivety, Cui Zhao was certain that his opponent lacked any background, and he abruptly quickened the pace of his blade. Jiang Pingyun's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly raised his broken sword to block the attack. However, a shocking spectacle unfolded before him. The opponent's blade transformed into an illusory shadow, surreptitiously slipping past the broken sword and aiming for his head. Bang! The protective talisman erupted with a radiant green glow, successfully thwarting the assault. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Pingyun retreated frantically, his heart racing with the fear of death. What had just transpired with that strike? Why had an illusion manifested? A protective artifact. Cui Zhao's eyes turned a shade of envy, realizing that possessing such an item would significantly enhance his survival rate on the battlefield. What right did this boy have to such good fortune? All these chances would surely become his. He must acquire them at any cost. As Cui Zhao charged forward, Jiang Pingyun drew another military knife to counter. The earlier situation repeated itself. Although he believed he had successfully blocked the opponent's blade, it somehow slipped past again, striking the protective barrier. Are you astonished? This is the martial art Phantom Blade. But even without mastering martial techniques, we warriors can triumph over ordinary cultivators in close combat. Moreover, you have never learned any offensive techniques. Your demise is inevitable. Cui Zhao began to launch a psychological assault on Jiang Pingyun. The mental state during a duel profoundly influences its outcome, and he doubted this youth could withstand the pressure. Indeed, upon hearing Cui Zhao's taunts, Jiang Pingyun's attacks and reactions faltered. Jiang Pingyun was almost entirely oblivious to the ways of cultivation, unaware of what a warrior was or what martial techniques entailed. Were it not for the protective talisman, he would have perished already. Cui Zhao's blade struck the talisman once more, its glow growing increasingly dim. If this continued, the talisman's energy would dissipate, leading to Jiang Pingyun's certain demise. Captain, you are formidable. Finish this boy off. He is your good fortune. The soldiers cheered, oblivious to the intricacies of the battle, as they could scarcely perceive the clash between the two. Yet, they could see Jiang Pingyun being relentlessly forced back. Jiang Pingyun yearned to flee but found himself utterly suppressed. Unable to escape, he regretted acting without understanding his opponent's strength. He was not the only one in this world with extraordinary power. He did not wish to die. He sought vengeance for his parents. He had yet to witness Hun Yo's wedding. He had to survive. Calm down. He must remain composed. The opponent surely has a weakness. His father had always advised him to maintain his composure. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Pingyun suppressed his fear and impatience. Gradually, he managed to keep pace with Cui Zhao's attacks. Cui Zhao felt a jolt, This youth had surprisingly regained his composure. Such formidable resolve. If he were to enlist, he would undoubtedly become an exceptional figure. However, even so, the youth was still destined to perish. The youth possessed no magical prowess and was fundamentally no match for a warrior in terms of strength. However, fate had favored him, for he was Cui Xiao. Each slash struck against the protective barrier, which was on the verge of shattering. In that moment, Jiang Pingyuan finally discerned his opponent's vulnerability, avarice. The glint of greed shone brightly in the enemy's eyes. It reminded him of the days spent with his father capturing monkeys. They would place fruit within a cage, and the monkeys, desperate for the treat, would reach inside, only to find their hands ensnared. The monkeys could easily escape by relinquishing the fruit, yet they preferred capture over letting it go. Such is the price of greed. With a crack, the energy within the protective talisman dissipated, and the barrier broke apart. Chapter 8. Slaying the Warrior. Die! Cui Xiao exclaimed, raising his blade once more, intent on eliminating the youth and seizing his resources. At that instant, 4 or 5 spirit stones, each the size of a copper coin, tumbled from Jiang Pingyuan's embrace. These translucent stones emanated a gentle and warm radiance. Cui Xiao's pupils constricted. Spirit stones. How could the opponent possess such a precious treasure? The recent war waged by the nation was over the mines of these very stones. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his neck. Why is there a headless body in front of me? No, wait. That body is mine. My head has fallen off. Cui Xiao's enormous head lay on the ground, eyes wide with disbelief. What had initially seemed an inevitable victory had culminated in his own demise. It was the moment he beheld the spirit stones that his mind faltered, and in that instant, Jiang Pingyuan had concentrated all his energy into a single, fatal strike. The soldiers, who had been jubilantly cheering, were abruptly silenced, staring vacantly at the unfolding scene. Time appeared to freeze. Thud! The headless corpse collapsed, stirring up dust. The captain is dead. The captain has been slain. The soldiers, who moments ago had been exultant, now fell into panic, hastily mounting their steeds and fleeing in terror. The captain's prowess was indisputable. He could have easily escaped even when besieged by 100 foes. Yet, he had been slain by this youth. Fearful for their lives, they dared not linger, terrified of meeting the same fate as their captain. Jiang Pingyuan's breath quickened, and his heart raced violently. Had it been just a moment longer, it would have been he who lay dead. This ordeal imparted 2 vital lessons. First, one must never act recklessly without understanding the opponent's strength, unless absolutely necessary. Second, one must never succumb to greed. He etched these survival strategies deep within his mind to avoid a recurrence of such peril. With no mentor to guide him, he relied solely on his own wits. Without pausing to catch his breath, Jiang Pingyuan began rummaging through the body of the fallen man. Before long, he unearthed 2 tomes and a vial labeled Blood Qi Pill. The books were titled Blood Qi Technique and Phantom Blade. While the contents of Blood Qi Technique remained a mystery, he recognized Phantom Blade. During their confrontation, he had distinctly observed the enemy's blade being obstructed, yet it somehow penetrated his defenses and struck the protective barrier. As for the Blood Qi Pill, its purpose was unclear, but he decided to stow it away for now. Jiang Pingyuan picked up the opponent's treasured sword, casting a swift glance at it. The blade was entirely black, 2 fingers wide, and nearly as long as his height. Its narrowness, accentuated by a slight curve, rendered it more akin to a saber. The soldier's formidable attack power was undoubtedly linked to this weapon. An ordinary military dagger would stand no chance against it. Without pausing for meticulous examination, Jiang Pingyuan seized the sword and gathered several hundred taels of silver from the corpse of the fallen steed, hastening up the mountain. Having slain the officials, he knew that he would not be spared. The 4,000 iron cavalry of Pingshui County could not be trifled with. And this man was merely one of their captains. Stronger foes were assuredly lurking nearby. With his current cultivation, he could hardly fend off a more powerful adversary, let alone withstand an onslaught from a group of ordinary soldiers. Arriving before 2 graves, he knelt down, tears welling in his eyes. Father, mother, I must depart. You often urged me to be a good child, to avoid trouble, and I have strived to obey. Yet, in this world, virtuous souls do not linger. I shall not become a fool who indulges in senseless violence, but neither will I be a callous killer. This time I leave, and I do not know if I shall return alive to offer incense in your memory. If reincarnation exists, I wish to be your child once more in my next life. If immortals are real, I will surely tread the path of transcendence to resurrect you. Father, mother, I am leaving, and those who drove you to your demise shall pay with their lives. Jiang Pingyun bowed deeply 3 times before rising slowly. Securing the long sword at his back, he wiped away his tears, his expression hardening with resolve. The youth's hair danced in the wind as he shouldered his pack and sword, stepping into the seemingly endless forest. Before the 2 graves, 2 small white flowers swayed gently in the breeze, as if bidding farewell to their departing kin. The setting sun filtered through the trees, casting its glow upon the receding figure of the young man, imbued with solitude and melancholy. In a tavern within Pingshui County, a middle-aged man embraced 2 bashful beauties, laughing jovially amidst a spread of exquisite delicacies, each dish a testament to opulence. General, there's trouble. A soldier clad in armor rushed in, urgency etched upon his face. The middle-aged man's countenance darkened as he abruptly stood. Has the great Xia nation attacked? No, it's Captain Cui Xiao who has been slain by a rogue, reported the soldier. Chen Sheng, damn it, you startled me, the middle-aged man exclaimed, kicking the soldier down before resuming his indulgence with the 2 women. But Cui Xiao is a martial artist, comparable to a cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi training. How could an ordinary villager kill him? He inquired, puzzled. The reporting soldier recounted the details he had gathered, omitting the bribes from bandits and the land-grabbing motives, merely mentioning the investigation into the missing soldiers. Interesting, it seems there is a cultivator involved, perhaps a modest fortune. The middle-aged man mused, savoring a morsel of food from the beauties. Send other squad captains to deal with that lad. Let them see who is fortunate enough to seize the opportunity. Today, this rogue dares to rebel. Tomorrow, another rogue will likely follow suit. Let us make an example of them, a warning to all. Though the middle-aged man dismissed Jiang Pingyun's worth, the allure of the youth's potential was undeniable to the ordinary soldiers. Moreover, the youth must be eliminated to quell the fervor of those who dare to resist. Yes, General. The soldier bearing the message respectfully withdrew, leaving the room resonating with the melodious laughter of women. The captains from Pingshui County, upon hearing this news, were filled with exhilaration. The method of cultivation. This was the very essence of their aspirations. The art of cultivation was prohibitively expensive, unattainable for ordinary folk, who could only practice the refining of their physical essence, known as body cultivation. Yet, body cultivation was fraught with limitations, and excessive practice could jeopardize one's lifespan. However, possessing a method of cultivation was an entirely different matter. It could extend one's life and enhance one's strength. According to the soldiers present at the scene, the youth's ability to slay Cui Xiao was solely due to the few white stones that had fallen from his grasp, leading to Cui Xiao's careless demise. Thus, it was evident that the youth was not particularly formidable. They speculated that the fallen white stones were likely spirit stones, for it was inconceivable that anything less could have rendered Cui Xiao so distracted. Spirit stones were exceedingly precious. Even those who did not cultivate could carry them to ward off ailments and prolong life. The youth's combat prowess was inferior to that of Cui Xiao, yet he possessed a method of cultivation, spirit stones, protective talismans, and storage artifacts. The mere presence of any one of these items was sufficient to warrant their intervention, let alone the existence of all 4. The captains were in a state of ecstatic anticipation, as if Jiang Pingyun were already within their grasp. Waves of soldiers departed from Pingshui County, heading towards Daya Village. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a youth of 14 or 15 stood at the city gate, calmly observing their exodus. Who could have imagined that the very youth they sought had arrived at their stronghold? Chapter 9. Entering the city, Jiang Pingyun had changed his attire. Disheveled, and with long hair obscuring half of his face, he stood at the city gates. To enter the city, a tax of 5 copper coins was required. Soldiers barred his passage. Jiang Pingyun feigned a painful expression, cautiously extracting 5 copper coins from his satchel, reluctantly handing them over. He was not short on funds, yet he needed to project an appearance of financial scarcity. Otherwise, these men would greedily demand more. Only after receiving the payment did the soldiers retract their weapons. In truth, Jiang Pingyun had little desire to visit the county town. He did not subscribe to the notion that the most perilous places were the safest. His reason for coming to the county was purely to comprehend certain matters. What was the blood qi technique? What was the blood qi pill? What was the precise combat strength of these soldiers? And where did his own strength currently rank? He was utterly in the dark. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Engaging in conflict without such knowledge was unwise. For instance, in the previous battle, he had been oblivious to the fact that cultivators should not engage martial artists in close combat, nearly costing him his life. This visit was merely an opportunity to gather intelligence. It was his second time in Ping Shui County. He had previously accompanied his father on one occasion, and during that initial visit, he had been astounded by the town's prosperity. His childhood dream had been to leave the village and reside here. In the past, the streets had been filled with smiles, but now such expressions were nearly non-existent. As he passed a tea house, he overheard lively conversations within, prompting him to enter and order a cup of tea, quietly settling into a corner. The front lines had suffered yet another defeat. This group of individuals truly lacks sense. An elderly man exclaimed in indignation, "Our Ling Tai nation is evidently not strong, yet we are incited to wage war. Suffering the consequences are solely our common folk." Hush! Such words should not be spoken. Someone quickly cautioned, "What is there to keep silent about? Look at the Dacian nation, how benevolent they are to their people. During wartime, they exempt various taxes, and their citizens even assist the state. Now compare that to our Ling Tai nation. It's utterly pathetic. Let us not discuss this. Have you heard? There is a person in Dahi village who has slain numerous soldiers," a well-informed middle-aged man interjected. "Is that true? Who possesses such audacity?" The details remain unclear, but many soldiers have perished and reinforcements have been dispatched. Serves them right. They deserved it. Many patrons in the tea house wore smiles upon their faces. Jiang Pinyin said nothing, quietly seated in a corner, absorbing the conversations around him, observing the smiles on their faces. He felt assured that the path he chose was indeed the correct one. Furthermore, he recognized that not all nations oppress their lower-class citizens as Ping Shui County did. For instance, the Dacian nation seemed more just. The tea house also served as a lodging place, and Jiang Pinyin settled in. For the next few days, aside from cultivating, he listened intently to the various tales and experiences shared by the patrons below. Having lived in the village for so long, he encountered many matters previously unknown to him. When discussions turned to cultivators and soldiers, he would subtly interject, seeking to gather more information. After 5 or 6 days of inquiry, he obtained the information he desired. Ping Shui County boasted 4,000 cavalry, of which 3,000 were stationed near the border with the Dacian nation. The soldiers of Ping Shui County were categorized into 5 ranks, the first being generals, followed by brigade leaders, squad leaders, team leaders, and finally, ordinary soldiers. These individuals practiced martial arts, cultivating the blood chi technique, which significantly enhanced their physical strength. At present, his strength was comparable to that of a low-level squad leader, far inferior to a brigade leader, and even overshadowed by some formidable squad leaders. It was said that a brigade leader's strength equated to a cultivator at the 6th to 9th level of chi refinement, while generals were even stronger, reaching the 10th level of chi refinement. There were rumors that some generals had already attained the rank of martial masters, akin to foundational cultivators. He had also acquired another book titled Phantom Blade, which contained martial techniques divided into 3 tiers, recognized universally within Ping Shui County. Mastering the first tier would allow the creation of a single Phantom Blade image, the second tier could produce 2, and the third tier could summon 3. Naturally, the higher the cultivation level, the more formidable the technique. Upon learning this, Jiang Pinyin felt a chill of trepidation. The opponent he had faced, Cui Xiao, had only mastered the first tier of Phantom Blade and was merely a low-level squad leader. Had his adversary been even slightly stronger, he would surely have met his demise. Regarding the realm of cultivators, Jiang Pinyin gained a clearer understanding. It appeared that cultivation did not equate to becoming an immortal, but merely signified being stronger than an ordinary person. To grow in strength, cultivators needed to learn various techniques. Yet he possessed only a breathing technique. A new proclamation was posted at the city gate. It was the bounty for the capture of the squad leader Cui Xiao's killer. Surprisingly, the perpetrator turned out to be a mere child. A person entered the tea house, loudly sharing the news they had just received. A child? Is that true? The captain of the squad was indeed formidable. How could a mere youth have managed to slay him? The patrons within the tea house were astounded. They had been discussing this matter for days, unaware that the perpetrator was but a boy. Indeed, it is true. I have witnessed his likeness myself. One of them proclaimed. It was said that the soldiers had been searching for him tirelessly for many days, suspecting he might have fled to a nearby town. Hence the issuance of a wanted notice. Suddenly, the informant's gaze sharpened, and he quickly turned his head away. At that moment, the wanted posters were being affixed at the city gate, and other towns were following suit. If I were that boy, I would hasten eastward. The terrain there is treacherous, impassable for horses, yet one must be wary of bandits, as they are plentiful in that area. Jiang Pingyun adjusted his hat and nonchalantly exited the tea house, swiftly making his way toward the eastern city gate. Once Jiang Pingyun had distanced himself, the informant looked up and murmured, "Boy, survive." Before long, many recognized Jiang Pingyun's likeness on the posters. Regular patrons of the tea house were taken aback. Was this not the youth who often occupied a corner? How audacious of him to venture into Ping Shui County. As Jiang Pingyun approached the eastern gate, donning a straw hat, he ambled outward without haste. The crowd was engrossed in the posters, their attention diverted from him. "Halt!" a soldier suddenly bellowed. Jiang Pingyun's heart raced, and he prepared to flee. "Open your bag. Let me see what treasures you possess," the soldier greedily demanded, noticing that Jiang Pingyun was alone and appeared to be a mere child, yet his bag was bulging, possibly hiding valuables worth seizing. Jiang Pingyun lowered his hat and handed over the bag. It contained only clothing and a few copper coins. The soldier tossed the garments aside and, without hesitation, pocketed the coins. "Get lost. Wait a moment. You are." In an instant, Jiang Pingyun drew the soldier's blade, swiftly severing his leg. "Focus on robbing your money. Why must you pry further?" The soldier, lacking the protection of the Xia kingdom, knew that any injury could lead to abandonment in battle. To kill such a scoundrel would be too merciful. Rendering him disabled and leaving him to perish from neglect was far more agonizing. A chilling scream echoed throughout the eastern gate. Jiang Pingyun had no desire to resort to violence. He was compelled to defend himself. Seizing a horse, he galloped toward the city outskirts. The murderer. That boy is the one who killed the captain. Upon hearing this, the soldiers who had initially planned to obstruct him hastily dispersed. If this youth could slay a captain, what chance did they stand against him? Anyone who dared to impede his path would surely meet their demise. Quickly report to the higher-ups. Inform them that the killer of the captain has fled through the eastern gate. How bold! He actually dared to enter the city. They exclaimed. "Hurry! We must not let him escape." Chapter 10. The Phantom Blade. To the east of Ping Shui County lies the Eagle Sai mountain range, a name reflecting the size of eagles that behold its peaks. The mountains are steep and perilous, with rugged terrain. Every 10 steps one encounters a gully. Every 100 steps a mountain, and every 1,000 steps a precipice. Numerous bandit hideouts are nestled within, rendering warhorses ineffective and providing an ideal refuge for escape. Under the guidance of his benefactor, Jiang Pingyun raced toward the Eagle's Sai mountain range. The soldiers trailing behind him dared not pursue too closely, merely signaling their intent, fearful of being slain. As the majestic mountains loomed ahead, a boisterous laughter erupted from behind. "Haha, my luck is truly remarkable. I decided to abandon the search for you and return to the city, only to discover you were right within it." A robust man on a black warhorse emerged, his steed swift enough to outpace the ordinary pursuers, rapidly closing in on Jiang Pingyun. "You little brat, surrender your fortune, and I shall grant you a swift end." The burly man grew increasingly exhilarated. Jiang Pingyun cast a glance at the man's armor, recognizing it to be akin to that of Cui Zhao's. This individual was also a squad leader, though Jiang Pingyun was uncertain of his true strength. Squad leaders varied in rank, with the strongest being equivalent to the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, while the mightiest reached the 5th level. Observing the distance between them diminish, Jiang Pingyun's expression darkened. There was no escape. He abruptly seized the reins, bringing the horse to a halt, and dismounted. "I surrender." The rough man was momentarily taken aback by such a sudden capitulation. As Jiang Pingyun approached, he withdrew 3 spirit stones from his pocket and cast them to the ground. "I surrender. This is all I possess." The burly man looked down at the stones. At that moment, Jiang Pingyun drew his long blade and swung it fiercely at the robust man. Clang! The blades collided, sparking a shower of light. "Haha, foolish child. Do you think I would be as dim-witted as that idiot Cui Zhao?" The burly man cackled, his strength intensifying as he pressed Jiang Pingyun down. Jiang Pingyun's complexion changed dramatically. This man possessed greater strength than Cui Zhao. His palm was shattered, blood seeping forth, and the muscles in his arm felt as if they were disintegrating, causing him excruciating pain. Indeed, in close combat, the martial artist's prowess prevailed. Their strengths were simply not on the same level. The burly man sneered. "You dare to compare in close combat with a martial artist? Truly foolish." Jiang Pingyun's blade was forced closer to his neck. Should the man apply further pressure, his throat would be severed. A flash of green light surged forth, instantaneously deflecting the burly man's weapon. "Watch as I shatter your defenses." The burly man swung his blade again, with even greater ferocity. This youth was no match for him. It was merely a matter of time before he was vanquished. Jiang Pingyun, enduring the searing pain in his arm, swiftly countered with his blade. Useless. Phantom blade. An afterimage swept through Jiang Pingyun's strike, aiming for the protective barrier. Bang! The man's blade struck the barrier once more. However, he made no further moves. Clang! The weapon slipped from the burly man's grasp. He clutched his throat desperately, blood gushing between his fingers. Phantom blade. The man's face was filled with disbelief. After years of cultivation, he had only just mastered the first layer of the phantom blade. Yet this youth, having acquired it merely days prior, was able to wield it with such proficiency. A genius. This individual was a prodigy in martial arts. Jiang Pingyun slowly sheathed his bloodied blade, panting heavily. Though he had only scratched the surface of the phantom blade, the element of surprise had proven sufficient. In recent days, aside from enhancing his cultivation, he had diligently studied the phantom blade. As those martial artists had stated, close combat was his weakness. Thus, he needed to master the art of close-quarters combat. After several days of research, I could barely conjure a fleeting shadow. Upon closer inspection, one would not be deceived. It is indeed peculiar that the adversary did not anticipate my utilization of their own techniques against them. With a thud, the burly man fell from his horse. Devoid of breath, picking up the spirit stones scattered on the ground, Jiang Pingyun rummaged through the man's belongings, retrieving 2 vials of medicine and a tome before swiftly dashing into the Eagle's Sigh Mountains. Once within the mountains, the horses became useless, significantly diminishing the combat effectiveness of the cavalry. The soldiers in pursuit, upon witnessing the lifeless body of the robust man, were left in a state of shock. This captain was evidently stronger than Cui Xiao. How could he have been vanquished so swiftly? Could it be that the youth's strength had surged in just 5 or 6 days? They dared not pursue any further, as fear and the specter of death loomed heavily in their hearts. This youth was far too formidable. Jiang Pingyun fled through the mountains in a frantic escape. He had only taken down a solitary foe. Should a group of adversaries of equal rank arrive, his demise would be inevitable. Thus he must run with great urgency. After a full day of relentless flight, traversing numerous mountains and cliffs, he fell into ravines multiple times, and had it not been for the protective talisman, he might have met his end. Eventually, he halted beside a secluded pond devoid of human presence. The water was crystal clear, and adjacent to it was a fissure in the rocks large enough to accommodate 2 or 3 individuals. Jiang Pingyun severed a tree branch and wedged it against the entrance of the crevice, securing it before he slipped inside. With little time to rest, he retrieved his spoils from the treasure basin. 2 vials of elixir, 1 containing blood energy pills, which numbered 3 in total, alongside a previously obtained vial. Made for 5 in all, these blood energy pills were essential for cultivating one's vitality, exceedingly precious. Even a captain could procure a maximum of 3 in a month. There was also a vial of hemostatic medicine designed to staunch bleeding, and a tome, identical to the one seized from Cui Xiao, titled Blood Qi Technique. Mastery of this technique would enable one to become a martial artist, enhancing both vitality and strength. Rubbing the scabbed wound on his thumb, Jiang Pingyun pondered deeply before resolving to cultivate this technique. The previous day's duel with the burly man had left his thumb sore and his arm still aching. Had the opponent anticipated his use of the illusionary blade, he would surely not have escaped. The sheer power of these individuals was daunting. Without the protective talisman, he could not fathom how many times he would have perished. While other cultivators could breathe fire, manipulate water, or control wood, he was bereft of such abilities. At this juncture, augmenting his strength and swordsmanship was the most prudent course. However, before delving into the blood qi technique, he needed to achieve a breakthrough. Today, by duplicating spirit stones once more, he should be on the cusp of that breakthrough. An hour later, a crisp shattering sound emanated from the crevice, as the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, accompanied by gusts of wind. He attained the 4th level of qi cultivation. For the next breakthrough, he would require over 160 spirit stones, which translates to at least 16 days of effort. This marked his ascension to the 4th level of qi cultivation. As one reaches higher realms, the time and spirit stones required increase exponentially. It is said that elders in the tea houses mention that upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, It is not merely an abundance of spirit stones that facilitates a breakthrough, but also the guidance of a master. Let us not even speak of achieving the foundational stage. For merely reaching it is no simple feat. It appears that one requires a special elixir known as the foundation pill. Regardless, during this interval, I shall diligently cultivate the blood chi technique. This technique comprises 3 tiers. Attaining the first tier equates to the power of a practitioner at the 3rd level. Reaching the 2nd tier corresponds to the strength of a practitioner at the 6th level. And mastering all 3 tiers is akin to possessing the might of a practitioner at the 9th level. Of course, this is solely in terms of physical prowess. Should Jiang Pingyan possess magical abilities, he could effortlessly vanquish these martial artists. Upon consuming a blood chi pill, a surge of fiery energy surged within Jiang Pingyan's abdomen, radiating warmth throughout his limbs and bones. He unsheathed his blade and leaped into the adjacent pool, commencing his practice of swordplay. Unlike cultivators who can break through meditation and breath control, martial artists must undergo rigorous physical training to tire their bodies. As Jiang Pingyan entered the crystal-clear waters, they became murky. During his cultivation, a throng of soldiers surged into the Eagle's Sigh Mountains. To live, one must see the living. To die, one must see the dead. Those audacious enough to slay our soldiers shall be punished. A bounty of 1,000 taels to whomever finds the enemy. Our captain is formidable. Motivated by the promise of reward, the soldiers' spirits soared. They were determined to capture that young man. Chapter 11. The Roll of Beast's Crack. The sound of bones grinding echoed from Jiang Pingyan's body. Within the water, his form writhed unnaturally, as if something were crawling within him. He emitted a temperature far exceeding that of an ordinary person, causing mist to rise from the surface of the water. With a mighty leap from the water, he raised his fist to strike a great tree on the shore. A resounding crack reverberated as the trunk splintered. Gazing at the flying wood shavings, a look of astonishment graced Jiang Pingyan's youthful visage. Remarkably, within a single day, he had mastered the 1st tier of the blood chi technique. Although having consumed 3 blood chi pills enhanced his training, was this not too swift? Could it be that the blood chi technique is easily learned? However, based on his inquiries within the city, he had learned that among 500 soldiers, only one could grasp the 1st tier of the blood chi technique. If it were indeed simple to learn, there would not be so few captains in the army. Yet, if it were not easy, how had he managed to master it in a single day? Was it perhaps due to his status as a cultivator? Or was he a prodigy in the realm of physical cultivation? Jiang Pingyan remained uncertain of his circumstances. He had no teacher, no friends, no guides, and no one to elucidate his situation. Nevertheless, he felt joy. Mastering the 1st tier of the blood chi technique meant that he could now confront an ordinary captain without relying on spiritual energy. He recalled the terrifying strength of that man who had severed muscle with a single stroke outside the Eagle's Sigh Mountains. Jiang Pingyan touched his head, sensing that this breakthrough had indeed made him taller, and his slender frame now bore a hint of muscularity. If only his parents could see how much he had grown, they would surely be delighted. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, a smile that had briefly illuminated his face vanished, replaced by a clenched fist. He exhaled slowly. He was still insufficiently strong, still lacking the power to exact vengeance. The soldiers would undoubtedly not spare him, and he would certainly not forgive those who had driven his parents to their demise. A rumble echoed from his stomach, a testament to his hunger. Although he had recently eaten, the gnawing sensation returned. It was said that martial practitioners had substantial appetites, as their strength was nourished by food. Jiang Pingyan approached the roasted horse meat, tearing off a piece to satisfy his hunger. Beneath a star-studded sky, the night was an azure canvas, and amidst the dense, shadowy forest, the young man sat solitary before the flickering fire, his only companion the wavering silhouette cast by the flames. Suddenly, a sleek black leopard emerged from the darkness. Lunging for Jiang Pingyan's throat, prepared for the assault, he raised his knife, slashing towards the predator. The clash of steel rang out as his blade met the leopard's claws. The beast landed gracefully on the ground, its powerful legs propelling it forward with astonishing speed, aiming once more for Jiang Pingyan's neck. A chill ran through him. The leopard's claws had withstood his strike. He was a practitioner of the 3rd level of chi cultivation. Could this truly be a demon beast? His father had often warned him that the mountains were home not only to ordinary wild animals, but also to formidable demon beasts. These creatures possessed a higher intellect than their mundane counterparts and exhibited strength and speed that far surpassed them. If this leopard were to sink its fangs into him, it would surely spell his doom. Jiang Pingyun dared not underestimate the threat. He swiftly rose, retreating while wielding his blade. The illusory blade. A shadow of the knife danced in the air as he aimed it at the black leopard. Although he had yet to master the first level of the illusory blade, it sufficed against a creature of limited but cunning intelligence. As anticipated, the leopard raised its paw to deflect the illusion, but it failed to guard against the true blade. With a solid thud, the knife struck the leopard's thigh. To his astonishment, such force did not sever the limb. The leopard let out a pained roar, collapsing to the ground, its spirit faltering as it turned to flee. Jiang Pingyun would not allow such an escape. Channeling his spiritual and vital energies into his arm, he hurled the knife with all his might. The long blade whistled through the air, piercing the creature's abdomen with a resounding impact. Without hesitation, Jiang Pingyun pounced onto the leopard's back, employing the technique taught by his father, tightening his arms around the beast's neck. The leopard thrashed violently, blood flowing as they struggled. After what felt like an eternity, it lay still, devoid of life. Sighing deeply, Jiang Pingyun released a breath of relief. It seemed the Eagle's Sai Mountains were not as safe as he had presumed. Vigilance against demon beasts was imperative. He wondered what the flesh of such a creature would taste like. Dragging the leopard's lifeless form, he settled beside the fire, preparing to butcher the beast. Having only consumed ordinary game in the past, he had yet to experience the flesh of these more powerful demon creatures. As he worked, he infused his ears with spiritual energy, ever watchful for any lurking threats. Hours later, he savored his first bite of the meat. In that instant, his eyes widened. The texture was reminiscent of the beef jerky he had eaten as a child, and he found himself salivating instinctively. As he swallowed, warmth spread from his stomach throughout his entire being. It bears a striking resemblance to the sensation of consuming blood qi pills. No, it is not merely a resemblance. It is indeed blood qi. Jiang Pingyun was elated. He had previously contemplated dedicating several days to replicate blood qi pills using the gathering treasure pot, intending to cultivate the blood qi technique. However, this newfound discovery led him to abandon that notion. The very essence of blood qi resided within this demon beast. Although the amount of blood qi replenished with each bite was not substantial, the size of this leopard was formidable. The legs of this majestic creature alone could equate to a blood qi pill. Once satiated, Jiang Pingyun skewered the remaining leopard meat onto a wooden stick to smoke it, returning to the crevice of the rocks to practice his breathing techniques. Fortunately, after mastering the breathing method, he no longer required sleep. Otherwise, resting in the wild would have been nearly impossible. In the days that followed, Jiang Pingyun practiced his breathing techniques at night, feasted on meat, and honed his physique during the day, diligently cultivating the blood qi technique. To train with the illusionary blade and procure more demon beast meat, he frequently ventured out. There was no need for him to seek out the demon beasts himself. They would come running upon catching his scent. Thankfully, these creatures were not overly formidable, with the black leopard he encountered that day being among the more formidable adversaries. With the abundance of demon beasts, his physical cultivation advanced at an impressive pace. "Please, spare us. Have mercy on my daughter. She is but a child." Jiang Pingyun, while searching for extraordinary beasts, heard commotion nearby and swiftly ascended a tree. Soon after, a group of men armed with weapons passed beneath him, ferociously driving a number of women, both young and old, who wept and wore expressions of fear and panic. The men, sporting sinister grins, would occasionally take advantage of the women. "Please, spare my daughter. I will go with you. She is still so young." A man clad in rough fabric clutched a 7 or 8-year-old girl, incessantly pleading with the men nearby. "Damn it. You're the only one who can ramble on this entire way. How bothersome." A man bearing numerous scars on his head, visibly impatient, yanked the nagging woman away. He addressed the other men. "You all go ahead. I need to release some pent-up anger." "Mother, mother, let go of my mother." The daughter, witnessing her mother being taken away, screamed hoarsely and rushed forward in her tattered grass shoes, biting the man's hand. "Ah!" The man shrieked in agony, swatting the little girl to the ground. "You little wretch. I'll kill you right now." His expression twisted with rage as he pinned the girl to the ground. Chapter 12. Battle with Su Hao. "Let go of my daughter." The mother, seeing her daughter about to suffer, became fierce, disregarding her fear, and picked up a stone from the ground, preparing to fight with desperation. The man raised his knife to strike. "Damn foolish woman. Die!" With a splatter of blood, The man's heart was pierced by a blade, his knife freezing midair. The woman, poised to fight for her life, was momentarily stunned. The man turned his gaze mechanically, and a youth appeared before him. This youth was familiar. He had seen him on the wanted posters. He was the one who had slain Captain Chui Xiao. Damn it! Who are you? Dare to lay hands on the bandits of our great King Mountain. A bandit, his head bound with a black cloth, roared in fury upon witnessing his comrade's demise. Pooh! Jiang Pingyun unsheathed his black blade, his gaze as frigid as ice, fixating on the bandit who had insulted him. The bandit, unnerved by Jiang Pingyun's icy stare, felt a flicker of inexplicable fear. Yet, he could not afford to show weakness. Especially against a mere child, what was there to fear? Behold your doom. Damn it! How dare you slay our kin? Brothers, let us finish him. Just as he was about to rally his comrades to strike, he noticed that many of them had suddenly shivered in terror and fled for their lives. What are you doing? Why are you running? He is just a child. Let us take him down together. The bandit, confounded by the cowardice of those who had boasted of their prowess, could scarcely believe how they cowered like dogs. Truly pathetic. He is the very youth who had slain the cavalry captain, Chui Xiao. A bandit, in a frantic flight, kindly warned his companion, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, the bandit with the black cloth froze. In Pingshui County, few were unaware of this boy. His defeat of the cavalry captain had delighted both the common folk and the bandits alike, and they often speculated on the source of his formidable prowess. Recently, tales spread of the youth's ventures into the Eagle-S Sai Mountains. Little did they expect to encounter him. The bandit's complexion turned pale, his previous bravado evaporating as he struggled to swallow. Brother, I'll pay you, Pooh. Before he could finish, a searing pain pierced through his heart. Is this what it feels like to have one's heart penetrated? Jiang Pingyun paid him no mind, swiftly advancing upon several other bandits. These mere common thugs lacked the capacity to resist, falling as easily as cucumbers sliced by a knife. Observing Jiang Pingyun's approach, the remaining dozen women stood frozen in place. Paralyzed by fear, Jiang Pingyun cut the ropes binding them and distributed the plundered money from the bandits. Go now. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. The women knelt in gratitude, tears streaming down their faces. Had it not been for Jiang Pingyun's intervention, they would have faced unspeakable torment at the hands of the bandits, ultimately meeting their demise. Just as Jiang Pingyun was about to assist them to their feet, he suddenly sensed something amiss, his expression shifting dramatically. I've spotted him. That brat is over there. Quickly, launch the signal flare. A distant, fervent shout rang out as a group of soldiers came into view. Someone ignited an object that ascended into the sky, bursting into a dazzling display. Jiang Pingyun swiftly fled. They discovered me. Chase him. Don't let him escape. That's a bounty of 1,000 taels of silver. The soldiers, their eyes aflame with zeal, pursued him relentlessly. Once the soldiers had passed, the rescued girl suddenly lifted her head, looking at her mother in confusion. Mother, that brother is a good person. He saved us. Why are the soldiers not apprehending the bandits, but instead pursuing him? The woman opened her mouth, wishing to respond, yet found herself at a loss for words. Soldiers searching for Jiang Pingyun in the Eagle-S Sai Mountains, upon seeing the signal in the sky, converged towards this location as if driven mad. Meanwhile, a colossal eagle, measuring 4 meters in length, soared through the sky, and upon its back stood a man. The cultivation method belongs to me, Su Hao. With this opportunity, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the rank of captain. Su Hao, one of the captains of the Pingshui County squad, was unlike his fellow soldiers. He rode not a horse, but an eagle. This eagle was a mythical beast, captured and tamed through immense effort by his father. The eagle-sized mountain, as its name suggests, implies that even the eagle laments, though this is but an exaggeration. With this majestic creature, traversing the complex terrain below became a trivial matter, allowing for swift arrival at the designated target. Shortly after signaling, Su Hao reached the location, surveying the ground from atop the eagle, searching for traces of his quarry. I see you. Su Hao spotted a fleeting silhouette racing away. Dive down. He commanded the great eagle to plunge towards the ground. At that moment, Jiang Pingyun, who was fleeing, suddenly noticed a shadow looming above him, prompting an instinctual reaction to roll aside. In that instant, 2 sharp eagle talons descended. Nearby trees were swiftly pierced by the claws. From the eagle leapt a young man, his long hair flowing, appearing to be in his 20s. With a blade raised high, he swung it toward Jiang Pingyun. A surge of dread coursed through Jiang Pingyun. This individual could control such a massive eagle. This eagle must surely be a mythical beast. His worldview expanded yet again, realizing that mythical beasts could indeed be tamed. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as the adversary's attack was already upon him. Jiang Pingyun raised his sword to counter. Clang, clang. The sound of their blades clashing resonated sharply in the air. Su Hao watched in astonishment as his illusory blade was deflected, his eyes widening in disbelief. You too can wield the illusory blade. Just moments ago, both had executed the technique simultaneously, their swords colliding mid-air, sparks flying. Su Hao was acutely aware of the difficulty in mastering the illusory blade. Among the soldiers of Ping Shui County, only captains or commanders had achieved such a feat. The opponent must have acquired this swordsmanship only after slaying Cui Xiao. Yet how had he learned it so quickly? While others labored for years to grasp this skill, he had only possessed it for less than a month. Amidst his shock, jealousy flickered in Su Hao's eyes. Under his father's tutelage, he had spent 6 months mastering the first level, and his father had deemed him a genius. Yet here was someone who had learned it in less than a month. Without any guidance, alone, and significantly younger than himself. Ping Shui County could only accommodate one genius, and there was no need for a second. Fueled by envy, Su Hao swung his blade once more, aiming for Jiang Pingyun. Jiang Pingyun parried the attack, countering the true blade concealed beneath the illusion. At that moment, the talisman at his waist glowed brightly, transforming into a beam of azure light to shield him. But it failed to block the incoming assault. Jiang Pingyun's expression shifted dramatically. Although he had deflected the illusory blade, how could the attack still be the second layer of the illusion? 2 phantoms. Haha, are you not astonished? How unexpected. Seeing the shock and fear etched upon Jiang Pingyun's face filled Su Hao with delight as he launched another offensive. As before, the opponent's blade struck the protective barrier. The opponent's assault was exceedingly formidable. With merely 2 strikes, the energy of the protective shield diminished by 1/5. Should there be 8 more strikes, the shield would certainly shatter. Chapter 13. Captured. Jiang Pingyun encountered an adversary of such strength for the first time. Realizing he could not prevail, he chose to flee. Yet, a colossal eagle descended from the heavens, obstructing his path and fanning him back with its wings. Su Hao launched a frenzied onslaught against Jiang Pingyun. This sword technique was brought back by my father from his studies abroad. What right do you, a mere commoner, have to learn it? Each strike landed upon Jiang Pingyun's protective shield, causing it to grow increasingly dim. Without your shield, you are nothing but refuse. Su Hao belittled his opponent while relentlessly attacking, seeking to elevate his own stature. Without your father, you are worthless. Though Jiang Pingyun found himself nearly devoid of strength to retaliate, he continued to resist, vowing not to surrender until the very end. Su Hao, provoked by his opponent's derision, felt his fragile psyche suffer a severe blow. You seek death. He longed to demonstrate that his prowess was not merely a product of his father's influence, yet he could never escape the shadow of paternal protection. For one who prided himself on excellence, this was a profound humiliation, particularly when voiced aloud. With a resounding crash, Su Hao unleashed his full strength upon the shield, shattering it with a crack. Die. Your fortune is now mine. Su Hao's visage twisted into a grimace as he delivered the final blow. We shall perish together. Jiang Pingyun's expression turned wild. He abruptly altered the trajectory of his blade, forsaking the direct attack to strike from the left. The phantom blade did not render the weapon illusory, but instead created a visual deception, allowing the blade to circumvent Su Hao's assault by navigating through his blind spots. As long as one comprehended the trajectory of the phantom blade and combined it with speed, one could defend against it. However, Jiang Pingyun had no intention of parrying. Instead, he maneuvered past the incoming attack, countering from the left in a mutual strike. Blood spurted forth as Jiang Pingyun's chest was pierced, exposing bone. Yet Su Hao remained unscathed, a golden light erupting from him and deflecting Jiang Pingyun's blade. A bead of sweat trickled down Su Hao's forehead. So close. Had it not been for my life-saving talisman, I would have perished. Overwhelmed by fear, Su Hao's countenance hardened. He could hardly bear the humiliation of almost being slain by one younger than himself. You wasted a precious talisman. Do you think you are the only one with aces up your sleeve? Let us see what other tricks you possess. Furious, Su Hao swung his blade, intent on obliterating his opponent, harboring a deep disdain for this youthful prodigy. The blade descended toward Jiang Pingyun's neck, destined to sever his head. Simultaneously, Jiang Pingyun launched a kick towards Su Hao. Observing Jiang Pingan's actions, Su Hao scoffed. This fool believes he can harm me with a blade. A mere cultivator unversed in techniques thinks he can strike me with his foot? The blade of Su Hao and the foot of Jiang Pingan collided simultaneously. A resounding thud echoed as Su Hao was sent sprawling, collapsing to the ground in agony, clutching at his vital points, his body trembling violently. Jiang Pingan's strike was a desperate gambit, disregarding the morality of the attack. When facing death, who speaks of honor or disgrace? No, it was impossible. Su Hao was nearly overwhelmed by pain, struggling to lift his head and gaze in astonishment at the green luminescence emanating from Jiang Pingan. He was utterly bewildered. The protective talisman should have been devoid of energy. Why, then, did it still offer protection? Suddenly, his eyes fell upon the two talismans hanging from Jiang Pingan's waist. What fortune had this young man encountered to possess such an abundance of treasures? Even his father, a man of considerable stature, had only bestowed upon him a single protective charm. Yet here stood Jiang Pingan, armed with two seemingly enduring talismans. No, upon closer inspection, it was 10. In the face of relentless pursuit, Jiang Pingan felt an acute sense of insecurity and had taken the precaution to create 10 duplicates of the talisman in a single day. It dawned upon him that such concealed items were termed trump cards. The reason he had allowed his adversary to strike him was to induce a false sense of security, thus presenting him with the opportunity for a counterattack. Otherwise, even with dozens of talismans, his opponent would still find a way to penetrate his defenses. Had he failed to execute this counterstrike, he would have been compelled to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, as his opponent struggled to rise, Jiang Pingan swiftly retrieved the knife from the ground and charged forward. "Beast, come protect me," Su Hao bellowed at the giant eagle, his pain manifesting in the bulging veins on his forehead. The eagle hesitated momentarily, its eyes flickering, before suddenly taking flight and fleeing. It had long been oppressed and dared not escape until now. The moment had finally arrived. Su Hao stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the turn of events. As he saw Jiang Pingan approaching, his expression twisted in anguish. He shouted, "My father is the general of Pingshui County. If you kill me, he will surely..." Before he could finish, his head fell to the ground. Jiang Pingan acted without a shred of hesitation. He could scarcely fathom why someone of Su Hao's age could be so naive. Was there still a possibility for reconciliation? Certainly not. In light of this, it would be better to allow the general to experience the sorrow of losing a loved one. With Su Hao dealt with, a look of pain suddenly crossed Jiang Pingan's face. He glanced down at his chest, blood gushing forth, revealing glimpses of his exposed ribs. In the heat of battle, he had felt little, but now, as he relaxed, the agony was overwhelming. He hastily retrieved a vial of hemostatic medicine and poured it onto his chest. He knew not how the concoction was made, but as it touched the wound, the bleeding ceased rapidly. The pursuers were drawing near, before making his escape. Jiang Pingan adeptly crouched down to search Su Hao's lifeless body. Given his high status, he was likely to possess numerous treasures. Suddenly, a burst of azure light erupted from Jiang Pingan, as the protective shield activated instinctively. Who was attempting to ambush him? He whirled around to find a middle-aged man sporting a goatee, brandishing a small black flag inscribed with mysterious runes. The man infused it with spiritual energy and hurled it towards Jiang Pingan, uttering a single word: "Break." In that instant, a fissure tore open in Jiang Pingan's talisman, and the formation struck heavily upon his head. Jiang Pingan's countenance changed dramatically. The talisman had failed him. He felt a surge of pain coursing through his consciousness, and darkness enveloped him, robbing him of awareness. Time passed. How long? He could not tell, before a basin of cold water was splashed upon him, rousing him from his stupor. Jiang Pingan groggily opened his eyes. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, exuding a foul stench. He found himself in a cave, or perhaps more accurately, a dungeon. His body was bound to a peculiar iron stake, shackled with chains, surrounded by an array of torture implements, alongside several corpses. The faces of these corpses were contorted, as if they had endured immense suffering before their demise, with most bearing only a single eye, the other cruelly gouged out. Raising his head, he beheld the man with the goatee who had attacked him. Jiang Pingan attempted to summon his spiritual energy, only to discover he could not sense it within himself at all. "Do not waste your efforts. I have administered the dispelling spirit pill to you, leaving you devoid of spiritual energy. The array flag nearby is siphoning away any residual energy you might have hoped to recover," the goateed man drawled, idly toying with two emerald green talismans. Jiang Pingan's heart sank at the mention of the dispelling spirit pill, a substance he had never heard of. Yet it was evidently a form of alchemical pill. The array flag? Jiang Pingan lowered his gaze to see a small black flag embedded in the ground not far away, its runes flickering as they drew in spiritual energy. Realizing that his assailant had the capability to breach the protective talismans, it became evident that this man was also a cultivator. "Who are you?" Jiang Pingan demanded. With a crack, the goateed man lashed a whip across Jiang Pingan's face, instantly splitting the tender skin and drawing forth blood. "What gives you the right to question me?" he retorted, as Jiang Pingan's body trembled from the pain. The goateed man continued indifferently. "Where did you acquire your cultivation methods and resources?" "Someone provided them." Jiang Pingan gritted his teeth, recounting the events of that day when he encountered the cultivator. "Oh, so you owe me your gratitude. If it weren't for us from Mount Dewang slaughtering your village, you would not have attracted the attention of cultivators nor acquired such resources," the goateed cultivator mused, stroking his beard, his gaze devoid of emotion. Jiang Pingan's fists clenched tightly. So, they were the bandits of Mount Dewang. This man was also a murderer. Another crack of the whip struck Jiang Pingan's face. "Do you dare to feel anger?" Yuan Bin's voice was chillingly cold. Chapter 14. Blood-red eyes. Yuan Bin continued his interrogation. "Your talent is not remarkable, yet you managed to reach the 4th level of qi refinement in just a month. That woman must have left you a wealth of resources. Where are the remaining supplies?" "Used up," Jiang Pingan replied through gritted teeth, concealing his fury and hatred within. Another lash from the whip struck him, causing his body to convulse violently. Previously shielded by talismans, he had sustained little injury during battle, save for a recent cut. He now realized the true agony of being beaten. "I have heard of your exploits and know you possess a storage artifact. Speak, where are the remaining resources hidden?" "Used up," Jiang Pingan insisted, nearly fainting from the pain, resolutely refusing to divulge the existence of the treasure basin. "You seek death." Yuan Bin reversed the whip, thrusting the handle forcefully into Jiang Pingan's right eye. A piercing scream reverberated throughout the cave, sending chills down the spine of those outside. The bandits lurking nearby exchanged sneers. "What a fool, daring to defy the chief. He is a simpleton. With a modicum of ability, he has grown arrogant, yet the chief is a legendary 8th-level qi refiner. How long do you think this lad can endure? He won't last long before he spills the truth." Jiang Pingan collapsed, overwhelmed by pain, only to be jolted awake by another lash from his tormentor. As he reopened his eyes, he discovered that his right eye had been utterly blinded. Like the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, his assailant seemed to take a perverse delight in inflicting such agony upon others. "I shall grant you one final opportunity to disclose the whereabouts of the remaining resources. Should you choose silence, I will ensure your suffering is unimaginable." Yuan Bin issued his ultimatum. With his remaining eye fixed intently upon his captor, Jiang Pingan resolved to memorize this face, vowing that if he survived, he would exact vengeance, both for himself and for his fellow villagers. Noticing Jiang's silence, Yuan Bin's expression darkened. "You possess great tenacity, highly suited for cultivation. Alas, your obstinacy has led you to the precipice of despair." He crouched down and retrieved a blood-red eye from a lifeless corpse. Upon witnessing this ghastly object, the bandits at the entrance recoiled in horror, as if confronted by an unspeakable terror. Yuan Bin's demeanor shifted to one of sinister malice. "This eye was pilfered from my sect. For its sake, I have fallen from the foundation establishment stage to the 8th level of qi refinement. Some claim it to be the eye of an immortal, while others assert it belongs to a demon. Regardless of its origin, many have sought to graft it onto themselves in pursuit of power, only to succumb to unimaginable agony before their demise. My sect has employed it for interrogation, achieving a success rate exceeding 90%. The remaining 10% either perished from the strain or succumbed to madness. Throughout the annals of our interrogations, only one individual endured. Yet I was compelled to eliminate him." Yuan Bin forcefully pressed the blood-red orb against Jiang Pingan's right eye. "Since you refuse to speak, prepare to endure torment." With that, he turned and strode towards the exit. At the threshold, he addressed the bandits. "Keep a close watch. Should anyone plead for mercy, bring them to me." "Yes, chief," they replied with reverence. Once Yuan Bin departed, several bandits exchanged malicious glances at Jiang Pingan. What a fool, compelling the chief to resort to such methods. No one has withstood the assault of that eye in recent memory. One bandit pondered aloud. What makes this eye so excruciating? According to the chief, It forces one to relive their most harrowing memories, an endless cycle of suffering that intensifies with each iteration, ultimately leading to a breakdown. For those without painful experiences, it resurrects physical agony, amplifying it anew. The bandit who posed the question gasped in shock. This eye is truly terrifying. Nearly everyone harbors a past they wish to forget. Yet under the influence of this eye, they would be compelled to relive it, with even greater intensity. How could anyone withstand such torment? The horrifying truth dawned upon them, revealing why the corpses bore such contorted expressions. As the bandits conversed, Jiang Pingan's body began to tremble. His mind was inundated with the most unwelcome memories he wished to forget. In the fields, under the scorching sun, a mother toiled, her slender shoulders straining against the weight of a rope tethered to a plow. Behind her trailed the farming cart, as she moved forward with laborious slowness, her knees bending and trembling. The prolonged labor had worn her shoulders raw, her coarse garment soaked in blood. "Mother, please stop, please stop," Jiang Ping shouted anxiously, aware that an agonizing scene was about to unfold. Yet, oblivious to his pleas, his mother persisted in her arduous work. Suddenly, she collapsed in the field, sending up a cloud of dust. "No!" Jiang Ping cried out in heart-wrenching despair. Witnessing his mother fall once more felt like a dagger piercing his heart, rendering him breathless. In his youth, upon witnessing this, he dropped the seeds in his hands and rushed towards her in a frenzy. "Mother! Mother! What has happened to you?" "I'm sorry, Mother. I cannot accompany you any longer." "Live on, Pingan, live on." Tears of blood streamed down Jiang Ping's cheeks as his body convulsed. As the scene shifted, his mother's lifeless form vanished, replaced by the broken body of his father. In a desperate bid to meet the tax demands, his father had ventured into the mountains to hunt, only to return ravaged by beasts, his body a mere remnant of its former self. Yet, even in such dire straits, he clutched 2 wild chickens in his arms. Bent and weary, he would rather be devoured himself than allow the fruits of his labor to fall prey to a tiger, for he needed those chickens to sell and provide nourishment for his son. "Father!" Jiang Ping choked out in sorrow. The scene morphed once more, with his mother's frail figure once again pulling the plow. The most agonizing images replayed endlessly. In reality, outside the prison gates, the bandits roared with laughter at the sight of the weeping Jiang Pingan. "I can't hold on any longer. I'm on the verge of breaking," they mocked. "This is just the beginning. The suffering he endures will endlessly recur, yet it cannot be changed." How distressing. Ha ha, those bloodshot eyes are quite amusing. Meanwhile, in Pingshui County, Su Tao, embracing 2 women, slammed his fist onto the table upon hearing the news from his subordinates. "What did you say? My son is dead. This cannot be true. My son was on the verge of becoming the captain, comparable to a 5th-layer chi practitioner. How could he possibly be dead?" The messenger knelt, trembling in fear, afraid to breathe. Su Tao's eyes blazed with fury. "Who dares to kill my son? I will annihilate that boy's entire family. I will slaughter his entire village." His only son, to whom he had bestowed all his treasures, was meant to inherit his position. Yet now, the dreadful news had arrived. His son was gone. With a beast capable of flight and talismans for protection, how could he succumb to a mere 14-year-old boy? Su Tao refused to accept this reality. He sought vengeance against the youth, intending to eradicate everyone connected to him. "General, that boy's family perished long ago, and his village was ravaged by bandits. He has no kin," a subordinate quietly reminded him. Su Tao paused, momentarily stunned, before his anger surged, and he kicked the subordinate's head, causing it to burst. "Send the order. Deploy 2,000 soldiers and 2 captains to the Eagle's Crime Mountain Range. No matter the cost. We must capture that boy. I shall personally execute him." "General," someone over there seemed to wish to speak, but upon meeting Su Tao's bloodshot gaze, ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Chapter 15. The power of the pupil. Over 2,000 soldiers and 2 captains journeyed to the Eagle's Crime Mountain Range in search of Jiang Pingan's whereabouts. This incident caused a tremendous uproar in Pingshui County. The general's son had been slain by that boy. Which boy? The one who killed Captain Chui Xiao. This cannot be true, can it? Su Hao was nearly of captain's caliber. How could that boy have accomplished such a feat? By the way, do you know what that boy's name is? He is called Little Hero. Once this news spread throughout Pingshui County, it swiftly reached the ears of those in the lands of the Great Xia. Within the General S estate in Lianshan County, General Meng Kuo was reviewing official documents when he received the report from his subordinate, a look of surprise and shock crossing his face. Is this true? A 14-year-old boy has slain Su Tao's son? Meng Kuo was aware of Su Tao's son's prowess, which was close to that of a captain, a genius in such a small place. Yet, such a figure had fallen to the hands of a mere 14-year-old. Where did this prodigy emerge from? Indeed, General, it has been confirmed that Su Hao is indeed dead, and now Su Tao is exceedingly enraged, dispatching 2,000 soldiers to surround the enemy. The subordinate was quite certain. Who is that boy, to possess such formidable strength? Why did he come into conflict with the soldiers of Pingshui County? Meng Kuo inquired, perplexed. Reporting to the general, the specifics remain unclear. It is said that the boy was merely an ordinary farmer from Pingshui County. A farmer? Meng Kuo was even more astonished. If that is the case, this boy must have encountered some extraordinary opportunity. General, with the enemy down 2,000 soldiers, it is the perfect time to launch an attack, exclaimed his subordinate, brimming with excitement. No, Meng Kuo directly rejected this notion. Even if they charged now, it would yield little benefit, perhaps only allowing them to slay a few enemies, which would not alter the situation. Send someone to rescue that boy. The subordinate was taken aback. Rescue that boy? Yes, go save him. Whether we can take Pingshui County will rest on this occasion. A glint of brilliance erupted from Meng Kuo's profound gaze, reminiscent of a fierce tiger poised to leap forth. The subordinate, confused, protested. That boy, no matter how talented, can only be at the captain level. He cannot influence the outcome of the battle. Surely it would be more prudent to send troops to slay the enemy, perhaps even taking down a captain. Meng Kuo shook his head. What I seek is not the boy's combat prowess, but the hearts of the people. The subordinate's body stiffened as understanding dawned upon him. I shall immediately send men to rescue him. Meng Kuo turned his gaze back to the map behind him, pondering how truly foolish the Ling Tai kingdom was for neglecting the cultivation of such a genius. A day passed. At the bandit den in Dawang Mountain, within a cell, Yuan Bin observed the trembling Jiang Pingan, his brow furrowed. Has he not pleaded for mercy? No, Chief, he has not, replied a humble guard. Chief, could it be that the boy has already broken down, unable to speak? Another guard ventured cautiously. Yuan Bin shook his head. If he were truly broken, he would have perished already. This young man possesses remarkable perseverance. Despite his lack of innate talent, if he continues on this path, he may yet achieve something noteworthy. In the past, during his time at the sect, few below the foundation establishment stage could endure even a single day. This youth, merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement, has managed to persist until now, undoubtedly demonstrating great tenacity. However, observing his current trembling state, it is apparent that he cannot hold out much longer. The soldiers from Pingshui County have arrived. Since the boy remains silent, he shall be handed over to those soldiers in exchange for some benefit. You all keep a close watch on him while I negotiate with the soldiers. Yuan Bin, stroking his goatee, sauntered away leisurely. Since the boy refuses to speak, he shall be tormented until death. Damn it. This brat has deprived me of sleep for an entire day and night. I truly wish to end his life. A guard wielding a wolf-toothed club stormed towards Jiang Pingan. Are you insane? If you dare to kill him, the leader will have your head. Someone nearby quickly intervened. I'm not an idiot. I'm merely speaking out loud. The guard with the wolf-toothed club pondered. Tell me, if we were to extract the location of the resources he is hiding, would the leader reward us? Don't be ridiculous. Bloodshot Eyeball lacks the capacity for that. What makes you think you have the right? Another guard shot him a disdainful glance. Why not give it a try? What if we succeed? The bandit with the wolf-toothed club delivered a kick to Jiang Pingan's abdomen. I am offering you a chance. Reveal the whereabouts of the resources, and I will grant you a swift end. Otherwise, your suffering shall continue. Die? Jiang Pingan slowly lifted his head, his voice weak yet resilient. My mother repeatedly told me to live well. Live. Huh. With your state, if you manage to survive, I might as well end my own life. Huh. The bandit with the wolf-toothed club burst into laughter, confident that the leader had declared his impending demise. Suddenly, the merriment ceased. A pair of terrifying blood-red eyes fixed intently upon him. An unprecedented chill enveloped him, as fear gripped his very soul. He wished to flee. Yet for some inexplicable reason, his body remained immobile, as if held captive by an unseen force. Jiang Pingan's gaze flashed with a cold glimmer, and the bandit wielding the club suddenly twisted his head at an unnatural angle before collapsing to the ground, blood seeping from his orifices. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the guard at the entrance was taken aback. about to scream in terror when his neck too twisted grotesquely, and he fell to the ground. Jiang Pingyun turned his attention to the chains binding him. With a series of ominous cracks, the chains shattered mysteriously, freeing him from the iron stake. Ever since enduring that indescribable agony, Jiang Pingyun discovered he possessed the ability to manipulate objects. He could sense that this power emanated from his right eye. While this strength might not suffice against the goateed cultivator, it was more than adequate to deal with these bandits. With a mere thought, he retrieved 3 spirit stones from a bronze basin. As he regained his spiritual energy and healed his wounds, he made his way outside. Passing by a black array flag, Jiang Pingyun casually picked it up and tossed it into his treasure basin. The dungeon housed numerous captives, mostly women, their clothing tattered, their gazes vacant. Someone's coming out. A guard shouted as he spotted Jiang Pingyun. Having just shouted, his head and chin suddenly shifted positions, resulting in a gruesome demise. Nevertheless, his cry startled the bandits within the village. A group of brigands, alerted by the commotion, swiftly gathered. Jiang Pingyun's gaze remained indifferent as he cast a casual glance, causing a dozen bandits to recoil abruptly. With a chilling crack, their waists shattered, blood gushed from their mouths and noses, creating an eerily surreal scene. The prisoners in the dungeon, hearing the ruckus, lifted their heads to look. Upon witnessing the bandits' bodies broken in half, a flicker of hope rekindled on their previously numb and despairing faces. "Children, flee! Summon the officials to rescue us," a woman cried out. Although uncertain of the circumstances, they glimpsed a glimmer of escape. "Officials?" Jiang Pingyun's eyes flickered. He uttered no words and proceeded into the bandit stronghold, sweeping through the remaining brigands. Except for the goat-bearded cultivator, the other bandits were mere mortals, easily vanquished. It was perplexing why the goat-bearded man chose this path of banditry. With his abilities, he could undoubtedly lead a more comfortable life in the city. After eliminating the bandits, Jiang Pingyun returned to the cells. "Child, why are you back? Hurry and run," a woman urged anxiously, still hoping the youth would escape to fetch help. Confused as to why he had returned, she was met with his calm response. "They are all dead. You may leave now." "All dead?" The prisoners in the cells stared blankly. "Are you jesting? How could so many bandits possibly be slain so swiftly? Are you a martial artist?" The disbelief among the captives was palpable. It had only been a short while, and hundreds of bandits were not as easily dispatched as mere vegetables. Perhaps seeing Jiang Pingyun's youth led them to doubt his claims. Jiang Pingyun, uninterested in further discourse, knew the goat-bearded cultivator could return at any moment, posing a risk. His gaze swept over the lock on the cell door, which abruptly broke and fell away. After completing this, he disregarded the prisoners and stepped over the bodies as he departed. The captives exchanged glances, waiting for some time, and when no bandits appeared, they finally dared to emerge. Upon exiting the dungeon and beholding the myriad of slain bandits, their hearts raced with disbelief. The youth had indeed annihilated hundreds of them. How is this even possible? Despite their incredulity, the evidence lay before them. In a mere moment, the young man had dispatched a multitude of brigands. "I can return home. I can return home," they exclaimed, anger directed at the vile bandits who deserved 1,000 tortures. "Thank you, benefactor." Many wept with gratitude, bowing their heads toward the direction Jiang Pingyun had departed. Were it not for this youth, they might never have escaped this place. He was their savior. Jiang Pingyun did not leave immediately. Instead, he entered a vast chamber. The room, adorned with an ancient charm, was neither as filthy nor chaotic as the other bandit quarters, instead exuding a fragrant aroma of herbs. Jiang Pingyun surmised this must belong to the goat-bearded cultivator. On the table within the room, he discovered a jade pendant of a vivid emerald hue. The jade pendant serves as his talisman. 2 have been stolen, leaving only 1 here. Beside the talisman lies a book, several yellowed sheets, and a brush immersed in paint. As Jiang Pingyun took the talisman and prepared to depart, he noticed peculiar patterns drawn on the sheets of paper on the table, glancing at them in curiosity. The appearance of these runes closely resembles the imagery contained within the talisman. Jiang Pingyun's gaze then fell upon the adjacent book, titled A Compendium of Runes. Runes? What could they be? Might the talisman be linked to these runes? Jiang Pingyun lacked understanding of runes. He observed that many of the strange patterns in the book bore a striking similarity to the runes on the jade pendant and the designs on the banners. Though he did not grasp their significance, he sensed they must be of value and thus decided to take them. The goat-bearded monk had made his life a torment. nearly driving him to the brink of despair and suicide. He vowed that once he grew stronger, he would seek vengeance upon him. Under the influence of his blood-red eyes, Jiang Pinyin experienced endless cycles of rebirth, each time witnessing the tragic demise of his parents, an excruciating sensation. He had indeed contemplated ending his own life on numerous occasions. Yet, it was precisely this anguish that fueled his desire to live. He was determined to grow stronger and find a way to resurrect his parents. In his youth, his father often recounted tales of the resurrection of the dead, and if legends of revival existed, then surely such feats could be achieved. Jiang Pinyin hastily departed. At 14 years of age, he was oblivious to the world's true nature, harboring only the purest yearning, the longing to bring his parents back to life. As autumn approached, the air grew cooler, and leaves cascaded from the trees into the crystal-clear brook. Jiang Pinyin crouched by the water, examining his right eye. This eye did not belong to him, yet it possessed a nimbleness akin to his own, devoid of the previous crimson hue, indistinguishable from his left eye. Thus far, he had discovered nothing amiss. Moreover, he had gained the ability to manipulate objects. Since all appeared well, he paid it no further mind. Burrowing into a bear's den to retrieve a treasure trove, placing the blood essence pill within to replicate it. His innate talent for physical cultivation surpassed his expectations. He needed to swiftly advance the blood essence technique to the second tier to maximize his potential. Soldiers would seek him out, and that monk would pursue him as well. He must enhance his cultivation without delay. Half a day later, at the foot of Dawang Mountain, Yuan Bin stroked his goat beard, having returned with 2 soldiers exuding an air of lethal intent. The adornments on the 2 soldiers indicated they were captains from Pingshui County. Within the entire county, there existed only 4 captains, each holding significant status and strength. Gentlemen, as per our prior agreement, I entrust that boy to you. Your soldiers must refrain from further provoking the bandits of Dawang Mountain. Yuan Bin reiterated the terms of the negotiation. With your prowess, joining our ranks would yield greater benefits. Why resort to banditry? One captain inquired, perplexed. Yuan Bin smiled enigmatically, offering no response. He had fled from his sect, which was actively searching for him, and must remain out of the public eye. More precisely, they were in pursuit of the blood-red eye. Before his escape, the eye had fused with another individual, endowing that person with mysterious powers, rendering them exceedingly formidable. Yuan Bin succumbed to the allure of this formidable power and struck at the individual before him. To his astonishment, despite the fact that the opponent had yet to attain the foundation establishment stage, he was severely injured, his own realm plummeting as a result. This only intensified Yuan Bin's yearning for the power of the blood-colored eye. After slaying the man, he fled with the coveted eye in his possession. However, not everyone is capable of merging with the blood-colored eye. The sect had long employed it to interrogate criminals, and over time, only one person had succeeded in the fusion. Yuan Bin had come to this place as a bandit, not only to evade the sect's pursuit, but also to experiment with ordinary individuals. He sought to discover the characteristics or talents of those who could successfully merge with the blood-colored eye, hoping to devise a method for himself to achieve the same. He believed that if he could merge with the blood eye, all his efforts would be worthwhile. Yet, after experimenting on over 100 individuals, all perished, none enduring the process. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed, confident that he could continue his experiments. If 100 were insufficient, he would try 1,000, and if 1,000 failed, then perhaps 10,000. He was determined to find a way to integrate with that blood eye. Suddenly, Yuan Bin furrowed his brow. Something was amiss. His usual raucous band of subordinates on the mountain was eerily silent today. Moreover, a faint scent of blood permeated the air. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting a frantic rush up the Great King Mountain. Upon witnessing the plethora of corpses strewn across the ground, his heart sank, and his expression shifted dramatically as he dashed towards the prison. Upon discovering that Jiang Pinyin and his prized array flag had vanished, his blood pressure surged, and he nearly lost consciousness. Impossible. That boy had been tormented for an entire day and possessed no spiritual energy. How could he possibly escape? Suddenly, Yuan Bin's gaze fell upon the bodies of his bandits. Some were grotesquely contorted, their deaths not reflective of a normal battle, but rather as if crushed by some unseen force. A chill ran through him. Had the blood-colored eye fused with that young man? Such a slim probability had actually succeeded. Yuan Bin, what is happening? Where is he? The captain trailing behind him inquired gravely. He still needed to bring Jiang Pinyin back to account for him. But it seemed that task was now impossible. Where is he? You say, where is he? Of course. He has fled. Yuanbin bellowed in fury. That boy not only merged with the blood eye, but also absconded with his treasured array flag. It was a priceless artifact he had forged during his foundation establishment. The loss was immense. Bang! The jade pendant at Yuanbin's waist erupted with a surge of azure light as a sharp blade struck against it. You wretched bandits dare to raise a ruckus against me? Since we cannot find that boy, I shall take my vengeance on you instead. The bandits of Great King Mountain were notoriously difficult to deal with, primarily due to the presence of the cultivator Yuanbin. Although they had failed to locate Jiang Pingan, killing Yuanbin could still yield some benefits. Do you think you can kill me? I was renowned long before you were even a mere speck. In a fit of rage, Yuanbin raised his hand to unleash a spell, sending a massive fireball hurtling toward them. The two bandits swiftly evaded, attacking from the side. As long as they maintained close proximity, martial artists could easily confront cultivators. Furthermore, the two had cultivated the blood chi technique to the 3rd level, their strength rivaling that of a 9th-level chi refinement practitioner, making them the two strongest captains. Thunderous roars heralded the outbreak of battle, and soon, Mount Wang was engulfed in flames. Chapter 17. The Demise of Yuanbin. Crack. Crack. A few days later, an inconspicuous bear den reverberated with peculiar sounds of friction. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, shattering the bear den and sending dust swirling into the air. A youth, suffused with a faint crimson glow, emerged. The 2nd layer of the blood chi technique was complete. I indeed possess a natural talent for physical cultivation. Previously, Jiang Pingan had devoted a considerable amount of spirit stones to the practice of the breath and exhale method, taking a month to reach the 4th layer of chi refinement. In contrast, he accomplished the 2nd layer of the blood chi technique in less than half the resources and time. Jiang Pingan clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power within him, a fleeting illusion that he could shatter a mountain with a single blow. Of course, it was merely an illusion. With the completion of the 2nd layer of the blood chi technique, he felt his blood chi surging powerfully, and the wounds on his body healed rapidly. Unlike the nurturing of wounds with spiritual energy, the blood chi within him could self-repair injuries, and at a notably faster rate. Boom! A sudden, thunderous roar echoed from afar. Jiang Pingan was startled and quickly concealed himself within the grass. Although oblivious to the cause of the commotion, he understood the dangers of this world and knew he must remain hidden. After a brief moment, Jiang Pingan sensed the coast was clear and was about to rise when he suddenly heard something and swiftly dropped back down. A ragged, battered man staggered out of the woods. The man had lost an arm, and his wounds were bleeding profusely. He knelt by a nearby pond, gulping down water greedily. A pack of scoundrels. Had it not been for my fallen realm, I could have crushed you with a mere finger, and that little rascal. Had he not taken my array flag, I would not have suffered this fate. You all shall wait. Wait for my resurgence, and I will make sure you meet a gruesome end. This man was none other than Yuanbin, who had been pursued for several days. Due to an incomplete transaction with the soldiers, they sought to eliminate him. Although his cultivation had diminished, he still possessed some background. Faced with two martial artists at the 9th layer of chi refinement, he managed to escape, albeit at a great cost, as his realm had fallen yet another layer, leaving him at the 7th layer of chi refinement. Just as Yuanbin was about to rest, he suddenly sensed something and whipped around. Upon seeing a familiar face, Yuanbin's countenance lit up with wild joy. It was the very boy who had stolen his array flag and crimson glasses. Ha! My treasures have returned. I cannot believe my good fortune in encountering him again. Jiang Pingan was equally astonished to find his adversary here. The sight of him stirred a torrent of murderous intent within him, reminiscent of a tumultuous river. He could not forget the sting of the whip across his face, the agony of having his eye pierced, nor the relentless cycle of suffering. Seeing the man gravely wounded, Jiang Pingan chose to strike without mercy. However, the opponent's senses were remarkably acute. Before he could close the distance, he was already detected. With no chance to retract his attack, Jiang Pingan raised his blade and surged forward. You younglings dare to ambush me. Die! Yuanbin executed a one-handed gesture, preparing to unleash a fireball spell to vanquish his opponent. However, at that very moment, he suddenly felt his fingers stiffen, as if the incantation had been abruptly interrupted. A pallor washed over Yuanbin's face. Indeed, this young man had merged with the blood eye, mastering that peculiar power. Though the interruption was but a fleeting moment, Jiang Pingan's blade had already surged toward him. "You insolent wretch! I am a cultivator of the Tianling Pavilion. Should you dare to slay me?" With a splatter of blood, a gash appeared upon Yuan Bin's neck. Seizing the opportunity to strike, Jiang Pingan disregarded his identity. Even if the king of heaven himself were to intervene, he would still meet his demise. Yuan Bin clutched his neck in agony with his remaining hand, blood surging forth from his lips. His eyes brimmed with resentment, fury, and indignation. How had his opponent's speed become so rapid, akin to that of a sixth-layer Qi cultivator? Yuan Bin then noticed the faint crimson glow surrounding Jiang Pingan and suddenly comprehended the truth. So his adversary was also a body cultivator. Cursed fate. He, once a foundational cultivator, had succumbed to a youth of such lowly realm. Had he not coveted the blood eye, had he not sought the treasures possessed by this boy, perhaps he would still be enjoying a tranquil existence within the Tianling Pavilion. Yet, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Every choice bears consequences that reverberate back upon oneself. Yuan Bin lay lifeless, a former foundational cultivator who had perished at the hands of an obscure young practitioner. Jiang Pingan struck the foe several more times. His pent-up frustration finally alleviated. This old scoundrel had tormented him greatly. Had it not been for the fear of hidden trump cards, he would have relished in torturing him further. Fortuitously, his opponent was gravely wounded, left with but one arm. Otherwise, he might not have been able to secure the kill. He wondered who had dealt such a severe blow to this man. After removing the protective talisman from the old man's waist, his own talisman, albeit now devoid of energy, Jiang Pingan expertly searched the corpse for treasures. He delighted in scavenging from these individuals. Having found items like the blood chi technique and the mirage blade, as well as blood chi pills, all from such encounters, these possessions were of immense benefit to him. Given the old man's prowess, he anticipated an even greater bounty upon him. Was that merely a small pouch? After rummaging through the body for quite some time, Jiang Pingan discovered nothing of note, save for a small cloth pouch adorned with strange runes. The pouch felt exceedingly light, suggesting it contained little of value. Nevertheless, he decided to open it for inspection. Curiously, despite its small size, the interior of the pouch was pitch black, obscuring all visibility. What could this be? Jiang Pingan held it up to the sun, but discerned nothing. He gave the bottom of the pouch a vigorous shake. Suddenly, a torrent of items erupted from the bag, enveloping Jiang Pingan entirely. Emerging from the heap of goods, his face was alight with astonishment and disbelief. This pouch resembled a magical treasure chest, capable of holding a multitude of items. Jiang Pingan gazed at the small pouch in his hand and the vast array of items before him, overwhelmed with elation and excitement. After toying with it for a while, he soon grasped its usage. Regrettably, it lacks the prowess of a treasure basin, which possesses the remarkable ability to replicate resources and absorb them within. This cloth bag, on the other hand, is limited to merely storing items. What delights Jiang Pingan is not the bag's capacity for storage, but the resources contained within it. Among them are 7 or 8 types of weapons, each adorned with peculiar runes. When infused with spiritual energy, these runes emit a brilliant glow. He clashed a rune-embellished knife against the military saber wielded by the squad leader, effortlessly cleaving the saber in two. The two weapons belong to entirely different realms of power. In addition to the weapons, there are also the spells that Jiang Pingan has long yearned for: Fireball Technique, Earth Wall Technique, Healing Technique, and Gale Steps. Jiang Pingan trembled with excitement. He had previously inquired in the city, learning that the strength of cultivators lies in their ability to wield energies unattainable by ordinary people. For instance, the Fireball Technique releases flames. The greater the cultivator's prowess, the more potent the fireball produced. Similarly, the Earth Wall Technique serves as a defensive spell, capable of erecting an earthen barrier to thwart an attack in critical moments. The Healing Technique accelerates recovery, while the Gale Steps enhance speed. Had he possessed these spells earlier, he would have faced far fewer crises. In this world, he alone, a foolish cultivator, engaged in combat with martial artists. Jiang Pingan finally comprehended why some are drawn to banditry. The exhilarating sensation of sudden wealth is indeed intoxicating. He even contemplated ambushing another cultivator. No, I must not stray from the path. My mother raised me to be a good child. He quickly shook his head, suppressing his greed. Chapter 18. The two captains. Jiang Pingan meticulously organized these supplies. Besides the weapons and spells, he discovered 2 vials of medicine. One was labeled Energy Gathering Pill. and the other, spirit-dispelling pill. He recognized the spirit-dispelling pill, as it was the concoction that the old man had administered, causing his internal spiritual energy to dissipate. But what of the energy-gathering pill? Curiously, Jiang Pingyun opened the vial and inhaled the aroma. Such an action was exceedingly perilous. Had it been poisoned, it could have led to his demise. Fortune smiled upon him, for the energy-gathering pill was not toxic. Upon inhaling its medicinal vapors, his internal spiritual energy surged and began to circulate rapidly. Jiang Pingyun felt a jolt of realization. Could this be a substance that accelerates cultivation? He had heard of pills before, yet none were available for purchase in Pingshui County. He poured the contents into his hand, revealing 2 pristine pills. Exuding a faint fragrance, Jiang Pingyun tentatively consumed one. Moments later, his internal spiritual energy surged dramatically, operating at 3 times its previous speed. He quickly settled into a meditative posture, practicing his breathing techniques. After half an hour, a crisp cracking sound resonated within him, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to swirl and coalesce, causing the nearby trees to rustle. Jiang Pingyun opened his eyes, astonishment etched upon his face. He had reached the 5th level of qi refinement. This single energy-gathering pill was worth 10 spirit stones, and most importantly, it enabled him to expedite the flow of his internal spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, he would have required at least 30 or 40 spirit stones to break through to the next realm. However, a single qi-gathering pill enabled him to break through, saving him 3 or 4 days of cultivation time. Jiang Pingyun's worldview was once again enriched with a newfound truth. Elixirs are indeed remarkable. In the distance, there were fluctuations of energy. Yuan Bin might be there. A fierce shout echoed nearby. 2 incredibly swift figures rushed forth. Jiang Pingyun's expression changed drastically as the sudden breakthrough caused spiritual energy to surge, revealing his presence. He hastily concealed his belongings and fled. Yet, the 2 individuals were far too swift, quickly closing the distance. It was that brat the general was seeking. How fortuitous to find him without any effort. The 2 captains, upon recognizing Jiang Pingyun, were filled with ecstatic delight. This lad had killed General Su's son, Su Hao. If they failed to bring him back, the general would surely be displeased. And if the general was displeased, they would undoubtedly miss out on future benefits. They never anticipated that in the pursuit of Yuan Bin, they would stumble upon this youth. Moreover, it seemed he had also slain Yuan Bin. The 2 soldiers, having mastered the 3rd level of the blood qi technique, possessed formidable physical prowess, and in mere moments, they reached Jiang Pingyun's rear. Jiang Pingyun infused his blade with spiritual energy and swung at the approaching figure. Such astonishing speed. No wonder he could kill Su Hao and Yuan Bin. However, it wouldn't be of any use against us. The captain was shocked by Jiang Pingyun's swift blade, yet, of course, such an attack could not harm them. He evaded the strike and countered with a punch. Bang! Jiang Pingyun's protective shield activated, but just as it did, it was shattered by the opponent's blow. The energy within his talisman had not been replenished and could not withstand their assault. Jiang Pingyun was sent crashing through the trees, breaking 3 or 4 large trunks upon impact. Filled with astonishment, Jiang Pingyun realized this opponent was exceedingly powerful, undoubtedly at the 3rd level of the blood qi technique. Ignoring the pain coursing through him, he turned to flee. Bang! Marlin's foot struck Jiang Pingyun's back, the sound of cracking bones resonating clearly. Blood spewed from Jiang Pingyun's mouth as he slammed against a rock. He attempted to rise, but the excruciating pain rendered him immobile. In a single blow, just one kick, he was stripped of all combat capability. Watching the 2 soldiers approach, infused with a murderous intent, Jiang Pingyun sank into utter despair. Even if he were to summon all his protective talismans, it would merely delay the inevitable by a few seconds. In the face of overwhelming strength, any trump card was futile. He was far too weak to contend with them. Yet, even in death, he resolved to take a few of them down with him. You little brat, making us languish in this godforsaken place for so long. I truly wish to crush you underfoot. Marlin spat viciously. Don't be impulsive. The general wants him alive, reminded another soldier. Understood, I'll just break one of his legs. At that moment, as Marlin raised his foot, trees and vines suddenly grew at an alarming rate, swiftly ensnaring Jiang Pingyun and pulling him away. The 2 soldiers' expressions shifted as they prepared to pursue, only to be obstructed by a row of sturdy trees rising from the ground. Who is it? They swiftly drew their blades and began to hack at the trees before them. The talents that you of the Spirit Platform Kingdom do not desire, we of the Great Xia Kingdom shall claim. A distant, ethereal voice resonated. The expressions of the two soldiers changed dramatically. It was someone from the Dayan Kingdom. They absolutely could not allow this genius to be rescued by the Dayan Kingdom. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The two men frantically swung their blades, clearing the trees before them. Their swords were sharp, yet the surrounding trees surged wildly, forming a cage of wood that ensnared them. By the time they cleared the trees, Jiang Pinyin had vanished without a trace. The two men's faces turned ashen. It was over. This matter must not reach the general, Marlin said in a deep voice. Just say we found nothing of this boy. No need for you to say that, the other soldier replied grimly. If the general discovered they had let this boy escape, especially allowing someone from the Dayan Kingdom to take him away, their fates would be sealed. Damn it, why were cultivators from the Dayan Kingdom appearing here? Jiang Pinyin lay on the back of an elderly man who was sprinting with great urgency. The old man raised his withered hand and offered Jiang Pinyin a fragrant medicinal pill. This is a healing elixir. Consume it and sleep. I will not harm you. Otherwise, I would not have rescued you. Thank you, Jiang Pinyin weakly murmured, consuming the pill. The pain in his body triggered a self-protective mechanism, and he fell into a deep slumber. The elder chuckled softly. A hero emerges from youth. These people are truly shameless, using two captains to capture a child. A day later, Jiang Pinyin abruptly opened his eyes, swiftly adopting a defensive posture. The prolonged threat of death had rendered him vigilant. He found himself in a quaint and elegantly decorated bedroom, the finest room he had ever seen, incomparable to the dilapidated straw hut of his past. Awake? A middle-aged man sat before a table, his posture straight, eyes deep set, and a scar running across his face, exuding an imposing presence without anger. The man looked up at Jiang Pinyin and introduced himself. I am Meng Kuo, the general of Lianshan County. Lianshan County, Jiang Pinyin replied, momentarily taken aback. It was not far from Pingshui County, situated within the borders of the Dayan Kingdom. When the two nations had not been at war, the counties were interconnected. But the outbreak of war severed their ties. To his surprise, this man was indeed the general of Lianshan County. Jiang Pinyin touched the storage pouch at his waist. It was still there, untouched. Meng Kuo noticed Jiang Pingyin's small movement, but chose not to expose it. Your injuries have been treated by Old Li. He is the one who saved you. Thank you, Jiang Pinyin expressed his gratitude. If it were not for that man's intervention, he would have perished. Meng Kuo poured a cup of tea for Jiang Pinyin and got straight to the point. You possess remarkable talent. I would like to invite you to join my army. Very well. I understand you may be reluctant. Meng Kuo suddenly paused. A multitude of prepared words stifled. He was taken aback by Jiang Pingyin's straightforward acceptance. He had anticipated hesitation, a refusal due to an aversion to constraints, or a demand for better terms. Yet, unexpectedly, the boy had agreed without hesitation, catching him completely off guard. Chapter 19. The girls challenged Jiang Pinyin sensed the other's astonishment. You have come to my aid to confront the soldiers of Pingshui County, who drove my parents to their demise. I harbor a desire for revenge against them, and our objectives align. Meng Kuo suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder he had readily agreed. One must always stipulate certain conditions when seeking something. To win hearts, one must offer incentives. If you wish for the horse to run, you must provide it with fodder. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Pinyin inquired, do you possess a method to resurrect the deceased? Meng Kuo's eyes flickered with understanding. Softening his gaze as he replied, I regret to inform you that no one in this world can bring the dead back to life. What about attaining immortality? Jiang Pinyin pressed further. Immortality? It is no easy feat. The world still searches for the path to immortality, yet how many have succeeded? Although Meng Kuo was reluctant to dampen the boy's spirit, some truths must be conveyed. Achieving immortality is exceedingly difficult. One must transcend the stages of qi refining, foundation establishment, and golden elixir formation, eventually giving birth to the primordial infant and withstand the heavenly tribulations. It has been an age since anyone has ascended to immortality. An age since anyone has achieved immortality? Does that imply some have succeeded? A glimmer of hope ignited in Jiang Pingyin's eyes. Indeed, the founding monarch of the Great Xia has ascended to the celestial realm, but that was countless years ago. News of ascension has since become scarce. The world seeks the path to immortality, yet strangely, the road appears severed, with no recent accounts of ascension. Hearing of the existence of immortals, Jiang Pinyin clenched his fists. If I become the legendary Immortal, I shall surely be able to revive my parents. Meng Kuo wished to voice his thoughts, but, upon witnessing the boy's unwavering determination, ultimately decided to remain silent. The youth needed a dream. With time, he would come to understand how unattainable that dream truly is. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a young girl stormed in. Father, Grandpa Li says there is a genius who surpasses me. I want to challenge him to a duel. Jiang Pingyan turned to the girl, who appeared to be around his age, 14 or 15 years old. She donned a red and white training outfit, with slender, fair legs wrapped in black bandages, a blade hanging at her waist, and a lively ponytail swaying gently. Her fair, radiant face exuded both pride and vigor. It was the first time Jiang Pingyan had encountered such a beautiful girl. How lovely, he mused, wondering if Hunyo would grow to be as stunning. Meng Jing brandished the blade at her waist, pointing it at Jiang Pingyan as she lifted her chin defiantly. Are you the genius Grandpa Li mentioned? Come, let us compete. Xiao Jing, stop this nonsense and go outside, Meng Kuo admonished. No, I simply wish to see who is more talented than me, Meng Jing pouted. Meng Kuo's expression darkened suddenly. Realizing her father was displeased, Meng Jing stuck out her tongue and quickly exited the room. Meng Kuo sighed in exasperation, turning to Jiang Pingyan and reflecting on the boy's composure compared to his own daughter's antics. Sigh. He tapped his waist pouch, and a bag flew out from within. From now on, you shall be a part of the military camp. Here are 300 blood chi pills. Your reward for vanquishing 3 squad leaders. You are a spiritual cultivator, correct? If you prefer, you may exchange the blood chi pills with Old Li for spiritual stones. In the coming days, focus on recuperating. I will have Old Li accompany you around here before you formally enter the military camp. If all goes as expected, this winter will witness a conflict with Ping County, a battle that may well determine the outcome. Jiang Pingyan clenched his fists, eager to engage in combat immediately to avenge his parents. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? Meng Kuo asked. Jiang Pingyan shook his head, momentarily devoid of questions. Thank you, General. He expressed profound gratitude for the 300 blood chi pills bestowed upon him, a considerable fortune indeed. He understood the exorbitant value of these pills. A squad leader received only 3 each month, yet he was given 300 at once. He recognized that these pills were not obligatory gifts, as he was not originally from Lian County. Nevertheless, they were granted to him. In this world, there are those who recognize talent, and thus, exceptional individuals emerge. He would remember this kindness. Meng Kuo rose, stating, I have many matters to attend to. I must take my leave. By the way, what is your name? Jiang Pingyan. He replied. Meng Kuo silently committed this name to memory as he exited the room. As a general, with countless responsibilities, dedicating an entire day to wait here demonstrated his regard for Jiang Pingyan. Just as Meng Kuo departed, the door swung open once more, and the young girl returned. My father actually gifted you 300 blood chi pills. If I had that many, I could surely become a martial master. I, Meng Jing, refuse to accept this. Come, let us compete. The girl lifted her chin, her youthful face brimming with determination. Jiang Pingyan shook his head, responding calmly, I shall not engage in combat. It may cause you harm. Harm me, you boastful braggart. In this entire camp, no one can hurt me, Meng Jing. With that, she drew a dagger from her waist. Hurry and compete with me. If you do not, I shall never speak to you again. Realizing her relentless nature, Jiang Pingyan understood that refusing to spar would only prolong her presence. How shall we compete? He inquired. To the courtyard. Meng Jing exclaimed joyfully, turning to lead the way. Jiang Pingyan followed her outside. The courtyard was expansive, featuring a training ground where several soldiers practiced their swordsmanship. Meng Jing hopped over to the weapons rack. To ensure fairness, we shall both use weapons of the same grade. What weapon do you prefer? Using weapons may cause you injury, Jiang Pingyan cautioned. Stop being so arrogant. Choose quickly. Meng Jing was evidently displeased with his demeanor. With a resigned shrug, Jiang Pingyan approached the rack and selected a blade to avoid wasting time. The soldiers training nearby turned to observe the commotion. The young lady is to duel with a boy. Have you seen this boy before? One asked. He was saved by Old Li. I hear he is quite formidable. No one is more skilled than the young lady. She is the youngest squad leader, exceptionally gifted, and bound to win. That may not be the case, a soft, aged voice suddenly interjected. The soldiers quickly turned to pay their respects. Old Li, they exclaimed. Li Yuntian nodded, taking a sip from his wine gourd. One soldier cautiously inquired, Old Li, What do you mean by that may not be the case? Is it possible this boy could defeat the young lady? Li Yuntian nodded, his ancient gaze fixed upon the boy. Upon receiving this affirmative response, several soldiers felt a jolt of shock. Is that even possible? Miss Ming's extraordinary talent has been praised by you. So who is this young man that he could possibly defeat her? Li Yuntian took a sip of wine and remarked thoughtfully, talent is one thing, but combat is another. The two should not be conflated. The soldiers gazed incredulously at the youth, astonished by Li Lao's high regard for him. They were well aware of Miss Ming's prowess, having effortlessly vanquished her peers in Lian County. Among those under 20, none could rival her. Now, a youth of similar age had emerged, and Li Lao suggested that he might triumph over her. This was indeed hard to believe. Meng Jing pointed her blade at Jiang Pingyun and declared haughtily, I shall allow you to strike first. Should I strike first, you would have no chance whatsoever. Chapter 20. Meng Jing Jiang Pingyun, wielding his blade, observed the proud young lady before him and casually swung his sword. Meng Jing raised her hand to counter, exclaiming, Be serious. When their weapons clashed, Jiang Pingyun's weapon was dislodged from his grasp. Initially unfazed by the duel, Jiang Pingyun suddenly widened his eyes, staring incredulously at his right arm. It trembled violently, a tingling sensation radiating throughout his body, rendering him somewhat uncontrollable. He looked up at the young lady and inquired earnestly, What kind of swordsmanship is this? Under normal circumstances, the pain in his arm would stem from the opponent's overwhelming strength. Yet, they were merely two ordinary blades. Such a forceful collision would typically result in a breakage. Yet that was not the case. The blade had been knocked away, and his arm ached. His opponent must have employed a specific sword technique to create such an effect. The murmurs of the soldiers provided him with the answer. The young lady was indeed a genius, having mastered the second tier of the quaking blade technique. Indeed, achieving such a level at merely 14 years of age, she was bound to excel in the upcoming talent selection competition. This young man appeared rather unimpressive. The soldiers regarded Meng Jing with admiration, beginning to question Li Lao's words. Perhaps the youth was formidable, but surely he could not compare to the young lady. The quaking blade technique, was it? Jiang Pingyun clenched his numbed arm, acknowledging the skillful swordsmanship. Initially, he had intended to engage lightly, merely to amuse the young lady. However, having witnessed such formidable technique, a competitive spirit ignited within him, compelling him to contest her. Come on, if you manage to defeat me, I shall grant you the quaking blade technique, Meng Jing declared, convinced that this peer of hers stood no chance. It was said that he had once been a farmer. How could he possibly measure up to the daughter of a general? I shall make my move now. Jiang Pingyun adopted a serious demeanor, launching an attack. Not fast enough, Meng Jing retorted, raising her blade to intercept. Suddenly, she noticed that the sword before her had transformed into an illusion. The real blade was slicing through her defenses. Aiming for her. Phantom blade. Li Yuntian exclaimed in astonishment, his wine gourd suspended mid-air. Meng Jing swiftly retreated, evading the strike, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. Oh, not bad at all. Now it's my turn to attack. With that, she charged forward, escalating her speed in her offensive. Jiang Pingyun raised his blade to counter. Clang! Clang! The two blades clashed rapidly in the air, sparks flying in all directions. With each clash, Jiang Pingyun felt a tremor coursing through his arm, a tingling sensation rendering him unable to grip the blade firmly. The girl was indeed formidable. A soldier, casting a bewildered glance at the astonished Li Yuntian, inquired, Old Li, this lad is undeniably impressive, wielding the phantom blade at such a tender age. Yet is he truly that exceptional? They could not fathom why Li Yuntian was so taken aback by Jiang Pingyun's execution of the phantom blade, given the young lady's prowess. Even if her opponent mastered this technique, she should easily prevail. Li Yuntian gulped down a hearty swig of liquor, offering no reply, though the astonishment in his eyes lingered. According to reports, Jiang Pingyun had stumbled upon a method of cultivation, embarking on a path of spiritual refinement. Were he to unleash an exceptionally powerful sword technique, Li Yuntian would not have been particularly astonished. The crux of the matter was that the phantom blade was a martial skill of the soldiers of Ping Shui County. The opponent had likely not possessed this skill for long. The most terrifying aspect was that Jiang Pingyun refrained from utilizing spiritual energy, instead relying solely on physical prowess in his duel with the young lady. Could there have been an error in the intelligence? Was Jiang Pingyun, in fact, pursuing a path of physical cultivation? No, that could not be. When treating him, Li had distinctly sensed the energy fluctuations of a fifth-tier qi practitioner within him. Could it be that he was adept in both spiritual and physical cultivation? As this thought crossed Li Yuntian's mind, his heart quivered once more. He would rather believe in a miscommunication. If not, the implications were too daunting. A month prior, Jiang Pingyun had triumphed over Cui Xiao through cunning, and now, merely a month later, he had reached a level capable of contending with the young lady. Furthermore, he was simultaneously traversing two distinct paths of cultivation. In light of such a scenario, it could only be attributed to either the lad's extraordinary talent or an abundance of resources. Li Yuntian had endeavored to regard Jiang Pingyun with high esteem, yet only now did he realize he had significantly underestimated him. Observing Jiang Pingyun being steadily pushed back, the soldiers sensed that a resolution was imminent. Meng Jing's smile blossomed ever wider. Indeed, Meng Jing was still the foremost prodigy of Lianshan County. The final strike. Her arm surged with force as she swung her blade. Jiang Pingyun retaliated with the phantom blade. Futile. I can see through your tricks. Meng Jing's sword circumvented the illusion, targeting Jiang Pingyun directly. At that moment, she felt a sudden chill at her neck, and her hand froze mid-swing. The smile on Meng Jing's face solidified as she looked down, dumbfounded, at the blade poised against her throat. The soldiers, poised to cheer, fell silent. Disbelief etched on their faces as they beheld the scene. You have mastered the second tier of the phantom blade. Meng Jing glared intently at Jiang Pingyun. Indeed, he replied softly. Having cultivated the blood qi technique to the second tier, his strength had surged significantly, enhancing his control over the blade, thus enabling him to manifest the second tier naturally. I refuse to accept this. Let us go again. Meng Jing, unwilling to concede defeat, struck Jiang Pingyun's blade aside. My lady, that is enough. Li Yuntian approached with a cheerful demeanor. No, I was merely careless. Had I known he could wield the second tier of the phantom blade, I would have been fully prepared. Meng Jing was loath to accept her loss, for she had never known defeat throughout her life. In the realm of true battle, no one would afford you the luxury of preparation. Moreover, Jiang Pingyun had been holding back. His physical prowess must have reached the minimum standards of a captain. Li Yuntian cast a deep gaze at Jiang Pingyun, discerning the latter's physical prowess. If a warrior of the captain's rank were struck by the shock blade technique so many times, he would have long since dropped his weapon, let alone executed the phantom blade. Thus, Jiang Pingyun must have attained the minimum physical standards of a major captain. Upon hearing Li Yuntian's words, Meng Jing and the surrounding soldiers widened their eyes in astonishment. This 14-year-old boy has met the minimum requirements for a major captain? How terrifying. I still refuse to accept it. Meng Jing bit her small canine teeth, declaring, I too can break through to the physical standard of a major captain. It is my father who has prevented me from advancing. I will break through now. Li Yuntian gently tapped Meng Jing's head. Young lady, do not act impulsively. We are to participate in the county's genius selection tomorrow, so conserve your energy. But no buts. Otherwise, I shall inform the general, Li Yuntian threatened. Meng Jing's small face was filled with reluctance. Jiang Pingyun, just you wait. When I return from the county genius selection, I shall trample you beneath my feet. With that, she flung her sword down and stormed out, her ponytail swaying fiercely. As she passed a few soldiers, she paused momentarily and warned, You are not to speak of today's events. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Meng Jing could not bear the thought of failure and did not want others to know she had been bested by a peer. The soldiers, frightened, promptly swore not to divulge the matter. Even now, they struggled to believe that the young lady, who had never tasted defeat, had actually lost. Lost to a boy of her own age. Meng Jing shot a fierce glare at Jiang Pingyun, resolutely imprinting his face in her memory before departing. Li Yuntian waved his hand, dismissing the other soldiers, and returned to his quarters with Jiang Pingyun. Are you adept in both spiritual and martial arts? Chapter 21. Dual cultivation of spirit and martial arts. What is dual cultivation of spirit and martial arts? Jiang Pingyun inquired, rubbing his numb right arm, perplexed. As it was the first time he had encountered such terminology, it refers to the simultaneous cultivation of spiritual energy and physical prowess, Li Yuntian elucidated. Jiang Pingyun suddenly grasped the concept. Indeed, he had previously practiced the breathing technique and later cultivated the blood qi method, thus traversing both paths concurrently. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. He raised his hand in a salute, slightly bowing to the elder before him, recalling that this was the customary greeting in the martial world. Were it not for this venerable elder, he would surely have been captured by those two soldiers and met a gruesome fate. Li Yuntian took a sip of wine, chuckling as he waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for thanks. You should be grateful to the general. It was his command. The general's kindness belongs to the general, and your kindness belongs to you. The two should not be conflated, Jiang Pinyin replied earnestly. His mother had always taught him to be grateful, to remember those who treat him kindly. Haha, Li Yuntian laughed, clearly fond of the polite youth before him. We cultivators do not refer to each other as sir. You should address me as senior. Thank you, senior, for saving my life, Jiang Pinyin reiterated. You seem rather uninformed. Come, sit down, and I shall impart some knowledge about cultivators. Li Yuntian casually settled onto the bench, exuding an air of approachability, his disheveled hair resembling that of a humble farmer. After taking a sip of wine and scratching his head, he pondered where to begin. Perhaps he should start with the topic of cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners are categorized into three main types: spiritual cultivators, physical cultivators, and soul cultivators. Among these, spiritual cultivators are the most numerous and represent the predominant path of cultivation. This path can lead to various professions such as blacksmiths, rune masters, and alchemists. Jiang Pinyin sat upright nearby, listening intently, as his understanding of cultivation was rather limited. Before him unfolded a magnificent and vast world of immortal cultivation. Akin to a grand tapestry, stirring his spirit, he discovered that there were numerous realms of cultivation. That the Lingtai kingdom he had traversed his entire life was merely a small nation, and that storage bags required a mark of divine consciousness for proper use. Jiang Pinyin was entranced, captivated by the myriad legendary tales that filled him with longing. He could listen for an entire day without feeling fatigued. Your body has yet to fully recover, so let us leave it at this for now. I will share more with you in due time, Li Yuntian remarked. Having consumed 7 or 8 bottles of wine, his head spinning as he yearned for slumber. Senior, do you know how one becomes an immortal? Jiang Pinyin finally inquired. Becoming an immortal? Li Yuntian, previously inebriated, suddenly became much more alert. He gazed out at the sky through the window and murmured, the path to immortality is ethereal. How could a mere individual like me know the way? Perhaps, he mused, only by mastering the supreme secret arts left by the founding sovereign of the great Xia kingdom could one hope to ascend to immortality. Supreme secret arts? Jiang Pingyin's heart raced at the thought. How might one learn the secret arts of the great Xia kingdom's sovereign? He now understood that the more formidable the techniques he learned, the greater his combat prowess and cultivation realm would become. With a burp, Li Yuntian returned to his drunken state. Do not dwell on it. Such secret arts are reserved for the royal family or those who have made significant contributions to the great Xia kingdom. If you could annihilate the Lingtai kingdom, perhaps you would have a chance. I'm feeling tired. I shall retire to sleep now. With a wine gourd in hand, Li Yuntian staggered towards the exit. Senior, allow me to escort you. Jiang Pinyin quickly rose to offer assistance. No need. I am not so frail as to fall. Focus on your cultivation. A battle will ensue this winter. And remember, without resources, do not attempt to dual cultivate with spiritual and martial arts, as it will drain too much of your energy and hinder your progress. Li Yuntian swayed as he departed, sipping his wine. Jiang Pinyin clasped his fists and bowed deeply, grateful for the guidance that would help him avoid many detours. As he gazed in the direction of the Lingtai kingdom, his clear eyes glimmered with determination. To become an immortal, he must exhaust every means to resurrect his parents. The secret arts of the great Xia royal family presented the most promising opportunity to approach immortality. Although the Lingtai kingdom was not as powerful as the great Xia kingdom, it was backed by formidable forces, making its destruction no easy feat. However, even if a glimmer of hope remained, he would not relinquish it. Jiang Pinyin closed the door and returned to his bed. He needed to prepare for the impending winter battle, as both the general and senior Li had mentioned that a conflict would arise with Pingshui County. With 2 to 3 months until winter, he aimed to enhance his strength during this time. With 300 blood chi pills at his disposal, he need not worry about resources for physical cultivation. Should he consider abandoning spiritual cultivation? His aptitude for spiritual cultivation is rather modest, having expended considerable resources merely to elevate himself to the 5th layer of chi refinement. Through conversations with Senior Li, he learned that a blood chi pill is roughly equivalent in value to a spirit stone. This implies that many squad leaders receive just 3 spirit stones per month, while those of higher rank might receive an additional 2. Yet, He consumes approximately 10 spirit stones daily to attain his current level. Had others been granted such resources, they would have long since ascended to the 10th layer of qi refinement. After much contemplation, Jiang Pingan ultimately resolved not to surrender his aspirations. Presently, he is not lacking in physical cultivation resources. The treasure trove remains idle, and it would be more prudent to utilize it for replicating qi-gathering pills to enhance his spiritual cultivation. Furthermore, spiritual cultivation offers a broader array of offensive capabilities, allowing for the study of talismans, alchemy, and forging. In combat, possessing an additional ability equates to an extra means of survival. He has survived numerous attempts on his life, placing immense value on survival strategies. Acquiring additional knowledge is never detrimental. Should resources dwindle in the future, he could always reconsider his decision. Jiang Pingan opened the fireball technique he obtained from the bearded man and began to study diligently. It was his first foray into the art of spells, and he felt a thrill of excitement. In Pingshui County, within the general's residence, Su Tao glared at his two subordinates. His voice a furious roar. "You two imbeciles! How could you allow that boy to be rescued by the Great Xia Kingdom?" "What? Rescued by the Great Xia Kingdom?" Captain Marin's face displayed shock, as if he had just learned of this development. "My spies have reported that the boy is currently at the general's residence in Lianshan County." Su Tao was consumed with rage. He had dispatched 2,000 soldiers and the two mightiest captains to apprehend a mere peasant who had fled from a village, yet they had failed. Most concerning was the fact that the boy was a prodigy, having advanced to a level capable of defeating his son in just a month. If allowed to continue his growth, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. "General, what should we do now? Should we send someone to assassinate him?" Marin inquired. "Of course that little bastard must die. We cannot permit him to continue his ascent." Su Tao's countenance twisted in fury, unwilling to see the murderer of his son continue to thrive. "Engage a professional assassin organization. I refuse to believe we cannot eliminate him. Additionally, convey the order to prepare provisions swiftly. Lianshan County is poised to launch an offensive against us this winter. Protecting Pingshui County is far more critical than the loss of one's son. If we cannot hold our ground, my life will be forfeit." "General, the farmers have very little food left," another captain interjected. "Nonsense. It is the harvest season. How could they have no food? They simply refuse to yield it. If they want to comply, we shall seize it by force." Su Tao was oblivious to the actual circumstances below. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent, viewing the populace as mere rabble, disposable lives. "Yes, General." The two men, recognizing the general's ire, dared not defy him. The fate of the common folk was of no concern to them, for they themselves would not go hungry. Chapter 22. The captain's position. A month passed, and the leaves began to fall from the trees. Although the midday warmth lingered, the morning and evening air carried a refreshing chill. As the farmers arrived at the season of harvest, they began their autumn gathering in preparation for winter. Suddenly, a fireball the size of a human head crashed onto a wooden stake, igniting it in an instant. The art of magic is truly challenging, Jiang Pingan mused, observing the modest size of the fireball he had managed to conjure after a month of diligent practice. He had broken through to the 6th layer of qi refinement with the help of a qi-gathering pill 2 weeks prior, fully opening all 10 meridians of the thick earth-breathing technique. Yet, despite such progress, his advancement in magical arts brought him to tears. Such an attack would likely prove ineffective in the decisive battles of winter. You ought to abandon spiritual cultivation. Focusing on physical training would yield far greater prospects. Li Yuntian, clutching a gourd of wine, staggered into the courtyard. "Senior," Jiang Pingan quickly saluted, cupping his fists in respect. This month, the elder had frequently visited him, offering guidance and sharing tales from the realm of cultivation. The warmth he felt from the old man was a long-lost comfort, bringing forth more smiles from him. Li Yuntian took a sip of his drink. "Your proficiency in physical techniques rivals that of Miss Meng Jing. If you devote yourself to mastering these arts, by the age of 18, you will surely attain the rank of a martial master, making your name known throughout Haifeng County." Only those who had witnessed Jiang Pingan's physical prowess could comprehend the depth of his innate talent. In accordance with their gambling agreement, before participating in the county's genius selection tournament, Meng Jing entrusted the shocking blade technique to Li Yuntian for him to pass on to Jiang Pingan. In just a month's time, Jiang Pingan had mastered the 2nd layer of the shocking blade. Within the entire Lian County, Only Ming Jing and Jiang Pingyun had achieved such mastery before turning 20. I wish to have more trump cards, Jiang Pingyun replied. He was not yet willing to relinquish his pursuit of spiritual cultivation. Though arduous, it offered formidable lethality and the advantage of long-range attacks. Li Yuntian chuckled, Youth is often characterized by such audacity and confidence, defying authority. But that is the essence of being young. If one does not exhibit a bit of recklessness, can they truly be called young? I was far wilder in my youth. Setting down his gourd, Li Yuntian suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. The general has summoned you to the general's mansion. There is a meeting you must attend. Senior, is there something significant about this meeting? Jiang Pingyun noticed the elder's grave expression. Indeed, the general and I intend to promote you to the position of captain. However, there are several individuals of similar strength who may not take kindly to this. Upon hearing this, Jiang Pingyun's understanding deepened. It matters not. I have no desire for power, let them have it. Li Yuntian shook his head. This is not merely a matter of power. It is about securing a position that will allow you to receive better rewards after the war concludes. The blood chi technique you are currently practicing is of too low a rank and will hinder your progress. Should the war end in victory and you hold the captaincy, you will be able to petition the higher authorities of Hai County for superior martial arts teachings. Jiang Pingyun finally grasped the implications. Status indeed dictated the allocation of resources for cultivation. To grow stronger, he would require better techniques. He realized that the captaincy was an absolute necessity for him. Preparing himself, he understood that the individuals he would soon face were elite warriors who had survived countless battles. Should a conflict arise, it would likely be resolved through martial competition. Li Yuntian, while speaking, suddenly recalled something and inquired, "What level of physical cultivation have you attained?" He was aware that Jiang Pingyun had exhibited remarkable aptitude in mastering the shock blade technique, suggesting a commendable martial talent. Captain level, Jiang Pingyun replied with a smile. Achieving the second layer of blood chi technique qualifies one as a captain. With the third layer, one remains a captain. Observing the confidence radiating from Jiang Pingyun, Li Yuntian surmised that his combat prowess must now rival that of a cultivator at the 6th or 7th layer of chi refinement. He led Jiang Pingyun towards the general's residence. Upon nearing the entrance, they were greeted by fervent shouts emanating from within. I refuse to accept this. It is utterly unreasonable for a 14-year-old boy to be appointed as captain. How formidable can a mere child be? If it were Miss Mengjing, that would be a different story, but who is this Jiang Pingyun? Moreover, he hails from Lian County. Entrusting command to such a person is simply unacceptable. With a creak, Li Yuntian pushed open the door, escorting Jiang Pingyun into the conference room. A group of soldiers clad in armor, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation, turned their gazes towards Jiang Pingyun. It was evident that this youth was indeed Jiang Pingyun. The powerful presence they exuded would cause an ordinary person to kneel involuntarily. Yet, Jiang Pingyun remained composed, entering with an air of calm confidence. Many captains were taken aback by his tranquility in the face of such intense pressure, indicating that his cultivation level was not to be underestimated. I intend to claim the position of captain. Who dares to challenge me? Jiang Pingyun declared straightforwardly. He was not one to squander time. Securing the captaincy would grant him access to superior resources, a necessity for his advancement. Having mastered the blood chi technique, he sought to attain the rank of martial master by learning more advanced martial arts. To earn the respect of these soldiers, he needed to demonstrate superiority. What an arrogant boy! I shall go first. If you can defeat me, Yang Hu, I will withdraw from the competition. A burly soldier with a thick beard stepped forward. Let us settle this in the courtyard, but do keep it light. No injuries, General Meng Kuo interjected. He quietly leaned towards Li Yuntian and asked, "Is Jiang Pingyun capable?" His understanding of Jiang Pingyun was less extensive than that of Li Yuntian, and he was skeptical of the youth's combat capabilities, suspecting there were ulterior motives behind the appointment. Little did he know that Jiang Pingyun would challenge him the moment he entered, disrupting his expectations. Li Yuntian took a sip of wine and chuckled. He has mastered both the illusion blade and shock blade techniques. As long as he remains cautious, he should be fine. Meng Quan nodded in agreement. As long as he is all right, that is good. Jiang Pingyun does indeed possess impressive talent to have learned these two techniques. Perhaps I should consider betrothing my daughter to him? They are of similar ages and talents. She is expected to return today. I shall inquire about her thoughts later. Yang Hu drew a large blade from his waist, distinct from the usual narrow short swords. It was particularly hefty, adorned with iron rings that clinked melodiously. Boy, do not accuse me, Yang Hu, of bullying you. You are still young, and the captaincy is not a position just anyone can occupy. After enduring for so many years, he was on the verge of becoming the captain when suddenly, a mere child with no experience appeared. How could he possibly accept this? I understand, let it be. Jiang Pingan calmly gazed at his opponent. Where is your weapon? Yang Hu inquired. I won't be using a knife today, Jiang Pingan replied, swiftly retreating as flames erupted from his hands. Taking advantage of the presence of an opponent today, he intended to test the fruits of his month-long training. Li Yuntian, taken aback, spat out his drink, eyes wide with disbelief. You brat, are you planning to compete with Yang Hu using spiritual cultivation? If Jiang Pingan were to engage in hand-to-hand combat, he would have a considerable chance of victory. Who would have thought this boy would resort to magic? This left Li Yuntian perplexed. What had gotten into this lad? Chapter 23. No more playing with spiritual cultivation. Let the match begin, but keep it light. Do not injure your opponent, Meng Kuo commanded. The outcome of this contest was inconsequential. At worst, they could allow Jiang Pingan to become the deputy captain. As the battle commenced, Yang Hu charged forward with his 9-ringed broadsword. Experienced martial artists understood that to defeat a spiritual cultivator, one must engage in close combat. In the same realm, spiritual cultivators lacked the strength, and close quarters often interrupted their spellcasting. To summarize, the weakness of spiritual cultivators lies in their inadequate close combat capabilities. Many spiritual practitioners train in swordsmanship and knife techniques to compensate for this flaw. Jiang Pingan swiftly formed hand seals and cast the earth wall technique. The soil beneath Yang Hu unexpectedly rose, potentially causing him to stumble if he was not careful. Despite Yang Hu's rugged appearance, he possessed keen awareness. With a powerful leap, he evaded the rising earth wall and slashed at Jiang Pingan. Jiang Pingan quickly unleashed a fireball the size of a human head, sending forth terrifying flames toward Yang Hu, who was now airborne. It was difficult to evade such an attack in midair. Yang Hu shouted fiercely, swinging his sword with might, cleaving the fireball in two. As he charged forward, Jiang Pingan leapt onto the rooftop, continuing his offensive with fireball spells. Yang Hu landed heavily, using his legs to propel himself toward Jiang Pingan. Jiang Pingan employed the swift wind step, moving rapidly across the rooftop. This technique harnessed energy in his legs, enhancing his speed, reaching the pinnacle of this skill, allowing him to tread lightly across grass. He had acquired 4 techniques from the goat-beard cultivator and was currently mastering them. Yang Hu swung his sword in pursuit, but Jiang Pingan refrained from direct confrontation, leaping about on the rooftop while intermittently casting fireballs, akin to flying a kite. Hey, why are you running? Aren't you a man? Yang Hu called out, though his lack of agility meant he could only rely on strength to jump and run across the rooftop. One misstep could lead to him sinking into the surface, making it challenging to catch up. I'm not a man. I'm still just a child, Jiang Pingan retorted, unfazed by the provocation, continuing to leap and avoid close combat while casting fireballs. General, this brat is being a rogue, Yang Hu complained to Meng Kuo, exasperated by his inability to land a hit. Meng Kuo replied nonchalantly, there has never been a fair battle in this world. Yang Hu observed that General Jiang had no intention of halting the pursuit, thus he gritted his teeth and continued the chase. The two raced across the rooftops for the duration of a cup of tea, while those below stifled yawns. Frustrated, Yang Hu realized that no matter how fervently he pursued, he could not catch up to Jiang Pingan, with fireballs occasionally grazing him, nearly singeing his beard away. With a thunderous roar, Yang Hu's voice pierced the clouds as he leapt heavily from the rooftop. Enough. This is futile. I no longer desire the position of captain. His fiery temper could hardly endure such torment. He had been relentlessly attacked, yet had not even managed to graze the hem of his opponent's garment. Your temper is far too volatile. Such a mindset is unfit for a captain, Jiang Pingan remarked coolly from atop the roof. The onlookers thought, had anyone else uttered those words, they would have been deemed profoundly accurate. However, the speaker was merely a 14-year-old boy, making the sentiment feel rather peculiar. This boy is truly arrogant. Yang Hu gritted his teeth in frustration, turning to a handsome young man beside him. Brother Yi, you must teach this impudent child a lesson. He must not be allowed to ascend to captaincy. Yi Lin slowly unsheathed the sword at his waist, striding confidently to the center of the courtyard, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Jiang Pingan. You are unfortunate. Had it been any other physical cultivator, they would indeed struggle to match your speed. However, I happen to specialize in swiftness. My attacks and movements are precisely tailored to counter your strategy of deliberate long-range attrition. As he spoke, he abruptly vanished from sight, appearing atop the rooftop with astonishing speed. Li Yuntian took a sip from his flask, reflecting, little Yi has grown. Indeed, at 21, he is now capable of bearing significant responsibilities. I remember when we first took him in. He was merely 8 years old, Meng Kuo reminisced. Li Yuntian set down his gourd, now fully attentive. Yi Lin had consistently pursued the path of speed. In the same realm, no one could catch up to him, emphasizing a one-strike kill approach. If Jiang Pingyun were careless, he might very well lose. Meng Kuo nonchalantly remarked, if he loses, let Jiang Pingyun take the position of vice-captain. Yi Lin would actually be quite suited for the role of captain. Meng Kuo held a fondness for Yi Lin, young, powerful, and likely to become a pillar of strength for Lianshan County in the future. Without Jiang Pingyun's presence, he had already intended to appoint Yi Lin as captain, his capabilities beyond question. Jiang Pingyun, momentarily taken aback by his opponent's speed, found it no slower than his own gale steps. Yi Lin stood at the corner of the rooftop, sword in hand, his black hair gently swaying, his dark eyes fixed on Jiang Pingyun. I will not allow a 14-year-old child to command the army. That would be trifling with the lives of soldiers. Therefore, I shall not hold back. With a flick of his mind, Jiang Pingyun summoned a runic dagger from his storage bag. I desire superior resources. I wish to grow stronger. This position is imperative for me. This man was formidable. He could not afford to engage him with mere spiritual techniques. If Yang Hu were to discover that Jiang Pingyun had merely been toying with him, one could only imagine his thoughts. Oh, switching to a dagger, is it? However, it will be of no use. Once the match begins, you won't even see my attacks. The outcome has already been determined. Yi Lin chuckled lightly. Let us begin. Meng Kuo whispered. With that, Yi Lin and Jiang Pingyun moved simultaneously. A spark flickered, and a sword soared high, embedding itself atop the artificial mountain in the courtyard. Jiang Pingyun's blade rested against Yi Lin's throat. The pupils of formidable figures such as Meng Kuo and Li Tianyun contracted in astonishment. Yang Hu, who had been about to encourage Yi Lin, was left bewildered. What transpired? Just as he was about to shout words of support, a flash of fire revealed Jiang Pingyun's sword poised at Yi Lin's neck. Had Yi Lin lost? What had transpired moments ago? The expressions of the onlookers were filled with terror, their voices trembling. This young man had astonishingly combined the shock blade technique with the illusion blade. How was this accomplished? Mastering the second tier of the shock blade in merely a month? I had to toil for several months just to barely grasp the first tier. This youth's physical cultivation level is astonishingly high. The pride on Yi Lin's face vanished, replaced by shock and dismay. At the very moment the battle commenced, both combatants moved simultaneously. He observed Jiang Pingyun executing the illusion blade, yet the speed at which it manifested was easily discernible to him, allowing him to counter with his true blade. Little did he know that his opponent had a backup plan, concealing the shock blade beneath the illusion blade. Upon collision, his sword was sent flying. The shock blade is a renowned technique in Lian County, divided into 3 realms. The first realm numbs the opponent's arm, the second disarms them, and the third shatters their arm. This young man had astonishingly mastered the second realm of the shock blade. The most terrifying aspect was that he could fuse it with the illusion blade. Yi Lin could still feel his arm tingling with numbness. He had lost, and in mere moments. If this had been a battlefield, he would have already become a corpse. He had witnessed what true genius looked like, and his pride had dissipated entirely. This individual, like the young lady, was a prodigy beyond the realm of this county. Chapter 24. Becoming the captain in truth. Jiang Pingyun had not yet fully mastered the second realm of the shock blade. His ability to disarm his opponent was entirely reliant on his sheer strength. He had already grasped the third tier of the blood chi technique. His physical cultivation talent surpassed that of spiritual cultivation, and with 300 blood chi pills, he had propelled the blood chi technique to its third tier. His current strength was comparable to that of a 9th-layer chi refinement practitioner. However, he had indeed mastered the first tier of the shock blade technique, which proved to be a highly effective combat method, yielding unexpected results in battle. You have won, congratulations, Yi Lin said, clasping his hands together and bowing slightly in acknowledgement. This young man, like the young lady, possessed remarkable talent. Lian County could not retain them. Sooner or later, they would depart. It was merely a matter of time. Thus, it was imperative to avoid antagonism and leave a favorable impression, fostering a bond of goodwill. I concede, Jiang Pingan replied, lowering his weapon. Yi Lin leaped down from the rooftop. Next, Jiang Pingan turned his gaze to the soldiers below, preparing to continue the contest. The remaining 2 soldiers vying for the captaincy exchanged glances, hesitant to approach. We concede. In terms of combat strength, we cannot match you. Yi Lin was the strongest among them, and if even he had been dispatched in a single blow, what purpose would their involvement serve? Would they merely embarrass themselves? Haha. Very well. I hereby declare that from this day forth, Jiang Pingan shall be the captain. Meng Kuo was immensely pleased with Jiang Pingan's performance. The foolish individuals of Ping Shui County have disregarded such a genius. Had the people of Ping Shui County earnestly nurtured Jiang Pingan, they would have undoubtedly created a formidable adversary for Shan County. Yet, at present, this terrifying enemy belongs to Ping Shui County. Upon returning to their quarters, Jiang Pingan was bestowed with the title of captain and was introduced to various other captains. Meng Kuo commenced preparations for a winter offensive against Ping Shui County. Jiang Pingan felt utterly bewildered. He did not comprehend the intricacies of the discussions. Regardless, he resolved to lead the charge when the time came. After an interminable meeting that stretched for hours, Jiang Pingan found his head spinning. He had little fondness for such matters. However, to earn the reward from the governor of Heiyi County, he had to remain captain. Otherwise, his cultivation methods would falter, and his training progress would slow considerably. At long last, the meeting concluded, and Jiang Pingan swiftly departed. He found greater joy in practicing his skills. As he passed a stretch of farmland, Jiang Pingan suddenly halted. A family of 3 was gathered around a cow, their expressions filled with distress. Father, the cow is about to die. How will we harvest our grain? The young boy lamented, his eyes glistening with tears. Fear not, my son. I shall carry it back and forth, albeit with much toil, the sunburnt man replied, ruffling the child's hair with a smile, though his cough betrayed his poor health. Father, you are still unwell. Allow me to carry it, the mother insisted, bending down to hoist the heavy grain, her back hunched and knees trembling. No, how could you, a woman, bear such a burden? I shall take care of it. Cough. Cough. Just wait a moment. A voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Turning to look, a remarkably handsome young man approached. His features were refined, and his eyes held a determination not often seen at his age. Children, are you encountering difficulties? The sturdy-looking man inquired, his demeanor earnest. I can help you heal, Jiang Pingan offered. You are a student of medicine? It is of no use. Many seasoned doctors have failed, let alone you. Thank you, young lad, the man replied skeptically, doubting the capability of one so young. Without further ado, Jiang Pingan stepped forward, raised his hand, and a green light enveloped the man. The man was taken aback, instinctively attempting to retreat, yet the warmth emanating from Jiang Pingan was immensely soothing. The mother and her son stood in stunned silence, astonished by the miraculous glow emanating from the young man's hand. After a brief moment, Jiang Pingan withdrew his healing technique. I feel as though I have recovered, the man exclaimed, rejuvenated and filled with newfound strength, his cough having vanished. This is truly astonishing. As the man reveled in his astonishment, Jiang Pingan knelt beside the ailing yellow cow and once again employed his healing technique. The cow, which had been on the brink of death, stood upright once more. Benefactor, we are eternally grateful for your assistance. The man and woman hastily pressed their son down and knelt before Jiang Pingan, their faces radiating gratitude and respect. This young man was likely the immortal spoken of in hushed whispers. They were profoundly thankful. Without him, their family would have surely faced dire straits. It was but a simple act. There is no need for thanks. Jiang Pingan picked up a shriveled fruit from the ox cart, considering it as his reward. After taking a bite, he departed. The fruit was quite astringent, reminiscent of the flavor of those once plucked by his mother. The trio watched Jiang Pingan leave before boarding the swaying ox cart, laden with grain, their cheerful laughter resonating beneath the evening sky, painted in hues of sunset. Jiang Pingan glanced back. Perhaps, had it not been for the burdensome taxes, he too would share in their joy. Upon returning to his dwelling, he had yet to cross the threshold when he spotted a young girl standing with a sword at the entrance. The petite figure of the girl stood tall, her form already developing, and her 2 ponytails swayed gently with her movements. Upon seeing Jiang Pingan, she abruptly drew a short blade, 2 fingers wide. Jiang Pingan, it's me, Meng Jing, returning once more. Over this past month, I have trained diligently and made rapid progress. ranking 10th among the prodigies in the genius competition across the counties of Hefeng Prefecture. Last time, I was careless, but this time, I shall easily defeat you. The girl was none other than Meng Jing, the daughter of a general. A month prior, she had suffered defeat at Jiang Pingin's hands, but she refused to accept it. With the need to participate in the genius selection of Hefeng Prefecture, she had to pause their duel. Having just returned today, she had not even visited her father. Heading straight here to challenge Jiang Pingin once more, determined to prove herself the strongest. Are you the Jiang Pingin that little Jing mentioned? A plump boy, about 14 or 15, appeared from nowhere, casting a cold glance at Jiang Pingin. Xiang Jun, you better step aside. This is none of your concern. Meng Jing's beautiful face displayed impatience upon seeing the plump boy. He was from the neighboring county, someone she had encountered during the genius tournament. And after she had bested him, he had followed her like a shadow. How is this not my concern? I like little Jing, and anyone she dislikes, I also disdain. Xiang Jun wore a self-satisfied expression, believing himself to be profound. Meng Jing grimaced in disdain. Can you just leave? How childish. Girls mature early and perceive their peers as immature for this reason. No, I am someone who perseveres. This is why I have reached the 6th level of Qi refinement and secured 11th place in the genius tournament. Never give up is my motto. Unperturbed by Meng Jing's disdain, Xiang Jun remained resolute. He turned his attention back to Jiang Pingin, coldly declaring, "You little brat, if you dare upset little Jing, today I will make sure to knock you down." Jiang Pingin observed the two with calmness. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling disconnect with children of his age. Flames ignited in Xiang Jun's hand. Now, I offer you a chance. You can beg for mercy and apologize to Meng Jing, or else I shall roast you like a suckling pig. Watching the flames in his opponent's hand, Jiang Pingin felt a pang of envy. The heat was intense, evidently more potent than the fireballs he could conjure. In the realm of spiritual cultivation at the same level, he truly felt inadequate. Xiang Jun, get lost. Meng Jing kicked the presumptuous boy aside. He is my opponent. I will handle this myself. Jiang Pingin, draw your blade. As Jiang Pingin was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He dashed towards Meng Jing and swiftly embraced her, leaping aside. What are you doing? Let go. Meng Jing's cheeks flushed crimson as she protested in a delicate tone, feeling embarrassed for being held by someone outside her circle for the first time. However, she soon noticed something alarming, her expression shifting dramatically. A dart landed precisely where she had just stood. Simultaneously, a brilliant golden light erupted, enveloping the surroundings. For shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, converging into the radiant aura. A spiritual barrier. The chubby Yang Jun was momentarily stunned, his face paling as he hastened to escape. The spiritual barrier was designed to ensnare foes, and the appearance of the dart alongside it indicated that their assailants were anything but benign. Yang Jun's reaction was sluggish. He collided forcefully with the barrier and was rebounded harshly. The unexpected turn of events cast a pall over the trio's spirits. Haha, what luck! We've stumbled upon 3 assassination targets at once. This will be quite the windfall. A figure draped in a black cloak cackled ominously. No time for chatter. Let's make it swift. Another cloaked figure commanded, and the 4 assassins advanced with lethal precision towards the 3 youths. It's a killer. Yang Jun's heart dropped in terror as he raised his hand to form a seal, preparing to unleash a fire technique in retaliation. Yet at that moment, a chilling and malevolent aura erupted from the 4 figures, spectral images of slain cultivators materializing in the void. This sinister energy slithered into Yang Jun's heart like a frigid serpent, rendering his body rigid as if he were caught in the depths of winter. An unprecedented dread surged within him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably, disrupting his ability to cast spells. Meng Jing also sought to draw her blade in defense, but the overwhelming aura petrified her, hindering her movements. The assassins from the heavenly evil sect. A look of despair washed over Meng Jing's face. Her father had previously been attacked by these very assassins, which enabled her to recognize their identity. The heavenly evil sect was the most formidable assassin organization, with its members practicing the heavenly evil technique. This technique cultivates malevolent energy through murder, enhancing combat intent while influencing the minds of other cultivators. The more lives taken, the stronger the malice emanating from these individuals, amplifying their impact. The 4 assassins were already at the 6th or 7th level of Qi cultivation, and with this malevolent energy, their combat prowess became truly terrifying. Upon hearing the name of the heavenly evil sect, Yang Jun's expression turned vacant. He had relinquished all hope of resistance. Resigned to his fate, even if just one assassin from the heavenly evil sect had come, they would have been unable to withstand him. Moreover, the spiritual barrier outside prevented any escape. The four raised their swords, aiming for the throats of the three boys. Their faces hidden beneath the hoods were filled with avarice. Initially tasked with assassinating Jiang Pingyun, they had not anticipated encountering three targets at once. All three were listed in the bounty. What nonsense about a genius! No matter how talented, one cannot survive against absolute power. The cold glint of blades flashed as blood spilled forth. The dreadful malice and the spectral images of the slain cultivators dissipated. The four clutched their throats, gazing incredulously at Jiang Pingyun. Why you are not at the 5th level of Qi cultivation? They had received intelligence stating that Jiang Pingyun was at the 5th level of Qi cultivation. They were practitioners at the 6th and 7th levels of Qi refinement, capable of effortlessly eliminating those at the 5th level. Yet, astonishingly, it was they who met their demise. Now at the 6th level of Qi refinement, Jiang Pingyun once again swung his blade, severing their heads. Remarkably, he did not achieve instant kills. Instead, they managed to utter words, posing a considerable threat. What if they unleashed some deadly move before perishing? Eliminating four in one swift strike proved slightly challenging. A lesson learned for the future. Jiang Pingyun quietly reflected on his shortcomings, sheathing his rune blade and engaging in his favored pastime, skillfully crouching beside the corpses to search them. As the malevolent aura dissipated, the other two regained their mobility, gazing at the four lifeless bodies and then at Jiang Pingyun, who calmly rifled through the remains. Their expressions turned bewildered. He had just dispatched 4 assassins with a single stroke. How could he be so formidable? Faced with the sky evil technique, they found themselves immobilized. Why was he unaffected? Terrifying. The outside world is frightening. I wish to return home. As the spiritual barrier vanished, the chubby boy ran towards Xiang Jun, weeping, seemingly with dampened trousers. He once thought himself impressive for ranking 11th in the genius battle, but after experiencing death, he realized how weak he truly was. Forgetting about charming the pretty ladies, all he desired now was to hide away at home. Meng Jing, on the other hand, maintained a semblance of composure. Accustomed to frontline battles, observing Jiang Pingyun's calm and stoic visage alongside the weeping Xiang Jun, she suddenly perceived that this youth seemed to radiate an inner light, dimming everything around him. What realm do you inhabit? Throughout this ordeal, he had never exhibited a hint of panic. Meng Jing initially intended to challenge him, to prove her superiority. However, the sudden appearance of assassins made her acutely aware of the vast disparity in their abilities. The difference in strength was indeed monumental. Jiang Pingyun did not disclose his cultivation level. This was his trump card. Allowing enemies to misjudge his capabilities could lead to strategic errors. Meng Jing felt uncomfortable under his indifferent gaze. Previously, people treated her with utmost respect or sought to curry her favor. Yet this fellow seemed to regard her as if she were a mere piece of wood. You report this matter. I need to continue my training, Jiang Pingyun said. Having discovered 3 bottles of elixirs, 2 talismans, 3 identical manuals for weapons, and 2 spirit stones. This group was remarkably impoverished, lacking even storage tools. Carrying these items back to the courtyard, he paid no heed to the corpses on the ground or the girl behind him. What do you take me for? A servant? Meng Jing shouted from behind. Just wait. I will defeat you one day. Bang. The door to the room slammed shut. Such a noisy girl. How much better it was with Hunyo being obedient. Jiang Pingyun placed his belongings on the table, his expression turning grave. These assassins had undoubtedly been sent specifically for him. His certainty stemmed from the fact that one of them had revealed his previous cultivation level before dying. The mastermind behind sending the assassins was all too apparent. Su Tao, the general of Ping Shui County. Su Tao's son, Su Hao, was the one he had slain. It was inconceivable that Su Tao would allow him to flourish. Shui Tao, there are still a month or 2 left. Do not rush. I have kept track of all these accounts. Jiang Pingyun endeavored to suppress the murderous intent within him. He gently touched his right eye, which had proven invaluable during the assassination attempt earlier. It had detected the impending danger in advance and aided in saving Meng Jing. Furthermore, it was this eye that had unleashed a force to withstand the inexplicable and eerie malevolence. Had it not been for this eye, even if he survived, the ordeal would have been far from easy. He pondered the origin of this remarkable eye, which seemed to possess a life of its own even after being removed. Jiang Pinyin stored away the 2 spiritual stones and refrained from hastily opening the seized medicine, as its contents were not specified. It could very well be poison. He chided himself for having previously sniffed any medicine without caution, a truly foolish act. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the weathered tome he had discovered. Heavenly Fiend Technique. This must be the martial art employed by the assassins, exuding an aura capable of instilling fear and immobilizing its victims. Jiang Pinyin began to peruse its contents. Chapter 26. Heavenly Fiend Technique. After half a stick of incense, Jiang Pinyin lifted his head, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He had skimmed through the essence of this technique and confirmed that it was indeed the same one utilized by the assassins. According to the text, the more individuals one kills while cultivating this technique, the stronger one becomes, and the malevolent aura intensifies. Upon reaching a certain level, one could kill without engaging in combat, simply by emanating this aura. Is this sorcery? The cultivation of this technique was not particularly difficult. It merely required continuous killing. Moreover, it stated that the first layer of the Heavenly Fiend Technique alone was sufficient for these individuals to attain such prowess. How formidable must the complete technique be? After much contemplation, Jiang Pinyin resolved to cultivate it. The rationale was simple. The ability to project this malevolent aura could influence the actions of others. Through numerous battles, he had come to understand that even a momentary distraction in combat could alter the outcome. He had no intention of indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Even a slight moment of hesitation inflicted upon his foes would suffice. The first layer of cultivation proved less challenging than any technique he had previously practiced. In Meng Kuo's chamber. What? You encountered someone from the Heavenly Fiend Pavilion. Are you injured? Meng Kuo's face paled in shock upon hearing his daughter mention the assassins from the Heavenly Fiend Pavilion, and he hurriedly examined her for injuries. I'm fine. It was Jiang Pinyin who saved me. Meng Jing recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing her tale, Meng Kuo was utterly astonished. Ignoring the influence of the Heavenly Fiend Technique, he had slain 4 assassins stronger than himself in a single stroke. Were it not for his daughter's own words, he would never have believed such a claim. He had endeavored to overestimate Jiang Pinyin's combat prowess, yet never anticipated that he harbored further secrets. Meng Kuo himself had been targeted by the Heavenly Fiend Pavilion and understood the terror of the Heavenly Fiend Technique. Even he, a battle-hardened general, had been affected by its potency. Had it not been for old Li's presence at the time, he might have met with grave misfortune. Meng Kuo felt a wave of dread. Fortunately, Jiang Pinyin was formidable enough to protect his daughter, or he could scarcely fathom the consequences of losing her. Standing by, Yi Lin listened to the conversation, his expression becoming increasingly complex. It turned out that Jiang Pinyin had held back during their duel. This detestable Jiang Pinyin was surprisingly formidable. Meng Jing's teeth clenched in frustration, her eyes filled with resentment and a fierce desire to fight. Meng Kuo took a deep breath, temporarily setting aside his other emotions, and gazed tenderly at his daughter, Meng Jing. My dear Jing, Pinyin possesses considerable talent. What if I were to betroth you to him? Betroth her? Meng Jing's small face suddenly froze, as Jiang Pinyin's calm visage flashed in her mind. For reasons unknown, her heart began to race. No, this won't do. I am still young and do not wish to marry. She lowered her head, her little boots kicking the ground, her small hands gripping the dagger at her waist tightly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ha, when would you be willing to discuss it again? But you must seize the opportunity, for with his qualities, many young ladies will be drawn to him. Meng Kuo's gaze toward his daughter brimmed with affection. Humph, what he likes is his own business. I am off to practice my sword. I shall defeat that fellow, Meng Jing exclaimed, bounding away like a little deer. Once Meng Jing departed, the smile faded from Meng Kuo's face, replaced by a surge of murderous intent. Su Tao, you shall wait. It must be Su Tao who hired the assassins to target my daughter. He could not tolerate anyone wishing to harm her. This winter, he would seize Pingshui County at any cost. Half a day later, in the general's mansion of Pingshui County, Su Tao abruptly stood, listening to his subordinate's report. Impossible. How could that brat possibly kill 2 practitioners at the 6th level and 2 at the 7th level in one go? Captain Ma Lin also found it hard to believe and replied, that is indeed what Tian Sha Pavilion has reported. Moreover, they claim that the intelligence you provided was erroneous, leading to significant losses on their part. Consequently, their deposit has been forfeited, and should you wish to continue with the assassination, the bounty must be increased. Su Tao sat back down, his expression shifting through various emotions. The Tian Sha Pavilion is too substantial to fabricate lies. This means that in just a month, that brat has grown even stronger. Why won't that damned commoner perish? General, shall we increase the bounty? Ma Lin inquired cautiously. Increase it? What are you, a fool? Su Tao cursed in frustration. Though unwilling, he had no funds left to hire the Tian Sha Pavilion for another assassination. Winter was approaching. The decisive battle would take place on the battlefield then. Taking a deep breath, Su Tao said, the grain collected is far below expectations. How shall we wage war come winter? Intensify the grain collection efforts. General, many farmers have revolted over the grain collection, Ma Lin reminded him. Kill them outright. How dare a bunch of commoners resist? On what grounds? You go down there and suppress them personally. Su Tao, in a fit of rage, was infuriated by yet another insurrection. Yes, General. Ma Lin withdrew to lead the effort to collect grain. To such individuals, the lower class was nothing more than a tool, unworthy of rebellion. In Jiang Pingin's chamber, countless spectral corpses emerged, their gruesome appearances reminiscent of hell, instilling a sense of dread. Jiang Pingin rubbed his right eye. Astonishment etched on his face. Upon acquiring the heavenly curse technique, he intended to engage in a brief period of cultivation, envisioning it as a supportive spell for critical moments. After all, he was not one who reveled in bloodshed, nor did he aspire to cultivate through killing. However, events unfolded in a manner far beyond his expectations. The manifestation of this technique wielded an immense power that surpassed his imagination. The room became enveloped in an eerie atmosphere, with the vengeful spirits of various gruesomely deceased bodies coalescing into a chilling aura that sent shivers through his very being. Jiang Pingyan could distinctly perceive an energy fluctuation emanating from his right eye as he unleashed this technique, subsequently leading to these otherworldly phenomena. Illusory corpses materialized around him, many of which he had never encountered before. These individuals were not slain by his hand. How could they possibly appear in the manifestations he had conjured? Could it be that the former owner of this eye had claimed their lives, thus attributing them to him? Ceasing the activation of this technique, the malevolent energy dissipated. It appeared that this spell did not heavily deplete his spiritual energy. However, its invocation left him slightly dizzy, suggesting a toll on his mental faculties. Jiang Pingyan pondered the extent of this technique's power, yet with elderly absent, he was left to seek another to test it. Stepping outside for a brief stroll, he hoped to encounter other assassins. He secured 2 talismans at his waist for protection against unforeseen dangers, having ascertained their level of potency. Once fully charged, they could withstand a full-force strike from a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. As Jiang Pingyan exited, a few soldiers returned from the field, their faces etched with fatigue. Damn it, still no capture. That beast is remarkably swift. One soldier exclaimed. What manner of creature is it? I have never seen its like before. It possesses a striking appearance. Another soldier chimed in. We must rally more men tomorrow. We cannot let it escape again. The soldiers, weary and worn, expressed their frustration. Jiang Pingyan inquired, have you not yet captured the beast? A few days prior, several horses had been devoured in the eastern stables by this creature, and a cadre of soldiers had been in pursuit for several days, yet to no avail. No, it eludes us entirely. The creature is too fast. Even Captain Yi Lin could not catch up, a soldier replied, his teeth grinding in frustration at their exertion in the futile chase. Surprised, Jiang Pingyan recalled Yi Lin's speed. Having witnessed it firsthand, it certainly exceeded that of an average practitioner at the 6th level of Qi. The realization that even Yi Lin could not apprehend it was astonishing. Which direction did the beast flee? He asked. To the west, towards the border. We feared a conflict with the soldiers from Pingshui County. Hence we did not pursue further, the soldier responded. Jiang Pingyan nodded. Then I shall go and take a look. Young Master Jiang, do not go. It is futile. Warned another. Yes, that creature is exceedingly cautious. It flees at the mere sight of a shadow. Tonight, darkness will fall. We shall send 2,000 to 3,000 men tomorrow. And surely we shall capture that beast. The soldiers lamented, having been played for fools in their pursuits, now acutely aware of the creature's cunning. Jiang Pingyan chuckled softly. I merely wish to have a look. In truth, he sought to test the heavenly curse technique. If he did not encounter that particular beast, he would find another to experiment upon. The other soldiers, seeing his determination, did not press him further, resigned to the certainty of failure. They had been outside all day and remained unaware that Jiang Pingyan had ascended to the rank of captain. As twilight descended, a chill swept through the air. the streets gradually quieting, with the barks of dogs becoming increasingly distinct. Jiang Pingyun made his way towards the forest in the west, seeking a demon beast to test his celestial destruction technique. Meng Jing, who had stealthily ventured out to procure pastries, was momentarily taken aback upon spotting Jiang Pingyun. What could he possibly be doing out so late? Was he, too, clandestinely acquiring sweets? Just as Meng Jing contemplated retreating, a sudden thought struck her, causing her to pause. Was he perhaps rendezvousing with some enchanting creature? The very notion ignited a spark of indignation within her. As a soldier, how could he engage in such frivolities? Just wait until I catch you, and I shall report you to my father. She tucked the pastries into a small pouch at her waist and, with determined steps, followed him surreptitiously. Upon entering the forest, Jiang Pingyun touched his right eye. Although the forest was engulfed in darkness, his vision remained unaffected. It was not due to any arcane technique he had mastered, but rather the capabilities of his right eye. Currently, its known abilities included manipulating objects, enhancing the potency of the celestial destruction technique, and augmenting vision. He pondered whether this eye possessed any further powers. A sudden roar from a beast echoed through the forest, shaking the trees and startling numerous birds and beasts, its sound resonating starkly in the night. Jiang Pingyun's eyes glimmered with excitement upon hearing the commotion. A demon beast was present for him to experiment with the celestial destruction technique. He hastened towards the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Meng Jing, concealed behind, took a bite of her sweet pastry. Could it be that he was not on a secretive meeting, but rather here for training? She continued her pursuit. After a while, Meng Jing abruptly halted, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Before her stood a magnificent steed. Though labeled a horse, it was unlike any ordinary equine. This demon beast had an elongated tail and flowing mane that danced in the wind, exuding an ethereal elegance. Its golden eyes and imposing physique, rippling with explosive muscle as it moved, were surrounded by a faint white luminescence, starkly contrasting with the darkness. How could such a stunning creature exist in this world? However, this horse exhibited peculiar behavior. While other horses grazed, this one feasted upon demon beasts. Meng Jing had certainly noticed this extraordinary creature, and Jiang Pingyun had too. Yet, he was unfamiliar with this demon beast. Given the countless beings inhabiting this world, it was only natural to encounter unknown entities. He was uncertain of its rank. Although he contemplated rushing towards it, a fear of its potential strength and the dangers it posed made him hesitate. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a warm current surged through his right eye, enabling him to perceive the energy fluctuations within the demon beast with crystal clarity. Level 5 of Qi training? Jiang Pingyun was taken aback. How was this possible? Why could he discern the energy within the beast? Did his right eye possess the ability to identify the ranks of living beings? Under normal circumstances, it was challenging to ascertain the exact strength of a demon beast or cultivator unless they released their aura. Yet, this right eye seemed to harbor a unique power, allowing him to detect energy fluctuations even in the absence of an aura. Jiang Pingyun was elated. This ability would significantly enhance his survival prospects. After all, being forewarned of an opponent's strength would allow him to prepare accordingly. Noticing that the demon beast was of a relatively low rank, he suddenly dashed from behind the trees. The white beast, engaged in its meal, beheld the presence of another and promptly took flight. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Pingyun unleashed the celestial calamity technique. Countless phantoms of the dead manifested, some with severed heads, others transformed into mummies, and many with bodies grotesquely broken in half, as blood coalesced into rivers. The forest, once merely tranquil, became suffused with an overwhelming chill and an ominous aura at the sight of these horrific corpses. The chirping of insects ceased abruptly, and in the distance, Meng Jing's diminutive form straightened, her body trembling, and her face adorned with terror. How many lives had he claimed with the celestial calamity technique? She recognized the spell invoked by Jiang Pingyun. The ominous phenomena unleashed by the 4 assassins she encountered earlier that day paled in comparison to the terror wrought by Jiang Pingyun alone. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Was this man a great demon? The white beast, now closer to Jiang Pingyun, felt the dread most acutely. Its golden eyes filled with fear. Jiang Pingyun, the practitioner of the spell, did not fare much better. A dizziness enveloped him. The exertion of the celestial calamity technique indeed drained his mental faculties, and after but a brief moment of casting, he began to falter. Swiftly, he retracted the manifestation and leaped onto the back of the peculiar white beast. From the very first glance, Jiang Pinyin was enamored. This creature was undeniably magnificent, taller than an ordinary steed. Its mane flowed elegantly, encircled by ethereal white luminescence. Since encountering a warrior riding an eagle, he had yearned for a beast of his own. He had even inquired with elderly about procuring a mount, only to be informed that one could purchase a beast in Blackwind County, albeit at a steep price. Time had eluded him, leaving this aspiration unfulfilled. However, upon seeing this striking creature today, Jiang Pinyin felt his resolve rekindle. Clambering onto the beast's back, he clung fiercely to its neck. The creature emitted a shriek, attempting to dislodge him with vigorous leaps. Yet Jiang Pinyin was resolute. He would tame this beast at all costs. Enraged, the beast leaped onto a sturdy branch, then inverted its body, crashing down towards the ground. With a resounding thud, they collided, sending dust swirling into the air. Jiang Pinyin let out a muffled grunt, but maintained his grip around the creature's neck, unwilling to relent. Cling tighter, submit to me. The beast seemed to comprehend his command, growing even more furious. It leaped higher still, once more slamming its back against the earth. Jiang Pinyin refused to let go, insisting, "Submit to me. I desire this beast. I must have it." Meng Jing, regaining her composure, observed Jiang Pingyin's intentions and surmised his objective. She too had taken a liking to the exquisite creature and hastened from a distance to leap onto its back. The beast roared in fury, thrashing its body, its golden eyes brimming with wrath and indignation. How dare these two humans mount its back? It was unforgivable. Meng Jing nearly lost her grip, clinging desperately to Jiang Pingyin's back. "Get down. It's dangerous," Jiang Pinyin shouted. As the daughter of a general, she was under his protection, and he could not allow her to be placed in jeopardy. "No, this exquisite beast captivates me. I desire it. Please subdue it and sell it to me." Meng Jing's legs were somewhat short, making it difficult for her to secure herself on the horse's back, so she wrapped her calves around Jiang Pinyin. Just as Jiang Pinyin intended to speak, the white beast suddenly surged forward with astonishing speed, startling him greatly, prompting him to clutch the creature's neck tightly. Trees raced past them in a blur, their branches striking painfully against him. Meng Jing lay on Jiang Pingyin's back, her eyes squinting in fear, gazing at the galloping beast, her small face etched with astonishment. "This beast is nearly matching my father's speed. Has it already manifested its spirit?" The spirit of a beast is akin to the foundational level of a cultivator. Jiang Pinyin was equally astonished by the beast's velocity. It was truly remarkable. It had not yet manifested its spirit, merely corresponding to the 5th level of Qi training. Impossible. How could a 5th-level beast possess such swiftness? It is not even a flying beast. Meng Jing's voice cracked, clearly overwhelmed upon realizing the creature's capabilities. Chapter 28. The dignity of the beast once the initial shock subsided. Jiang Pinyin was filled with exhilaration. This beast may not possess a high realm, yet its speed was terrifying. If allowed to grow, how formidable would it become? If he could tame it, escaping would be swifter than others. Jiang Pingyin's life philosophy aligned perfectly with his name. Everything was for the sake of peace. Witnessing the beast's prowess, he was even more resolute in his determination not to give up. "You must dismount quickly to avoid danger," Jiang Pinyin cautioned, lowering his head towards Meng Jing, who clung tightly to him. "No, if you are not afraid of danger, then neither am I," Meng Jing declared, her words betraying her fear as she clung even more tightly. Suddenly, she noticed something and shouted, "Ahead is a rock wall." Jiang Pinyin opened his eyes to see a steep rock face looming ahead, towering over 100 meters. The white beast, upon seeing the wall, did not slow down. In fact, it accelerated further. Jiang Pingyin's heart sank. Could this beast intend for them to perish together? At such speed, collision with the wall would surely be fatal. Instinctively, Jiang Pinyin considered abandoning the beast and leaping off, but ultimately decided to take the risk. Even if the beast had a fierce temperament, it would not easily meet its demise. Even should it seek mutual destruction, given his current physical constitution, the likelihood of death was minimal. As they approached the rock wall, Meng Jing panicked. "Hurry down. It intends to perish with us." Jiang Pingyin's gaze remained resolute as he activated his blood qi technique, preparing to endure the impact. Seeing that he showed no intention of dismounting, Meng Jing shouted, "You fool. If I am injured, you shall care for me for the rest of your life." After scolding him, she swiftly closed her eyes, bracing for the impending collision. After a moment, she felt no pain. Instead, Her body leaned backward as a force pulled her downward. What is happening? Meng Jing opened her eyes in confusion and beheld an even more astonishing sight. The white beast, resembling a horse, was racing up the rock wall as if it were level ground. This was a cliff nearly vertical to the earth. What kind of beast is this? Despite Meng Jing's considerable insight, she had never encountered a creature as extraordinary as this ethereal beast. Just a few meters from the cliff's edge, the white beast leaped into the air. In that moment, the moonlight intertwined with the creature, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty. Jiang Pingyuan clung tightly to the beast's neck, while Meng Jing secured her grasp on him. With a thud, the beast landed atop the cliff and began to sprint away at breakneck speed. A soldier from Pingshui County, who had just lowered his head while attending to nature's call, caught a fleeting glimpse of a white shadow, startling him greatly. He looked up but found nothing amiss. Turning to a comrade who was drinking, he exclaimed, "Old Zhao, did you see that white shadow just now?" "See what?" "You're seeing things. Hurry up and finish your business, then get back to drinking," Old Zhao urged, clutching his bottle. "Oh, perhaps I was mistaken," the soldier shivered, adjusting his trousers before returning to his drink. This cliff served as one of the connections between Lianshan County and Pingshui County. Due to its steepness, it was challenging to launch an attack from this side, resulting in a rather lax defense with merely a handful of soldiers on duty. The fleeting white shadow was, in fact, the white beast ridden by Jiang Pingyuan. Meng Jing held on to Jiang Pingyuan tightly, her face pale. "Jiang Pingyuan, it seems we have ventured into Lianshan County," she remarked. Jiang Pingyuan did not respond, his attention captured by the galloping steed, a look of fondness gracing his face. Noticing his lack of comfort, Meng Jing, incensed by his indifference, bit down on his neck. "You stubborn blockhead. You'll never find a wife in this lifetime." Jiang Pingyuan ignored her, reflecting on the words of Old Li, who had said that girls often get inexplicably angry. While Old Li advised appeasing them, Jiang Pingyuan did not find this perspective valid. Why should it always be the man's responsibility to placate? This beast was truly formidable. He must secure it. Within the general's mansion in Lianshan County, Meng Kuo stroked the scar on his face, his gaze fixed on a map as he contemplated strategies for winter warfare. Suddenly, a soldier burst in, exclaiming, "General, this is bad." Meng Kuo reprimanded the soldier. "How many times must I tell you to remain calm at all times? Your panic is utterly unseemly. The young lady is missing." The soldier shouted. "What? What happened? Where has she gone?" Meng Kuo's demeanor shifted dramatically, momentarily forgetting his earlier admonitions. "And Captain Jiang is missing as well," the soldier added, his voice laced with urgency. Initially alarmed, Meng Kuo paused, then exhaled in relief. "There's no need to worry. If something had occurred, they wouldn't both be unaccounted for. Young people often wander off at night. Return to your duties," he stated with a knowing smile. His daughter was growing up. Jiang Pingyuan was a fine lad, talented, diligent in his cultivation, and free of vices. He would make an excellent son-in-law. The white beast galloped until dawn, finally collapsing beside a pool, utterly exhausted. Jiang Pingyuan continued to cling to its neck, wary that it might be feigning fatigue and would flee the moment he released his hold. Given the creature's speed, he knew he could never catch up. "What do you think of my steed?" Jiang Pingyuan inquired. The demon beasts possess intelligence, and this particular creature seems exceptionally astute, capable of comprehending human speech. The demon beast closed its eyes, breathing heavily, disregarding its interlocutor. Jiang Pingyuan retrieved a chi-gathering pill and placed it into the beast's mouth. Initially, the beast intended to spit it out, but upon sensing the potency within, it swallowed it instead. "Follow me, and I shall provide you with one chi-gathering pill each day," Jiang Pingyuan declared. "Chi-gathering pill? You are feeding it a chi-gathering pill? What a waste!" Meng Jing exclaimed in astonishment. One chi-gathering pill is equivalent to 30 or 40 spirit stones, and it also accelerates cultivation. Although this demon beast is formidable, such expenditure is excessive. A daily allocation of one chi-gathering pill amounts to the value of 30 to 40 blood essence pills. Even the general's estate would find it challenging to sustain such a creature. Is Jiang Pingyuan attempting to deceive the demon beast? Meng Jing doubted the abundance of resources Jiang Pingyuan might possess, believing instead that he was misleading the beast. "How about two?" Jiang Pingyuan proposed again. The white demon beast glanced over with evident disdain. "3, 4. Jiang Pingyuan continued to raise the offer. Meng Jing sighed and remarked, "Do not waste your efforts. This demon beast is no ordinary creature, possessing its own pride, unlike others that are easily tamed. She discerned that this beast was exceptional. Despite merely being at the 5th level of Qi training, its speed nearly rivaled that of a Foundation establishment cultivator who cannot fly. It is likely a rare breed of demon beast. Such hybrids are often exceedingly proud, akin to human cultivators, where greater talent breeds greater arrogance. You may slay a genius, but bending their will is a formidable challenge. One last offer, 5 Qi gathering pills a day. If not, then so be it, Jiang Pingan stated. I have already said. Do not waste your efforts. This is a rare beast. Meng Jing's words faltered, her mouth agape in disbelief. She witnessed the once proud creature suddenly turn its head, opening its mouth wide in a display of submission. How shameless. You are a rare breed. How can you yield so easily? What of your pride? Your dignity? Chapter 29. Submission. The moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, casting a gentle autumn ambience. Beneath the night sky, the white horse was surrounded by glimmers of light, its flowing tail swaying gracefully, its mouth agape in a manner that suggested a desire for sustenance. Meng Jing was incensed. This demon beast had struck her face by shamelessly opening its mouth wide. Was it not said that demon beasts are proud? 5 Qi gathering pills, and it concedes? To be fair, 5 Qi gathering pills a day is indeed substantial. With her hands on her slender waist, she confronted Jiang Pingan indignantly. It may have acquiesced, but do you possess enough Qi gathering pills to sustain it? 5 a day is tantamount to the effect of 200 spirit stones. At this price, one could hire a Foundation establishment cultivator to work for them. How could Jiang Pingan possibly have such resources to care for this demon beast? Thus, in the end, this beast shall not submit. Seeing the beast's agreement, Jiang Pingan's lips curled upward slightly as he communicated with his storage bag, from which 4 fragrant Qi gathering pills floated forth. Meng Jing's eyes widened in astonishment once more. This individual truly possesses 5 Qi gathering pills. How could he possibly be wealthier than the daughter of a general? Jiang Pingan grasped 4 Qi gathering pills, his gaze fixated on the beast's golden eyes. Let me be frank. I offer you resources, and you shall serve as my steed. When I can no longer provide you with resources, you are free to depart. However, should you consume my pills and dare to flee, I shall not hold back. In that moment, Jiang Pingan's demeanor grew frigid as he invoked the heavenly fiend technique. Countless corpses materialized around him, a chilling aura pervading the air. Meng Jing and the white beast trembled. Nonetheless, the ominous phenomenon dissipated swiftly, and the pressure weighing on both man and beast vanished abruptly. Jiang Pingan, lacking knowledge of taming beasts, regarded the creature merely as a means to an end, engaging in a transaction. Such conduct appeared foolish to others. Releasing his grip on the creature's neck, he placed the 4 Qi gathering pills into its mouth. I know not what manner of beast you are, so I shall treat you as a horse. From this day forth, you shall be named Xiaobai. What a casual name, Meng Jing quipped from the side. A simple name is easy to sustain. Jiang Pingan dismounted. After consuming 5 Qi gathering pills, the white horse regained some strength and stood once more. A powerful surge suddenly emanated from within, its mane billowing, its coat becoming even whiter and more radiant, a striking sight in the night. It had directly broken through. The white horse cast a complex glance at Jiang Pingan, then, with a haughty air, turned its head away and lay down, choosing not to flee. Jiang Pingan smiled faintly, stroking its silky mane. With this swift beast, his chances of survival would significantly improve. I suggest selling this beast to exchange for resources, Meng Jing whispered to Jiang Pingan. She doubted his ability to provide ample resources for the creature. Selling it could yield a substantial return, making it the most lucrative option. Jiang Pingan remained silent. Dawn was approaching, and after resting for an hour, they would return. He could replicate 10 Qi gathering pills daily. While 5 was a considerable expense, he could still manage it. The costs that ensured survival were always worthwhile. Men are indeed all rogues. Meng Jing, feeling neglected by the boy, was quite displeased. No one had ever treated her with such indifference. Just you wait, I shall defeat you one day. Once I receive the county governor's reward, I will earn even more in subsequent competitions, and my cultivation will rapidly advance. Fuming, Meng Jing sat down to begin her training. She believed his disregard stemmed from viewing her as weak and unworthy of conversation. In truth, she misunderstood. Jiang Pingan was neither overly enthusiastic nor cold to those he had just met. He simply maintained a neutral demeanor, while others showered Meng Jing with warmth. Leading her to perceive Jiang Pingan's normal interactions as aloofness. Jiang Pingyun chose not to explain, instead sitting nearby to admire his newly acquired steed. Meng Jing, devoted to martial arts, could not forego sleep like cultivators could. After a long night, she dozed off as soon as she settled down to train. At dawn, Jiang Pingyun roused Meng Jing, signaling that it was time to return. Meng Jing reluctantly opened her eyes, drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her expression one of endearing bewilderment, devoid of the usual pride and mischief that accompanied her waking moments. As she mounted the magnificent white horse, she initially perched behind Jiang Pingyun, yet a persistent fear of falling compelled her to nestle into his embrace. This behavior, a product of her half-asleep state, elicited a resigned shake of the head from Jiang Pingyun. When she was quiet, she was as amiable as the spirited tiger girl. "Let us proceed," Jiang Pingyun commanded. The white horse, with a disdainful flick of its lip, began to gallop nonetheless. After an hour of swift travel, Jiang Pingyun suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Little White, do you know the way back?" Little White shook its head. "You've been running for an hour without knowing the path?" Jiang Pingyun mused. Sensing a lack of intellect in the creature, he decided it prudent to seek guidance from a villager. Nearby fields indicated the presence of farmers. Upon reaching the summit, Jiang Pingyun spotted a village below, a flicker of joy igniting within him, though it quickly dissipated, replaced by a grimace of fury. At the base of the hill, soldiers and farmers were embroiled in a fierce struggle. "Please, I beg you, spare us. This is our last bit of food. My children are starving. Without this grain, we shall not survive the winter." A farmer pleaded. "I couldn't care less whether you live or die. You refuse to comply? Then perish." A soldier unsheathed his blade, mercilessly striking down a woman who dared to block his path, blood spilling across the ground. "Darling," the husband, witnessing his wife's brutal demise, erupted in primal rage. "You beasts! You have taken all the harvest this year. How are we to survive? If you deny us life, then let us all perish. I shall revolt. I too will resist." Driven to desperation, the farmers seized their tools and charged at the soldiers. The soldiers, scoffing with contempt, dismissed their efforts, declaring, "Fools! You think you can stand against us? Kill the men, and the women shall be taken to the barracks." With ruthless precision, the soldiers wielded their swords against the insurrectionists. One by one, the farmers fell, while a frail child sat weeping on the ground, the mournful cries echoing throughout the village, staining the earth crimson. Ordinary villagers, untrained and ill-equipped, stood no chance against the armed forces. "You are doomed." A thunderous voice suddenly erupted, startling both sides. A youth, astride a striking white steed, charged forward. The majestic horse trampled a soldier intent on harming the villagers, crushing his skull. Captain Jiang Jun, witnessing the scene, roared in fury, "You little brat! How dare you lay hands on our soldiers? You've signed your death warrant. Leave that horse behind, kneel and apologize, or I shall slaughter your entire family." For the first time, Jiang Jun beheld such a magnificent steed, pure white without a hint of blemish, instantly captivated by its value. Fearing for the horse's safety, he demanded the boy dismount. "Huh? Slay my family?" Jiang Pingyun, surveying the carnage around him, erupted into a furious laugh. "You wretches are no different from bandits. You all deserve to die? Only those who have endured such suffering can truly comprehend the burden these villagers bear." After a year of arduous toil, the meager rations were snatched away, and as if that were not enough, threats of murder loomed, treating them with utter disdain. "You wretched bastard, you are nothing. I shall say this one last time. Dismount at once, or I will annihilate your entire family." Jiang Jun thundered. "Captain, he seems to be that one." A soldier trembled, fear evident in his eyes, his body shaking uncontrollably. "Who? A scion of some affluent family? Speak clearly." Jiang Jun kicked the stammering soldier, sending him tumbling. "It's the one who killed Captain Cui Xiao and Captain Su Hao," the soldier shouted in terror. Chapter 30. Captain Marin upon recognizing the youth's identity. The ferocity on Jiang Jun's face abruptly froze, giving way to sheer panic. A closer inspection of the young man revealed subtle changes. The earlier innocence had faded, yet his resemblance remained striking. Jiang Jun's heart filled with dread. He had only recently assumed the position of squad leader, barely matching Captain Cui Xiao's prowess. The fact that this youth had slain Su Hao indicated that he was significantly more formidable. As he beheld Jiang Pingyun's murderous intent, Jiang Jun fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Young master, I was forced into this. It was our Captain Marin who compelled me. I never wished to harm innocents. But if I do not act, Those above will kill me. I implore you, spare my wretched life. I shall renounce my military status and never harm anyone again." Just as he begged for mercy, a vast cloud of dust arose in the distance as hundreds of cavalrymen approached. Jiang Zhen, kneeling on the ground, suddenly felt a surge of elation, springing to his feet to sneer at Jiang Pinyin. "You little brat, your end is nigh. Our Captain Marin is coming with 300 cavalry. Huh, you foolishly dared to return. Prepare to meet your doom." Before he could finish, a fireball hurtled towards him, engulfing his entire body in flames. "Ah!" Jiang Zhen shrieked in agony, collapsing to the ground, rolling desperately in an attempt to extinguish the inferno. But this was no ordinary flame. It was conjured by a cultivator and would not yield easily. Amidst his heart-rending cries, Jiang Zhen was consumed by the flames, enduring excruciating pain until his last breath. Not only he, but several other soldiers also perished in the blaze. The villagers, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of vindication. "Little brother, you must flee and avenge us in the future," a wounded villager shouted anxiously. They were well aware of Jiang Pingyin's story. It had spread throughout Ping Shui County. Only if this youth survived could he slay more vile individuals and exact revenge for them. "Huh, you little rascal. How dare you return?" Marin exclaimed upon spotting Jiang Pinyin, nearly convinced he was mistaken. This fool had not stayed hidden in Lianshan County, but had audaciously returned to Ping Shui County. Was this not courting death? Wait, why does the girl in his arms look so familiar? She is Meng Jing, the daughter of General Meng Kuo from Lianshan County. Marin felt as though fate were smiling upon him, presenting an opportunity for great merit. If he could eliminate both Jiang Pinyin and Meng Jing, it would be a tremendous achievement. With such a feat, he could approach the county magistrate to negotiate for more advanced martial arts techniques. With the acquisition of advanced martial arts techniques, he would transcend to the level of a martial master, liberating himself from the identity of a mere captain and ascending to the esteemed rank of a general. Marin had already begun to envision himself clad in the regalia of a general. A thunderous laugh erupted from him as he unsheathed his saber and galloped towards Jiang Pinyin and Meng Jing. In his eyes, they were not merely two individuals, but rather two illustrious military achievements ripe for the taking. Meng Jing recognized her adversaries, her heart swelling with despair. The duo comprised two of the most formidable captains from Lian County, perilously close to the 9th tier of Qi cultivation. To be targeted by such formidable foes, especially with hundreds of soldiers in tow, was tantamount to a death sentence. "Jiang Pinyin, you have condemned me. In my next life, you shall wash my feet for eternity." With gritted teeth, Meng Jing resolved to dismount from her beast and confront the enemy head-on, only to be firmly embraced by Jiang Pinyin around her slender waist. "Hold on tight. I shall lead you to victory." Pressed against Jiang Pingyin's chest, Meng Jing felt an unusual warmth envelop her. A peculiar current coursing through her heart as she gazed up at the stoic youth before her. He was a captain, far beyond her capabilities. She should flee while they still had the chance. Yet Jiang Pinyin did not retreat. Instead, he infused his runic blade with spiritual energy, causing several basic runes to shimmer along its length. "Xiaobai, charge with all your might." At the command, the beast's legs bent slightly before it surged forward with incredible speed. A blinding flash of white light swept past before Marin could grasp the situation. Jiang Pinyin had already closed the distance. What kind of steed is this? So swift. A jolt of fear coursed through Marin's mind. Just as the thought formed, a burst of runic brilliance erupted before him. A blade struck forth, shattering his life-saving talisman. The force of the blow sent Marin hurtling through the air. Shock, terror, and disbelief churned within him. Impossible. How can you possess such strength? As he landed and steadied himself, Marin's astonishment only deepened as he stared at Jiang Pinyin. Had it not been for the protective charm, he would have been doomed. The same individual he had so easily incapacitated a month ago had transformed into a powerhouse in such a short span. Jiang Pinyin narrowed his eyes, noting the runes once more. Were it not for the runes, he could have dispatched Marin with a single stroke. Once again, he urged Xiaobai towards Marin. In a frenzy, Marin retreated while simultaneously retrieving a communication rune, infusing it with spiritual energy and shouting into it, "General, Jiang Pinyin and the daughter of Meng Ku, Meng Jing, have strayed into our territory in Ping Shui County at He Go Zi Township. Urgent assistance required." "Oh no, it's a sound transmission rune," Meng Jing exclaimed anxiously. The sound transmission rune, a rare and costly talisman, could convey a message when infused with energy and would subsequently ignite, transmitting the information to another rune instantaneously. Such runes were typically reserved for emergencies, and Marin deemed this moment critical. Reluctantly, he resorted to using the sound transmission rune. Feeling an unsettling shift, Jiang Pingin's strength was unnaturally formidable, and that peculiar white steed moved with an eerie swiftness. Jiang Pingin had reached Marin once more, raising his blade anew. "No matter your strength, you cannot slay me," Marin exclaimed, summoning all his might to counterattack. At that very moment, a glimmer flashed in Jiang Pingin's right eye. The opponent's movement suddenly halted, albeit momentarily. This was due to the toll it took on his mental and spiritual energy when employing the power of his right eye. The stronger the adversary, the greater the depletion of energy required for control. The opponent was formidable, and a strong hold would result in significant consumption. However, that brief pause had diminished much of their strength, achieving its intended effect. Both wielders' blades simultaneously conjured 3 phantoms. Marin's pupils constricted sharply. The 3rd level of the phantom blade. The opponent had surprisingly mastered the 3rd level. Marin had spent decades honing his skills, only grasping the 3rd level in recent years, while this youth was merely 14. Having practiced the phantom blade technique for only 2 months, this boy is a prodigy in martial arts. Clang! The blades collided, sparking a shower of flames. Marin felt a terrifying force surge through his right arm. His weapon was knocked away, his arm trembled violently, and blood flowed from his hand. The 2nd level of the tremor blade technique. Meng Jing, held in Jiang Pingin's embrace, gaped in disbelief. Just a month prior, she had imparted the tremor blade technique to him, and he had already mastered the 2nd level. Jiang Pingin twirled his blade, sending a massive head soaring into the air. Blood sprang forth. The expression on that head was one of utter disbelief. He could not fathom that the boy he had easily subdued a month ago now possessed the power to vanquish him in an instant. The hundreds of soldiers rushing forward suddenly froze, terror etched on their faces. The captain was dead. Chapter 31. Crisis of the Lianshan Army in merely 2 moves. The captain fell at the hands of the youth. Marin was one of the 2 strongest captains in Pingshui County, and yet he had perished in the blink of an eye. For masters, every moment in battle is a matter of life and death, but to the onlookers, it appeared as though the 2 had merely exchanged a few blows. Meng Jing pinched herself discreetly, suspecting she was trapped in a dream. Jiang Pingin had, astonishingly, slain Captain Marin. The captain was dead. Shoot. Quickly shoot arrows. Hundreds of soldiers were paralyzed with fear. In just 2 months, this youth had grown to such an extent. Jiang Pingin had nearly been killed by Marin's kick not long ago, and it was only thanks to Li Yuntian's intervention that he was saved. Today, it seemed, was a moment of vengeance. As he observed the hundreds of soldiers preparing to draw their bows, Jiang Pingin bellowed, "Xiao Bai, charge into the crowd." Only by entering the throng could they be prevented from using their arrows. Xiao Bai galloped forth, deftly dodging left and right, racing into the masses. Jiang Pingin wielded his blade, venting his pent-up rage. It was their oppression that had led to his parents' demise. Their inaction had allowed bandits to slaughter villagers. This wretched group had caused countless innocents to perish from starvation. They deserved to die. The blade shimmered, a cold light bursting forth, amid the hundreds of soldiers. 1 man and 1 horse moved as if in a world devoid of barriers. Only blood could quell Jiang Pingin's fury. Only corpses could suppress his hatred. Die? They all deserve to die? With a surge of energy from his right eye, he unleashed the celestial destruction technique. Countless spectral bodies drifted in the void, an ominous aura enveloping the vicinity for dozens of meters, while the chilling atmosphere rendered the surrounding horses and soldiers motionless. Jiang Pingin raised his hand, unleashing 3 fireballs that crashed into the crowd, while his other hand wielded a blade, reaping their lives. Meng Jing was transfixed. It was her first encounter with such a grotesque and terrifying version of Jiang Pingin. Yet, she did not feel fear. Rather, she sensed a radiant glow emanating from him, rendering all others before him dull and lackluster. The villagers in the distance were equally astonished. Was this still a human? A youth facing hundreds of soldiers, and somehow gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, at the border between Lian County and Pingshui County, both sides were acutely aware that winter heralded the onset of battle, and the troop deployments at the front lines were steadily increasing. General Su Tao of Pingshui County was inspecting the front line when he suddenly sensed something amiss and retrieved a talisman from his pocket. The runes ignited, and the anxious voice of Marin echoed forth. General, Jiang Pingyun and Meng Kuo's daughter, Meng Jing, have inadvertently entered our territory in Haiguzi Township. Immediate support is required. Su Tao was taken aback. How could Jiang Pingyun and Meng Kuo's daughter be within their borders? Marin would not jest. This was undoubtedly true. Huh, heaven is aiding me. These two fools. Meng Kuo's daughter has wandered over here. Su Tao laughed maniacally. Summon the troops. Let us advance directly against Lian County. He initially intended to capture them. For Meng Kuo's daughter held significant value. She was his Achilles heel. However, contemplating further, there were only Jiang Pingyun and Meng Jing on that side. With Marin present, these two could not possibly escape. They would surely be eliminated. It was best to launch a surprise attack on Lian County. The enemy would be caught off guard. And afterward, this incident could be used to psychologically undermine Meng Kuo. Taking Lian County and eliminating Meng Kuo would be accomplished today. Upon receiving the general's orders, the frontline soldiers swiftly assembled. Apart from those gathering provisions and stationed in the county town, 3,500 soldiers were present at the front lines. The sudden assault indeed caught Lian County off guard. Lian County soldiers retreated over 10 miles. However, with Meng Kuo and his men arriving with their soldiers, they formed a grand formation, transitioning from defense to offense. The soldiers on both sides arranged themselves, establishing military might and engaging in mutual attacks. Military might, a unique force composed of soldiers, essentially represents the collective strength of all individuals, forming a colossal weapons phantom. This phantom bears the combined power of all. Above both armies loomed a gigantic sword, manipulated by each general. As the titanic swords from both sides clashed, dust erupted, trees were uprooted, and the clouds in the sky were tumultuously stirred, creating a formidable spectacle. Only when the military might of both sides dissipated did individual combat commence. However, dismantling the opposing military might was no simple task. Haha, Meng Kuo, do you not feel that something is amiss? Su Tao, mounted on his warhorse, controlled the military sword's assault from the front. In conditions of equal strength, there are two methods to dismantle an opponent's military might. The first is to disrupt the enemy's formation, thereby affecting the cohesion of their momentum. The second type, the pivotal figure influencing military might, is none other than the manipulator. Su Tao's forces are outnumbered and find themselves at a disadvantage in the military confrontation. Yet, he wears a grotesque smile of assured victory. A sense of foreboding envelopes Meng Kuo as he senses something amiss. The enemy's sudden offensive, coupled with their audacity to laugh despite their unfavorable position, clearly indicates they possess some form of preparation. Noticing that his opponent appears oblivious, Su Tao boisterously exclaims, "Haha, it seems you are still unaware. Allow me to enlighten you about your daughter and the one you rescued, Jiang Pingyun." Meng Kuo's expression shifts drastically. The great sword above his head flickers ominously. His mental state influences the entire military formation. Su Tao continues to laugh maniacally, proclaiming, "Your daughter and that little scoundrel Jiang Pingyun are currently in my domain of Pingshui County." At this moment, Marin is leading his 300 cavalrymen in pursuit of the two. What? Meng Kuo's complexion pales. His only vulnerability lies with his daughter. However, how could she and Jiang Pingyun possibly end up in enemy territory? Though improbable, the audacity of the attack suggests that it must be true. His daughter and Jiang Pingyun have indeed vanished. Marin is renowned, one of the two most likely candidates to become a general in the future, his strength beyond question. With 300 cavalrymen at his disposal to hunt down Jiang Pingyun and his daughter, it is inconceivable that they could withstand him, regardless of their innate talents. As Meng Kuo's mental state falters, the military might forming in the skies diminishes abruptly. Su Tao seizes the opportunity, commanding the great sword to launch a frenzied assault. Haha, your daughter is so beautiful, and at such a young age, she possesses the potential to bring calamity to the nation. TSK. That scoundrel Marin is notoriously lecherous. One can only speculate what he might do to your daughter. The military strength from Lianshan County continues to wane. Each soldier feeling the mounting pressure, their faces growing pallid, breaths labored. General, do not heed his deceitful words. Steady yourselves. Li Yuntian shouts from the side. If this continues, once their military might is shattered, they will become mere lambs to the slaughter. Deceitful words? Yet where are Jiang Pingyun and Meng Jing? Su Tao's visage is alight with the joy of impending victory. Soon, Lianshan County will be his. This would be a significant military achievement, sure to please the county magistrate. With such a feat, further advancement will be within easy reach. Meng Kuo bites his tongue, seeking to steady himself through the pain. Yet thoughts of his daughter's safety send his heart into disarray. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the mental state is not something easily controlled. Otherwise, everyone would be capable of extraordinary willpower, and everyone would rise above the rest. This is why it is said that compassion does not govern armies, and righteousness does not govern wealth. Many who command armies and wealth cultivate a ruthless path, rendering themselves devoid of vulnerabilities. Only in this manner can one maximize their potential and lead their forces to triumph. Crack. After enduring for an hour, the military might manifested above Lianshan County explodes. As each soldier feels an overwhelming force crash against their chests, leaving them uncomfortable. Haha, little Meng Kuo, I have triumphed. Chapter 32, Victory. Lianshan County is now mine. Su Tao. Su Tao cackles maniacally, urging the military might of the great sword towards Meng Kuo. Although Meng Kuo is a martial master capable of withstanding a few blows, ultimately, he is destined to perish. Everyone, retreat at once. Meng Kuo roared, his eyes ablaze, his face reflecting the grim determination of one ready to face death. He was prepared to sacrifice himself to fend off the enemy's assault, buying precious time for the soldiers behind him. With his daughter lost and his army in ruins, he no longer wished to live. There was no escape. The colossal sword of the enemy swung toward him. Just as Meng Kuo braced himself to resist, the sword above him suddenly vanished. Everyone on the battlefield stood in stunned silence. What was happening? Why had the sword disappeared? The formation of the Ping Shui County Army had not been broken. Suddenly, realization dawned upon the crowd as they turned to look behind the Ping Shui County forces. They beheld a blood-soaked youth, riding a white steed, wildly brandishing his sword. Fireballs erupted, and the spectral shadows of the deceased painted the air crimson. The army's formation was shattered, and panic ensued as those nearby fled in terror. Peace. Jiang Pingan. At the sight of the youth's apparition, both Meng Kuo and Su Tao exclaimed, one in exhilaration, the other in seething rage. Dad. Meng Jing cried out in excitement upon seeing her father. Xiao Jing. Meng Kuo wept tears of joy. How is this possible? How are you still alive? Su Tao bellowed furiously upon witnessing Jiang Pingan dismantling the general's formation. What is that useless Marin doing? Amidst the throng of soldiers, Jiang Pingan surged forth. The white beast beneath him untouched by blood, pure and immaculate, as he raced across the bodies like a tempest. In the chaos, he seemed invincible. You little bastard. You shall pay. Su Tao fumed, realizing that the imminent defeat of Meng Kuo was thwarted by Jiang Pingan's intervention. As Su Tao prepared to confront him on horseback, a terrifying presence loomed behind him, prompting him to swiftly raise his blade in defense. Your opponent is me. Meng Kuo had abandoned all defense, attacking recklessly. With his daughter nearly harmed and his army on the brink of annihilation, he felt compelled to act, striving to alleviate his inner turmoil. The two martial masters clashed in a ferocious battle, creating a no-go zone for anyone within hundreds of meters. The shockwaves from their confrontation sent stones flying, lethal to any ordinary martial artist. Jiang Pingan charged through the Ping Shui County troops and reached Li Tianyun's side. Old Li, take good care of her, he said, gently setting down Meng Jing. Li Yun Tian, witnessing the bloodied and fierce Jiang Pingan, struggled to articulate his thoughts. Jiang Pingan fed little white 5 qi gathering pills and consumed 2 blood qi pills himself before rejoining the fray. Kill. The soldiers of Lianshan, who had narrowly escaped obliteration, felt a surge of determination upon seeing the youth engaged in combat with the general, roaring as they charged forward. The chaos of battle was imminent. With Jiang Pingan gone, Meng Jing felt an emptiness, as if something vital was missing. Li Yun Tian, observing her expression, chuckled. The youth moves swiftly. It won't be easy to catch up. You mustn't indulge in playfulness any longer. Who wants to chase him? I'm not interested. Even if I play, I'm still more formidable than he is. Meng Jing retorted, baring her small tiger teeth as she drew her dagger and plunged into the battlefield. Li Yun Tian shook his head with a smile. Knowing that Meng Jing's potential was not inferior to Jiang Pingan's, she merely indulged too much in frivolity, treating her training with a casual attitude. His gaze fell upon the blood-clad youth on the white horse, and his expression grew distant. This youth shall undoubtedly become renowned throughout the Black Wind County. The clash of swords and shields, the collision of blades and armor, weaves a symphony of life and death. With each swing, and every impact. The air is thick with the essence of a decisive battle. The cacophony of slaughter, the cries of battle, and the wails of the fallen merge into a singular tumult. The setting sun casts its glow, autumn winds whisper, and the glint of blades dances in the fading light. Arrows fly, spears thrust, and life hangs by a thread. The young warrior, riding alone, wields his long blade with devastating force. "Brat, prepare to die," roars a captain of the enemy, brandishing a spear as he charges forth. His weapon striking like a dragon, its edge gleaming fiercely. Yet, Jiang Pingyuan effortlessly seizes the spear through the lens of his right eye. The enemy's movements slow to the pace of a snail. With a swift stroke, the captain's head falls, severed from his body. Those soldiers who contemplated ambushing Jiang Pingyuan are paralyzed with fear at this sight. The captain was dispatched as easily as a cucumber. What manner of prodigy is this youth? Barely 14 or 15 years of age. At that moment, a sudden uproar arises from the rear of Pingshui County. "Kill! Slay these rascals who steal our provisions. Overthrow the general of Pingshui County. Cut them down, avenge our kin." A throng of farmers, armed with makeshift weapons, surges onto the battlefield. Their eyes aflame with righteous anger. This is an opportunity for rebellion. They must strive for their future. In truth, Meng Qua's intention to rescue Jiang Pingyuan was to win the hearts of the people of Pingshui County. The soldiers of Pingshui County had treated the populace poorly. By saving Jiang Pingyuan and spreading his exploits, he aimed to incite a wave of public sentiment advocating for resistance. However, Meng Qua had yet to rally the people when the war erupted. All of this was instigated by Jiang Pingyuan, who had eliminated Malin and his soldiers, leaving behind a cache of weapons. The villagers seized these arms and, alongside others from neighboring villages, charged toward the county town of Pingshui. The townsfolk joined in the uprising, a multitude surging into the fray. Though the populace lacked military prowess, their sheer numbers were formidable. Tens of thousands of civilians gathering together instilled far greater fear than a mere few thousand soldiers standing as one. Under the combined onslaught of the civilians and the soldiers of Lianshan County, death claimed many and surrender beckoned others. Why? Why has it come to this? Su Tao, realizing the tide had turned against him, roared in furious despair, his voice reverberating through the air. His plans had been meticulously crafted to eliminate Meng Jing and dismantle Meng Qua's military might, thereby securing victory. Under normal circumstances, events would have unfolded as he envisioned. Yet, he had not anticipated the emergence of that once disdained youth. The young warrior's decisive strike against Malin had shattered the military's momentum and altered the course of the conflict. Su Tao swiftly produced a talisman and infused it with spiritual energy. "The spirit realm shall ensure that your great Xia kingdom pays dearly. Jiang Pingyuan, you little wretch. Do not expect a moment's peace in this life. I will see you dead." The runes glimmered with radiant light as Su Tao let out a final roar. And in an instant, his form vanished from sight. It was an exceedingly rare teleportation talisman. Su Tao, unencumbered by sentiment, fled with reckless abandon. The fallen were lost to him. He could not afford to perish. With the mountains still standing, there would be no shortage of firewood. As their general fled, the remaining soldiers abandoned all thoughts of resistance and surrendered outright. The battlefield fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into cheers. "The soldiers of Pingshui County have been vanquished. Oh, child, you see, those who caused your hunger have perished. Mother, these scoundrels have finally met their demise. May you rest in peace." The oppressed citizens of Pingshui County wept tears of joy, many embracing their loved ones. As Jiang Pingyuan observed the happiness of the crowd, his murderous intent gradually dissipated. Sheathing his blade, he wearily ran his fingers through Xiao Bai's fur and weakly uttered, "Let us depart." Xiao Bai shook his head and gently dragged the exhausted Jiang Pingyuan away. Meng Jing returned home victorious from the war, filled with elation, yet for some reason, she longed to share her joy with that young man. Soon, she spotted the striking white horse. The steed bore the youth, departing step by step against the setting sun, his solitary silhouette starkly contrasting with the jubilant soldiers and citizens around him. "Hey, where are you going?" "Lian County is in the opposite direction," Meng Jing called out as she hurried to catch up. "To pay my respects to my parents," Jiang Pingyuan replied calmly. Meng Jing was taken aback. She had just learned of his loss. Chapter 33. The Ninth Princess Father. Has Jiang Pingyuan returned? Meng Jing paced back and forth in her room. Her red boots clicking against the floor, her slender legs bound with cloth strips, her small face etched with anxiety, unsure of where to place her hands. Sitting at his desk, Meng Kuo rubbed his temples. You've asked that nearly 30 times today. But he had been gone for a day, and still had not returned. What if Su Tao, that old rogue, sought revenge on Jiang Pingyuan? A deep worry shadowed Meng Jing's delicate brows. Meng Kuo regarded his daughter with a bemused smile. Are you concerned for Pingyuan? Who's worried about him? Meng Jing exclaimed. Resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I intend to surpass him. If he dies just like that, how can I ever achieve my goal? At that moment, a soldier entered, cupping his fists in salute. General, Captain Jiang has returned. He is back. Meng Jing's heart soared with delight as she eagerly prepared to rush outside. However, a sudden thought halted her steps. She composed her expression, seated herself beside the pastries, feigning indifference. Meng Kuo moved to greet Jiang Pingyuan, who had just entered. Upon seeing him, joy and excitement lit up Meng Kuo's face. Quickly, come sit. The success of this war and its early conclusion are all thanks to you. You forced Su Tao into a reckless attack, disrupted the formation, and saved me and the soldiers. Without you, even engaging in winter warfare might not have guaranteed victory. Moreover, at such a young age, you possess the prowess to slay figures of Marin's caliber. Your future holds limitless potential. General, I sincerely apologize for the distress caused to the young lady. Jiang Pingyuan offered, taking responsibility for leading Meng Jing into Pingshui County, where they were nearly ambushed. It is not your fault. My daughter is quite mischievous and insisted on following you. Meng Kuo replied, already aware of the circumstances that led them to Pingshui County. Holding no blame against Jiang Ping, and Meng Jing pouted in dissatisfaction. Her father had changed, as he had never reproached her before. Meng Kuo, lacking his usual imposing presence, smiled and said, I have already dispatched a message to the county magistrate using a teleportation talisman. In light of your commendable service, the magistrate will soon issue rewards. If all goes as expected, with your remarkable talents, the county magistrate will undoubtedly extend an invitation for you to participate in the grand competition of the 100 counties. Should you achieve a commendable rank, the rewards will be even more substantial. Jiang Pingyuan was momentarily taken aback. The grand competition of the 100 counties? What is that? It was the first time he had heard of such an event, presumably a contest of sorts. Meng Jing, seated beside him, swung her legs and elucidated. It is a battle involving the prodigies from over 100 counties, all under the age of 18. I previously participated in the Genius Battle of Hafen County, which was a preparatory event for this grand competition. I barely qualified by securing the 10th position, and that was merely the preliminary selection. At that moment, an exclamation rang out from outside. The 9th princess has arrived. Meng Kuo, Li Yuntian, and others immediately changed their expressions, hastily rising to kneel on one knee, clasping their fists in salute. Even the mischievous Meng Jing became obedient, following suit. Jiang Pingyuan mimicked their gesture of respect. The 9th princess? The princess of the Daxia dynasty? Soon, a young woman gracefully entered the room, clad in a light, gauzy dress of willow green and oriole yellow, her figure elegantly curvaceous. Her long hair was elegantly coiled, adorned with several translucent jade hairpins, and exquisite jewelry swayed with her movements. Her demeanor was refined and gentle, each step reminiscent of a graceful ancient dance. Beautiful, mature, captivating, her eyes, as profound as the starry sky, ensnared the hearts of those who beheld her. County magistrate. A group of individuals respectfully greeted her. Rise. The woman's voice was imbued with a captivating resonance that elicited an inexplicable fondness. County magistrate, why did you not inform us in advance? I could have prepared accordingly. Meng Kuo said, standing with a deferential expression. After all, she was not only the magistrate of Hafen County, but also the 9th princess of the Daxia dynasty. No need for preparations. I merely came to take a look, she replied with a smile, moving towards Meng Jing and affectionately ruffling her hair. Little Jing has become even more impressive. I've been diligently practicing these past few days, Meng Jing replied, appearing as endearing as a little kitten. Meng Kuo beamed at the sight of his daughter so close to the 9th princess, realizing the opportunity this presented for her. Continue your diligent training. Strive for significant progress in the next 6 months. Summer Qing possessed none of the haughty demeanor one might expect. Instead, she resembled a friendly neighbor. I will surely surpass that fellow, Meng Jing declared, defiantly glancing at Jiang Pingyuan. Summer Qing's gaze then fell upon Jiang Pingyuan. Although the youth appeared rather youthful, the determination and composure reflected in his brows were rare for someone of his age. "You are Jiang Pingan?" "Yes," County Magistrate Jiang Pingan responded, clasping his fists in greeting. "So, the ninth princess is indeed the magistrate of Haifeng County. There is no need to be so formal. My visit today primarily concerns you," Summer Qing said as she approached Jiang Pingan, gently resting her hand on his head. "Your spiritual cultivation talent is quite ordinary." Her slender fingers pressed against his brow, and a drop of blood suddenly emerged from thin air. After scrutinizing him for a moment, she remarked, "Your physical cultivation talent is quite commendable. If you focus on physical cultivation, you will achieve certain accomplishments. However, it would be wise to abandon spiritual cultivation, as it may hinder your progress." In just a brief period, she had discerned Jiang Pingan's potential. However, she appeared unfazed, as if accustomed to such talent. "Jiang Pingan, I wish to extend an invitation for you to participate in the 100 Counties Championship. Will you accept?" Li Yuntian hastily nudged Jiang Pingan, recognizing this as an opportunity not to be missed. Jiang Pingan nodded and replied, "I will participate, although I am not yet familiar with the nature of this competition. This is merely a quota. Your participation hinges on your growth over the next 6 months," Li Yuntian clarified. "Now, let us discuss your military achievements. Your performance has been commendable. What rewards do you desire?" Xia Qing seemed pressed for time, cutting to the chase without any pleasantries. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Pingan stated, "I wish to acquire the supreme secret art of the great Xia." He aspired to attain immortality and sought a means to resurrect the deceased. Li Lao had previously mentioned that perhaps only through mastering the supreme secret art could one hope to ascend to immortality. Thus, his desire for this profound technique was born. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room abruptly froze, each person staring at Jiang Pingan in stunned silence, as if they had misheard him. This was akin to picking up a copper coin and, when seeking a reward, demanding a cartload of gold. A jest, indeed. After a brief pause, Xia Qing, rather than being angered, suddenly burst into laughter, her smile dazzling enough to render the sun itself dim. "Young man, this secret art is not for the ordinary. If you manage to secure a place among the top 10 in the 100 Counties Championship, I shall impart this art to you. It is a deal." Jiang Pingan had merely broached the subject tentatively, yet upon receiving agreement, he felt a surge of excitement within. Meanwhile, Meng Jing, unable to contain herself, lightly kicked the young man and admonished, "Do you understand what securing a top 10 position in the 100 Counties Championship entails?" Jiang Pingan shook his head. Meng Jing, exasperated, explained, "It means competing against the top talents selected from hundreds of counties, all vying in this grand tournament. In other words, over 10,000 prodigies will partake in the 100 Counties Championship. If you lack the strength of a martial artist or foundational practitioner, you won't even breach the top 5,000. Furthermore, many competitors will be late-stage foundational cultivators, possessing formidable bloodlines and mastery over various secret techniques. For ordinary individuals like us, merely entering the top 1,000 would be an impressive feat." Jiang Pingan felt a shiver run through him. He had not anticipated such fierce competition in this championship, especially given the presence of numerous foundational and martial artists. He had believed his strength to be formidable among his peers, yet now it seemed woefully ordinary. The world of cultivation was vast, and the small county of Lianshan was merely a speck in comparison. However, Jiang Pingan was undeterred and resolutely proclaimed, "I will strive diligently. If effort alone sufficed, what need would there be for prodigies?" Meng Jing shot him a disapproving glance. This man was still naive. Once he encountered true prodigies, he would truly comprehend the vastness of the disparities. Xia Qing smiled lightly, not genuinely expecting the young man to break into the top 10. She was merely teasing him. Casually, she tossed a storage bag to Jiang Pingan. "Inside are your rewards for this military achievement and the resources for your cultivation this month. I have inscribed the technique onto a jade slip with your blood. Only you can view it, for others will trigger its self-destruction. The technique is called the dominant body formula, created by the most formidable lineage of the human race. It encompasses a single layer, and if you manage to cultivate it, it will suffice for you until the golden coarse stage." Upon hearing this explanation, Meng Qua and the others were taken aback. A technique crafted by the strongest physical lineage of humanity? How terrifying this technique must be. Xia Qing continued, "This art is exceptionally domineering. Most individuals cannot endure it. If you lack the innate talent for cultivating this technique, Come to Haifeng County in a month, and I shall exchange it for another body technique. She advised them to resolve any sundry matters within the month, as the ensuing 5 months would be dedicated to specialized training. Enough of this. We shall discuss other matters later. General Meng, tend to Ping Shui County diligently. Xia Qing affectionately ruffled Meng Jing's little head before turning to depart. Her purpose for coming was solely to glimpse these two young prodigies in preparation for the competition. A pivotal event for her that would determine her ability to return to the great Xia imperial city. She also needed to seek other talents elsewhere. Xia Qing arrived in haste and left just as swiftly, prompting a collective sigh of relief from Li Yuntian and the others. Although she did not exude any palpable aura, her presence instilled an immense pressure upon them. This was the direct descendant of the great Xia dynasty, a terrifying entity capable of annihilating an entire county with a mere slap. The rewards for securing Ping Shui County would be dispatched through the military, and Jiang Pingyan, being a special talent, received his reward first. Meng Qua addressed Jiang Pingyan and Meng Jing. The competition in half a year will significantly influence your future paths. If you perform well and earn the princess's favor, your achievements will be limitless. He then encouraged them to commence their training, stating, "We depart in 25 days. Lianshan County is too small to accommodate you two geniuses. You deserve a grander stage." Jiang Pingyan clasped his fists respectfully, saying, "General, please treat the citizens of Ping Shui County with kindness." He did not wish for the tragedies he had endured to befall others. "Rest assured, I have already sent back the grain collected from Ping Shui County and prepared to exempt its people from taxes for 3 years. Farmers without food or seeds may borrow from us," Meng Kuo reassured him, patting Jiang Pingyan's shoulder. He admired the kindness of this young man. Noting how many who pursued cultivation became indifferent, brutal, and callous towards life. Yet this boy remained true to his heart. Jiang Pingyan bowed deeply to Meng Kuo, reflecting that had his parents encountered such a benevolent person, perhaps misfortune would not have struck. Turning away, Jiang Pingyan resolved to focus on his cultivation, determined to strive with all his might for the ultimate secret arts of the great Xia. Only then would he have the greatest chance of approaching immortality. "Jiang Pingyan, I shall cultivate diligently as well, and watch as I surpass you," Meng Jing called out as she followed behind. Meng Kuo and Li Yuntian exchanged smiles as they observed the two youths. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing, filled with dreams and vigor. Upon returning to his chamber, Jiang Pingyan opened the storage bag that Xia Qing had presented to him. The space within was remarkably vast, akin to the size of a courtyard. It contained a considerable quantity of spirit stones. Upon scanning with his divine sense, he counted a total of 3,000. For an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, this was a substantial fortune. The princess was indeed generous. After ensuring the spirit stones were secure, he retrieved 3 vials of elixirs. The first vial bore the inscription Blood Spirit Pill. Upon seeing those 3 characters, a gleam of joy shone in Jiang Pingyan's eyes, unable to be concealed. The Blood Spirit Pill surpassed the Blood Qi Pill by several tiers, being a medicinal elixir employed by martial masters. It contained an immense reservoir of blood energy, immensely beneficial for cultivation. Within this vial resided 5 blood spirit pills. Upon opening the container and inhaling a single breath, Jiang Pingyan felt a surge of blood energy within him, his blood coursing faster, granting him a slight enhancement in martial prowess. The value of this solitary vial of blood spirit pills alone exceeded 3,000 spirit stones. Turning his gaze to the other 2 vials, one contained a breakthrough pill, and the other, a foundation establishment pill. Both of these medicinal concoctions were even more costly than the blood spirit pill. The breakthrough pill, akin to the foundation establishment pill, is utilized for transcending realms. However, the distinction lies in their application. The breakthrough pill is for martial practitioners aiming to progress, while the foundation establishment pill is for cultivators seeking to advance. Due to their unique breakthrough properties and high demand, each pill commands a price of 10,000 spirit stones. This surpasses the cost of many pills suitable for the foundation establishment stage. Though only a single pill of each type was present, Jiang Pingyan felt it was more than sufficient. Finally, his eyes settled on the most valuable item, the jade slip. This slip sealed within it a technique known as the dominating body art. According to the princess, it was the pinnacle of martial arts created by the mightiest family of physical cultivators among the human race. The cultivation realm is replete with formidable families, each possessing unique bloodlines. Some bloodlines are so powerful that their offspring are born with foundation establishment capabilities, while others exhibit rapid cultivation speeds, advancing as effortlessly as quenching thirst. Some individuals are innately capable of controlling flames, endowed with heightened spiritual perception. In essence, the world boasts a myriad of potent bloodlines, and few can assert which is superior. Yet now, Xiaqing proclaimed that there existed a family recognized as the strongest in human physique. The implications of such an identity were profoundly intimidating. The techniques they crafted were undoubtedly extraordinary. However, from Xiaqing's words, it seemed that this art was not easily mastered. Regardless, Jiang Pingyun resolved to persist. For only by growing stronger could he hope to secure a place among the top 10 in the 100 counties competition and obtain the supreme secret arts of the great Xia. Otherwise, he would stand no chance against the formidable practitioners of the foundation establishment stage. The path ahead was fraught with difficulty, yet he felt compelled to tread it. As his consciousness entered the jade slip, an indecipherable script imprinted itself indelibly upon his mind. Whether this was a precaution against leakage or a consequence of the technique's exalted rank, he could not articulate its essence in words. Nonetheless, in that fleeting moment, Jiang Pingyun retained the contents within. With blood as the foundation and bones as the pillars, forged the dominating body, shatter the heavens with a fist. Following the introduction, the substance of the dominating body art unfolded. As he attempted to cultivate, a sudden torrent of blood erupted from Jiang Pingyun's mouth, his expression contorted in agony. How tyrannical! Merely attempting to circulate the technique sent his blood surging like a tempestuous river, uncontrollable, bursting through his meridians. Excruciating pain enveloped his entire being. Blood seeping from his skin. The family that birthed this technique must have been unfathomably formidable to withstand such power. I must master this. I shall grow stronger. I shall ascend to immortality. Jiang Pingyun swallowed a precious blood spirit pill, gritting his teeth as he continued his cultivation. Chapter 35. Farewell. Before departure, Xiaqing entered a palanquin carried by a 5-colored divine bird. The palanquin, crafted from exquisite wood, was adorned with intricate carvings and embedded with precious gems, exuding opulence. Inside, a maid inquired, "Your Highness, that young man possesses remarkable talent. Will he truly be able to cultivate the body dominance technique?" The maid understood the value and the formidable nature of the technique. It was not something an ordinary person could master, leaving her perplexed as to why the princess would bestow it upon the youth. Was he truly so gifted? Xiaqing smiled, knowing full well he lacked the qualifications for such cultivation. The reason she entrusted him with the body dominance technique was twofold: to convey her regard for him, and to make him aware of his own limitations, ensuring he would not aspire to advanced martial arts thereafter. The maid's understanding dawned upon her. It was a strategy to win his loyalty while simultaneously helping him see himself clearly, avoiding the pitfalls of blind arrogance. She had encountered many prodigies, indeed impressive, yet they often overestimated their own capabilities. Let us proceed to the Misty Sect. I have heard of a genius with water spiritual roots emerging there. Perhaps we might enlist his assistance, Xiaqing suggested. Yes, Your Highness, the maid responded, guiding the divine bird towards the Misty Sect. Pingyun, what has happened to you? Li Yuntian exclaimed as he sought Jiang Pingyun for a conversation. Before he even entered, a metallic scent filled the air. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he hastily pushed the door open, only to behold Jiang Pingyun trembling in a pool of blood. Startled, he initially feared that Su Tao, that old rogue, had come to assassinate him. He quickly employed a healing spell to aid the youth. The body dominance technique is exceedingly difficult, Jiang Pingyun uttered, regaining a modicum of strength. Li Yuntian came to a realization. It was indeed the rigors of cultivation that had brought about this state. Of course, the body dominance technique is hard to master. With your talent and abilities, it is utterly inconceivable for you to learn it, he explained, observing the youth's folly. The reason the governor entrusted you with the body dominance technique is to demonstrate her regard for you. Such an extraordinary technique is beyond the reach of not just you, but even the billions of beings in the entire Blackwind County. After a month, when you arrive in Blackwind County, seek the governor to exchange it for a method more suited to your abilities. Though it may not rival the body dominance technique, it will certainly not be inferior. Upon hearing Li Yuntian's words, Jiang Pingyun clenched his teeth, contemplating the immense strength he could attain should he master this technique. Li Yuntian rolled his eyes at Jiang Pingyun. Exasperated. Though it may be powerful, You must possess the qualifications to learn it. Advancement in cultivation cannot be rushed. How many talented cultivators have seen their foundations destroyed due to impatience, ultimately fading into obscurity? If you continue down this path, you may find yourself not only failing to grow stronger, but even deteriorating. With a tone of elderly admonition, Li Yuntian urged caution. Jiang Pinyin, enlightened, exhaled deeply, declaring, I understand now. Understanding is good. Relinquishing your ambitions early will spare you suffering. Li Yuntian nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the youth's potential for growth. Yet, Jiang Pingyin's next words caused Li Yuntian's expression to shift dramatically. I will take my time, solidifying my foundation. I was simply too eager before, Jiang Pinyin asserted earnestly. Li Yuntian thought to himself, wishing to chastise the young man for his stubbornness in pursuing such a technique, which was beyond his aptitude. Forget it. Take your time to cultivate. I shall assist you in healing from the sidelines. He is a practitioner endowed with what attributes, proficient in healing arts. Unable to persuade the youth, yet willing to lend a helping hand. No, that would hinder Elder Li's cultivation, Jiang Pinyin firmly declined. Although Elder Li's healing would expedite his progress, it would impede Elder Li's own training. I am no longer capable of cultivation. I am old and have no hope of foundation establishment. Merely passing my days will suffice. Li Yuntian had attempted foundation establishment twice, both in vain, exhausting his resources on foundation establishment pills and accruing debts. Eventually, he came to terms with it, realizing that if he did not establish a foundation, he would simply live a shorter life. Hearing Li Yuntian's words, Jiang Pinyin felt warmth in his heart. Abandoning his pretentiousness, he remarked, Then I shall trouble Elder Li. He resumed his seated position, once again circulating the overbearing body technique, this time decelerating his pace tenfold. Even so, his body remained in excruciating pain, akin to countless blades traversing within, slicing through his meridians, a most distressing sensation. Li Yuntian swiftly employed his healing arts at his side. Observing the resolute expression of the youth, Li Yuntian sighed silently. He wondered when the youth would come to realize that this technique was beyond his capacity to cultivate. In merely half a month, Meng Jing had successfully elevated her physical prowess to match Jiang Pingyin's level. Her innate talent was indeed formidable. Previously, she had been playful, haphazard in her endeavors. However, upon encountering Jiang Pinyin, her inner drive was ignited. Below the martial master rank, cultivation was not overly challenging, as resources could facilitate rapid advancement. It was only upon reaching foundation establishment or the martial master level that cultivation became arduous. Meng Jing's progress was swift, yet Jiang Pinyin remained stagnant. The overbearing body technique was exceedingly difficult to master. Over the past half-month, he had yet to complete even the most fundamental circulation of blood, currently managing only a third of the journey within his body. Meng Jing sought out Jiang Pinyin once more for a challenge, and the outcome, though unexpected, was not surprising. This time, Meng Jing emerged victorious. She had trained in a peculiar sword technique, executing it with remarkable speed. Jiang Pinyin had no time to react before the blade was at his neck. She sheathed her sword, striking a triumphant pose, exclaiming, "Ha! The technique bestowed upon me by my esteemed sister has proven its might. I have won. From now on, I shall have you as my shadow, and I shall protect you." Jiang Pinyin exhibited no reaction to his defeat, retreating to his room to continue his cultivation. In this world, countless prodigies existed, each possessing formidable bloodlines, secret arts, and abundant resources. Only through greater diligence could one hope to keep pace with these exceptional talents. Hey, I have defeated you. Why do you still maintain such an attitude? You wouldn't block. Meng Jing fumed, baring her small fangs, wishing to take a few bites. Previously, she had thought it was her weakness that caused him to disregard her, but it now appeared she had misjudged. He was simply a wooden block. Another 10 days passed, and the first winter snow descended. This year, the people of Pingshui County wore smiles instead of the usual frowns, for they could weather the winter in peace. Had it not been for Su Tao's expulsion, who knew how many would have perished from the cold this winter? The tale of Jiang Pinyin grew increasingly fantastical throughout Pingshui County, spawning a myriad of stories. Regardless of the narrative's particulars, the outcome remained the same. It was this young man who had enabled them to enjoy a prosperous year. On that day, Jiang Pinyin and Meng Jing prepared to embark on their journey to the capital of the Black Wind Prefecture. Meng Qua handed Jiang Pinyin an ancient blue book. "You are departing soon. I have little to offer. This is a cultivation technique I obtained during my travels in a premier secret realm, which I have kept for years. It is a spiritual cultivation method that I am unable to practice, as it feels distinct from other techniques. Perhaps you could give it a try. Jiang Pingan returned the technique, saying, General, you are too kind. Your care, along with that of old Li, has left me immensely grateful. He was indifferent to the monetary value of the gift. His survival was solely due to their assistance. Do not call me General anymore. Just refer to me as Uncle Meng. When you arrive in Black Wind City, seek someone who might buy it. If it holds no value, simply discard it. Meng Qi chuckled as he pressed the technique into Jiang Pingan's hands. Then I shall express my gratitude to Uncle Meng. Jiang Pingan glanced at the blue-covered book. The technique was titled Earthmound Technique. It bore a rather ordinary name, and he casually placed it into his storage pouch. Chapter 36. Purchasing a Blade Pingan. Once you reach the capital of Black Wind Prefecture, you must take care of Xiao Jing, Meng Qi said, gazing at his daughter with a touch of reluctance. With her departure, he could not fathom when she would return. I am now more capable than him. It is I who should be looking after her, Meng Jing replied, tightening the mink fur around her neck to shield herself from the biting cold. Jiang Pingan mounted the back of Xiao Bai, who appeared even more ethereal against the snowy backdrop of winter. Meng Jing followed suit, nestling into Jiang Pingan's embrace for warmth. Strangely, despite his lack of winter clothing, his body radiated warmth, melting the snow that dared to approach him, as if he were a furnace. Before departing, Jiang Pingan retrieved 4 elixirs from his storage pouch and tossed them to Li Yuntian and Meng Qi. The two instinctively caught the elixirs, and upon realizing what they held, their eyes widened in astonishment. Li Yuntian grasped 2 foundation establishment pills, while Meng Qi held 2 breakthrough pills. Both were utterly shocked. How could Jiang Pingan possess such valuable elixirs? Even though their status in Lian County was high, these elixirs were exceedingly precious to them. This is far too valuable. We cannot accept it. By the time they processed the situation, Xiao Bai had already become a small dot, racing through the snow. Father, farewell. Meng Jing's tearful goodbye echoed amidst the falling snowflakes. Li Yuntian and Meng Qi felt their eyes moisten. Though filled with reluctance, farewells must eventually occur. Life is a journey, and even as parents, they could only accompany their children for a portion of the path. The snow fell heavier, and the 2 youths grew more distant. Unbeknownst to them, a figure lurked in the shadows, filled with resentment as they watched Jiang Pingan depart. Xiao Bai sped across the snowy terrain, undeterred by the heavy snowfall. Meng Jing discreetly wiped away her tears, thinking, Jiang Pingan, you better behave on this journey. Do not bring trouble upon yourself. Jiang Pingan glanced down at the girl in his arms, puzzled by her expression. Meng Jing pinched the boy's face, exclaiming, what sort of gaze is that? Do you think it will be I who causes trouble? Wrong. You are gravely mistaken. If trouble arises, it will surely be you. Meng Jing observed the boy with a look of perplexity and inquired, when confronted with someone being bullied, would you not intervene? Jiang Pingan replied, I would assess the situation. If I am outmatched, I would refrain from acting. He was no fool, aware that recklessness would be folly without the requisite strength. Wrong. Under no circumstances should one resort to violence. Meng Jing admonished, tapping the boy on the head. How can you be certain that the person you intend to confront does not have a powerful family or influential backing? If you strike someone, do you think they will not seek revenge? Do not be under the illusion that such individuals will reason with you. They will only engage if either you are formidable or your allies are. We are both unprotected. Should we attract trouble, a mere slap could end us, and no one would come to our aid. Upon hearing Meng Jing's words, Jiang Pingan fell silent, realizing he had indeed overlooked this critical perspective. The previous conflict with the soldiers of Ping Shui County had stemmed from the killing of a captain, which subsequently led to unrelenting troubles. It was not uncommon for a powerful being to effortlessly obliterate an entire city. Should they decide to eliminate him, there would be no one to intervene. I understand. Jiang Pingan acknowledged, feeling a sense of helplessness, yet recognizing he could not alter his circumstances. He was merely an ordinary low-tier cultivator. Meng Jing nodded in satisfaction, pleased that he comprehended the gravity of the situation. In essence, even the desire to be a good person required restraint. Jiang Pingan produced 2 blood spirit pills and handed them to the girl, urging her to enhance her strength swiftly. Meng Jing was momentarily taken aback, realizing they were gifts from her elder sister, the princess. You still have some left? Why are you giving them to me? You are also a body cultivator. Keep them for yourself. Meng Jing declined the offer, despite her pressing need, understanding that it would hinder Jiang Pingyin's cultivation. I am not your equal. You should expedite your advancement for both our benefits, and you may repay me later. Jiang Pingyin insisted on placing the blood spirit pills in her hands. Humph. So you finally acknowledge my prowess. Very well. I shall consider these as a loan from you. Meng Jing accepted them joyfully, having exhausted her own. With nothing to occupy her time during their journey, possessing resources to cultivate was indeed a boon, and she would return the favor later. As Meng Jing consumed the blood spirit pills and commenced her training, she failed to notice the grave expression on Jiang Pingyin's face, as if he were troubled by some impending concern. Xiao Bai was remarkably swift, while other horses required 7 or 8 days to traverse the distance. It covered most of the journey in just one day. Perhaps due to the distance, snow had yet to fall in this region. It was merely cold with strong winds. After a long day in the saddle, Meng Jing felt fatigued and suggested resting in the county town of Minghai for the night, observing that this place was far more prosperous than Lianshan County, allowing them to procure some delightful delicacies. Agreed, Jiang Pingyin replied. Recognizing that both humans and beasts required rest, maintaining their energy was crucial for swift reactions in the face of danger. Dismounting, he fed Xiao Bai 5 qi-gathering pills. Would, how are you so affluent? Meng Jing suddenly inquired. Feeding a beast 5 qi-gathering pills daily is something even my father, the general, would hesitate to do. Initially, she had thought Jiang Pingyin had merely been deceiving the beast when he claimed to provide 5 pills daily. She never anticipated he could genuinely afford it. Fortune. Jiang Pingyin could not divulge the existence of his treasure trove. Wow, you are quite the wealthy one. You must buy me 10 pieces of sugar cake. No, make that 20. Meng Jing did not inquire further about the man's fortune. Instead, she felt elated by his wealth and contemplated extorting a sum from him. Cheerfully, she ventured into the city, eager to indulge in some delectable treats. Jiang Pingyin trailed behind her with Xiao Bai, casting a furtive glance over his shoulder, his expression grave. This city was indeed far more prosperous than Lianshan County, bustling with numerous cultivators and martial artists. Many possessed exotic beast mounts. And while Jiang Pingyin's mount was somewhat handsome, it did not stand out particularly. Some riders were even seen atop enormous toads. What a splendid blade! As Meng Jing perused sweet delicacies, she was suddenly captivated by a sword displayed in a shop. The blade boasted intricate blue floral patterns along its spine, its lines fluid and elegant, measuring 2 fingers in width. It was lightweight, ideal for those adept with a nimble sword, and faintly shimmered with the glow of inscribed runes, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Esteemed customer, your discerning eye is commendable. This is the prized treasure of our shop, engraved with 10 fundamental runes, capable of unleashing formidable power. Even suitable for late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, the shopkeeper boasted proudly. How much is it? Meng Jing's eyes sparkled with desire. The sword was simply breathtaking. Only 10,000 spirit stones, the shopkeeper replied with a smile. 10,000. How exorbitant. Meng Jing's voice rose in astonishment. It's quite reasonable. The materials used for this sword are expensive. If not for the poorly inscribed runes, which diminished its value, it would fetch an even higher price. Indeed, weapons for late-stage foundation establishment are rarely priced so low. However, the value of a treasure is heavily influenced by the quality of its runes. And this sword's runes were inadequately crafted, hence the discount. Meng Jing bit her crimson lip, reluctantly averting her gaze. She simply did not possess that many spirit stones. Including her earnings from the previous competition and what her father had given her, she barely had over 3,000 stones, far from enough to acquire the exquisite sword. Little sister, allow your brother to buy it for you. A voice, tinged with an unsettling tone, suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Meng Jing turned to see a rotund man, resembling a ball, grinning at her with a gaze filled with repulsive greed. I can gift you the sword, provided you agree to become my concubine. As others nearby caught sight of him, they hastily dispersed, as if encountering a plague. It was evident they recognized him, and he appeared to be no good character. Chapter 37. Zhongling no need. Meng Jing flatly refused, wary of inviting trouble, and tugged Jiang Pingyin to leave. Do not go. The man's corpulent form obstructed the entrance. You would toil your entire life without earning 10,000 spirit stones, yet by becoming my concubine, you could easily obtain them. Zhongling, for the first time, beheld such a stunning young woman, his heart racing more fiercely than it had for all his numerous partners combined. Had it not been for his previous misdeeds in attempting to seize women, which had earned him scoldings from his father, he would have made a direct move this time. I said no, Meng Jing replied coldly, her eyes brimming with disdain. I am the son of the city lord of Minghai City. Are you certain you will not reconsider? Zhang Ling, sensing her icy rejection, lost the enthusiasm he once had. Are you done? Meng Jing's irritation began to surface. Zhang Ling was filled with resentment. Had it been the old him, he would have directly resorted to theft. To avoid further reprimands from his father, he refrained from such actions. Mu Tu, are you going to buy something? Meng Jing was about to beckon Jiang Pingyan to leave when she noticed he was motionless before the counter. Boss, I will take this knife, Jiang Pingyan declared, gazing at the exquisite blue patterned blade. Mu Tu, didn't you hear? This knife costs 10,000 spirit stones. We can't afford it. Let us hurry and leave. Meng Jing assumed Jiang Pingyan had not grasped the price and was determined to purchase it. Do you even know what 10,000 spirit stones signify? Zhang Ling couldn't help but chuckle. Even he, the son of the city lord, would find it challenging to produce such a sum. His earlier suggestion to buy it was merely a ruse to deceive Meng Jing and exploit her feelings. He never truly intended to buy the knife for her. Are you certain? Do you possess 10,000 spirit stones? The boss inquired, perplexed. No, Jiang Pingyan replied candidly. The boss's expression darkened. Without them, how do you intend to purchase? Do you wish to steal? Jiang Pingyan extended his hand, placing a purple elixir on the table. Will this suffice? A delicate fragrance wafted throughout the shop. Foundation Establishment Pill. Foundation Establishment Pill. Several exclamations rang out simultaneously. The pill was renowned and easily recognizable. May I take a look? The boss asked eagerly. Of course, Jiang Pingyan replied. Zhang Ling's plump face shifted with jealousy. How could this lad possess a Foundation Establishment pill, and from where had he acquired it? The boss, with a discerning eye, quickly assessed the pill's exceptional quality and felt a surge of joy. He swiftly concealed the elixir and tossed the knife to Jiang Pingyan, fearing he might regret the transaction. Meng Jing kicked Jiang Pingyan, her voice laced with urgency. Are you foolish? The true value of this knife is certainly less than 10,000 spirit stones. While that Foundation Establishment pill is undoubtedly worth more, you're making a loss. What nonsense are you spouting? This knife is crafted from superior materials and can accommodate advanced runes. If you consult a rune master to inscribe it, its value will double. The boss interjected. Flustered and dissatisfied, Meng Jing glared at the boss. Do you think I'm foolish? Consultations with rune masters are exorbitantly priced. With that money, wouldn't it be wiser to purchase a superior magical artifact directly? The transaction is complete, no returns. The boss declared resolutely. You, Meng Jing's teeth ground in frustration, and she lightly smacked Jiang Pingyan's head. You dimwit, you've been swindled. In the future, consult me before making decisions. She felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Pingyan being taken advantage of. Here, Jiang Pingyan offered the blue pattern knife to Meng Jing. She froze momentarily. This is for you. He insisted. For me? Meng Jing felt her heart flutter uncontrollably, realizing that this man had foolishly traded a Foundation Establishment pill for a knife, all for her sake. You also practice swordsmanship. I cannot accept this. It is too precious. You will return it to me later. Your growth benefits us both. Jiang Pingyan pressed the knife into her hands, choosing not to elaborate further, and pulled out a tome, presenting it to the boss. Boss, could you appraise the value of this technique? This was the Earthmound technique given to Jiang Pingyan by Meng Qua. He might not pursue the path of spiritual cultivation, rendering the technique of limited utility to him. This establishment deals in the exchange of treasures and possesses the ability to discern the merits of various cultivation techniques. The proprietor, having acquired a foundational elixir at an exceptional bargain, greeted the transaction with enthusiasm. Upon receiving the layered soil technique, his expression morphed into one of peculiar discomfort after merely a cursory glance. The technique was evidently rudimentary. He wished to express its utter inadequacy, but refrained out of respect for his guest's dignity. The method to ascertain the rank of a technique is rather straightforward. It involves observing the number of meridians one can cultivate. Techniques capable of opening 3 to 10 meridians are deemed average, while those allowing for 10 to 50 are considered commendable, and anything exceeding 50 is classified as extraordinary. This particular technique, however, appeared incapable of opening any meridians at all. Hearing the proprietor's remarks caused Meng Jing's cheeks to flush. She recognized this as the technique her father had bestowed upon Jiang Pingan. How shameless of her father, who, while receiving a priceless blade worth 10,000 spirit stones from Jiang Pingan, could only offer his daughter a worthless technique in return. He had even claimed it was discovered in a premier secret realm, lacking any sense of shame. Despite the technique's lowly status, Jiang Pingan remained undeterred, storing it away as he departed with Meng Jing. The rotund Zhongling fixated on Meng Jing's petite and lively form, swallowing hard with a glint of greed in his eyes as he glanced at Jiang Pingan. Jiang Pingan led Xiao Bai to an inn for respite, where they were informed by the innkeeper, with a forced smile, that only one room remained. Then we shall take that one, Jiang Pingan replied, as he could meditate without the need for sleep. As Meng Jing toyed with her treasured sword, her heart raced, and she averted her gaze from the man. This was her first experience sharing a room with a man, and she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. How could this be permissible? Her father had always insisted that young ladies should maintain propriety and avoid sharing accommodations with boys. Should she refuse him? After settling the payment and taking the room key, Jiang Pingan turned and said, "Let us ascend." "Oh," Meng Jing murmured, clutching the sword and following him with her head bowed. The room, though modest, was clean and furnished with only a single bed. "You shall sleep on the bed while I meditate in the corner," Jiang Pingan instructed upon entering the room. He locked the door and settled into the corner, beginning his meditation to restore his vitality. Due to their journey, he was unable to practice the energy-consuming dominant body technique. So he took out the layered soil technique to examine it. He was genuinely curious. Even a subpar technique should allow for the cultivation of at least 1 or 2 meridians. Yet, this technique seemed incapable of such progress. Meng Qua had previously asserted that this technique was discovered in a top-tier secret realm, and he believed the individual would not deceive him, suggesting that the technique might possess unique attributes. Clutching her sword, Meng Jing observed Jiang Pingan's singular focus on his cultivation, feeling a twinge of irritation, though she was unsure of the reason behind her vexation. "You oaf, the sweet cake I bought is on the table. Eat it if you're hungry." With a huff, she leaped onto the bed, beginning to play with her exquisite blue-patterned knife. This was her first time receiving such a precious gift, and she felt reluctant to use it. After a short incense stick's worth of time, Jiang Pingan, still in the corner, furrowed his brow in concentration. Something was amiss. Unlike other techniques that cultivated meridians, this one operated based on the body's inherent blood vessels. Much like the thick earth-breathing technique previously cultivated by Jiang Pingan, the practice necessitates the establishment of 10 meridians within the body, allowing spiritual energy to circulate through these channels. The more meridians one opens, the swifter the flow of spiritual energy. The rationale behind this is that the body's inherent blood vessels are exceedingly fragile. A minor impact could rupture them, thus requiring the creation of specialized pathways for the spiritual energy's passage. Common physical cultivation methods typically operate along these conventional blood vessels, often resulting in considerable discomfort, with even the slightest misstep potentially leading to dire consequences. This predicament accounts for the scarcity of practitioners in physical cultivation. To Jiang Pingan's astonishment, this technique also operates along the trajectory of blood flow. Furthermore, many aspects of this technique are complex and obscure, far from resembling a rudimentary practice. Though Jiang Pingan's experience is limited, he recognizes the uniqueness of this situation. After a moment's contemplation, he resolves to attempt the practice. Chapter 38. The Earth Mound Technique. As Jiang Pingan engages in physical cultivation, he possesses a clear understanding of the direction of blood flow. While this technique may prove challenging for other practitioners, it appears somewhat more accessible for him. As he channels spiritual energy into his blood vessels, they begin to swell under the strain of the energy, ultimately bursting, causing blood to seep beneath his skin. Having endured the rigors of the domineering body technique, Jiang Pingan finds this pain relatively trivial. An hour later, a look of astonishment crosses his face. Originally at the 6th level of qi refinement, he has inexplicably dropped to the 5th level. What is happening? A technique that actually reduces one's cultivation level with practice. Were it not for Jiang Pingan's intention to abandon the path of spiritual cultivation, he would have been cursing vehemently. The hard-earned progress he made has dissipated. While a sense of frustration lingers, his curiosity about this technique only deepens, prompting him to continue his practice. After all, he had already resolved to forego spiritual cultivation in favor of physical techniques. 2 hours later, Jiang Pingan's face twitched once more. he has fallen yet another level. Now at the 4th level of Qi refinement. All the elixirs he had consumed seem wasted. As he becomes increasingly adept at the technique, his cultivation level continues to plummet at an alarming rate. If this were to be shared, no one would believe it. At midnight, gazing at his diminished state of being at the 1st level of Qi refinement, Jiang Pingyun falls into deep contemplation. What manner of elder, in their boredom, would create a technique that leads to a decrease in cultivation levels? He has squandered a significant portion of the night on such a technique. Jiang Pingyun ceases his practice and puts away the earth mound technique, considering it merely a memento from Uncle Ming. Settling into a meditative rest, he soon furrows his brow. The soundproofing in this inn is atrocious. The snoring from the adjacent room, the rustling of guests downstairs, the yawning of the innkeeper, and the sound of energy circulating within Little White just outside. Wait. Jiang Pingyun suddenly opens his eyes. It is not the soundproofing that is lacking. Rather, his hearing has significantly improved. Why is his hearing so acute? Typically, such clarity occurs only when spiritual energy is concentrated in the ears. Wait. Spiritual energy. A realization dawns upon him. Although his cultivation level has decreased, the energy within him remains abundant. Under normal circumstances, as a practitioner's level increases, so too does their reservoir of spiritual energy. However, the cultivator of lower realms undoubtedly possesses less spiritual energy within. Yet, after his realm diminished, his spiritual energy surprisingly remained unchanged. This implies that his current 1st level of Qi cultivation holds the same reservoir of energy as when he was at the 6th level. Jiang Pingyun raised his hand and executed the fireball technique. A magnificent orb of flame manifested in his palm. Jiang Pingyun's eyes widened in astonishment. It was even more formidable than the fireball he had cast previously. The source of his spiritual energy was, astonishingly, the essence within his blood. Jiang Pingyun was taken aback, pondering the true nature of the earth mounding technique. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, and his expression darkened. Outside, shrouded in the night, 3 cloaked figures appeared at the entrance of the inn. With this white steed present, the individual must be nearby. The most rotund of the cloaked men murmured, "Enter and inquire where those 2 are. Eliminate the male, seize the female's storage pouch, and render her unconscious." Although clad in black, his physique betrayed his identity. There was no one in Minghai City who could rival Zhang Ling's girth. Earlier that day, Zhang Ling had encountered Meng Jing and was consumed by an insatiable desire upon seeing such exquisite beauty. He contemplated whether to abduct the young girl until he witnessed the youth produce a foundation establishment pill, which solidified his resolve. Anyone capable of casually producing such a treasure must possess great wealth. Even if he lacked riches, the precious blade and that charming girl were worth the effort. The 2 subordinates in black entered the inn, brandishing knives at the innkeeper's throat, and quietly inquired, "Are 2 young individuals staying here? The male is handsome, and the female is beautiful. In which room are they?" The innkeeper, trembling with fear, dared not conceal the truth and stammered, "Room number 2. Without hesitation, Zhang Ling snapped the innkeeper's neck and turned to his companion, saying, "Uncle Zhao, those 2 might be cultivators, so exercise caution." One of the cloaked men responded nonchalantly, "Master, fret not, they are merely children. With the 3 of us at the 10th level of Qi cultivation, dealing with them will be a trivial matter. Moreover, the medicine we bought will significantly diminish their combat prowess even if they are at the foundation establishment stage, let alone them, regardless of the boy's strength. Claiming he is at the foundation establishment stage holds no weight against our trio, especially since we have prepared special potions and are poised for a surprise attack. They stand no chance." Arriving at room number 2, the man known as Uncle Zhang gently punctured a small hole in the window, blowing a specially crafted drowsiness potion into the chamber. The 3 ingested the antidote for the drowsiness poison and quietly awaited a brief moment. One of the cloaked men utilized a telekinetic technique to quietly unfasten the door latch. Their movements were practiced and cautious, clearly accustomed to such deeds. Zhang Ling swallowed hard, eager to push the door open and enter the room. The flickering candlelight illuminated the delicate figure reclined upon the sandalwood bed, so alluring. Meng Jing lay there, clutching her sword, drooling in a daze. Upon beholding such an exquisite youth, Zhang Ling felt his heart race. She was breathtaking, truly breathtaking. Not a single one of his numerous women could compare to her beauty, not even a fragment of her toe. Now, the woman belongs to him. Suddenly, Zhang Ling had a thought and glanced around the room. Where had that young man gone? He heard a noise behind him. Just as he was about to summon his powers, his body suddenly stiffened, and an excruciating pain shot through his neck. Thud! A round, plump head fell to the ground. Before Zhang Ling lost consciousness, he glimpsed two other fallen corpses and the indifferent young man. How could this be? The three of them were all at the 10th level of qi cultivation, yet they had been silently assassinated. Who was this young man? A killer? How did he perceive their arrival? Why was he so formidable? Why did his body suddenly freeze? Zhang Ling perished, his mind filled with countless questions and resentment. He was the son of the city lord, possessed a harem of women, and was wealthy beyond measure. Yet he had no chance to enjoy any of it. Stupid wood. What happened? Hearing the sound of a head dropping, Meng Jing mumbled an inquiry, her eyes still shut, feeling utterly fatigued. It's nothing. I just accidentally kicked something while heading to the restroom. After eliminating the three, Jiang Pingin's mood remained largely unchanged. He swiftly disposed of the bodies into a storage bag to mitigate the stench of blood. Stupid wood. Meng Jing turned over, mumbling as she continued to sleep. Jiang Pingin retrieved the pills the three had consumed earlier and stuffed them into Meng Jing's mouth. Out in the world, danger lurked everywhere. One must always be vigilant. It would be wise to purchase some special talismans, though they appeared to be quite expensive. The talismans were indeed costly, causing a pang of reluctance at the thought of buying them. Perhaps he could learn to craft them himself in the future. Previously, he had discovered a book titled Fundamentals of Runes in the bandit den of Dawang Mountain. He should find time to study how to draw runes. Seated in a corner, Jiang Pingin briefly assessed his supplies. Over 3,000 spirit stones, 35 qi gathering pills, and a bottle of gathering spirit pills intended for foundation-building cultivators. The gathering spirit pill held a value comparable to the blood spirit pill used by martial artists, making it exceptionally valuable for lower-tier cultivators. The most valuable item here was a foundation pill. Upon seeing this foundation pill, Jiang Pingin's expression turned peculiar. It appeared to be the very one he had sold that morning. By this reckoning, he had made an unexpected profit. The remaining items were mere trinkets, which Jiang Pingin no longer regarded with any interest. He had replicated numerous foundation pills using his treasure basin, each worth 10,000 spirit stones. After categorizing his belongings, Jiang Pingin consumed one of the looted gathering spirit pills and began practicing the earthen mounding technique. The name of this technique was exceedingly mundane, yet it was far from simple. Practicing this art allowed the spiritual energy to merge entirely into his blood, with the energy stored at the first level of qi cultivation being comparable to that of the 6th level. If he could revert to the 6th level of qi cultivation, he would undoubtedly become even stronger. He suspected that the true name of this technique was not earthen mounding technique, but rather a name changed at random to conceal its true nature. Chapter 39, Su Tao Get Up. As dawn broke, with the chill enveloping the air, Jiang Pingin nudged Meng Jing awake. I want to keep sleeping. Meng Jing reluctantly squirmed on the bed, resembling a worm, twisting her body back and forth. Your blue pattern knife has been stolen, Jiang Pingin remarked. What? Who dares to steal my knife? Meng Jing exclaimed, suddenly leaping up. Baring her small tiger teeth, her demeanor fierce. Upon noticing the blue pattern knife still resting by the bed, Meng Jing realized she had been deceived. Gazing at the dim sky outside, she felt an overwhelming urge to bite this man. How could he rouse her at such an ungodly hour when even the roosters had yet to crow? Let us go, Jiang Pingin said, offering no further comment as he turned to leave. You infuriate me. I will surely give you a beating when I return. Meng Jing fumed, lamenting her distaste for early mornings and being awakened by others. She donned her little boots and stepped outside. As she reached the doorway, Meng Jing spotted several pools of blood on the ground, causing her to pause. The drowsiness evaporated instantly. Upon descending the stairs, she discovered the proprietor sprawled on the floor. Quick-witted, Meng Jing swiftly deduced the situation and hurriedly mounted Little Bai with Jiang Pingin, departing rapidly. Little Bai galloped swiftly, and by the time the sun rose, they had traveled several hundred miles, crossing 2 counties. Did that rotund man visit last night? Meng Jing queried, apprehensive, realizing she had heard nothing. Indeed, Jiang Pingin replied with an extremely grave expression. I warned you about the dangers of the outside world. Many commit heinous acts without rhyme or reason. Sometimes, merely exchanging glances with someone can cost you your life, he added gravely. Noticing Jiang Pingin's serious demeanor, Meng Jing offered reassurance. There's no need to worry. The enemy won't catch up. They didn't realize we were gone all night, and now they have no idea which way we've gone. Jiang Pingyun remained solemn and inquired, "Can your knife's speed surpass that of a martial artist now?" Meng Jing hesitated, unsure of the purpose behind his question. After taking a bite of a sweet cake, she replied, "It depends on the situation. Martial artists are classified into 3 realms: low-level, mid-level, and high-level, akin to the early, mid, and late stages of foundational establishment. If it's an ordinary low-level martial artist, I am confident I can surpass them, but if they are exceptionally formidable, then it's a different story." Jiang Pingyun pressed on, "What if the opponent is Su Tao? Su Tao is nearly as formidable as my father. While he may not match my knife's speed, in actual combat, I could not defeat him," Meng Jing admitted, stuffing the sweet cake into her mouth. Then gazing up at Jiang Pingyun in confusion, "You're unusually talkative today." Jiang Pingyun did not respond, but continued to stare intently ahead, his expression serious. As Little Bai's pace began to slow, Meng Jing paused momentarily, then abruptly looked forward. The cold wind howled fiercely, and there, perched upon a large stone by the roadside, stood a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, wielding a large blade. Upon recognizing him, Meng Jing's face paled, and she gasped, "Su Tao, what is he doing here? He should be in Lingtai country." During the battle between Ping Shui County and Lianshan County, Su Tao had fled when the situation turned dire. She never imagined he would appear in this location. Wait, Su Tao might be aware of the 100 Counties Championship and is deliberately lying in wait to ambush us. We must flee, Meng Jing shouted anxiously. Jiang Pingyun remained unmoved. There is no escape now. Today, we must settle this. Otherwise, I will never find peace. If we don't confront him, he may even plot against Uncle Meng and Old Li. He despised the feeling of a nail perpetually lodged in his foot, making each step a source of trepidation that robbed him of peace. Are you a fool? He is a martial artist. We stand no chance against him, Meng Jing bellowed, her voice echoing with frustration. Typically, Jiang Pingyun was cautious, yet today he seemed utterly foolish. Believing that sheer genius could allow him to transcend a formidable realm and vanquish his foes, Jiang Pingyun forced 2 blood vitality pills into Meng Jing's mouth, instructing her, "I will restrain our opponent. You wield the blade." Jiang Pingyun. Su Tao's eyes burned with fury, a wretched aura emanating from him, his murderous intent surging. "You killed my son, destroyed my standing, and subjected me to punishment from the Ling Tai kingdom. Today, you shall meet your end." Su Tao locked his gaze upon the two, brandishing a large blade as he advanced step by step. All that he once possessed had dissipated due to the emergence of this young man. His reckless impulsiveness had led to the fall of Ping Shui County, and his superiors demanded his execution as an example. There was no turning back now. Failing to slay Jiang Pingyun would not quell his wrath. Dismounting, Jiang Pingyun spoke coldly. "You imposed heavy taxes upon our people, driving my parents to their doom, and it was your son who sought to slay me first. Silence. You, a wretched commoner blessed by fortune, dare to compare yourself to my son? You worthless rabble are destined to be enslaved. What right do you have to resist?" Su Tao roared, utterly oblivious to his own transgressions. A terrifying aura erupted from him, sending stones flying in all directions. He charged toward Jiang Pingyun with blinding speed, causing Xiao Bai to flee in terror, while Meng Jing's expression shifted dramatically. It was over. They were doomed. She had never anticipated that Jiang Pingyun would falter at such a critical moment, choosing to confront a martial artist head-on. Yet, even in death, she would fight. Steeling herself against fear, Meng Jing gripped her blue and white porcelain knife tightly. As a martial artist, Su Tao's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before them. At that instant, Jiang Pingyun's eyes widened in alarm as he summoned the full might of his right eye, shouting, "Meng Jing!" Su Tao, taken aback by the sudden surge of power, felt his momentum dissipate. What force is this? Meng Jing, having prepared for this moment, unleashed her knife technique. Arcs of electricity dancing upon her blade. This was the Thunder Blade technique, a reward bestowed upon her by the 9th princess, Xia Qing, renowned for its swiftness. She transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards him. Bang! A beam of golden light radiated from the black pendant around Su Tao's neck, intercepting Meng Jing's strike. Both Su Tao and Meng Jing's expressions shifted dramatically. Su Tao, deeply astonished, realized that had it not been for the defensive pendant, he would surely have met his demise with that blow. This girl's speed is astonishing. She cannot be allowed to live. With her initial strike thwarted, Meng Jing was filled with alarm and attempted to retreat, but Su Tao delivered a swift kick toward her. Despair washed over her. He was a martial artist, and she could not hope to withstand such a blow. In that critical moment, beams of green light erupted from her body. Bang! Boom! The 4 protective shields shattered. The barriers had absorbed some of the force, allowing Meng Jing to surge backward with newfound momentum. Both Su Tao and Meng Jing paused, momentarily stunned. Meng Jing glanced at her waist, astonished to find 5 green jade pendants hanging there. She quickly realized that Jiang Pingyun had adorned her with them. Urgently, she cried out, "You must flee at once. We are no match for him at all." Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Su Tao sneered. Although he was unaware of the power that briefly halted him, such petty tricks were utterly useless. My protective talisman is far superior, capable of withstanding the relentless assaults of a foundational cultivator for half an hour. I shall shred you to pieces, serving you as meat for my wine. Your heads shall be presented to that old scoundrel, Meng Qua. Let us see what trump cards you possess now. Su Tao swung his blade once more, the sound slicing through the air like a shriek. Chapter 40. Decapitation. The north wind howled, and snowflakes danced in the air. Beneath the heavens, Su Tao's sinister laughter echoed. Although Meng Jing's blade's speed astonished him, the protective talisman rendered him unscathed. Not to mention that the 2 warriors had yet to reach the martial master realm. Even if they did, with the talisman, they could not harm him. Su Tao gripped his great sword tightly, sweeping it toward the 2. Even if they had hidden cards, it would be futile. Death was inevitable. Son, your father shall avenge you soon. It is all because of Jiang Pingyun that my son perished and the front lines fell. To not slay this boy would leave my heart unrest. Meng Jing fell into utter despair, but dying alongside Jiang Pingyun was not entirely lonely. Meng Jing! Jiang Pingyun suddenly shouted. He conjured a black formation flag, inscribed with intricate runes. Activating the black flag, he launched an assault against Su Tao. Although Meng Jing was unaware of the nature of this flag, upon hearing Jiang Pingyun's call, she grasped his intent, disregarding her own life. She unleashed the Thunderblade technique once more. Despite feeling incapable of breaking through the opponent's defenses, it mattered little now. Whether in resistance or submission, death was certain. Better to die heroically. Lightning crackled as it arced towards Su Tao. Su Tao regarded the 2 as if they were fools. Did they truly believe their feeble attempts could breach his protective barrier? This talisman was bestowed upon him by the county lord himself. Just as the formation flag neared Su Tao, it unleashed a series of strange fluctuations. In an instant, the protective shield before Su Tao vanished. Su Tao stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How could this be? Why did the shield suddenly disappear? His expression mirrored that of Jiang Pingyun when he had been ambushed by the bandit chief atop Dawang Mountain. Utter shock at the failure of his protective barrier. This was the power of runes. The protective talisman generated a shield due to its special runes, and the formation flag contained a formation capable of dispelling such runes. This was one of Jiang Pingyun's reasons for engaging Su Tao in combat, as he had refined this formation flag. It was a foundational tier treasure, possessing functions such as gathering spiritual energy, providing protection, and breaking formations. However, due to its multifaceted abilities, it was categorized as an auxiliary treasure. Thus its rank was not particularly high. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to deal with Su Tao's protective shield. Su Tao attempted to retreat, but found his body unresponsive, pain surging from his neck as blood gushed forth. Meng Jing, wielding her blue-patterned blade, gasped for breath, her small face a canvas of shock and disbelief. I killed Su Tao. I actually killed Su Tao. The opponent was a martial artist, a level above her, yet she managed to strike him down. Although she had the assistance of Jiang Pingyun, Su Tao's defeat was a significant achievement for Meng Jing. A surge of excitement, pride, and ecstasy coursed through her. The joy of surviving a perilous encounter made her laugh heartily. Yet, Su Tao's anguished roar shattered the moment. He was unwilling to accept his fate, being vanquished by 2 mere novices. With the last remnants of his strength, he directed his fury at Meng Jing, determined to take at least one of them down with him. His blade was unparalleled, and his aura magnificent. Meng Jing's laughter was abruptly silenced, her expression turning to one of terror. The adversary was still capable of movement. It was too late to flee. Suddenly, a wall of earth surged upward, propelling Meng Jing away. Su Tao's blade struck the earthen barrier with a resounding crash, sending dust swirling into the air. With his attack thwarted, Su Tao's expression froze, his body collapsing to the ground, eyes fixed unblinkingly on Jiang Pingyun, never to close again. It was only at that moment that regret washed over him. Why had he not acted sooner to eliminate his foe? As Ming Jing fell from the air, Jiang Pingan caught her, imparting a lesson. As long as the enemy draws breath, one must not let their guard down. If they possess any talismans or special artifacts, a desperate fight could prove exceedingly perilous. Blushing, Ming Jing lowered her gaze. Her earlier hubris had nearly cost her life had it not been for the earth wall technique employed by her opponent. Jiang Pingan expressed his apologies for placing her in danger, revealing that he could have avoided the confrontation altogether by circumventing Su Tao, whom he had noticed earlier. However, he chose not to, disliking the sensation of a thorn lodged in his heart, perpetually instilling a sense of crisis, hence the ensuing battle. Though brief, it had presented multiple life-threatening moments, particularly when Ming Jing faced Su Tao, placing her in a perilous position where a single misstep could lead to her demise. It's all right. She surprisingly refrained from throwing a tantrum. Throughout, Jiang Pingan had remained composed, tackling various dangers with the poise of an ancient pine. This weighty, calm demeanor stirred something inexplicable within the heart of the young girl. What a disgrace! To deal with a mere waste of a martial artist took so long, and she had nearly lost her life in the process. A voice laced with disdain suddenly echoed. Ming Jing turned sharply to her side, spotting a young girl perched atop the tip of a pine tree, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The girl, around 16 or 17, donned a green cotton coat. Her form as light as a feather, standing effortlessly on the tree's pinnacle. And you aspire to participate in the 100 Prefectures tournament? You should head home. The girl scoffed. What business is it of yours? Upon seeing the girl, Ming Jing promptly dismounted from Jiang Pingan, brandishing her blade defensively. The two appeared to be acquainted. The girl, noticing Ming Jing's readiness, scoffed even more. You were defeated in a single move before. Do you truly believe your sword poses any threat to me? At her words, Ming Jing felt her teeth clench in indignation. Jiang Pingan inquired, who is she? Ming Jing gritted her teeth and declared, she is my opponent from the county's genius selection competition, Zhang Lingmin, an early-stage foundation-building cultivator with a mutated wind spiritual root. After a brief pause, Ming Jing added, she is exceptionally strong, having defeated several mid-stage foundation-building cultivators despite her own initial cultivation level. Jiang Pingan felt a chill run down his spine. This young woman appeared to be not much older than them, yet she exuded such formidable power. Zhang Lingmin looked down at the two, her voice icy as she inquired, did you stay in Minghai City yesterday? No, we have been traveling continuously, Jiang Pingan replied. Zhang Lingmin scoffed, do not play coy with me. According to my sources, my useless brother encountered a remarkably beautiful girl riding a white steed yesterday, which aligns perfectly with your descriptions. Moreover, only you could have quietly dealt with 3 qi refining stage cultivators in the city. Ming Jing and Jiang Pingan's hearts sank. She was indeed the sister of that pudgy man. Jiang Pingan channeled his blood energy, preparing for a confrontation, while Ming Jing tightened her grip on her weapon. Do not worry, Zhang Lingmin continued, her disdain palpable. If I had wanted you dead, you would already be so. I have long desired to eliminate that scoundrel of a brother, but familial ties prevent me from acting. She dismissed their earlier actions, showing no concern for the fate of her brother. However, he spent 10,000 spirit stones yesterday to purchase a foundation pill, and I must reclaim it. Just as Ming Jing was about to retort, Jiang Pingan placed a hand on her shoulder, mentally communicating with his storage pouch and retrieving a pill, which he tossed decisively. Better to part with wealth than to invite disaster, he said, prioritizing their safety over the loss of a single pill. Zhang Lingmin caught the foundation pill, a flicker of emotion crossing her face. Foundation pills are costly, valued at 10,000 spirit stones, and could be traded for resources that would significantly enhance her strength. Let me offer you a piece of advice, she warned. With your current abilities, you should return home. You are utterly unqualified to pass the princess's assessment and participate in the 100 counties competition. With that, Zhang Lingmin soared away at incredible speed. Witnessing her rapid departure, Jiang Pingan felt a jolt of shock. Such speed, not even Xiao Bai could match it. This woman is incredibly powerful. Chapter 41, Blackwind City, how dare you? Ming Jing shouted after Zhang Lingmin's retreating figure, her small tiger-like teeth bared. If I were your age, I could easily crush you with a single slap. She was infuriated at being robbed of a foundation pill, which was worth 10,000 spirit stones. Jiang Pingan inquired, how does this woman rank among other geniuses? Ming Jing exhaled deeply, sheathed her blade, and replied, "In the last competition, she placed third, but that was due to her lower cultivation level. If her strength were to reach the late foundation stage, she would undoubtedly be first." However, many true geniuses did not participate in that competition, as the princess has already selected the most talented individuals for special training. This implied that, with her current capabilities, securing a spot in the final genius competition would not be an easy feat. Upon hearing Meng Jing's insights, Jiang Pingan's fists clenched tightly. There were still many geniuses more powerful than this woman. For reasons unknown, he felt a sudden tremor coursing through his body at this revelation. It is not fear or trepidation, but rather exhilaration. Indeed, it is pure excitement. The reason he chose to partake in this competition is to acquire the supreme arcane arts of the great Xia, a chance to approach immortality. As his horizons broadened and he beheld so many prodigies, his blood surged with fervor, a tide of passion rising within him. He yearned to engage in battle with these gifted individuals. Of course, he knew he would likely be outmatched, yet this did not deter him from pursuing their footsteps. Meng Jing observed Jiang Pingan's body tremble and gently patted his shoulder. "Relax, we are merely here to observe, hoping to obtain some cultivation resources. The final spots will surely not belong to us," she remarked, maintaining a pragmatic outlook. Jiang Pingan, however, could not afford to relax. He was resolute in his quest for the supreme arcane arts of the great Xia. Approaching Su Tao's side, Jiang Pingan deftly searched the corpse. This was his favorite pastime, curious about what treasures he might unearth. Yet, disappointment awaited him. Aside from the black pendant talisman around Su Tao's neck and the large blade, there was nothing of value, only 2 bottles of blood essence pills. Selling these items might fetch the equivalent of a foundational cultivation pill. TCH. And he calls himself a martial artist. What a miser! Meng Jing exclaimed, disheartened, as she kicked Su Tao's body aside. "Be cautious, though you've dealt with Su Tao. You've angered the Ling Tai kingdom, and they will surely have a bounty on your head," she warned, her tone serious. Sister Princess mentioned that every year, numerous prodigies fall victim to assassination, both from enemy nations and hostile factions. Jiang Pingan nodded, calling out into the distance, "Xiaobai." At his summons, a white figure swiftly appeared. Meng Jing pouted in discontent, recalling how this beast had fled first when danger approached. "I allowed it. It's my trump card," Jiang Pingan replied, mounting his steed and stroking Xiaobai's silky fur. "Once all my cards are played, and Su Tao remains unresolved, it will charge in to deliver a decisive kick. While it may not guarantee a kill, it could certainly send him flying, giving us a chance to escape. Its speed already surpasses that of ordinary foundational cultivators." Meng Jing's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated that Jiang Pingan possessed such a contingency. Perhaps, apart from the formation flags, he harbored further secrets. Goodness, while others may have 1 or 2 trump cards, this fellow has a multitude. Is this still considered a trump card? With that, Jiang Pingan led Meng Jing towards the grandest city in Haifeng County, Haifeng City, which was also the most prosperous locale in the region. This time, Xiaobai surged forward at full speed, racing through the snow, and within half a day, they arrived at Haifeng City. The towering city walls soared hundreds of meters high, constructed from a special material that shimmered with starlight, emanating a mysterious glow. The carvings upon the walls were intricate, depicting a variety of enigmatic runes and images. The city moat meandered gracefully, with crystal-clear waters sparkling in the sunlight like silver ribbons encircling the entire city. Standing at the base of the walls, Jiang Pingan gazed up in awe, his heart profoundly moved by the spectacle before him. It was truly magnificent. Countless caravans and cultivators flowed in and out, exotic beasts roamed freely, and practitioners soared through the skies. Jiang Pingan summoned the power of his right eye, surveying the streets as his heart raced once more. Almost everyone possesses a degree of cultivation, with foundation establishment stage practitioners commonplace, and even golden core experts visible. The golden cores within them radiate like suns, causing Jiang Pingan to avert his gaze in trepidation. Suddenly, Jiang Pingan spotted a peculiar man, from whose dantian emanated what appeared to be a small infant. In an instant, the infant opened its eyes, startling Jiang Pingan, who hastily averted his stare. The practitioner swiftly glanced at Jiang Pingan before diverting his attention. How strange, merely a small being. Yet it felt as though a formidable entity was scrutinizing him. The practitioner murmured as he departed. Jiang Pingan was drenched in cold sweat. Could this be the nascent soul expert that Oldley spoke of? The individual had not employed any techniques, yet a single gaze rendered him immobile. Numerous shops exuded spiritual brilliance, radiant and vibrant. Even a single weapon was a treasured artifact. Many establishments were perched atop lofty towers, inaccessible to those practitioners who could not fly. Jiang Pingyun was astounded. Was this truly the realm of cultivation? Even though Meng Jing had visited Black Wind City once, the second time still left her in awe. Any bustling courtyard surpassed the structures in Lianshan County in grandeur. Jiang Pingyun found a shop and sold off his useless items. For instance, the green amulet replicated from the treasure-gathering basin was no longer of use. It could only withstand the full force of a 9th-layer qi refining practitioner. He intended to replicate Su Tao's amulet, which was of a higher grade. 21 pieces. Meng Jing was taken aback as Jiang Pingyun produced 21 identical amulets for sale. She had previously suspected that this man had other tricks up his sleeve during his confrontation with Su Tao, and witnessing this scene only solidified her suspicions. Where had this man acquired so many amulets? In the perilous path of cultivation, having a contingency plan is entirely reasonable, Jiang Pingyun calmly explained. Meng Jing shot him a glance. Was this merely a contingency plan? However, she thought to herself, being with this man truly instilled a sense of safety. Jiang Pingyun then sold a breakthrough pill and a foundation establishment pill in exchange for spirit-gathering pills and blood spirit pills. These two types of elixirs were utilized by practitioners in the foundation establishment and martial master stages, making them convenient for future cultivation. He exchanged for 100 blood spirit pills, offering half to Meng Jing. She contemplated refusing, but the abundance of pills was too tempting to discard, and she shyly remarked, "Consider these alone. I shall repay you later." "Very well," Jiang Pingyun replied casually, having no intention of requiring repayment. Her father had rescued him and even bestowed upon him a mysterious technique called the earth-mounding technique. To say he would give her 50 blood spirit pills was a bargain. He would gladly offer 500 foundation establishment pills. Chapter 42. 3 techniques. The two of them purchased various elixirs and daily necessities along their journey, meandering until they arrived at the prefectural governor's mansion. The mansion was relatively modest compared to other structures, exuding a sense of understated elegance. "We are here to participate in the 100 Counties Championship," Jiang Pingyun addressed the gatekeepers. Although he appeared composed, turmoil churned within as he discerned that these two guards were Golden Core experts. "Golden Core experts standing guard here." "Name?" the guard inquired indifferently. "Jiang Pingyun." "Meng Jing," Jiang Pingyun responded. The guard grasped the jade slip at his waist, infused it with spiritual energy, and inquired, "Lord Prefect." Two individuals claiming to be Jiang Pingyun and Meng Jing. "Are they to be taken to the back mountain?" "No, bring them in," came the voice of Xia Qing from the jade slip. Jiang Pingyun gazed curiously at the slip, pondering if it was a sound-transmitting jade slip. He had heard that such slips were exceedingly precious, allowing communication over vast distances with friends and family, far more convenient than disposable sound transmission talismans. "Yes, Lord Prefect," the guard replied, setting the slip down and casting a surprised glance at the two. The fact that these individuals warranted a personal audience with the prefect was remarkable. Were they extraordinary geniuses? The guard, not daring to be negligent, escorted them into the prefect's residence. Upon entering the courtyard, Jiang Pingyun immediately sensed an incredibly rich aura of spiritual energy. Taking a breath here felt more invigorating than absorbing a spirit stone. Adhering to his principle of resourcefulness, he discreetly inhaled deeply. "Are you not planning to give up on your spiritual cultivation?" Meng Jing observed Jiang Pingyun's actions and whispered. Jiang Pingyun shook his head. Had it been before, he would have certainly considered abandoning his cultivation to conserve resources and time. However, the emergence of the earth-mound technique had instilled in him a desire to continue his practice. "Fool, you're not some extraordinary genius," Meng Jing retorted, rolling her eyes at him, deeming his actions a waste of time. Traversing through a series of corridors, they finally arrived before a grand building. "Lord Prefect, the individuals have arrived," the guard announced, bowing with humility. "Thank you for your efforts. You may leave." Xia Qing's authoritative voice resonated from within. "Yes, Lord Prefect." The guard responded and departed. Xia Qing's voice continued, "You two may enter." The pair pushed open the door. Today, Xia Qing was adorned in a simple white long dress, exuding elegance and dignity. The ornaments in her hair swayed gently, reminiscent of a snow lotus, evoking a sense of inferiority in those who beheld her. She sat before her desk, reviewing documents. Upon seeing them, she set down her papers and pen, raised her head, and warmly beckoned Meng Jing, "Come here." Meng Jing obediently approached Xiaqing's side. Xiaqing affectionately patted Meng Jing's small head, her smile deepening. "You are on the verge of breaking through to the martial master level. It seems you have inherited your mother's talent, though it is not fully awakened. Your growth has been remarkable." Meng Jing's body trembled as she gazed at Xiaqing in astonishment, her excitement palpable. "Sister Princess, do you know my mother? Where is she now?" Her mother had disappeared when she was merely 5 years old and had not returned since. She had previously asked her father about her mother's whereabouts, but he never disclosed anything. Each time she inquired, her father would weep with sorrow, prompting her to refrain from asking again, fearing to cause him pain. This matter had lingered in her heart, as she longed for answers but did not know whom to ask. Yet, hearing the princess's words, it seemed she had knowledge of her mother. Xiaqing smiled softly and replied, "Of course, I know her. She was an extraordinary person. However, your current strength does not yet qualify you to seek her out. Once you secure a position among the top 10, I can assist you in making contact." Top 10? Meng Jing's expression shifted. With only 5 months remaining, it seemed impossible for her to catch up to those prodigies. Xiaqing discerned her worries and reassured her with a smile. "Do not fret. I have already procured the materials to help you awaken your true talent. I shall assist you shortly." Upon awakening her talents, she would become 100-fold, even 1,000-fold stronger than she is now, with diligence. Securing a spot in the competition within 5 months would not pose a challenge. "Thank you, Princess." Meng Jing, moved, leaped into Xiaqing's embrace, resolutely declaring, "I shall strive with all my might." For the sake of her mother and father, she was determined to exert herself. She truly missed her mother. Xiaqing, with a radiant smile, gently ruffled Meng Jing's little head. Raising her gaze, she turned her attention to the young man ahead. Jiang Pingyun could sense that, although the other party maintained a smile, it lacked genuine warmth. "Isn't the dominance body technique quite difficult?" he inquired. "Indeed, it is challenging," replied the princess. "But if one cannot master it, fear not. I have 3 other techniques available." Xiaqing interrupted Jiang Pingyun's words, introducing the 3 techniques: immovable golden bell shield, Wuji fist, and great collapse fist. Jiang Pingyun was about to express himself further when he suddenly swallowed his words. 3 additional techniques to choose from? He must select one. Previously, mastering the dominance body technique had been arduous for him, but due to an unexpected event, his progress had accelerated. This unforeseen event was the Earthmound technique, which transferred spiritual energy into his blood, facilitating smoother circulation. Mastering the dominance body technique was merely a matter of time. Initially, Jiang Pingyun intended to assert that he could learn it, but upon realizing there were other techniques available, he chose to remain silent. Xiaqing seemed pressed for time as she began to elaborate on the 3 martial arts techniques. The immovable golden bell shield serves as a defensive technique. Once perfected, it becomes impervious to water and fire, unbreakable by blades, and immune to non-mental attacks. Its defensive capabilities are formidable, while not invincible. Few at the same level can breach it. The Wuji fist, a body cultivation technique, stands apart from others. It is a predominantly passive martial art that advocates neutralizing an opponent's strength and using their force against them, primarily aimed at wearing down adversaries. Its drawback lies in the lack of offensive capability. Lastly, the Great Collapse fist follows a domineering path, with each punch growing increasingly powerful when sufficiently accumulated. It can defeat opponents of a higher tier. However, once executed, there is no turning back, and its cultivation is grueling. All 3 techniques are of the highest caliber. I can only grant you access to the first level, yet it suffices for the golden core stage. My personal suggestion is that if you excel in offense, select the Great Collapse fist, and if your defense is lacking, opt for the immovable golden bell shield. Ultimately, the choice is yours. Jiang Pingyun gradually absorbed Xiaqing's insights. Truth be told, he coveted all 3 techniques. Each sounded appealing. However, one cannot overreach, and it was clear that the other party would not bestow all 3 upon him. He swiftly contemplated his weaknesses and combat style. After a moment, he arrived at his decision. "I choose the Wuji fist." Xiaqing offered Jiang Pingyun 2 suggestions: the golden bell shield and the great collapse fist. Yet, this young man seemed entirely oblivious to her advice. Was he rebellious? Certainly not. Rather, he believed he was exceptionally suited for this technique. He was someone who relished instantaneously vanquishing his opponents and preferred to strike when the moment was ripe. Although the Wuji fist lacks proactive aggression, it is more suited for prolonging combat and seeking the enemy's weaknesses. The Golden Bell shield boasts formidable defense, but lacks offensive capabilities. The Great Collapse fist is excessively forward, sacrificing defense, which is incongruent with its careful yet extreme style. Thus, the Wuji fist, capable of both defense and offense while stalling the opponent, is his preferred choice. Regarding Jiang Pingyin's disregard for her counsel, Xiaqing chose not to elaborate. She casually tossed him a jade slip, instructing him to diligently practice the Wuji fist and to rest, as someone would lead him to a place of respite. She was indifferent to Jiang Pingyin's choices, knowing that, with his abilities, he stood no chance of securing a competition spot. Her concern lay solely with Meng Jing. Chapter 43. Breakthrough to Martial Master. Thank you, Lord Prefect. Jiang Pingyin clasped his fists in gratitude. The resources provided were immensely beneficial to him. Despite the prefect's ulterior motives, he remained sincerely appreciative. Ha ha, you stubborn blockhead. Wait until I awaken and I shall crush you. Meng Jing exclaimed joyfully. She had just realized that her talents had yet to be fully developed, and she would undoubtedly grow even more formidable in the future. Jiang Pingyin displayed little reaction. Envy toward talent and lineage was futile. He had long understood the world's inherent unfairness. While he might admire those with fortunate circumstances, he would not wallow in self-pity or stagnation. A maid led Jiang Pingyin away and arranged for him to stay in a quiet side chamber. Though merely an ordinary room, it surpassed the grandeur of the residences in Lian County, with towering wooden structures and a majestic air, illuminated by the faint glow of profound runes. You will reside here for the time being. Meals are to be taken in the dining hall. In 3 days, you will be escorted to the back mountain, where you and your peers will undergo training and assessment. Rest well, there may be a battle ahead. Thank you, elder sister. Jiang Pingyin expressed his gratitude. The maid smiled. She had hosted many prodigies before, all brimming with arrogance, seldom offering her thanks. She added, on the table in your room lies a formation diagram. Infuse it with spiritual energy to activate it, and again to deactivate it. This formation will create a barrier to prevent disturbances during your cultivation and gather surrounding spiritual energy to expedite your training. My steed remains outside. Could I trouble you to look after it? Jiang Pingyin inquired. Certainly. Just call for me if you need anything. The maid replied with a smile as she departed. As Jiang Pingyin was about to close the door, a figure suddenly squeezed in and hurled a punch toward his face. Jiang Pingyin swiftly raised his arm to block. Bang! He was struck and stumbled back several steps. What the? You're still not a martial master. Ma Wei scoffed, his expression one of disdain. Who are you? Jiang Pingyin furrowed his brow, his fist throbbing, as he regarded the assailant before him. The individual appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with a plump physique. One hand clutching a chicken leg, grease smeared across his face. I am Ma Wei. You may call me Brother Ma from now on. Although you are yet to reach martial master status, your participation in the assessment indicates you are a genius. You shall be my underling, and I will protect you, Ma Wei declared with pride. Noticing that other prodigies had their entourages while he did not, he felt somewhat inferior and thus resolved to recruit a couple of subordinates. Upon finishing his meal, he chanced upon a newcomer and decided to test him. No, Jiang Pingyin promptly declined. He was focused on his cultivation and had no interest in becoming someone else's subordinate. Do you know who I am? Do you know where I hail from? I am a prodigy of the Misty Sect. Ma Wei raised his chin even higher. Misty Sect? Yes, indeed, it is the Misty Sect. His eyes sparkled with arrogance. I've never heard of it, Jiang Pingyin replied honestly. Ma Wei scoffed. Who is this country bumpkin? How could he not have heard of the Misty Sect? The Misty Sect aided the founding emperor of the Great Xia in establishing this nation. Its history predates that of Great Xia itself, holding an unparalleled status. Is there anything else? I need to cultivate, Jiang Pingyin insisted, feeling the urgency of his studies, the body of dominance, earth-stacking technique, and infinite fist. You country bumpkin. If you refuse to be my subordinate, no one will protect you. In 3 days, during the battle, you will certainly be beaten to a pulp. Ma Wei felt his pride wounded. How could a mere newcomer dare to disregard a genius disciple of the Misty Sect? Seeing that Ma Wei refused to leave, Jiang Pingyin placed his palm upon the table and infused it with spiritual energy. A layer of black barriers swiftly emerged, sending Ma Wei flying. Ouch! Ma Wei stumbled and dropped the chicken leg he was holding. Enraged, he shouted, "You insolent brat! You will regret this. Just wait, I will crush you in 3 days." Being expelled from the room left Ma Wei feeling humiliated. In the Misty Sect, who would dare treat him this way? Jiang Pingyun was unaware that the barrier could propel someone away. Before he could utter another word, Ma Wei stormed out in fury. Jiang Pingyun shook his head in resignation, unable to comprehend the other's actions. Perhaps the disparity in their environments shaped their philosophies. His was to avoid trouble and not easily become an enemy. While these individuals believed in eliminating those who did not align with them, deciding not to dwell on it further, Jiang Pingyun closed the door and settled onto his meditation mat. He consumed a blood spirit pill and a healing pill he had just purchased, igniting his blood energy to practice the body of dominance. The blood energy surged within him, resembling the sound of flowing water. After nearly a month of training in Lianshan County, he had only managed to circulate 2/3 of his blood energy. This time, he aimed to operate the body of dominance in one go. The overwhelming blood energy coursed through his veins, flowing smoothly with the assistance of spiritual energy. However, blood still seeped from his skin, and beads of sweat dripped from his hair. Jiang Pingyun gritted his teeth, his breathing becoming erratic. Even amidst the pain, he knew he had to persevere in cultivating the body of dominance. Only thus could he catch up to those prodigies and advance further on the path of cultivation. Due to the earth stacking technique, his progress accelerated, yet the agony persisted throughout the day, staining Jiang Pingyun's entire body with blood. His body was battered and reshaped, destroyed and rebuilt. As the body of dominance commenced its operation, a monumental transformation began within him. With a thunderous roar, it was as if a river had burst forth, the sound reverberating within Jiang Pingyun. Golden-purple light flickered around him, and the blood that flowed was vaporized and solidified. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Pingyun's frail face. At last, he had successfully executed the body dominance technique, and subsequent attempts would come much more easily. The vitality within him surged, pulsating with life. The strength of a body cultivator lies in the overwhelming vigor of their blood. Elderly once remarked that some formidable body cultivators could incinerate vast oceans with a single drop of blood, their heat rivaling that of the stars. Naturally, Jiang Pingyun was far from such prowess. He had merely begun to practice the body dominance technique, still a long way from mastering it completely. Once he grasped the first layer of this technique, the flow of blood within him would resemble rushing rivers, even producing thunderous sounds. Currently, the sounds within him were akin to a gentle stream. Even so, he could feel his strength multiply by several times. This successful execution of the body dominance technique had allowed him to ascend into the ranks of martial masters without the aid of a breakthrough pill. His next focus would be to open the meridians within his body. The primary distinction between a martial master and an ordinary martial artist lies in the former's ability to unlock their meridians and unleash their potential. By opening 10 meridians, one becomes a mid-level martial master. By opening 20, they are classified as a high-level martial master. Each open meridian enhances the stored vitality within, and upon opening 30, one can strive for the next significant realm, the Blood Dan realm. Strictly speaking, martial masters do not possess distinct realms. They are simply categorized as low, mid, or high levels for the sake of measuring strength. Jiang Pingyun consumed a healing pill and stepped into the bathing pool to cleanse the blood from his body. Mutu, Mutu, open the door. Not long after he entered the bath, a vigorous knocking echoed from outside. The only person he knew here was Meng Jing. Jiang Pingyun summoned his vitality to evaporate the moisture on his body, changed into a clean outfit, infused his energy into the barrier to dissolve it, and opened the door. Upon seeing Jiang Pingyun, Meng Jing laughed heartily. Haha, Mutu, I have awakened a particularly formidable talent. I am now a martial master. She could not fathom why, but she felt an overwhelming urge to share this news with him. Congratulations, Jiang Pingyun replied with a smile. Why so calm? Aren't you going to ask what my talent is? Meng Jing pouted, slightly disappointed. Regardless of the talent, there will always be those with greater gifts. One must remain humble and diligent, taking each step in their training without succumbing to greed. All right. Why do you sound just like my father? So tedious. Meng Jing covered her ears, not wishing to listen. Jiang Pingyun shook his head in resignation. This young girl remained as headstrong as ever. Meng Jing took Jiang Pingyun's hand and exclaimed, "Come on, let's eat. I heard from the maid that there are many desserts in the cafeteria." Regardless of her awakened talent, her gluttonous nature had not changed. Bouncing with excitement, Meng Jing led the way, her ponytail swaying as they approached the dining area. It seemed to be mealtime, and the place was bustling with people. A few exceptionally striking young men and women caught particular attention, standing out from the crowd. However, as soon as Meng Jing entered, all eyes turned toward her. Look, that girl is the one who recently caused the thunderous phenomenon. It is said she possesses the thunder spirit body, a bloodline of the ancient family of the Lei clan. The Lei clan, that ancient family. During Jiang Pingin's cultivation, he heard the sound of thunder but paid it little mind. It was only upon overhearing the discussions of those around him that he realized it was summoned by Meng Jing. The ability to command thunder? How terrifying. At that moment, a young man clad in a golden robe approached. Despite his youth, he exuded an aura of authority and was strikingly handsome. With a smile directed at Meng Jing, he introduced himself. Miss Meng, I am Feng Yuchen, a cultivator at the mid-stage of foundation building. My father is the sect master of Longshuanzong. At the nascent soul stage, 3,000 years ago, an ancestor of my family obtained a trace of dragon blood, which I have now activated. Chapter 44. The popular Meng Jing. Miss Meng, I am Qian Feng, a talented disciple of the Zhangqiong sect, at the early stage of foundation building. Miss Meng, I am the grandson of the sect master of Tianling Pavilion. As soon as Meng Jing made her appearance, a throng of young men gathered around her in a display of camaraderie. For them, any member of an ancient aristocratic family was an unattainable figure. The presence of such individuals warranted earnest connections. Should they forge a partnership, it would greatly benefit both themselves and their families, potentially influencing their family's fortunes for a millennium. Meng Jing, however, remained indifferent to their overtures, declaring, I am not Meng, I am Jiang Pingan. With that, she eagerly dashed towards the dessert section, where a variety of pastries captivated her senses, making her mouth water. The young men, disregarded, found themselves charmed by Meng Jing's playful demeanor, their admiration only growing. They continued to approach her in friendship. From their reactions, Jiang Pingan discerned Meng Jing's current status. Some chose not to approach Meng Jing directly, but instead sought out Jiang Pingan. The self-proclaimed Feng Yuchen from Longshuanzong stood before Jiang Pingan and inquired, What is your relationship with Miss Meng? She is the daughter of my superior, Jiang Pingan replied. Feng Yuchen's expression shifted as he realized Jiang Pingan was merely a subordinate. His gaze turned indifferent. Inform me of Miss Meng's preferences and interests. If I am satisfied, I shall reward you with a spirit-gathering pill. You may inquire directly. Jiang Pingan thought it rather rude to divulge Meng Jing's personal matters. How dare a mere servant defy me? Feng Yuchen's eyes darkened. Jiang Pingan's expression was one of confusion. Was this considered defiance? He could not comprehend the boy's thought process, nor the environment in which he had been raised, believing that any deviation from his wishes was a transgression. Disinterested, Jiang Pingan turned to the dining area. Feng Yuchen, feeling ignored, narrowed his eyes, committing Jiang Pingan's appearance to memory, intending to teach him a lesson in 2 days. Jiang Pingan was unconcerned about offending him. After all, they were in the governor's residence, and he knew they would not dare act against him. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon pieces of beast meat, sensing the energy contained within, and he was taken aback. This appeared to be the flesh of a late-stage foundation-building beast. A mere commoner like him had never encountered such lowly meat. As Feng Yuchen passed by, he scoffed, displeased with the defiance shown by this inferior person. What right did such a lowly individual have to oppose him? He was nothing more than a cultivator of lowly rank, not even having reached the level of a martial artist. It was only natural that he had never consumed such meat, just a pauper. A rotund figure emerged. None other than Ma Wei, who had been dismissed by Jiang Pingan the previous day, still brooding over yesterday's incident. Ma Wei was startled to see him enter with Meng Jing. Fortunately, he had overheard that Jiang Pingan and Meng Jing were not closely acquainted. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to exact revenge. Upon hearing their taunts, Jiang Pingan frowned. He had no desire to provoke a confrontation and chose to ignore them. He produced a purple elixir and handed it to the chef, requesting several pieces of monster meat. The meat from these creatures was far superior to blood-boosting pills, as it not only replenished spiritual energy, but also invigorated one's vitality, making it ideal for his cultivation. Foundation Establishment Pill. Ma Wei's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the elixir Jiang Pingan had casually produced. This lad actually possessed such a valuable item. Feng Yuchen was momentarily taken aback as well. Despite his privileged background and resources, he would feel a pang of regret at casually producing a foundation establishment pill. Could it be that this young man was exceedingly wealthy? The chef smiled and shook his head at Jiang Pingan, explaining that the county lord had instructed that these gifted individuals dined here free of charge, although they could not take excessive quantities away. Jiang Pingan was secretly astonished. Such high-quality monster meat was provided at no cost, a revelation indeed. Then please give me a piece, he replied, elated at the prospect of saving considerable resources. He had never sampled such exquisite monster meat before, which surely contained abundant spiritual and vital energies. The chef swiftly sliced a large portion of the meat with a specially crafted knife, placing it onto a plate and handing it to Jiang Pingan. He refrained from asking for more, knowing that such nutrient-rich meat might prove overwhelming if consumed in excess. Truly a country bumpkin, Ma Wei thought, suspecting that Jiang Pingan, who seemed oblivious to the value of the Foundation establishment pill, had brought it forth to purchase meat. Jiang Pingan had no intention of engaging, but Meng Jing, appearing at his side with pastries in hand, glared at Ma Wei and shouted, "Whom do you call a country bumpkin?" Ma Wei's expression stiffened. He had not noticed Meng Jing standing behind Jiang Pingan. He quickly retorted, "I wasn't referring to you, Miss Meng, but to your attendant here. You are the attendant. Your entire family are attendants. Jiang Pingan is my dearest friend." Meng Jing exclaimed, visibly upset by the insult directed at Jiang Pingan. Her appetite for pastries entirely vanished. Ma Wei's face darkened. "Miss Meng, I am a member of the Miao Liao sect." Meng Jing paused for a moment before responding. "Does being from the Miao Liao sect grant you the right to insult others? I defend my friend. It is entirely justified. Moreover, you flaunt your family name as if it were of any significance. This is not the county lord's residence, nor the outside world. Offending someone here poses no consequence. Besides, a colossal entity like the Miao Liao sect would not descend upon such trifles." Ma Wei's face turned grim, taken aback by the lack of respect shown by his adversary. Observing the nearby onlookers whispering and mocking him, he could no longer bear to stay. "In 2 days, strength will speak for itself," he muttered, dragging his rotund form away with a scowl. Here, one could not engage in casual disputes. In 2 days, he would show them. Not long ago, Feng Yuchen, who had been mocking Jiang Pingan alongside him, mysteriously vanished, indicating that the individual possessed remarkable agility. "Humph." Meng Jing took Jiang Pingan's hand and urged him to sit beside her. "From now on, I shall protect you. Should anyone dare to bully you, do not hesitate to inform me." She had awakened her thunder spirit body, and the low-profile demeanor she had previously espoused was now cast aside. Jiang Pingan smiled, "All right." As Meng Jing indulged in a pastry, her legs swung playfully beneath the table. "You must also strive for a breakthrough. In 2 days, the 5-month quota competition will commence. The closer your rank, the greater the resources allocated to you. How does one compete for it?" Jiang Pingan asked, savoring a morsel of meat while activating the earth stacking technique to absorb the energy contained within. Meng Jing gestured towards the window. "Do you see that mountain?" Jiang Pingan followed her gaze. Indeed, a towering peak loomed beyond the glass, shrouded in mist, with mysterious runes flickering around it, exuding an air of enigma. "That mountain has 30 levels. After 5 months, only those who reach the top 10 tiers will qualify for the 100 Counties Championship. The higher your rank, the more resources you will receive daily. Furthermore, the spiritual energy increases as you ascend. Spending a day at the summit is equivalent to a month's training outside. However, maintaining a position on the mountain is no simple feat. One must endure 3 challenges daily. Failure results in a descent to the previous tier. Among the 78 prodigies present, 18 are at the late Foundation establishment stage, 25 at the mid-stage, 30 at the early stage, and 5 below Foundation establishment." As Meng Jing spoke, she cast a deep glance at Jiang Pingan. "Although you may not secure a spot in the top ranks or have a chance to participate in the championship, do not lose heart. I shall win resources and share them with you upon my return." Chapter 45. The consumption of abundant spirit stones. 18 individuals are at the late Foundation establishment stage, 25 at the mid-stage, and 30 at the early stage. These young talents, possessing extraordinary gifts, have achieved such cultivation before the age of 18. Should they not falter, they will undoubtedly become Yuan-ing strongholds in the future. It is no wonder these youths exude confidence. They possess ample grounds for their pride. In the past, Jiang Pingan might have had no chance of contending for a top 10 quota. However, the emergence of the earth stacking technique altered the landscape entirely. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope for competition. As Jiang Pinyin savored the meat of a late Foundation establishment beast, the flavor was average. Yet the energy it harbored was substantial. Each bite felt akin to consuming a blood chi pill and a chi-gathering pill simultaneously. Beside him, Meng Jing devoured her pastries, her face aglow with delight. The desserts here are exquisite. After a brief interval, a maid clad in white approached, respectfully addressing Meng Jing. "Miss Meng, the princess requests your presence for martial training." "Ah, has the time arrived so swiftly?" Meng Jing exclaimed, hastily shoving another piece of pastry into her mouth. She turned to Jiang Pinyin and added, "The princess calls for me to practice martial arts. From now on, I shall seek you out during mealtimes." Wiping her mouth quickly with her small hand, she bounced away. Following her awakening of talent, she aimed to elevate her strength as swiftly as possible, with Xiaqing personally providing guidance. Having finished the beast meat, Jiang Pinyin intended to return to his cultivation, but suddenly recalled that he had yet to administer pills to Xiaobai. After inquiring about the location for housing mounts, he made his way to the stable beside the governor's mansion. Although other horses are quite handsome, they pale in comparison to the exquisite Xiaobai. Xiaobai is certainly not a horse, though it bears a slight resemblance. When fed a pill, Xiaobai joyfully tossed its head, and its flowing white mane danced in the air. "Is this extraordinary beast yours, young man?" A voice suddenly rang out, startling Jiang Pinyin as he was about to return to his cultivation. He turned abruptly to see a stooped old man, slightly hunchbacked, clad in plain black garb, cradling a bundle of hay, presumably a stable hand. "Yes, it is," Jiang Pinyin replied, not allowing the old man's status to inflate his own pride. He hailed from humble beginnings and did not consider himself superior to others. "Allow me to purchase this extraordinary beast for 30,000 spirit stones." "What do you say?" The old man placed the hay into the stable and spoke matter-of-factly. 30,000. Jiang Pinyin was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed," the old man remarked, his gaze filled with affection for Xiaobai. Jiang Pinyin felt a surge of astonishment. Could a mere stable hand at the county lord's estate possess such wealth? Even those in the golden core stage rarely had such a sum readily available. Jiang Pinyin realized his understanding of this world was still woefully inadequate. "I'm sorry, sir, but I have no intention of selling," he firmly declined. He was not in need of money, and moreover, he held a deep affection for Xiaobai, who was swift and served as an excellent mount. The old man observed Jiang Pinyin closely, noting that he was not attempting to leverage the situation for a higher price, but genuinely reluctant to part with Xiaobai. He sighed softly, recognizing that he was fated to remain without this extraordinary beast. Raising his hand, a small blue pouch appeared, intricately inscribed with complex runes. "Here, take this beast storage pouch. It can accommodate magical beasts, making transportation much more convenient." "Such a storage pouch exists?" Jiang Pinyin was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of a pouch capable of storing magical beasts. "How much does this pouch cost?" Jiang Pinyin speculated that it must be quite expensive. Most storage pouches could not house living beasts, yet this one could. "It is a gift for you." The old man casually tossed the storage pouch to Jiang Pinyin and resumed feeding the horses. "Thank you, sir." Jiang Pinyin was immensely grateful for this pouch. Bowing deeply in appreciation, the pouch bore no spiritual imprint, allowing him to inscribe his own. The interior space was vast, capable of accommodating thousands of horses. Even disregarding its function of storing living beings, the sheer volume would be worth several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Jiang Pinyin wished to express his gratitude once more, but the old man had vanished. He silently committed this kindness to memory and attempted to store Xiaobai in the magical beast pouch. With a swift motion, Xiaobai disappeared. Confirming that he could indeed store Xiaobai without causing distress, Jiang Pinyin felt reassured. "I shall be cultivating soon, so I may not be able to attend to you at times. Here, I'll place some pills inside. 5 a day will suffice, so do not overindulge." He instructed Xiaobai while placing several vials of pills into the pouch. Xiaobai, displaying remarkable intelligence, nodded vigorously. Jiang Pinyin secured the pouch at his waist and returned to his dwelling to continue his cultivation. The gap between him and those prodigies was vast. He needed to cultivate diligently to have any hope of catching up. As the barrier was activated, spiritual energy began to converge within the room. Seated upon the cultivation platform, Jiang Pinyin harnessed the energy from the flesh of late-stage demonic beasts to break through to the second layer of qi cultivation. If those prodigies were to discover that amidst their ranks, someone was on the verge of breaking through to the second layer, their expressions would be quite telling. With a crack, after an abundant influx of spiritual energy and the essence of demonic beast flesh, the boundary of his realm was shattered once more. And he returned to the second layer of qi cultivation. Jiang Pingyun did not pause. He consumed 3 spirit-gathering pills, propelling himself towards another breakthrough. The spirit-gathering pill, a precious elixir utilized by foundational cultivators, held a value of 100 spirit stones. For ordinary practitioners at the 8th or 9th layer of qi cultivation, consuming a single pill could elevate them to the 10th layer. Yet here was Jiang Pingyun, merely at the 2nd layer, daring to ingest 3 at once. Any typical cultivator would shun such recklessness, for the consequence could only be one: a catastrophic explosion of their own body. The energy reserves of lower-tier cultivators are inherently limited, rendering them incapable of harboring excessive amounts. However, due to the nature of the Earth Mound technique, Jiang Pingyun lacked meridians, instead channeling spiritual energy into his blood. The higher his physical cultivation, the more formidable the energy that could be stored within his bloodstream. After consuming 3 spirit-gathering pills, he felt no pressure against the barrier. Thus, he proceeded to swallow 7 more. To take such a quantity at once would instill fear in even the most seasoned foundational cultivators, fearing the risk of bodily explosion. As the spirit-gathering pills transformed into energy and infused into his being, he once again sensed the presence of the boundary. With a crack, he ascended to the 3rd layer of qi cultivation. The energies within the room surged towards him like a whirlpool, eager to be absorbed. 10 spirit-gathering pills, valued at 1,000 spirit stones, had been expended, an expenditure several times greater than before. However, Jiang Pingyun felt no trepidation regarding the resources consumed. Rather, he was elated. For none of it was squandered, all being retained within his body. Unrelenting, Jiang Pingyun did not rest. He directly swallowed 10 more spirit-gathering pills. Half an hour later, having failed to break through, he tossed another 10 into his mouth. This finally brought him into contact with the barrier. Breaking through the foundational stage does not necessitate exceptional talent. Sufficient resources are the key. Yet, the resources Jiang Pingyun required were indeed rather substantial. With 22 spirit-gathering pills, he ascended to the 4th layer of qi cultivation. With 45, he reached the 5th layer. The costs were nearly equivalent to that of half a foundational pill. How many foundational cultivators could amass such resources? Fortunately, Jiang Pingyun possessed a veritable treasure trove, allowing him to replicate foundational pills daily and exchange them for spirit-gathering pills. Otherwise, even with the Earth Mound technique, he would lack the qualifications to cultivate it. As Elderly often remarked, wealth, partners, techniques, and land are vital resources for cultivators. And placing wealth at the forefront is indeed wise. 100 spirit-gathering pills later, he successfully broke through to the 6th layer of qi cultivation. This breakthrough equated to the consumption of a foundational pill. Should other cultivators witness this, envy would surely overwhelm them. In the adjacent loft, Ma Wei, deep in his own cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes, a look of confusion upon his face. What was happening? Why had the spiritual energy in the room suddenly diminished? He was not alone. Nearby cultivators also sensed a significant reduction in spiritual energy. They speculated about which prodigy had advanced to the late foundation establishment stage, for it was inconceivable to absorb such an abundance of spiritual energy all at once. In the secluded courtyard where Xia Qing resided, a tranquil stream meandered beneath a small bridge, surrounded by a vibrant display of flowers, while a peculiar white creature lounged languidly nearby. Suddenly, a thunderous clap of lightning erupted, startling the white beast, which swiftly darted into Xia Qing's embrace. Meng Jing opened her eyes wide with excitement, exclaiming, "Sister, I can feel the power of thunder." The recent phenomenon was a manifestation of her connection to the thunderous forces. Xia Qing, seated at a tea table engrossed in a book, lifted her exquisite gaze slightly and smiled. "Indeed, as a thunder spirit body, you are inherently attuned to the thunder. Once you reach full mastery, a mere thought will summon countless bolts of lightning. Hee, I can't wait to show that wooden block. He'll surely be astonished." Meng Jing replied with glee, eagerly anticipating Jiang Pingyun's shocked expression. Upon hearing this, and seeing the gleam in Meng Jing's eyes, Xia Qing's smile abruptly faded. Jiang Pingyun possessed remarkable talent in physical cultivation, and with favorable fortune, he might one day attain the Yuanying stage. However, the chasm between him and Meng Jing was insurmountable. Meng Jing's smile faltered. "Sister, What are you implying? You see, your mother made an unfortunate choice long ago, falling in love with your father, an ordinary man, resulting in her current tribulations and separation from you. Xiaqing paused for a moment before stating plainly, Jiang Pingyun is not worthy of you. Do not let a fleeting infatuation hinder your lifelong pursuit of cultivation. I have nothing with him, Meng Jing murmured, her gaze cast downwards, obscuring her expression. Xiaqing looked toward the heavens. In this world, there are countless prodigies. Once you formally embark on your cultivation journey, you will encounter even more exceptional youths. These talents, whether in appearance, potential, or background, are all of the highest caliber. Soon, you will realize just how ordinary Jiang Pingyun truly is. You belong to different realms. Maintaining a distance from him would be beneficial for both of you. After Xiaqing spoke, Meng Jing remained silent, her head bowed in contemplation. Chapter 46. The Tianxian Pill. The following day, in the early morning, Jiang Pingyun noticed that Meng Jing had not come to seek him out, leading him to surmise that she was engrossed in her cultivation. To ensure that her favorite sweet treats would not be depleted by others, Jiang Pingyun decided not to wait for her and instead headed to the cafeteria to procure some delicacies for her. He had heard from Old Li about a pill called the Bigu pill, which supposedly eliminated hunger. However, Jiang Pingyun believed that consuming food was a pleasure that could not be replaced by such a pill. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Jiang Pingyun quickly spotted Meng Jing. She was surrounded by a throng of boys and girls, all engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Miss Meng, these are my family's specialties. Do try them. They aid in cultivation. Miss Meng, are you familiar with the divine dragon? I possess its bloodline. Jiang Pingyun was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Meng Jing had already arrived. Redirecting his attention, he approached the chef to acquire some premium beast meat, then casually selected a spot to sit and eat, choosing not to intrude upon their merriment. The food here was abundant in energy, and given the current stage of intense energy demands, he opted to indulge as much as possible. After a brief moment, a plate suddenly appeared in front of him. Hey, didn't you see me eating over there? I came early just to bring you some beast legs. Meng Jing sat opposite Jiang Pingyun, expressing her dissatisfaction. Jiang Pingyun raised his head and remarked, I observed you engaging merrily with others, so I refrained from interrupting. Meeting more talented individuals will undoubtedly benefit your future. Meng Jing shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, if it's beneficial, why don't you join us in the conversation? There's no point, he replied, even if they converse with me out of respect for you. It would merely be superficial chatter, a waste of time. As Jiang Pingyun consumed his meat, he absorbed the energy within. Indeed, without the lightning spirit body and my current background, they would hardly acknowledge my presence. Meng Jing propped her chin on her small hand, gazing intently at Jiang Pingyun. But you are different. Regardless of others' talents, you always maintain a wooden demeanor. She laughed heartily at the end. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, Meng Jing burst into loud laughter, leaving Jiang Pingyun bewildered. What could possibly be amusing? Her thoughts were difficult to comprehend. Without warning, Meng Jing thrust a vial into Jiang Pingyun's hands. This is a pill given to me by the princess. It is said to enhance one's talent. I possess sufficient talent already, so I don't need it. You should hurry and take it. Strive to break through to the martial master level. The competition for spots begins tomorrow. Good luck. With that, she dashed away, her joy palpable. Jiang Pingyun stared at the pill in his hand, lost in deep contemplation. Old Li had once mentioned that talent is challenging to alter. However, it is not impossible. There are indeed two common methods, special techniques and miraculous pills. Yet, both are exorbitantly priced. Given that this pill was bestowed by the princess to enhance Meng Jing's talent, it must be extraordinarily valuable. Jiang Pingyun's grip tightened around the vial. After finishing his meal, he departed from the governor's residence, seeking a shop to exchange foundational pills for several vital essence pills and a considerable amount of spirit-gathering pills. The vital essence pill, utilized by gold core stage cultivators, is valued at 5,000 each. Today, he aimed to attempt a breakthrough to a higher realm and, if fortune favored him, to establish his foundation. Upon returning to his quarters, Jiang Pingyun consumed a vital essence pill, and a torrent of terrifying spiritual energy surged into his body. Had his physique not already reached the level of a martial master, along with the enhancements from the body dominance technique, he would have been overwhelmed by this influx of energy. He suppressed the raging energy and began to relentlessly assault the barrier of his realm. The resources he consumed during the qi refining stage had already surpassed that of most foundation establishment cultivators throughout their entire period. In a small courtyard where Xia Qing was resting, she fixed her gaze on Meng Jing, who was immersed in her training, and suddenly remarked, "You haven't consumed that celestial pill." Meng Jing stiffened, her secret exposed, and she averted her eyes, nervously replying, "I intended to wait a couple of days before taking it. What you are doing is utterly pointless. Even if Jiang Pinyin were to consume the celestial pill, he would still be unable to keep pace with you. This is a disservice to yourself," Xia Qing observed. Having seen through Meng Jing's intentions and deduced that she had given the pill to Jiang Pinyin, the once anxious Meng Jing suddenly composed herself, lifting her head with an unwavering determination in her eyes. "Regardless of whether this endeavor holds significance, I am compelled by an inner urge to proceed. I know that in the future, whether I feel regret or disappointment, I do not wish to look back on my life and lament my inaction today. I owe it to the trust bestowed upon me by my elder sister, the princess, but fear not, dear sister, I shall undoubtedly secure a place among the top 10. With that, Meng Jing drew her sword and began her earnest training. Xia Qing stood in stunned silence, gazing at the young girl before her, completely unprepared for such words to escape her lips, words that seemed far beyond those of a mere child. A nearby maid approached Xia Qing, using a special technique to convey her thoughts. "Your Highness, shall we retrieve the Tianqian pill?" Xia Qing shook her head. The maid replied in a low voice, "Your Highness, that is the Tianqian pill. You have endured great hardships and expended immense resources to acquire this elixir, and there is but one in the entirety of the underworld realm. Few in the great Xia Empire possess the ability to concoct such a pill." Meng Jing remained unaware of the pill's true worth, but Xia Qing understood. She again shook her head, her gaze steady upon the girl before her, and calmly stated, "Compared to the Tianqian pill, Meng Jing's aspirations are of far greater importance." Her willingness to offer the valuable pill to Meng Jing was a means to gain her favor. As Meng Jing appeared content, Xia Qing resolved to allow it, recognizing that any future regrets would be Meng Jing's own burden to bear. The maid, though reluctant, chose not to voice her dissent further. That Jiang Pinyin surely had extraordinary fortune to be in possession of such a high-grade elixir. As the night passed, the competition for the coveted slots was set to commence. Would, rise and shine. Meng Jing rapped on Jiang Pinyin's door early in the morning. Jiang Pinyin slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He had indeed underestimated the sheer magnitude of the energy stored within him. Having consumed so many pills, an ordinary cultivator would have already reached the golden core stage. Yet he had not even touched the foundation establishment barrier. It seemed he would have to wait for another opportunity. Rising to deactivate the barrier, he opened his door. "Have you broken through?" Meng Jing asked, grasping Jiang Pinyin's arm with eager anticipation. Jiang Pinyin summoned his blood energy, releasing the aura of a martial artist. "Haha, splendid. Keep it up. Even if you don't secure a spot, you must not squander the pills I have given you." Meng Jing beamed with joy at Jiang Pinyin's progress, her smile bright and innocent. In truth, Jiang Pinyin had yet to consume the pill. Meng Jing took his hand, leading him towards the back mountain. "We must hurry. The competition is about to begin." "But I haven't had breakfast," Jiang Pinyin protested. "What nonsense. We cultivators can go days without food," Meng Jing thought to herself, exasperated by his focus on breakfast at such a critical moment. Upon reaching the back mountain, a towering peak loomed before them, its summit lost in the clouds. It was evident that this mountain comprised 30 distinct layers, each adorned with unique array runes that delineated their boundaries. Moreover, the higher the layer, the more concentrated the spiritual energy became. At the base of the mountain gathered dozens of young aspirants, each bearing a serious demeanor and spirited determination, resembling a series of flames poised to burst forth with their own power. Among them stood the 78 top prodigies of Haifeng County, perhaps a century hence. These individuals would be renowned across the world. At this moment, a streak of white light sliced across the horizon, and Xia Qing, accompanied by several maidens, emerged atop the clouds. "Lord Prefect, Your Highness the Princess." A group of young men bowed their heads in deference upon seeing Xia Qing, their voices imbued with utmost respect. No need for formalities. Xia Qing's voice resonated with authority and grace. Chapter 47. The talented ones gazing at Xia Qing soaring amidst the clouds. Jiang Pingyin's eyes brimmed with envy and longing. "When I have the time, I too shall learn the art of aerial mastery or sword flight." It is far swifter than running on the ground. Standing on the cloud, Xia Qing declared in a clear voice, I shall reiterate the rules in 5 months' time. Those who can ascend to the top 10 tiers of the mountain shall qualify for the 100 prefectures competition. During these 5 months, you must diligently cultivate and strive to ascend the mountain. The higher your tier, the greater your daily resources. The first tier grants 10,000 spirit stones daily, while the 30th tier offers merely 100. Each individual is permitted 3 opportunities daily to challenge or be challenged. The challenged may not refuse unless incapacitated or lacking in spiritual energy. Killing is prohibited, as is the use of non-combat weapons or treasures, and any weapon surpassing the foundation establishment stage. The consumption of pills during combat is also forbidden, or you shall be disqualified. In the top 20 tiers, only 1 individual is permitted per tier. From the 21st to the 29th tiers, 2 individuals are allowed per tier, and the lowest tier has no restrictions on numbers. If you wish to grow stronger and enjoy greater resources, then strive to ascend. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. The victor shall reign supreme. The future of the great Xia lies in your hands. Though Xia Qing's words were not fervently impassioned, the youth felt their spirits ignite with fervor. The competition for slots begins now. As Xia Qing descended, a surge of formidable energy erupted from the youths, causing the clouds above to churn violently and the winds to howl, pushing back the winter chill. A 16-year-old maiden soared into the air, racing towards the mountain's peak. As her aura irradiated, an ethereal projection of a divine phoenix manifested above her, enveloping the skies. With the appearance of the divine phoenix, the atmosphere transformed into a sweltering heat, akin to the height of summer. I claim this first tier. Who dares to challenge me? The phoenix maiden gazed down upon the aspiring talents, shining like a celestial star, eclipsing all others in brilliance. A phoenix body. How astonishing! A knowledgeable prodigy from a prominent family gasped in disbelief at the extraordinary phenomenon she emitted. A phoenix body? The rumored descendant of the Phoenix clan? How can one contend against her? In the entire Great Xia dynasty, few can rival her. Some youths, still aspiring to reach the summit, felt their hopes dampen upon witnessing her. If we cannot attain the first tier, we must settle for second. At that moment, another young man soared into the air, landing securely on the second tier. He exhibited no signs of spiritual or physical fluctuations, yet his presence altered the atmosphere, repelling the energy radiated by the phoenix. A soul cultivator. The crowd immediately recognized his prowess. He was a practitioner of the soul. Among the 3 main types of cultivators, spiritual, physical, and soul cultivators were the rarest. These cultivators, who delve into the mysteries of the soul, possess talents that rival even those with single spiritual roots. The essence of soul cultivation lies in the manipulation of the mind, ethereal and elusive, enigmatic and unpredictable. A formidable soul cultivator possesses the power to upheave mountains and seas with a mere thought, capable of annihilating souls. This young man is not only a soul cultivator, but evidently a paragon among them. With a tone of indifference, he declared, I seek the second tier. Who dares to challenge me? His voice resonated with a peculiar vibration that instilled fear of defiance in all present. The numerous prodigies swallowed hard, utterly unable to confront him. Thus, they could only vie for the third tier. With a thunderous boom, a youth towering at 2 meters in height propelled himself with great force, akin to a meteor, swiftly crashing into the third tier. Enveloped in a radiant golden light, he waved his hand, and an immense power dispersed the surrounding dust. I claim the third tier. Who will face me? The deep metallic sound reverberated through the skies. Was this not the legendary golden body? It is said to possess unparalleled physical strength, making it exceedingly difficult to breach its defenses even against opponents a whole realm above. The attack is equally ferocious. Witnessing the first 3 prodigies, many young individuals felt their spirits falter. Initially eager to contend for the top 3 positions, they now realized that none could stand against these 3. I, Feng Yuchen, claim the 4th tier. Who dares to challenge me? Dressed in golden robes, Feng Yuchen ascended to the 4th tier, his tone as haughty as that of the previous contenders. Bearing a trace of draconic bloodline, his aura emanated a formidable pressure. Begone! The 4th tier belongs to me, Qian Feng. A defiant youth charged forward to confront him. Other young challengers steadily made their way toward the peak. Few aspired to the top 10. However, the other tiers offered opportunities for contention. Each additional day spent atop the mountain translated to an extra day of resources. With thousands of spirit stones accumulated daily, such a treasure trove was not to be overlooked. Only one could stand on each of the top 20 tiers, leading to fierce competition. Meng Jing drew her azure blade and addressed Jiang Pinyin. Wood, you must strive. I am off to battle. Blades are blind. Do take care, Jiang Pinyin replied. Meng Jing nodded, her form flickering with electric sparks as she instantly ascended to the peak. Jiang Pinyin gazed upward at the summit, where a multitude of exceptionally gifted youths soared through the clouds, some wielding sword chi to cleave the heavens, others shattering stone with a single punch, and some bending the elements to their will. Each prodigy radiated brilliance, akin to miniature suns. Jiang Pinyin envied their innate talents, privileged backgrounds, and abundant resources. Yet, he did not allow such feelings to breed negativity within him. Calmly, he made his way to a dwelling on the lowest tier. Each level provided spaces for rest and cultivation, with the 30th tier hosting the most accommodations, as the lowest tier's lodgings required no competition. The attendant beside Xia Qin noted Jiang Pingyin's actions and frowned. He had chosen to occupy the lowest tier, displaying a complete lack of fighting spirit. Xia Qin cast a glance at Jiang Pinyin and remarked coolly, he has merely just broken through to the martial master level and has not previously learned any advanced techniques. He stands little chance against others. While the infinite fist technique is commendable, it is newly acquired and requires time to assimilate. Dedicating himself to study now is indeed the wisest course. The attendant pouted, acknowledging that while her words held merit, it felt a loss to grant such a person the heavenly mysterious pill. If Miss Ming were to consume this elixir, she might indeed shine brilliantly in the 100 counties competition, potentially granting Her Highness the opportunity to return to the imperial city. Xia Qing smiled, unperturbed. With the divine phoenix body and the 4 prodigies, it was more than sufficient. She had never placed her hopes on Jiang Pinyin. Nurturing Jiang Pinyin was merely a strategy for the sake of Black Wind County and the Great Xia. The maid sighed. The more she pondered Jiang Pingyin's squandering of a celestial profound pill, the more uncomfortable she felt. Some youths remained below, quietly observing and seeking opportunities without rushing into battle. Among them was Ma Wei of the Misty Sect. The reason Ma Wei refrained from charging ahead was that he awaited a specific individual. He intended to challenge Jiang Pinyin once he ascended the peak, to teach him a lesson. However, he never anticipated that Jiang Pinyin would not compete at all, but rather head straight to the lowest level. This nearly infuriated him. Coward. Useless. While others rushed towards the 29th level, Jiang Pinyin alone made no attempt to contend. Fuming yet powerless, Ma Wei ascended the peak to challenge Meng Jing instead. If he could not lay a hand on Jiang Pinyin, then he would settle for this woman. The clash of sword light and blade shadows erupted, various dazzling techniques soaring through the skies, lightning, flames, and ice spears intertwining in response. Each youth exerted their utmost in cultivation. On the 30th level, within a chamber, Jiang Pinyin activated the barrier and sat upon the training platform, retrieving the elixir Meng Jing had given him. As he opened the vial, a radiant spectrum of colors instantly illuminated the room. The extraordinary fragrance accelerated the flow of blood within Jiang Pinyin, and in a mere moment, he encountered the barrier of the Foundation Establishment realm. This elixir was remarkably potent. Chapter 48. Foundation Establishment. Jiang Pinyin was astounded. Merely inhaling the essence had brought him to the brink of the realm's barrier. This elixir was even more precious than he had imagined. Holding the elixir in his hand, it shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, though he was unfamiliar with it. He recognized its immense value. He discreetly took out a bronze wealth-concentrating basin and carefully placed the elixir inside. He wondered if such a high-grade elixir could be replicated. Jiang Pinyin held his breath, tension mounting. Previously, he had replicated Foundation Establishment pills and breakthrough pills, yet these were not particularly valuable. This peculiar 7-colored elixir, however, was of a value far beyond that of the others. Just as he was filled with apprehension, the brilliant 7-colored light illuminated the entire room. Thanks to the barrier, the radiance did not escape. Jiang Pinyin was overcome with excitement. Despite the blinding light, he gazed into the bronze basin. Elixirs had appeared. However, there were not 10, but 5. Jiang Pinyin was taken aback. This was the first occurrence of such a situation. Previously, he had always replicated 10 at a time, but now there were only 5. Indeed, the bronze basin had its limitations. It could not continuously replicate resources at tenfold. When replicating something of such high value, One might encounter such an outcome. Jiang Pingyun felt a tinge of disappointment. 5 per day felt rather scarce. Fortunately, others were unaware of his current thoughts. Or countless cultivators would undoubtedly wish to bash his head in. Countless families expend vast fortunes in their quest for a single elixir. Yet he complains of having 5 in a single day. Jiang Pingyun stows away the 5 pills, including Meng Jing's, totaling 6. He yearns for even a slight enhancement of his innate abilities. Jiang Pingyun does not aspire to attain the celestial prowess of divine phoenixes or the illustrious golden bodies. Merely a modest increase in cultivation speed would suffice. He consumes a colorful elixir and begins to assimilate its essence. In that very moment, a surge of energy rushes through his limbs, and radiant hues erupt from his 7 orifices. Jiang Pingyun feels as though he is soaring through the heavens, his body light as a feather, experiencing an unprecedented sense of comfort. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering chains resonates within him. He has not even utilized a foundation-building pill. Yet he has established his foundation directly. The spiritual energy within him transforms into a spiritual liquid, marking one of the most evident changes in the foundation-building process. The conversion of spiritual energy into liquid augments his internal energy reserves. Energy from the surroundings converges frantically into Jiang Pingyun's being, akin to water gathering in a pit. Concerned that this influx might hinder his breakthrough, he casts aside 10,000 spirit stones and swallows a nourishing pill. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, a defeated genius descends from the 29th level, despondently seeking a room on the 30th level to rest. This individual, renowned as a prodigy in his homeland, finds himself relegated to the lowest tier here. The competition is fierce. He cannot possibly match their strength. However, he refuses to concede, vowing to ascend further. His heart remains resolute. Just as he prepares to replenish his spiritual energy, he notices the atmosphere around him is alarmingly thin in energy. What is happening? Why is the spiritual energy on the 30th level so scarce? It is even less than that of the outside world. He is not alone. Others descending from the 30th level also remark on the unusual dearth of energy. Surely, the princess has orchestrated this scarcity to inspire everyone to strive harder in their cultivation. I must scale even greater heights. No one doubts that the energy has been siphoned away. After all, how could a genius with such capabilities remain on the 30th level? 3 days later, the effects of the talent-enhancing elixir begin to wane. Jiang Pingyun slowly opens his eyes, witnessing the depletion of the 10,000 spirit stones. Now reduced to shards, he is inwardly astonished. Has he truly broken through to the foundation level, or has he transcended to the golden core? The consumption of spiritual energy is staggering. Yet, he is elated to have successfully established his foundation. Attempting to activate the body dominance technique, he discovers that its operational speed has indeed increased over tenfold. Meng Jing's elixir is truly extraordinary. No wonder the treasure trove could only replicate 5 pills. What Jiang Pingyun is unaware of is that the enhancements bestowed by the heavenly profound pill extend far beyond these initial effects. He suppresses his joy and endeavors to maintain composure. Although he has established his foundation, the disparity between him and other prodigies remains vast. Overcoming those talented individuals will not be an easy feat. He must also master various techniques. The prowess of those geniuses stems from several key aspects. First, they cultivate rapidly, achieving breakthroughs as effortlessly as drinking water. Second, they possess abundant spiritual energy. The stronger their innate gifts, the greater their internal energy reserves, allowing them to unleash techniques without concern for waste. Third, they possess unique abilities, such as the Thunder Spirit Body, capable of summoning lightning. The fourth point is the mastery of formidable techniques. Jiang Pingyun currently possesses only one advantage, which is the abundance of energy within him. While he cannot boast of other strengths, he is confident that, in terms of internal energy, he can contend with the supreme being of the mountain, the divine phoenix. However, in other areas, he falls significantly short compared to that individual. In terms of cultivation speed and innate talents, he may not measure up to those prodigies, as these attributes are inherently bestowed. Yet, in the realm of techniques, he can endeavor to catch up. He decided to practice the Wuji fist after taking a moment to eat, for he had not eaten in 3 days and felt quite famished. As Jiang Pingyun emerged from his chamber, he gazed up at the mountain, where the battles had subsided from their initial fervor. The rankings had largely stabilized, with only a few skirmishes occurring sporadically on the upper tiers. He looked around for Meng Jing's figure, and ultimately spotted her on the 25th level. Engaged in combat with another individual. Despicable scoundrel, she exclaimed, wielding her blue-patterned blade while cursing vehemently. Miss Ming, such words are uncalled for. The rules permit challengers from the lower tier to contest those above, retorted Ma Wei, who, despite his robust physique, exhibited remarkable agility, evading even Meng Jing's swift strikes. With a resounding clash, Ma Wei unleashed a flurry of sword shadows. Meng Jing's expression shifted as she decisively retreated, leaping to the next level. Pathetic, thunder spirit body. Nothing more, Ma Wei jeered, sheathing his sword with unabashed derision. Though Meng Jing wished to retort, her attention was drawn to Jiang Pingan, who had just descended from the mountain. I am infuriated. Let us go eat, she fumed, her teeth clenched in frustration. What transpired? Jiang Pingan inquired, sensing that her ire did not stem solely from defeat. It was that rotund fellow from the mysterious sect. He possesses strength within the top 10 tiers and deliberately challenged me from behind, pushing me down to prevent my ascent. Ma Wei obstructed Meng Jing's progress, hindering her from moving upward, where resources were more abundant. The fear of failing to secure a place among the top 10 loomed large. Jiang Pingan furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Ma Wei. The latter's targeting of Meng Jing was evidently due to her offense against him. Noticing Jiang Pingan's gaze, Ma Wei bellowed, "What are you staring at? If you disagree, come challenge me." "Oh, I just remembered. Someone like you is utterly unworthy of challenging me." Huh. His laughter resonated loudly, drawing the attention of many talented individuals. How audacious to offend a disciple of the mysterious sect. Such folly is beyond comprehension. It is truly unfortunate that without ascending, one would lack resources, and with scarce resources, cultivation would stagnate. Do not engage with Jiang Pingan, lest you incur Ma Wei's wrath, whispered some. Who would converse with someone perpetually stuck on the 30th tier? Some reveled in the misfortune, others sighed in sympathy, while most remained focused on their cultivation, indifferent to such trivial matters. You, Meng Jing, incensed, was about to charge forward when Jiang Pingan swiftly pulled her back into the room. Why are you holding me back? Even if I cannot defeat him, I will exhaust him, Meng Jing shouted in fury. That Ma Wei is utterly despicable. Anger will not resolve the issue, Jiang Pingan replied. Jiang Pingan activated the barrier and produced a small vial, which he handed to Meng Jing. Upon seeing the vial, Meng Jing queried with confusion. Isn't this the elixir I gave you? Did you not consume it? I have an identical one, and have already taken mine. Jiang Pingan unscrewed the vial, and a kaleidoscope of colors illuminated the room. You have an identical elixir? Do not presume I am easily deceived like a child. Meng Jing was skeptical. Indeed, Jiang Pingan asserted. I do not believe you, Meng Jing began, but before she could finish, Jiang Pingan forcefully placed the elixir into her mouth. The woman's hesitance was exasperating, and he deemed this a more straightforward approach. Meng Jing clutched her throat, her eyes wide with indignation as she exclaimed, You insufferable fool! What are you doing? This is my elixir. Your strength enhances my own benefits. Not to mention you desire to confront that individual, do you not? Jiang Pingan reasoned, dismissing her disbelief regarding the elixir's efficacy. Just as Meng Jing was about to retort, vibrant colors erupted from her orifices. A strange sound escaped Meng Jing's lips as she felt her entire being enveloped in a unique power, while terrifying sparks danced around her. A jolt of electricity struck Jiang Pingan, causing his expression to shift slightly. It was somewhat painful. Retreating to a corner, he retrieved some spare pastries to satiate his hunger. Meng Jing would likely require 3 days to fully assimilate the elixir, and he resolved to stay by her side during this period to prevent any mishaps. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Pingan extracted the Wuji fist that Xia Qing had bestowed upon him. This was a distinctive technique, whose offensive power was not particularly high. Its essence lay in leveraging the opponent's strength against them. Upon successful mastery, one could convert an adversary's attack into their own. Although Xia Qing did not advocate this martial art, Jiang Pingan felt it was exceptionally suited to him. As his consciousness entered the jade slip, a wealth of information flooded his mind. This technique was inspired by my observations of the Supreme Divine Art Yin-Yang Heart Sutra. Through the exchange of yin and yang, the transformation of power occurs. The strength of your enemy becomes your own. Thus commenced Jiang Pingan's relentless pursuit of knowledge. The phenomena surrounding Meng Jing persisted for 3 days. Had it not been for the barrier in the room, it would have undoubtedly caused a significant uproar. At last, she reopened her eyes, her beautiful gaze seemingly crackling with lightning. That detestable fat man. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Although Meng Jing's cultivation had not progressed, her aura had undergone a dramatic transformation, evoking a sense of trepidation. Change your attire before we depart, Jiang Pingyun suggested from the corner. Meng Jing paused, glancing down at herself. Only then did she realize that the lightning had reduced her clothes to ashes. "Ah, you insufferable fool," she cursed. Her face flushed as she dashed into the adjacent bathroom. Jiang Pingyun, bewildered, pondered why he was being scolded. Had his advice been erroneous? He decided to disregard her. After all, as Oldly had said, women are incomprehensible creatures. Moments later, Meng Jing emerged from the bathroom clad in fresh attire, her cheeks rosy, her expression one of fierce determination, as if she might devour Jiang Pingyun whole. "Why did you force that elixir upon me? Your strength enhances my own benefits. And only by securing a position can you contact your mother," Jiang Pingyun replied, slowly rising to stretch his aching body. Reflecting on her mother, Meng Jing's anger diminished considerably. Gritting her teeth, she eventually spoke. "You need not act in such a manner henceforth. I am more formidable than you. Should you dare to engage in actions I deem unacceptable again, I shall strike you." She brandished her small fist in a gesture of menace. "Well then, let us dine." "I am famished," Jiang Pingyun replied dismissively. "I am not hungry. I consumed a fasting pill earlier, and I shall not require sustenance for a month. I am off to confront that rotund fellow." Meng Jing, known for her vengeful nature, seized a blade and stormed out. Jiang Pingyun sighed and followed her out of the room. Not far away lay an eatery offering meals and fasting pills. Time was of the essence, and patrons were sparse. Apart from those needing energy replenishment, most preferred the fasting pills. Jiang Pingyun seated himself and ordered a leg of a demonic beast. "Very well," the chef responded, slicing a leg for him. As he dined, he gazed toward the mountain peaks. "You fat fool, come forth. I challenge you," Meng Jing shouted, her voice resonating and startling many. "Miss Meng is challenging Ma Wei again." Ma Wei, a prodigy of the mysterious sect, stood at a level far above Meng Jing, who was still young and had awakened her abilities too late. Such impulsiveness, challenges only lead to being defeated, and she risks injury. Both Meng Jing and Ma Wei were exceptional in their own right, one possessing a thunder spirit body, the other a genius of the mysterious sect. Their impending clash drew the attention of many other talented individuals who were not currently engaged in battle. However, many held little hope for Meng Jing, given her late awakening. As Ma Wei emerged from his quarters, he mocked her. "I thought you intended to remain hidden for eternity. I had even considered ascending a few levels to grant you a chance to progress." "Enough with the words. Let us begin," Meng Jing urged, channeling the power within her. At that moment, dark thunderclouds suddenly gathered in the sky. A resounding rumble accompanied the arrival of the ominous clouds, with flashes of lightning illuminating the darkened landscape. An aura of dread enveloping the entire mountain. The talented individuals cultivating on the first 3 tiers since the shift in atmosphere, their expressions turning grave as they ceased their training to gaze at the ominous clouds above. Xia Qing, attending to affairs within her room, paused at the sight of the dark clouds, a look of delight crossing her face. In an instant, her form vanished from the spot. The derision on Ma Wei's face evaporated as he stared in shock at the thunderclouds looming overhead. "This woman has truly summoned the thunder. I shall annihilate you," Meng Jing bellowed, unleashing her full power as bolts of lightning cascaded down, shattering rocks and reducing trees to ashes, resembling a cataclysmic scene. Ma Wei's expression shifted dramatically as he transformed into several figures, swiftly evading the onslaught, covering hundreds of meters in a single bound. This was the mysterious sect's supreme technique, the Phantom Step, renowned for its eerie speed. Although a single strike from the thunder would not be fatal, it would undoubtedly be painful, especially given the multitude of lightning bolts. Everyone stood in stunned silence at this terrifying spectacle. Even those engaged in battle halted to behold the scene unfolding before them. The oppressive atmosphere made it difficult for them to breathe. Was this truly a foundation-building practitioner capable of summoning such fearsome thunder? However, this extraordinary phenomenon did not endure for long. After 3 breaths, Meng Jing's energy was depleted, and the thunderclouds above dissipated. Exhausted, she thought, "If I did not vanquish you this time, once I replenish my energy, I shall continue to strike you down." Wiping her brow, Meng Jing descended from the 26th level in search of Jiang Pingyun to share a meal. Presently, she was still unable to best Ma Wei. Her intention was merely to intimidate him. The thunderclouds had appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly, leaving many cultivators bewildered for a considerable time. Goodness! Is this what it means to possess a thunder spirit body? Truly terrifying. It was said that only the mighty could endure the thunder tribulation, yet here was Miss Meng, capable of summoning lightning. Though the duration was brief, her cultivation level was low. Once her realm ascended, how formidable would her thunder spirit body become? The talented individuals atop the mountain were all astonished. Even the three prodigies from the top 3 tiers regarded Meng Jing with newfound seriousness. The person in question, Ma Wei, appeared as pale as liver. Though he remained unscathed, that was not the crux of the matter. It was Meng Jing's alarming talent that left him unsettled. It seemed he had provoked a prodigy. Ma Wei's expression shifted multiple times before he resolved to refrain from further provoking her, lest tensions escalate. He began to challenge those above him. Chapter 50. The Infinite Fist. Did you see that? The realm of cultivation operates thus. It preys upon the weak and fears the strong. Meng Jing, having descended from the mountain, seated herself beside Jiang Pinyin, adopting a tone befitting a mentor. Were you not the one who insisted on remaining low-key? Jiang Pinyin remarked. Meng Jing's small face stiffened, and in a fit of frustration, she snatched the meat from Jiang Pingyin's hand. Context and circumstances matter. Now that there is no imminent danger to life, one must exhibit strength to the fullest. Were you not consumed by the pill of abstemiousness? Why do you still eat meat? Mind your own business. I want to eat. But I already bit into that piece of meat. You insufferable oaf. Why did you not say so earlier? I'll make you pay? In the clouds, Xia Qing observed the 2 squabbling youths, a peculiar expression suddenly gracing her face. For reasons unknown, witnessing their interaction sparked a sense of envy within her. As the 9th princess of the great Xia dynasty, her unique status had dictated a life of relentless cultivation since her earliest memories. Any semblance of playfulness was met with reprimands or even punishment. Although she had friends, their interactions were either marked by sycophantic reverence or ulterior motives. Never had she experienced a bond devoid of interests, solely based on mutual affection, as these 2 boys did. Moments later, the expression on Xia Qing's face vanished, reverting to her usual demeanor. As the 9th princess of the great Xia dynasty, she required no extraneous emotions. She sought to return to the imperial city and ascend to the pinnacle of power. With a swift motion, Xia Qing disappeared from the clouds. In the days that followed, with Ma Wei no longer a hindrance, Meng Jing finally earned the right to continue her ascent. For prodigies, advancing in cultivation was not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay in mastering more advanced techniques within the same realm, surpassing other talents. When realms were equal, it came down to who possessed the greater and more powerful martial arts techniques. Thus, martial arts were highly coveted. For instance, Jiang Pinyin, an ordinary individual with mediocre talent, experienced a transformative change in his spiritual cultivation level simply by learning the soil piling technique. In the days that followed, this group of prodigies either engaged in fierce battles or delved deeper into higher martial arts, striving to attain greater heights. The resources provided by Princess Xia Qing were ample, and breaking through their current realms posed no challenge. Solidifying their foundations would allow them to effortlessly shatter the barriers of their realms. After a month, Jiang Pinyin had commenced the initial stage of the Wuji Fist, yet he was still far from mastering it. Amidst the biting cold and swirling snow, while others fought upon the mountain peaks, Jiang Pinyin stood at the base, practicing the Wuji Fist alone in the snow. Meng Jing had ascended to the 20th level, and further progress would prove increasingly arduous. As the 2nd month dawned, the Great Xia entered its coldest period, with the frigid winds cutting like knives against the skin. Clad in light and simple attire, Jiang Pinyin stood in the snow, throwing punches as the fierce winds formed peculiar whirlwinds around him, swirling in tandem with his movements. Meanwhile, Meng Jing had reached the 15th level, having descended multiple times before finally breaking through to become a senior martial artist, settling firmly at that level. Jiang Pinyin, however, refrained from seeking a breakthrough. He held fast to his belief that with sufficient resources, the concern of advancement was unnecessary. He lacked for nothing in resources. His primary focus remained on refining his martial arts to their utmost limits. 3 months passed, with the weather oscillating between cold and warm, and the bitter winter nearing its end. Only 2 months remained before the final assessment deadline. Nearly all the prodigies endeavored to break through to higher realms, with but a few abstaining from conflict. Among these were the top 3 exceptional talents: including Jiang Pinyin, who had been diligently practicing on the 30th level. On a day in the 4th month, as spring snowflakes began to fall, Xiaqing reappeared atop the mountain clouds. The princess must be disheartened. This fellow shows no ambition whatsoever, remarked her close attendant, noting Jiang Pingyin's lack of challenges over the past 4 months. The more she observed his apparent lack of progress, the more incensed she became, feeling it a sheer waste of the princess's nurturing and Miss Meng's goodwill. Xiaqing shook her head. You have misjudged him. I once shared your perspective. The attendant, puzzled, inquired about the princess's meaning. Xiaqing's gaze remained fixed upon the youth practicing in the snow, and instead of providing a direct explanation, she instructed, try to flick the snow before you away with your hand. The attendant, bewildered, wondered why the princess would request such a task, yet complied. She extended her delicate hand from her sleeve towards the snow, but before she could touch it, the overwhelming aura emanating from her shattered the snowflakes. Raising her hand, she caught a single flake, which melted instantly. It was simply impossible to flick it away. The spring snow was too soft. Now observe Jiang Pinyin, Xiaqing said. The attendant turned her gaze to Jiang Pinyin, her pupils suddenly narrowing in astonishment. He was engaged in a playful exchange with a snowflake, and despite multiple collisions, the snowflake remained intact, an extraordinary sight. Xiaqing stated earnestly, in these 4 months, Jiang Pinyin has been tirelessly learning the Wuji fist. He has completely mastered the 1st level. The attendant's heart raced. He had managed to learn the Wuji fist in just 4 months. She was undoubtedly aware of the Wuji fist, a martial art of considerable renown, said to have been created by an elder who observed the supreme divine art, the Yin-Yang Heart Sutra. The practice is arduous and demands an exceptionally high standard from its practitioners. It is not merely a matter of innate talent. Rather, it requires a temperament of unwavering composure. Those who are impulsive will never master it. Seeing that the maid comprehended, Xiaqing continued, I once believed this youth lacked ambition, but it appears he has been biding his time. He must endure the cold glances and disdain of others, suppress his yearning for greater resources, and temper the pride that accompanies his genius. This young man possesses a steady disposition. Given time, his potential is boundless. The maid was taken aback, astonished at the princess's high regard for Jiang Pinyin. She pouted, suggesting that his improved talent was merely due to the Tianguan Dan. Xiaqing retorted, if we are to attribute my achievements solely to being the 9th princess of the great Xia dynasty and possessing the Xia bloodline, then what does that imply? The maid was startled and quickly lowered her head. I would not dare. Xiaqing smiled nonchalantly. One may criticize a person, but one cannot dismiss their accomplishments as mere fortune. The workings of fate are intricate. Every formidable individual who ascends to greatness does so through the fortuitous alignment of circumstances. Compared to those endowed with innate talents like the divine phoenix body or the golden body, Jiang Pingyin's stroke of luck is inconsequential. Every consequence he has reaped is a result of his own striving. The maid bowed her head respectfully, saying, I have learned much. Xiaqing glanced once more at Jiang Pinyin. If all proceeded as expected, he would soon commence his challenges. If fortune favored him, perhaps he could ascend to the top 20 by harnessing the Wuji fist. Although it was somewhat surprising that Jiang Pinyin had mastered the 1st layer of the Wuji fist in just 4 months, she remained skeptical. There was little chance he would secure a place among the final 10, with only a month left for further growth. As for the wager he made with her regarding a top 10 finish in the Genius Tournament, she had long since dismissed it from her mind. Chapter 51. Jiang Pinyin is a spy. Xiaqing had come today to announce an important matter. Today is the Winter Sending Festival, a day of rest and freedom. Gather at the dining hall tonight. I have something to discuss. Upon hearing Xiaqing's voice, many youths displayed expressions of delight. A festival? So soon? Time and training is fleeting, and I had forgotten about the celebrations. How wonderful. This is my favorite holiday. The Winter Sending Festival, a traditional celebration of the Great Xia, marks the last festival of winter, symbolizing the farewell to winter and the welcome of spring, heralding hope. As Ming Jing, who had been diligently training, heard the news of the festival, she dashed down from the 12th floor. She rushed to Jiang Pingyin's side, joyfully bouncing with her ponytail swaying. Wooden block. It's the Winter Sending Festival today. Come shopping with me. The streets will surely be lively. Jiang Pinyin shook his head. I still have much to learn and need to focus on my training. Their village, being near the Great Xia, also celebrated this festival. But he had no desire for frivolity. The competition for a single spot is so arduous. How much more challenging must the contest among the hundreds of counties be? Gathering the talents from over 100 counties in the underworld state? Time is of the essence, with no moment to spare for relaxation. Suddenly, Meng Jing thrusts her fist towards Jiang Pinyin with astonishing speed. Startled, Jiang Pinyin hurriedly raises his arm to block, bending it to dissipate the force of her blow. "What are you doing?" he exclaims. "If that punch lands, it could send me flying for meters. What do you think?" "Of course, I intend to hit you." Meng Jing raises her hand, striking Jiang Pinyin on the head with a fierce yell, admonishing, "I know you dream of transcending to immortality and wish to resurrect your uncle and aunt, but achieving immortality is no simple feat. Do you wish to spend your life solely in cultivation? If your uncle and aunt were alive, would they want you to be like this every day?" After her outburst, Meng Jing suddenly realizes something and softly adds, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mention your uncle and aunt." Jiang Pinyin remains silent for a moment before breaking into a slight smile. "Wait for me to change into clean clothes." "All right." Meng Jing beams with joy. Before long, Jiang Pinyin emerges clad in a pristine white outfit. Due to his cultivation, he has shed the frailness of 6 months prior, now standing tall, with his youthful innocence gradually fading. In 2 years, he will undoubtedly become a striking young man. After the Winter Sending Festival, he will turn 15. The two set off with laughter towards the Black Wind City district. Everywhere they look, bright red lanterns hang, and cultivators flit through the air, stopping to greet acquaintances with smiles and fist bumps. Many shops, eager to attract customers, display promotional slogans about discounts, enveloping the area in a festive atmosphere. Jiang Pinyin, witnessing such vibrant scenes for the first time, feels deeply moved. If his parents were alive, they would surely be equally astonished. If he could attain immortality, he could eternally relish such joy. His obsession with becoming immortal deepens. Meng Jing flits around the city like a playful kitten, purchasing an array of seemingly useless items, while Jiang Pinyin silently follows. As night falls, Meng Jing happily returns to the county governor's mansion, as Xiaqing still has a speech to deliver and cannot be delayed. Upon arriving at the dining hall, various delicacies release their spiritual essence, which wafts through the air like ethereal mist, resembling a celestial realm. "Wow, so many pastries," Meng Jing exclaims, her eyes sparkling as she tugs Jiang Pinyin towards the towering pile of treats. The rotund Ma Wei approaches Jiang Pinyin with a grin, asking, "How do you find the festivals in our great Xia kingdom?" Jiang Pinyin furrows his brow, sensing something amiss in the tone of Ma Wei's words. Suddenly, Ma Wei raises his voice. "Does your Ling Tai kingdom celebrate the Winter Sending Festival as well?" Indeed, the fox's tail has been revealed. The talented individuals, who had been joyfully dining, now turn in unison at the mention of the Ling Tai kingdom. Meng Jing's expression darkens as she warns, "Ma Wei, what are you up to?" "What do you mean, what am I up to? I'm merely inquiring if Brother Jiang and his Ling Tai kingdom also celebrate the Winter Sending Festival," Ma Wei replies with a mocking grin. "Jiang Pinyin is from the Ling Tai kingdom? Damn, how did he end up here? A spy." The Ling Tai kingdom and the Great Xia kingdom are currently at war. Adversaries in conflict. The strength of the Ling Tai kingdom is feeble, and it has been incited by other nations to wage war, adversely affecting the Great Xia. The people of Great Xia harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Ling Tai kingdom. Upon hearing Ma Wei's words that Jiang Pinyin hails from Ling Tai, many immediately cast hostile glances in his direction. Ma Wei beams with a brilliant smile. This is precisely his intention. While investigating Meng Jing's information, he fortuitously uncovered details about Jiang Pinyin. It turns out this young man is not even one of them from Great Xia. Having previously had a conflict with Jiang Pinyin, he had been seeking an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Seizing the moment when everyone was present, he revealed this information, exploiting the collective disdain for Ling Tai kingdom to target Jiang Pinyin. Meng Jing, of course, discerned Ma Wei's insidious plot, grinding her teeth in frustration. Jiang Pinyin's parents were forced to their deaths by Ling Tai kingdom, instilling in him a profound hatred for them. He had once assisted in the annihilation of Ping Shui County, and he is certainly no longer affiliated with Ling Tai kingdom. Ma Wei's lips curled into a smirk, having anticipated her reaction. Who knows if this is merely a ruse by Ling Tai kingdom, aiming to infiltrate our Great Xia. A mere Ping Shui County is inconsequential. I alone could obliterate it. Trading such a worthless county for a spy would be exceedingly advantageous. As Ma Wei spoke, the hostility directed at Jiang Pinyin intensified. This Jiang Pinyin could very well be a spy. We must capture him and interrogate him thoroughly. Not a single spy must escape. Better to mistakenly execute 1,000 than to let one slip away. If he truly is a spy, it would have dire repercussions for our great Xia. Many had already locked their sights on Jiang Pingyun, with an implicit inclination to take action. I dare anyone to try? Meng Jing exclaimed, discarding her pastry and positioning herself protectively in front of Jiang Pingyun. Ma Wei's smile widened even further. Miss Meng, do you intend to betray your country? How splendid. If Meng Jing insists on shielding Jiang Pingyun, there lies an opportunity to rid myself of this woman. If she continues to grow in influence, she may very well overshadow my standing. Under the pressure of public opinion, even the 9th princess would have to care. I am not betraying my country, Meng Jing shouted. Then why do you protect one from Lingtai Kingdom? Ma Wei pressed on, revealing his cunning despite his youth. Because Jiang Pingyun cannot possibly be a spy. Meng Jing was nearly in tears, the moisture welling in her eyes. On what grounds do you say that? Can you read his heart? Ma Wei sneered. Before Meng Jing could respond, a large hand rested on her shoulder. Jiang Pingyun stepped forward, calmly fixing his gaze on Ma Wei. I come from humble origins and have clashed with the officials and soldiers of Ping Shui County. I have a mortal enmity with Lingtai Kingdom. It was Meng Jing's father who arranged for my rescue, and I am grateful for that. The princess recognizes my worth and has provided me with resources, and I shall not forget these kindnesses. Indeed, I was born in Lingtai Kingdom, and I possess no evidence to prove I am not a spy, regardless of my words. You will not believe me, for your intent is solely to attack me. Ma Wei disregarded all other information, shouting to the surrounding cultivators. Everyone heard him. He admits to being from Lingtai Kingdom. Many youths, lacking critical thinking skills, were consumed solely by their hatred for Lingtai Kingdom. Such individuals must not be allowed to remain here. Once he is indeed a spy, he is utilizing the resources of our great Xia for his own gain. Expel him. No, apprehend him for interrogation. Chapter 52. The challenge begins. A multitude of spiritual senses locked onto Jiang Pingyun, as many prepared to unleash their spiritual energy. I have stated it clearly. Jiang Pingyun is not a traitor. Meng Jing roared, her aura crackling with uncontrolled lightning, her hair swirling fiercely. Whoever dares to lay a hand on him shall face my wrath. Inside, Ma Wei was elated. Yes, maintain that fury. If she dares to assault anyone else, she will undoubtedly be expelled by the princess. The Lingtai Kingdom has slain our great Xia warriors, leaving countless displaced and depleting our national strength. Anyone who harms our great Xia must not be spared. Ma Wei feigned concern for the nation, further inciting the crowd. Yes, for the sake of great Xia, we must eradicate spies. A group of youth were filled with righteous indignation. Jiang Pingyun's expression gradually turned icy as his power swirled within him. Just as a conflict was about to erupt, a powerful pressure descended, suppressing the strength of all present. Jiang Pingyun is not a spy. I have conducted my investigation. Xia Qing entered, adorned in a celebratory palace attire, exuding an air of grace and beauty that rivaled the radiant moon. Lord County Magistrate, Your Highness. The crowd bowed in respect. Xia Qing cast a glance at Ma Wei and Jiang Pingyun, reminding them that today was a day of celebration, devoid of discord. It is he who insists Jiang Pingyun is a spy. Meng Jing pointed at Ma Wei, her eyes aflame with anger. Isn't everything resolved now? Xia Qing gently ruffled Meng Jing's hair. Although she understood Ma Wei's intent to provoke, she could not voice it. After all, the other youths were also concerned for the well-being of Great Xia. To speak ill of Ma Wei might lead others to perceive her as neglectful of national security. Seeing that even the princess declared Jiang Pingyun was not a spy, the others retracted their hostility. Ma Wei concealed his disappointment, realizing he had come so close to success. Had conflict erupted, Meng Jing and Jiang Pingyun would surely have been expelled. Xia Qing surveyed the group of youths and proclaimed, Today, aside from celebrating your arrival into the new year, the most paramount matter is unity. In your competition, conflicts are inevitable. Yet all of you are citizens of Great Xia and will be its pillars in the future. For the sake of our nation's progress, it is far more beneficial to cultivate friendships than to harbor enmity. In a month, the competition for slots will conclude. During this time, strive diligently in your cultivation. Regardless of whether you secure a slot, you will experience substantial growth. The remaining time belongs to you youths. I shall not impose any pressure. Enjoy yourselves. Xia Qing turned to her maidservants and instructed them to distribute 1,000 spirit stones as a red envelope to each. for ordinary foundational cultivators from certain sects. Receiving 100 spirit stones in a month would be considered fortunate. Yet here, merely the red envelope contained 1,000, with a daily abundance of resources. The maidservants, holding red storage bags, distributed the spirit stones to everyone. "Thank you, Your Highness." The group expressed their gratitude with deep bows. After the princess departed, Meng Jing pointed at Ma Wei and declared, "Just you wait. Within a month, I shall surely trample you underfoot and kick you out of the top 10. What unity is there? She cares not at all." Ma Wei deliberately slandered Jiang Pingan, inciting her immense anger. Ma Wei's expression darkened. He realized he must strive harder, aiming for the 9th position. Otherwise, given the strength of his opponents, he might genuinely be eliminated. Securing a spot in the top 10 would grant him an abundance of resources, greatly benefiting his cultivation. He could not afford to be ousted. Meng Jing had lost her appetite for the meal. After collecting her red envelope, she tugged at Jiang Pingan to leave. Being with this group brought her no joy. It was far more enjoyable to be with Mu Tu. Before departing, Jiang Pingan discreetly acquired a leg from a demon beast, as skipping dinner would surely lead to hunger. "Do not be angry. I promise to avenge you later." Under the night sky, Meng Jing solemnly vowed, "I can handle it myself." Jiang Pingan was already preparing to challenge tomorrow. Though he remained silent, it did not mean he was devoid of anger. "You will handle it yourself? Are you planning to ambush them?" "That won't do. The governor's mansion is filled with experts. You will certainly be discovered." Meng Jing had not considered that Jiang Pingan intended to challenge. She instinctively assumed he was contemplating a retaliatory ambush. Jiang Pingan offered no explanation, knowing that even if he did, she would not believe him. As the warm sun ascended, a new year dawned. Many young individuals had just celebrated a delightful night together. Upon returning from outside to the back mountain, they spotted a figure standing at the entrance of the 29th level. "Oh, you lowly one. Are you ready to commence your challenge?" Ma Wei had just returned and caught sight of Jiang Pingan. His sharp tongue unleashed another round of mockery. "You must put in the effort. There's still a month left to secure your position on the 29th level, huh?" He paid Jiang Pingan no mind as he soared toward the mountain peak. Jiang Pingan remained unfazed, his expression revealing neither joy nor anger. He merely cast a glance in Ma Wei's direction. Soon, a genius from the 29th level returned. Jiang Pingan clasped his fists and offered a slight bow, requesting guidance. "A mid-level martial artist? Your cultivation is insufficient to contend with me." The youth, 18 years old, donned a long black robe, with a black sword hanging at his waist. He did not intend to mock Jiang Pingan. He simply observed that the latter's cultivation was too low, advising him not to waste his time. Those who stood on the mountain were all advanced martial artists or late-stage foundation cultivators. The opponent was merely a mid-level martial artist, lacking sufficient energy within. Jiang Pingan continued to clasp his fists, stating, "I humbly request your guidance." Ren Ming shook his head in resignation. He suspected that Jiang Pingan had been provoked by Ma Wei the previous night, prompting him to seek a challenge. One wondered what Jiang Pingan had been doing for the past 4 months, remaining only a mid-level martial artist. "Be cautious." Ren Ming raised his hand, snapping a twig, and casually waved it, unleashing a terrifying sword aura that sliced through the ground, shattering the rocks. He was not even attempting seriously. This blow was sufficient to defeat his opponent. Jiang Pingan lifted his hand, an unusual energy surging forth from within. As the sword aura approached, Jiang Pingan twisted his wrist, sending the formidable sword energy hurtling back. Ren Ming, who had initially worn a nonchalant expression, suddenly felt his pupils constrict as he swiftly drew his sword to defend himself. Boom! The collision of sword energies generated a massive cloud of dust. "Wuji Fist, you have actually managed to learn this technique." The disdain vanished from Ren Ming's face, replaced by shock and gravity. The techniques capable of rebounding an adversary's attacks are scarce, and those that can reflect force solely through physical cultivation are even rarer. The most renowned among them is undoubtedly the Wuji Fist. It has long been said that only the steadfast can master the Wuji Fist, and upon witnessing it today, I can affirm its truth. To subdue the 30 levels for 4 months is truly admirable. Ren Ming initially held no particular sentiment towards Jiang Pingan. Yet a sudden wave of admiration surged within him. "If you have fully mastered the Wuji Fist, I am certain I shall be vanquished. However, I shall not concede easily. Let us engage in battle. Allow me to behold the prowess of this supreme technique." Ren Ming grew earnest, discarding his sword sheath and charging forth with his blade. Jiang Pinyin maintained his calm demeanor, raising his hand to confront him. Chapter 53. Rapidly ascending ranks. The sword energy swept across several meters, severing nearby trees and shattering rocks. It was Jiang Pinyin's first real combat application of the Wuji fist, and he felt somewhat unrefined. However, he gradually became proficient. The strength of his opponent dictated the intensity of his counterattacks. If the opponent was strong, so was his response, and if weak, likewise. It was a perfect equilibrium. As the battle progressed, Ren Ming transitioned from initial exuberance to growing frustration. Brother Jiang, could you refrain from using the Wuji fist? Let us engage in a fair fight. Every attack he unleashed was met with a counter from Jiang Pinyin, whether close or distant, leaving Ren Ming with the unsettling sensation that he was striking against himself. Regardless of how he augmented his strength, his assaults were invariably rebounded, and a moment's carelessness could lead to his own defeat. Jiang Pinyin retorted, "Is it not a fair fight now?" Gritting his teeth, Ren Ming declared, "You are forcing my hand. I refuse to believe I cannot harm you." He began to employ his secret sword technique, conjuring a blade of energy that spanned 10 meters, aimed directly at Jiang Pinyin. Jiang Pinyin remained stationary, lifting his hand to block. It appeared to be a mere act of defense, yet in that instant, Ren Ming felt his attack spiraling out of control, slipping beyond his grasp. His expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly retreated. Jiang Pinyin retaliated with his colossal sword. Boom! A deep scar marred the earth. Ren Ming felt a surge of frustration, not from being struck, but from indignation. The swordsmanship he had painstakingly honed was being exploited by his foe. The battle raged on as Jiang Pinyin activated the Wuji fist. He mirrored his opponent's strength, growing stronger when faced with a formidable foe and weaker against a lesser one. Time slipped by, the midday sun hanging high in the sky. Their clash attracted the attention of many onlookers. These two have been fighting all morning and still show no signs of concluding. Is their endurance truly so remarkable? Jiang Pinyin can actually wield the Wuji fist. I have heard this technique demands a high level of proficiency. What a trivial technique. It merely serves to prolong the bout, lacking true offensive power. Many were taken aback by Jiang Pinyin's display, yet few cared, dismissing the martial art as a negligible threat. On the 10th level, Ma Wei noted Jiang Pinyin, a look of surprise crossing his plump visage. He had not anticipated that the opponent could master such an advanced technique. Nevertheless, this art was not particularly difficult to counter. Wielding it to ascend to the 20th level would be commendable, but it posed no threat to him, warranting no concern. Ma Wei's gaze shifted anxiously towards Meng Jing, who was ascending rapidly. She was his most formidable adversary. Once again, the sun began its descent in the western sky. No more. I concede. Ren Ming lay sprawled on the ground, utterly depleted of spiritual energy. This technique was utterly shameless. It was that maddening sensation of wanting to strangle one's opponent, yet being unable to do so. His adversary had directly drained his energy. I concede, Jiang Pinyin said, clasping his fists in respect. Without pause, he continued ascending. Ren Ming, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in disbelief. How can you still have strength left? After battling for most of the day, I've exhausted my energy. Yet you remain capable of challenging? Jiang Pinyin offered no response as he reached the 28th level, bowing to a physical cultivator. Pardon my intrusion. The physical cultivator's face twitched several times. He had observed the earlier battle. Jiang Pinyin had managed to withstand the assault of a sword cultivator, let alone that of a physical cultivator. It is known that the Wuji Quan technique is particularly effective against close combat practitioners. However, after fighting for a considerable duration, Jiang Pinyin's strength was nearly depleted, making victory plausible. Come forth. The physical cultivator erupted with terrifying blood energy, flames enveloping him, resembling a fiery apparition. Though a physical cultivator, he possessed the innate ability to release flames. Jiang Pinyin raised his hand to meet the challenge. A fierce clash resonated on the 28th level. As the sun transitioned from a western slant to a lower descent, the evening chill intensified. A cultivator, engulfed in flames, gasped for breath, the flickering flames on his body threatening to extinguish at any moment. You too are a physical cultivator. Let us engage in a true contest, devoid of this despicable technique. The physical cultivator nearly wept. With every punch he threw, Jiang Pinyin retaliated by redirecting his strikes back to his own face. After a day's battle, his opponent remained unscathed while he was battered and bruised. Jiang Pinyin calmly positioned his hands, stating, "Continue." With a thud, The physical cultivator collapsed, the flames extinguished, his strength utterly spent. Observing from the 30th level, Rin Ming felt an inexplicable joy. His mood lifted at the sight of another sharing in his misfortune. Jiang Pingan withdrew his hands, sitting serenely in place. Though he still possessed energy, he required time to reflect on his inadequacies. While the Wuji Quan technique could rebound force, it had its vulnerabilities. If the opponent's speed and strength exceeded his own by threefold, countering became exceedingly difficult. The following day, with 29 days remaining until the final selection, Jiang Pingan ascended to the 27th level, bowing to a whip-wielding beauty. "I seek your guidance." Step down. The prodigious young woman, clad in azure boots, swung her whip towards Jiang Pingan. He raised his hand, redirecting the whip's trajectory upon contact, sending it back toward the young woman. Her expression changed dramatically as she hurriedly adjusted the whip's direction, continuing her assault on Jiang Pingan. Crack! The sound of the whip echoed through the air, shattering trees and rocks into dust with its terrifying force. To be struck by it would undoubtedly be unbearable. However, Jiang Pingan evaded the blows, deflecting them back. Observers of the duel could not help but comment on the spectacle. This Wuji Quan should be renamed. It ought to be called the Shameless Fist. For it is indeed quite shameless. Indeed, it is merely a case of utilizing the opponent's strength against them, and engaging in combat with such individuals is exceedingly frustrating. Yesterday, I inquired with someone and learned that the Wuji Fist can be easily countered, provided one possesses threefold the power and speed of the practitioner. Goodness, is that what you call easy? The girl wielding the whip was struck by her own weapon, her body ablaze with pain. Her skill was simply insufficient to break through her opponent's technique. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Just as she was about to concede, shouts erupted from below. How cowardly! A genius on the verge of surrendering. Indeed, even if one cannot prevail, one must fight until the very end. This woman is lacking. The girl, initially prepared to yield, upon hearing the rallying cries from below, gritted her teeth and chose to persevere for the sake of her pride. Had she been a tad more observant, she would have realized that the voices encouraging her belonged to the two cultivators who had been exhausted by Jiang Pingan the day prior. These two were quite malicious, wishing to share the burden of their own injuries with others. The battle raged from morning until noon, ultimately depleting the girl's spiritual energy, causing her to collapse to the ground, her sweat soaking her clothes and hair. "I concede," she uttered. Jiang Pingan performed a respectful bow towards her. Infuriated, the girl seethed with frustration. It was her first encounter with such a repugnant martial art. Do not presume yourself formidable. Once you reach the 20th level, you shall be mercilessly beaten. No need for you to concern yourself, my friend. Jiang Pingan ascended to the 26th level. The fierce battles resumed, stretching from afternoon until nightfall. Jiang Pingan's combat drew increasing attention from onlookers, for no one had engaged in battle for as prolonged a period as he had. It was nearly impossible not to attract notice. What a vile technique! I refuse to engage with such a person. A genius on the 23rd level observed this scene, his face paling in fear. I would rather be swiftly defeated than dragged to my demise. This Jiang Pingan is truly insidious. He remained silent for 4 months solely to master this technique. Witnessing the bizarre nature of this art, those on the mountain grew reluctant to confront Jiang Pingan. Yet, he continued his ascent. With 28 days remaining, Jiang Pingan reached the 25th level. With 24 days remaining, he reached the 21st level. The geniuses on the mountain grew increasingly formidable, typically defeating one opponent per day. All those who were vanquished, without exception, were utterly drained of their strength and left to succumb. Indeed, some geniuses contemplated surrender, but as they prepared to concede, taunting voices from below would deride them as cowards, scolding them for their inadequacy and unworthiness of the title genius. Had they been more attentive, they would have discerned that the jeers came from those who had fallen after being exhausted by Jiang Pingan. Their collective sentiment was clear. Why should I be left incapacitated while you effortlessly concede? We shall all meet the same fate. With 23 days remaining, at the 20th level, Jiang Pingan bowed respectfully to the robust cultivator before him, seeking guidance. Before him stood a brawny practitioner wielding a golden staff, exuding a fiery aura akin to a furnace. The man swung his staff gently, a whistling sound slicing through the air, creating a vast wave of energy. Achieving the 20th level as a mid-tier warrior is no small feat, yet your triumph shall cease here. From this level onward, Each tier boasts a single genius whose prowess surpasses that of the cultivators below. Jiang Pingyun extended his hand, striking a poised stance, and invited instruction. Chapter 54, Keen Gaze. Beware. Xiang Yang brandished his golden staff with grandeur, stirring the clouds above. Jiang Pingyun raised his hand in defense. The cultivators below, tormented by Jiang Pingyun, shouted in unison. Beat him. Bring him down. He must learn a lesson. This group of prodigies was exhilarated, finally witnessing this scoundrel receiving his due punishment. Who could fathom the agony of battling for an entire day, only to exhaust oneself entirely? It was more distressing than being swiftly defeated, a true torment of the spirit. Jiang Pingyun rotated his wrist, deflecting the staff back. Xiang Yang was taken aback. It could indeed rebound. No longer concerned with merely defeating his opponent, he summoned his full vigor, prepared to unleash an even greater force to overcome him. With a single strike, the staff surged through the heavens, sending sand and stones flying, uprooting trees in its wake. The terrifying power caused the female cultivators on the 19th level to gasp in silent dread. Xiang Yang's prowess had reached a level comparable to mine. If he defeats Jiang Pingyun this time, he will surely come to challenge me. Jiang Pingyun was undoubtedly formidable. Yet the Wajikwan was not invincible. This strike surely surpassed Jiang Pingyun's strength threefold. Everyone believed Jiang Pingyun would falter at the 21st level. To reach this point was already quite remarkable. As the staff descended, Jiang Pingyun's legs bent slightly, but he did not find himself sent flying. He rotated his arms, an extraordinary force emanating from him, as the fierce impact of the staff was repelled. Xiang Yang's staff was jolted from his grasp, and he was sent hurtling backward. After flying over 100 meters, he crashed into a tree, finally coming to a halt. The cultivators below erupted in cheers, while the female cultivators on the 19th level, along with Xiang Yang himself, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Impossible. Such a terrifying strike, and it failed to breach the Wajikwan. Wait, this Jiang Pingyun must be hiding something. Although the blow did not penetrate, it was likely that this was indeed Jiang Pingyun's limit. To reach the 20th level was truly commendable. Everyone had assumed Jiang Pingyun would be vanquished, only to be astonished that he could rebound Xiang Yang's staff. Jiang Pingyun picked up the heavy iron rod, weighing at least 300 pounds, and tossed it to Xiang Yang, saying, "Continue." Xiang Yang's face twitched. Did this fellow intend to prolong his torment? He refused to believe he could not break through Jiang Pingyun's Wajikwan. Catching the staff, Xiang Yang launched another full-force assault. Bang! 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 Jiang Pingyun was evidently less composed than before, yet the Wajikwan remained unbroken. Xiang Yang, being astute, did not waste time, engaging in a relentless battle. Within a mere hour, he exhausted his strength. Without so much as a word, he cursed and ascended to the 21st level. This Wajikwan is truly shameless. Battling it felt akin to striking oneself. Jiang Pingyun exhaled deeply and retreated to the room on the 20th level to rest. Meng Jing, who had already ascended to the 11th level, gazed at Jiang Pingyun reaching the 20th level in astonishment. She was aware of Jiang Pingyun's concealment, yet she had not anticipated it to be so profound, nor that he would advance to the 20th level so swiftly, surpassing her own pace. However, Meng Jing was immensely pleased, even more so than her own ascent to the 11th level. She had always known this wooden figure was no weakling. Meng Jing lifted her gaze towards Ma Wei, who stood on the 9th floor, her eyes ablaze with indignation. To dare to slander Mu Tu warranted a sound beating. The female cultivator on the 19th floor exhaled in relief, believing that the 20th floor was likely Jiang Pingyun's limit. She had no desire to endure his torment. Others shared her sentiment. The struggle evident in Jiang Pingyun's battle with Xiang Yang indicated he was already laboring under considerable strain. Should he continue to challenge those on the higher floors, defeat was all but certain. However, they were destined to be mistaken. With a countdown of 22 days remaining, Jiang Pingyun, clad in white, clasped his fists and declared, "Please, enlighten me. You have broken through to the advanced warrior level." The female cultivator on the 19th floor stared wide-eyed at Jiang Pingyun's newfound prowess. Indeed, he had previously been merely an intermediate warrior, yet he had not yet reached his limits. As other cultivators observed Jiang Pingyun's breakthrough and his audacity to continue challenging, their expressions morphed into a blend of incredulity. This fellow could still ascend further. How astonishingly patient he was, for despite his evident strength, he had restrained himself for 4 long months. Just how many floors could he conquer? An increasing number of cultivators began to take notice of Jiang Ping'an. They frequently discussed the prodigies on the mountain, often jesting about Jiang Ping'an, who had remained stagnant on the 30th floor. But today, they realized the true jest lay within themselves. Jiang Ping'an was undoubtedly formidable. He had merely concealed his talents. As the battle reignited, Jiang Ping'an exhibited even greater strength than the day before. Half a day later, the female cultivator lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath. With a countdown of 21 days, he ascended to the 18th floor. As the days dwindled, 18 days to the 15th floor and 15 days to the 12th floor, Jiang Ping'an's name echoed throughout the mountains, rising from obscurity to prominence. Only those with immense talent could penetrate the top 15 layers. On the 12th floor, Jiang Ping'an faced a familiar opponent, Zhang Lingmin, the woman he had encountered en route to Black Wind City, who possessed a wind spirit root. Her brother, Zhang Ling, had been slain by Jiang Ping'an. However, Zhang Lingmin harbored a disdain for her brother and sought no retribution, merely taking away a foundational elixir. Zhang Lingmin glanced up at Meng Jing on the 10th floor, then back at Jiang Ping'an, her earlier pride evaporating, leaving a complex expression in its wake. I underestimated you both. Never had she imagined that the two individuals she had once disregarded and could easily have vanquished a mere 6 months prior would now be on her heels, one even surpassing her. Please, enlighten me, Jiang Ping'an bowed, his countenance devoid of joy or sorrow. Though your Wuji fist is formidable, I am a speed-oriented warrior, and I am confident my swiftness exceeds yours by threefold. Zhang Lingmin suppressed her other emotions, and as she spoke, fierce winds surged around her, lifting her high into the air. It was the wind spirit dance. Was Zhang Lingmin intending to unleash her ultimate technique right from the outset? She had no choice. Had she been in her position, she too would not allow Jiang Ping'an to exhaust her further. Jiang Ping'an was a physical cultivator, and while his strength was to be expected, his speed would surely not match that of Zhang Lingmin. Though some cultivators may not possess combat prowess on par with Jiang Ping'an, their analyses are remarkably astute. They correctly identify a deficiency in Jiang Ping'an's speed. Aware of this shortcoming, Jiang Ping'an intends to delve into the study of speed-enhancing techniques. The wind spirit dance, a formidable wind-based technique, can significantly elevate one's velocity in a brief span. As Zhang Lingmin executed her technique, a colossal tornado enveloped Jiang Ping'an. Zhang Lingmin's form seemed to vanish, not truly absent, but rather propelled to the limits of speed, rendering her nearly imperceptible to ordinary cultivators. You have lost. The ethereal voice reverberated within the tornado, obscuring her presence. Zhang Lingmin unleashed a wind blade attack, poised to conclude the battle with a single strike. Bang! The tornado erupted, the fierce winds hurling Zhang Lingmin away. She collided with the 11th layer's barrier, blood spattering from her lips, her complexion paling. As the whirlwind dissipated, Jiang Ping'an stood firm, adopting the stance of the infinite fist. Impossible. How could you possibly match my speed? Zhang Lingmin, disregarding her injuries, stared incredulously at Jiang Ping'an. Those who had deemed Jiang Ping'an slow now exhibited expressions of disbelief. Was it not said that speed was his Achilles heel? I may not be able to match your speed, but my vision is keen, Jiang Ping'an calmly explained. Keen vision? Zhang Lingmin was incensed, perceiving Jiang Ping'an's words as an affront. She soared into the air once more, launching an assault against him. Yet Jiang Ping'an spoke the truth. His vision was indeed exceptional. With his elevation in cultivation, his right eye seemed to experience a corresponding enhancement, not merely an enhancement, but a restoration. This eye harbored an enigmatic power that gradually awakened alongside Jiang Ping'an's ascension. It was akin to dynamic vision. Zhang Lingmin's speed was undeniably swift. Yet Jiang Ping'an could discern her position, allowing him to anticipate her attacks with precision. An hour elapsed, and Zhang Lingmin was defeated. Her pride in her unparalleled speed proved futile against Jiang Ping'an, who could see her movements from any angle. Sitting on the ground, Jiang Ping'an reflected on the day's battle, revisiting his shortcomings and resolving to amend them. This was his daily ritual. Those gathered at the foot of the mountain gazed at Jiang Ping'an's silhouette, their spirits stirred. He was an unexpected dark horse, surpassing everyone's expectations. Could Jiang Ping'an be aiming for the top 10? A certain prodigy's words quickened the hearts of the crowd. If Jiang Ping'an truly managed to enter the top 10, it would be utterly terrifying. In less than a month, he had surged from the 30th layer to the top 10. Among all the prodigies, only 2 had advanced at such a pace. One was Meng Jing, whose rapid progress was to be expected given her thunder spirit physique. Yet Jiang Pingyun lacked such a formidable gift. With 14 days remaining, Jiang Pingyun challenged the 11th layer once more. On this very day, Meng Jing engaged in a fearsome battle with Ma Wei of the Miao Liao sect on the 9th layer. In the final month, the rankings had seen little fluctuation, with only Meng Jing and Jiang Pingyun relentlessly striving to ascend the ranks. The battle between Meng Jing and Ma Wei captivated the attention of all the prodigies, including the super geniuses from the top 3 tiers and the formidable overseers nearby. Chapter 55. Your Highness. Your Highness, a significant event has occurred. A maid, hastily following Xia Qing, rushed into her chamber, her face exhibiting an expression of utter disbelief. Since the winter solstice festival, Xia Qing had been in seclusion, diligently cultivating her skills, instructing her maid not to disturb her unless it was of utmost importance. Clearly, today's urgency stemmed from something critical. What is it? Has there been another skirmish on the Divine Island? Xia Qing slowly opened her eyes, her starry gaze as profound as the cosmos. No, it's not about the Divine Island. It pertains to the back mountain. The maid's voice trembled slightly due to her heightened emotions. Oh, has there been a shift in the top 10 rankings? Has little Jing surged ahead? A slight smile graced Xia Qing's crimson lips as she began to form a conjecture. Miss Ming is challenging the 9th tier, currently engaged in battle with Ma Wei of the mysterious sect. But that is not the crux of the matter. The focus is on Jiang Pingyun. The maid's face was awash with astonishment. Xia Qing shook her head in exasperation, urging her to calm down, speak with composure. Your frantic demeanor is unbecoming. What has happened to Jiang Pingyun? Has he, as I anticipated, surged into the top 20? What could have elicited such excitement from you? Is his performance even more remarkable? Taking a deep breath, the maid endeavored to steady her emotions before responding. Jiang Pingyun has vanquished the 11th ranked competitor. What? Xia Qing's eyes widened in shock, her expression one of disbelief. You cannot be mistaken. It wasn't he the 21st place? Not the 21st, but the 11th. One more ascent leads to the 10th. The maid's voice quivered with astonishment, as she too was taken aback by the news, prompting her to report it to the princess. How is that possible? Even if he fully comprehended the first layer of the infinite fist, it would be impossible for him to reach the 11th tier. Xia Qing grappled with disbelief. She understood the infinite fist. To breach it, one must exceed the user's strength or speed by 3-fold. Given Jiang Pingyun an S caliber, achieving the 20th layer should be his utmost limit. How could he possibly attain the 11th? In an instant, Xia Qing vanished from her spot, heading to the back mountain to witness the spectacle herself. At that moment, the back mountain crackled with thunder as Meng Jing wielded lightning in her duel against Ma Wei. Ma Wei, exhibiting breathtaking speed, executed the Thousand Willows sword technique and the Divine Void steps, both of which were supreme techniques. The clash between them was fierce, with Meng Jing evidently at a disadvantage. Almost everyone from the back mountain was observing this fierce contest. Meanwhile, on the 11th tier, Jiang Pingyun sat serenely upon a stone, facing the 10th tier, eyes closed in tranquil meditation. Upon seeing Jiang Pingyun's figure, Xia Qing's heart jolted violently. This young man had truly ascended to the 11th tier. What could have transpired? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Qing deduced that Jiang Pingyun must have mastered a formidable body technique. This technique likely provided a significant enhancement to his physique. If other prodigies were unable to exert strength exceeding Jiang Pingyun by 3-fold, they would be incapable of defeating him. This, then, elucidated how he managed to reach the 11th tier. This young man had concealed his capabilities exceptionally well. Xia Qing was profoundly surprised. Before the commencement of the competition, she had already surmised the rankings with considerable accuracy. Even accounting for potential discrepancies, the variation would be minimal, perhaps 3 or 4 places at most. Only Jiang Pingyun was an unforeseen element in her predictions, which she regarded as a pleasant surprise. Xia Qing averted her gaze, directing it towards the battle between Ma Wei and Meng Jing. Observing Meng Jing's fervent struggle, a complex emotion flickered through Xia Qing's radiant eyes. She was well acquainted with Meng Jing, a girl known for her lethargy. The reason she had urged Meng Jing to secure a spot in the top 10 and contact her mother was to ignite her fighting spirit. The strategy proved effective. However, Xia Qing realized that Meng Jing's determination had yet to be fully ignited. It was not until the evening of the winter festival that everything changed. Meng Jing's resolve was completely awakened, and now, Facing Ma Wei, she treated her opponent as a true adversary. The catalyst that fully ignited Meng Jing's fighting spirit drew Xia Qing's gaze back to Jiang Pingyun. Die! Thunderstorm. Meng Jing suddenly roared, her small hands swiftly forming seals. In that moment, a massive spherical bolt of lightning descended from the stormy clouds. The thunder erupted, enveloping a radius of 1 mile. Ma Wei's face paled in terror. There was no evading such a widespread assault. He quickly executed the void step, retreating to the 9th level in haste. I report this. She intends to kill. She must be disqualified. Ma Wei shouted from the 10th level to the powerful overseers below. You lie. I have no energy left. This technique lacks any true power. Or else you would be dead, Meng Jing retorted, wiping her brow as she weakly sat on the darkened ground, which had been scorched by the lightning. Indeed, the move lacked lethality. Its sheer spectacle was merely intimidating. If there were any real danger to life, we would intervene. A calm voice from a managing Yuan Ing stage expert stated, sensing the actual power of the thunder, which could not possibly kill Ma Wei. Ma Wei's expression grew grim. He realized he had been deceived. His heart brimmed with reluctance, yet he felt powerless. Fortunately, he remained on the 10th level, still in contention for the final selection spot. Please recover your strength quickly. I wish to challenge you. A plain voice suddenly echoed. Ma Wei turned towards the source, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld Jiang Pingyun on the 11th level. How did you get here? Though he had noticed Jiang Pingyun steadily ascending, he had not anticipated that she would reach the 11th level so swiftly, now merely 1 step away from him. Recover your energy quickly. I will challenge you, Jiang Pingyun declared, closing her eyes once more. Ma Wei's expression fluctuated dramatically. The Jiang Pingyun he had previously looked down upon had surged from the lowest tier to this level in just half a month. A pace even more terrifying than that of Meng Jing. Meng Jing gazed at Jiang Pingyun on the 11th level, feeling a mix of shock and joy. She had always known that Jiang Pingyun was not as weak as the princess had claimed. Seeking death, Ma Wei seethed, still fuming from being pushed to the 10th level by Meng Jing. Now, witnessing the Jiang Pingyun he had scorned also seeking to challenge him, his anger ignited even further. He prepared to teach the lad a lesson. While killing was off the table, inflicting serious injury was not. The group of prodigies on the mountain observed the scene with mixed emotions. Underestimating Jiang Pingyun, they had not anticipated a confrontation between the two. It remained uncertain whether the dark horse Jiang Pingyun would triumph or if Ma Wei would prove to be the stronger opponent. I believe Jiang Pingyun had a chance of victory. The Wuji fist was notoriously ruthless, unless his strength and speed surpassed Ma Wei's by 3-fold. No, I still thought Ma Wei was the stronger of the two. He had mastered the divine void steps and the Thousand Willow sword technique, one exhibiting uncanny agility and the other tremendous destructive power. Had Meng Jing not frightened Ma Wei, he would have undoubtedly maintained his position at the 9th level during the earlier battle. Prior to the fight, everyone habitually began predicting who stood a better chance of winning. Your Highness, does Jiang Pingyun have a chance to win? A maid inquired, standing beside Xia Qing, having realized she could no longer decipher Jiang Pingyun's capabilities. Xia Qing shook her head. No, she replied, though such a statement might seem absolute, it reflected the truth. Ma Wei and Jiang Pingyun had grown up in vastly different environments. Ma Wei had practiced since childhood, enjoying the finest resources within the Misty sect. With top-tier techniques and teachers, Jiang Pingyun had trained for too short a time. He might possess some fortuitous opportunities, yet these were insufficient to bridge the gap between them. The maid sighed, feeling a twinge of regret. Initially, she had looked down on Jiang Pingyun, believing him to be complacent. However, upon learning that he had merely been biding his time in patience, her attitude shifted. The youth had grown to such a level in less than half a year, which was indeed formidable. Xia Qing smiled softly. In addition to the top 10, there were also 5 alternate spots. Even if Jiang Pingyun could not defeat Ma Wei, he would still qualify as an alternate. Having previously underestimated him, she now recognized that with his composure and resilience, along with the enhancement from the Tianxian pill, given time and resources, he would undoubtedly achieve remarkable success. Xia Qing resolved to allocate more resources to Jiang Pingyun, fostering his development as it would ultimately benefit the great Xia. Meng Jing descended from the 9th level and approached Jiang Pingyun. You should refrain from challenging him. I have already taken care of him for you. He is quite angry now and may take it out on you. Meng Jing had not anticipated that Jiang Pingyun could reach such a level. Previously, when he mentioned handling Ma Wei himself, She assumed he was preparing for a sneak attack. It turned out that Jiang Pingyun indeed possessed true strength. However, having personally battled Ma Wei, she understood his might. Had she not employed a deceptive technique to scare Ma Wei away, she knew she would not match his combat prowess. I need a spot in the top 10, Jiang Pingyun stated calmly. He was genuinely upset by Ma Wei's actions. Yet even without the latter's interference, he was determined to secure a place among the top 10. Moreover, he aimed to achieve a position within the top 10 of the 100 Counties tournament. Meng Jing opened her mouth to persuade him, but, considering Jiang Pingyun's character, ultimately refrained from dissuasion. Act within your limits. Do not let him land a hit on you. If you cannot win, retreat quickly to avoid serious injury. Jiang Pingyun responded nonchalantly. At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed from the 10th level. I have fully recovered. Come challenge me. Ma Wei's spiritual energy had nearly returned, and he eagerly awaited Jiang Pingyun's challenge. The reason is quite simple. The battle with Meng Jing has left him infuriated, and he now seeks an outlet for his pent-up rage. Beating Jiang Pingyun serves as an excellent means of venting this frustration. Although he is taken aback by Jiang Pingyun's presence on the 11th level, he does not believe that such a person could possibly contend with him. The infinite fist is easily countered. His void step grants him remarkable speed, while the Thousand Willow Sword technique is renowned for its destructive power and velocity. The opponent's infinite fist will struggle to make an impact. Clean up your mouth. Meng Jing glared fiercely at Ma Wei upon hearing his insults. And what if I don't? Ma Wei retorted with a cold smirk, unperturbed by the prospect of further inciting his opponent. Just as Meng Jing was about to respond, Jiang Pingyun placed a hand on her shoulder. There's no need to be angry. Jiang Pingyun made his way slowly toward the 10th level. By defeating Ma Wei, he could secure his position on the 10th level and earn qualification for the 100 Counties Championship, thereby silencing his opponent. Many cultivators on the mountain cast their gazes upon him. Jiang Pingyun has an exceedingly good temper. If it were me, I would have exploded by now. I don't think it's about his temper. He simply possesses remarkable restraint and conceals his emotions. Indeed, enduring 4 months of cold stares and ridicule is something I could never manage. With a cerulean sword in hand, Ma Wei fixed his gaze on Jiang Pingyun and ominously declared, I know you are furious and wish to defeat me, but I want to grant you that opportunity. Allow me to be blunt. I will eliminate you in a single strike, demonstrating the vast chasm that lies between us. He was confident that a full-force attack could obliterate Jiang Pingyun, revealing the disparity in their abilities. Meng Jing, filled with concern, shouted, Be careful, Wood. His sword speed is incredibly fast. Every shadow of his sword is a genuine attack. Having battled Ma Wei before, she understood the terrifying nature of the Thousand Willow Sword technique. Jiang Pingyun's eyes revealed no flicker of emotion, akin to a silent ancient well. Shall we begin? Let us start. Die. In an instant, Ma Wei unleashed the Thousand Willow Sword technique, causing countless sword shadows to fill the sky. Numerous talented individuals watched the unfolding scene with grave intensity. This was the pinnacle of swordsmanship from the Miao Miao sect, the Thousand Willow Sword technique, famed for its speed, destructive power, and extensive range, making it exceptionally difficult to defend against. Should Jiang Pingyun manage to withstand this assault, he might indeed triumph over Ma Wei. It all hinged on whether Jiang Pingyun's infinite fist could withstand the onslaught. Jiang Pingyun moved as well. In a flash, countless spectral corpses flickered across the 10th level. Some with severed heads, others with their midsections cleaved in two, their demise gruesome. The sky turned crimson, a terrifying aura of malevolence surged forth, casting a chilling, deathly atmosphere over the entire 10th level. Everyone stared in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. The Heaven's Desolation Technique. Jiang Pingyun actually knows the Heaven's Desolation Technique. I recall that this is a technique from the Heaven's Desolation Pavilion. Under the influence of this ominous energy, Ma Wei's body suddenly stiffened, and the myriad sword shadows became ethereal. In the instant Jiang Pingyun unleashed the Heaven's Desolation Technique, he charged toward Ma Wei. Ma Wei's reaction was remarkably swift. The flesh on his body quivered as he exerted all his energy to counteract the sinister aura. As he observed Jiang Pingyun charging towards him, a sense of unease washed over him. How could an adept of the Wuji fist initiate an attack? Ma Wei executed the divine void step, preparing to retreat. However, at that very moment, an inexplicable force ensnared him, causing him to falter once more. The Soul Cultivator, a prodigy clad in simple garments on the second tier of the peak, suddenly opened his eyes, as if sensing a ripple of spiritual energy. Yet, the sensation was fleeting, leading him to dismiss it as a misperception. Jiang Pinyin surged to the forefront, and as Ma Wei aimed to strike with his sword, all of Jiang Pingyin's strength coalesced into his fist, erupting in a dazzling golden-purple radiance, dominant and ferocious. With a resounding boom, his punch sent Ma Wei's corpulent form hurtling through the air like a meteor. Bang, bang, bang. Ma Wei collided with a building, demolishing it, and then crashed into trees, uprooting them. He soared several hundred meters away from the mountain, plummeting towards the ground. A keen-eyed manager swiftly caught Ma Wei, preventing him from sustaining injury. Coughing violently, blood spewed from Ma Wei's mouth, yet he paid no heed to his wounds as he stared in horror at Jiang Pinyin. A golden-purple aura enveloped Jiang Pinyin, sweeping away the surrounding rocks and vegetation. The air around him surged with an overwhelming and tempestuous power. This was the body dominance technique. Coughing fiercely, Ma Wei was taken aback, blood gushing forth as disbelief etched his features. Atop the mountain, the divine phoenix body and the third-tier Wanjin body simultaneously opened their eyes, fixated on Jiang Pinyin of the 10th tier. In that instant, Jiang Pinyin became the center of attention, the singular focus of all existence. With one punch, he had incapacitated Ma Wei, leaving all, be they the prodigies on the mountain, the managers below, or even Xia Qing amidst the clouds, stunned. I have triumphed. Jiang Pinyin retracted his fierce aura, reverting to his previously unassuming demeanor. The numerous prodigies on the mountain took a while to regain their senses, exclamations erupting around them. Incredible! He dispatched Ma Wei with a single punch. So he has mastered the body dominance technique, the pinnacle of physical prowess created by humanity. It was no wonder he could not break through his Wuji fist. How many on this mountain possess strength exceeding 3 times that of the body dominance technique? I cannot begrudge my loss. Yet, why did he resort to the distasteful Wuji fist when he could have easily concluded the battle with the body dominance technique? Few present had not heard of the body dominance technique, an unparalleled creation of the strongest family renowned for their physical prowess. Once mastered, it rendered one's strength and defense exceedingly formidable. In terms of power and defense, aside from the sacred body, no human could rival the martial arts of the body dominance clan. The fact that Jiang Pinyin concealed such terrifying techniques was astonishing. Meng Jing's mouth fell agape, her beautiful eyes sparkling. After a prolonged moment, she broke into a radiant smile, exclaiming, "That cunning wooden block has hidden his true abilities so deeply, even from me." Meanwhile, Princess Xia Qing, perched in the clouds, gazed intently at Jiang Pinyin's youthful yet serene visage. She had never fathomed, nor did she ever believe, that he could master the body dominance technique. The youth resembled a solitary wolf, devoid of the protection of a pack. To survive, he had to exhibit immense patience, caution, and remain quietly hidden. Perhaps at times he appeared harmless, yet his fangs were laced with deadly venom, and when he struck, he would bring his adversaries and prey to their demise. Xia Qing had never truly regarded Jiang Pinyin as a threat. This was the first instance she misjudged someone. The girl of the divine phoenix body atop the mountain gazed at the robust figure of the third layer, the Wanjin body, and inquired, "Do you not cultivate the body dominance technique? With your innate talent, mastering it would render you even more formidable." The stout Wanjin body chuckled wryly. "How could I not have attempted such a powerful technique? However, you are unaware of the torment of cultivation. Each time I practice the body dominance technique, it feels as though I am being mercilessly beaten, a pain so excruciating that I cannot endure it. This is precisely why few practitioners pursue the body dominance technique. Even among the dominance clan, not everyone possesses the capability to cultivate it." He turned his gaze towards Jiang Pinyin, expressing admiration. "This individual possesses remarkable willpower. I find myself lacking in comparison." Chapter 57. The selection concludes. He cheated. He employed forbidden techniques. As the crowd stood in astonishment at Jiang Pinyin's mastery of the body dominance technique, an enraged voice echoed from below the mountain. The speaker was none other than Ma Wei, his garments stained with blood, having just ingested a healing elixir to stabilize his injuries. He pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Pinyin, his voice hoarse from fury. "He cheated. The Tiansha technique is a forbidden art. He has cheated." He was unwilling to accept the bitter reality of being defeated by Jiang Pinyin with a single blow. A proud genius of the Miaoling sect, he found himself bested. Consumed by jealousy and humiliation, he was determined to restore his pride and reclaim his standing. Thus, he sought to prove that Jiang Pingan's victory was unmeritorious. The onlookers shifted their focus from Jiang Pingan to Ma Wei below, their eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy. This fellow was truly pitiable, despite his evident prowess. He encountered Jiang Pingan and was cast down 10 layers with a single punch. Had the opponent not been careless, perhaps victory would not have come so easily. The official who had caught Ma Wei spoke up. Forbidden techniques refer to those that consume one's life force. The Tiansha technique does not deplete life force and is not classified as forbidden. Upon hearing this, Ma Wei felt a sudden bitterness in his throat, nearly coughing up blood once more. In defiance, he shouted, "The Tiansha technique requires murder for cultivation. It is exceedingly malevolent. Jiang Pingan is an evil person. How could such a being be worthy of participating in the 100 Prefecture tournament?" The official sighed and replied, "Did you not notice? Most of the spectral corpses are clad in the attire of soldiers from the Lingtai kingdom. This implies that Jiang Pingan has slain individuals from Lingtai." Ma Wei's expression froze, utterly losing control as he spat forth blood. Jiang Pingan's actions against the Lingtai kingdom would not only fail to evoke disdain from the citizens of the Daxia kingdom, but might even garner admiration. There are 14 days remaining. I urge everyone to strive diligently, as the final slots will dictate the ultimate resources. Xia Qing's melodious yet authoritative voice resonated from the clouds. Many then turned their attention to Xia Qing, bowing in respect. She cast a lingering glance at Jiang Pingan before turning to depart. Jiang Pingan's battle had taken everyone by surprise. People have developed a newfound respect for Jiang Pingan, infused with a sense of awe. Those capable of mastering the celestial evil technique may appear harmless at first glance, yet they undoubtedly possess a decisive and ruthless nature. One ought not to provoke them. Even the 3 most elite individuals have etched Jiang Pingan's name into their memories. As everyone returned to their cultivation, they regarded this battle as somewhat peripheral to their own interests and thus did not dwell on it. With merely 14 days remaining, swift advancement was imperative. Ma Wei clutched his pained chest, casting a venomous glare at Jiang Pingan, who stood on the 10th level. The loss of the 10th place would not only deprive him of abundant resources, but would also render him a target for mockery upon his return to the sect. All his dignity had been shattered beneath Jiang Pingan's singular blow. Bowing his head, gritting his teeth, and tensing his muscles, Ma Wei resolved that the 10th position must be his. Defeating Jiang Pingan through conventional means would prove challenging, prompting him to contemplate an alternative strategy. If Jiang Pingan were to vanish, the 10th place would still belong to him. No matter how formidable Jiang Pingan may be, he could not possibly withstand an assassin of the golden core stage. Jiang Pingan must die. As the final selection approached, everyone began to sprint towards their goals. With combat occurring day and night, the rankings for the top 10 gradually stabilized. Jiang Pingan refrained from striving for a higher position, partly due to the presence of Meng Jing on the next level, and partly to obstruct Ma Wei's ascent. Jiang Pingan's silence did not equate to a lack of temper. Otherwise, he would not have chosen the most humiliating method to strike Ma Wei down in their confrontation, a single, decisive blow. However, what puzzled Jiang Pingan was that, until the day the selection results were announced, Ma Wei had yet to challenge him. This seemed rather unusual. On the 10th level, in the chamber, Meng Jing lay contentedly on the bed, her beautiful legs crossed, indulging in pastries with crumbs adorning her mouth. "Heh, congratulations, Woodhead. I'm 9th, which makes me superior to you." Jiang Pingan replied calmly, resuming his practice of the earth mound technique. The earth mound technique is not particularly difficult to cultivate, but its resource consumption is alarmingly high. Even golden core cultivators do not consume as many nourishing pills as he does. No one knows that he is adept in both spirit and martial arts. This is his greatest trump card. Noticing Jiang Pingan's indifferent reaction, Meng Jing rolled her eyes at him, though she had grown accustomed to his dullness and continued stuffing her face with pastries. She had heard that the 100 Counties competition was to select exceptional talents to venture to a place known as Divine Island, rumored to hold secrets of ascendance. Ascend? Jiang Pingan suddenly lifted his gaze, intrigued by the notion of ascendance. Meng Jing was aware of his interest in the subject, which prompted her mention of it. Although she was not entirely clear on the specifics, she recounted tales of many powerful ascenders who had visited that place, with some claiming it harbored methods of ascendance and others asserting it was home to rare treasures. While these legends remain unverified, it is a fact that many who achieved ascendance had visited Divine Island beforehand. Positioned at the intersection of the Underworld King State and Lingtai Nation, The ownership of Divine Island has long been contested, and it served as one of the catalysts for the outbreak of this conflict. To avert the downfall of the strong and to mitigate losses, both parties resolved to dispatch a select group of prodigies to contend for the ownership of the Divine Island. The practice of sending the younger generation to compete is a common stratagem among the formidable factions within the realm of cultivation. Superlative beings seldom intervene unless absolutely necessary. Typically, it is the younger generation that takes up the challenge. After all, the fall of a powerful figure could significantly impact the overall strength of a nation or faction, and they would not act lightly. Jiang Pingyin's eyes shimmered with determination. Regardless of the circumstances, he was resolute in his desire to explore the Divine Island. As he delved deeper into the intricacies of the cultivation world, he became acutely aware of the arduous nature of attaining immortality. Although there were practitioners of immortality from ancient times, it was perplexing that no one had achieved such a state in the past millennium. It seemed as though the path to becoming an immortal had been severed. In light of these challenges, Jiang Pingyin vowed not to miss any opportunity that might lead to immortality. Whether it was the wager with Xiaqing or the pursuit of transcendence through the 100 Counties competition, he was determined to seize victory. Suddenly, Xiaqing's voice rang out from outside. The selection process had concluded, and all combat ceased. "It's over." Meng Jing joyfully leaped from her bed. Securing a spot in the top 10 meant she could finally connect with her mother. The 78 prodigies descended the mountain. Some were disheartened, others expressed regret, while many felt content with their accomplishments. This training session had laid a solid foundation for their future endeavors, promising significant benefits ahead. As Jiang Pingyin made his way down the mountain, a burly man approached him and forcefully bumped shoulders. "Hey, brother, let us have a match later. I'm eager to witness your body of dominance." Jiang Pingyin looked up at the speaker, who ranked third among the competitors. Although he did not know the man's name, he was aware of his extraordinary talent known as the Golden Body, which endowed him with remarkable physical prowess. The top 3 were not to be challenged lightly, a testament to the strength of this individual. "All right," Jiang Pingyin replied, intrigued to experience this unique physique firsthand. Through their battles, he recognized that true enhancement of one's combat skills could only be achieved through engagement in battle. Combat techniques, cultivation methods, internal energy, and innate talent all influence the outcomes of conflicts. Even if he were to lose against a prodigy of this caliber, the experience would yield immeasurable insights. "Huh. I'll seek you out later," the robust cultivator exclaimed, his laughter echoing as he hastily descended the mountain. Chapter 58. Meng Jing's mother Xiaqing stood at the foot of the mountain, clad in flowing white garments, resembling a celestial being, exuding an aura of ethereal grace that rendered others in her presence humbled. Before her stood the 78 prodigies of Hafen County. "First and foremost, congratulations to all of you for making remarkable strides over these past 5 months. Regardless of whether you secured a spot in the top 10, each of you is a pillar of our great Xia. I hope you will continue to strive forward, journeying further along the path of immortality. As you have undoubtedly encountered some friction during your battles, I urge you to reconcile any lingering resentments. Let not trivial disputes lead to unforeseen consequences." Xiaqing's gaze subtly swept over Jiang Pingyin and Ma Wei. In addition to the top 10, 5 alternate participants would also accompany them to the city of the underworld, affording these alternates an opportunity to partake in the 100 Counties competition. Based on their rankings, each individual should proceed to the administration office to collect their resources. The resources for the top 10 will be distributed separately. After 5 months of hard work, I shall refrain from further rambling. Those who wish to return home may do so, while those who choose to remain at the governor's mansion may stay, as we shall provide guidance. The time is now at your disposal. The top 15 individuals are to assemble here in 3 days. Jiang Pingyin and Meng Jing, please step forward. After Xiaqing concluded her speech, she specifically summoned Jiang Pingyin and Meng Jing. Ma Wei fixed his gaze on Jiang Pingyin's retreating figure, a cruel smile flickering across his face. "The 10th spot is ultimately still mine." Jiang Pingyin and Meng Jing followed Xiaqing to her private courtyard. The air was infused with spiritual energy, and inhaling deeply felt akin to absorbing a spirit stone. Exotic flora and fauna flourished, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, creating an enchanting spectacle. A charming little white creature frolicked in the garden, chasing after vibrant butterflies. A figure clad in black robes stood within the pavilion, their face obscured. As Jiang Pingyin's gaze swept across this individual, A shiver ran down his spine, and his heart raced uncontrollably. The power of thunder contained within this person was terrifying, beyond description. Jiang Pingyun sensed something amiss and glanced at Meng Jing beside him. Meng Jing grasped Jiang Pingyun's hand and whispered, let us visit the auction later. I've heard there will be many exquisite items. Xia Qing approached the pavilion, halting her steps to turn toward Meng Jing. We had previously agreed that once you secure a spot, you would contact your mother. Meng Jing bit her red lip and replied, Princess, has my mother encountered any troubles? If reaching out will only bring her distress, then perhaps it is best to refrain. Though Meng Jing longed to connect with her mother, she was acutely aware of the formidable nature of her mother's family. She feared that contacting her mother abruptly might lead to complications. Xia Qing nodded, acknowledging the predicament. Indeed, there is some trouble. Your mother has fallen in love with someone she should not, having broken off an engagement with a prominent clan, which has caused considerable issues for the Thunder Clan. Meng Jing slightly inclined her head, her disappointment evident in her eyes. She yearned for her mother, her features becoming increasingly indistinct in her memory. Shifting the conversation, Xia Qing asserted, however, I shall fulfill my promise. Suddenly, she turned her gaze toward the figure in black. The robed individual lowered their hood, revealing a stunning visage. This face bore a resemblance to Meng Jing, yet it appeared more mature. Tears streamed down the woman's face, her luminous eyes fixed intently on Meng Jing. Upon seeing her, Meng Jing trembled, as if struck by lightning, and after a prolonged moment of shock, she rushed forward. Mother! Xiao Jing. The two embraced, weeping uncontrollably, their tears flowing freely. The woman was none other than Meng Jing's mother, Lei Lan. Meng Jing had never anticipated her mother's personal appearance, and the floodgates of emotion opened as she cried, Mother, I miss you so much. She had longed for her mother for a decade, her image becoming increasingly blurred in her mind. Lei Lan, too, was unable to contain her tears. She yearned to see her daughter, but family constraints had denied her the opportunity. Jiang Pingyun observed the poignant reunion, a tender expression gracing his face. If only my mother were still alive, I could, like Meng Jing, indulge in her embrace, thought Jiang Pingyun as he gently stroked his abdomen, where his parents' remains lay within the treasure basin. He was determined to attain immortality, to possess the power to resurrect the deceased. Lei Lan and Meng Jing wept in each other's arms for a long while. Mother, will it cause trouble for you to visit me? Meng Jing asked, her eyes glistening with tears. Lei Lan took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. It's fine. I was invited by the 9th princess in the capacity of the Great Xia Kingdom. When will you leave, Mother? Can I return to see Father? He misses you dearly. Meng Jing inquired cautiously, her heart aching at the thought of her father's lonely, sorrowful face. No problem, we will return shortly, but first, I need to address a few matters, Lei Lan replied, wiping her tears and turning her gaze to the young man beside her. With her gentleness fading, she spoke coldly. Do not get too close to my daughter. It could jeopardize your safety. Mother, what are you saying? Meng Jing asked anxiously. Lei Lan's voice turned icy. Did you not witness the circumstances between your father and me? You have awakened the talents of our lineage, and it is only a matter of time before you return to the clan. Those ancient relics will never permit someone like Jiang Pingyun to be with you. I do not know them. What right do they have to dictate my life? Meng Jing pushed her mother away, shouting, her heart racing with fear. In this world, there is no such thing as right. There is only power. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Lei Lan, enveloping Jiang Pingyun. The immense pressure caused him to half kneel on the ground, his knees shattering the floor beneath him. Lei Lan's cold gaze fixed on Jiang Pingyun. Remember what I said. Do not get too close to Meng Jing. Expressionless, Jiang Pingyun replied, I do not comprehend what you mean by getting too close to Meng Jing. However, Uncle Meng saved my life and entrusted me with her care. Thus, I shall protect her. I do not care about your ancient family. Should you bring her unhappiness, I will not show mercy. His voice was resolute, firm yet respectful. You think you are worthy? Lei Lan scoffed, her aura intensifying into something even more terrifying. The small white beast nearby, frightened, burrowed into Xia Qing's embrace. Jiang Pingyun's bones creaked under the pressure of her aura, blood seeping from his spine, yet he stood tall, his expression unwavering, meeting Lei Lan's gaze with determination. Mother, what are you doing? Do not bully him, Meng Jing cried, nearly in tears at the sight of Jiang Pingyun's distress. Gradually, Lei Lan retracted her aura, her previously frigid expression softening. She raised her hand and flicked a pill into Jiang Pingin's mouth. This is the strength of the powerful. Without lifting a finger, merely their presence can crush you. And the Lei clan possesses countless individuals even stronger than I. You must understand what lies ahead. As the pill took effect, Jiang Pingin felt his injuries rapidly healing. The medicine was undoubtedly of great value. He stood slowly, his expression unchanged. I have stated that I do not care for any ancient family. Should they cause Ming Jing distress, I will not forgive them. Seeing the youth's resolute and earnest face, a flicker of relief crossed Lei Lan's eyes as she tossed a jade slip to him. I hope you keep your word. With that, Lei Lan embraced Ming Jing and transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from the spot. In Lianshan County, at the general's manor, Meng Kuo diligently revised the memorials. With his daughter gone for several months and his wife absent for years, he sought solace from his yearning heart by immersing himself in work, attempting to divert his attention. Yet, how could such profound emotions be so easily cast aside? He set down the memorial, sighed softly, and retrieved his wife's delicate pink handkerchief, his face softening with affection. How delightful it would be if both his wife and daughter were by his side. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the room, and two women appeared before him. Upon their arrival, Meng Kuo's handkerchief slipped from his grasp, his eyes widening in disbelief. Xiaolan, Xiao Jing. Chapter 59. Lightning flashed. Jiang Pingin gazed at the white jade slip in his hand, covered in intricate runes. Uncertain of what it was that Meng Jing's mother had bestowed upon him, he noted its resemblance to a cultivation technique. As he probed its depths with his consciousness, an overwhelming surge of information flooded his mind. Lightning flash, a top-tier speed technique. Jiang Pingin felt a jolt of exhilaration course through him, unable to conceal his joy. Unlike the single-layer techniques such as the dominant body technique or the infinite fist, this was a complete and superior method. Lightning flash would perfectly compensate for his deficiencies in speed. Suddenly, a voice broke through his reverie. Xia Qing's voice resonated. Jiang Pingin looked up at the woman before him. Since she was aware of what Meng Jing's mother had provided, it was evident that this technique was intimately linked to her. Thank you, Your Highness, he expressed with a respectful bow. Do not mention it. I merely made a suggestion. You should extend your gratitude to Meng Jing's mother. Were I in her position, I would not have gifted you such a precious technique, Xia Qing remarked, refraining from taking credit for the act. As the jade slip disintegrated into fragments, scattering across the floor, Jiang Pingin realized that such esteemed techniques were often imbued with restrictions. Once viewed, they would dissipate and could not be articulated. Many families employed such safeguards to prevent the leakage of their techniques. Xia Qing suddenly wore a playful smile. You are quite astute, aren't you? You deliberately claimed you had not mastered the dominant body technique, only to extract the infinite fist from me. Jiang Pingin replied with a bow, in response to Your Highness. It was my intention to convey that, yet you did not afford me the opportunity. Are you suggesting I was at fault? No. It was my desire for additional techniques that led me to conceal the truth, Jiang Pingin confessed candidly. You are quite honest, Xia Qing noted. Not angered, but rather teasing him, reflecting on how she had underestimated him, doubting his ability to grasp the dominant body technique. She had also attempted this top-tier martial art, but had ultimately faltered due to the excruciating pain it inflicted. This young man must have endured considerable hardship to master such a technique. You have secured the 10th place, granting you the opportunity to participate in the 100 Prefectures Championship. What resources do you desire? Xia Qing inquired. In response to Your Highness, I seek the second layer of the dominant body technique or the second layer of the infinite fist, Jiang Pingin stated straightforwardly, revealing his intentions without pretense. He required formidable techniques to enhance his strength. I possess only the first layer of the dominant body technique, but I do have 2 layers of the infinite fist, Xia Qing stated, her admiration for the young man growing. She appreciated his forthrightness, devoid of flattery or arrogance. With a gentle wave of her hand, a storage ring soared through the air. The storage ring, a more exquisite and costly artifact than the typical storage pouch, was cherished by high-ranking practitioners for its compact elegance. This particular ring was entirely gilded, unembellished, and bore only mysterious runes etched upon its surface. Within it resided the second and third levels of the Boundless Fist, along with 500,000 spirit stones. If one were to cultivate diligently and venture to the back mountain by dawn, an elder would guide their training. Xia Qing reflected on her previous underestimation of Jiang Pingin, and in this instance, she generously allocated ample resources as recompense. The 500,000 spirit stones were but a trifling matter. The first 3 levels of the Boundless Fist were worth far more. Nearly impossible to acquire for less than 500,000 spirit stones. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Pingan expressed his gratitude once more, silently committing these favors to memory. Though aware that she sought to utilize him, he recognized that human relationships are inherently intertwined with mutual interests. She provided him with resources, and thus, he felt compelled to reciprocate with his efforts. Do not mention it. I too aspire for your strength, hoping you secure a commendable position. Once you grow, I shall require your assistance, Xia Qing replied with a light smile, rendering the blossoms around her pale in comparison. Now, go forth and cultivate. I hope your highness does not forget our wager. Should I secure a place among the top 10 in the tournament, I shall be rewarded with the secret technique. Jiang Pingan said, bowing respectfully before turning to depart. Xia Qing was momentarily taken aback as she recalled their bet, which she had initially devised merely to tease the young man. She never truly believed he would attain a selection spot, let alone rank within the top 10 of the tournament. Only upon his reminder did she recollect the matter. A hint of difficulty crossed Xia Qing's fair visage. The secret techniques of the great Xia were seldom divulged. If he were to truly place in the top 10, an implausible feat, even with the divine phoenix physique. She doubted he would have the capability to accomplish it. With this thought, her apprehension dissipated. The boy was indeed impressive, yet amidst such a multitude of exceptional talents, securing a top 10 position was utterly unattainable. Jiang Pingan did not return to his residence. Instead, he left the governor's estate and ventured into the city. His supply of medicinal pills was nearly exhausted, necessitating the purchase of foundational pills and additional essence-enhancing pills. The blood spirit pills he had been using for body technique training were no longer sufficient. He required the more advanced blood demon pills. Blood demon pills, crafted from the inner cores of ferocious beasts and various herbs, were similarly priced to the essence-enhancing pills, each around 5,000 spirit stones. However, the blood demon pills were specifically intended for the cultivation of body techniques. Arriving before the most opulent structure in Blackwind City, Jiang Pingan gazed in awe at the grand edifice before him. This building floated in midair, its vastness immeasurable, surrounded by shimmering formations and runes that radiated golden light, exuding an aura of splendor, making it the most majestic structure in the entire city. Countless cultivators streamed in and out of its entrance. Previously, while accompanying Ming Jing on a shopping excursion, he had discovered this establishment, known as Fortune Flourishes. It was said to be a colossal trading guild, with branches across hundreds of countries and sections. Whispers suggested that this guild was the wealthiest force in the entire realm of cultivation, and it was rumored that the shop had existed since ancient times. Jiang Pingan intended to purchase a multitude of items, and this guild offered the most comprehensive selection, along with the utmost safety and an impeccable reputation. The shop floated in the air, and Jiang Pingan, unable to fly, contemplated purchasing a flight spell. With a slight exertion of his legs, his body propelled upwards in an instant. Just then, a cultivator emerged from the shop, nearly colliding with Jiang Pingan. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and evaded the confrontation. Are you blind? Trash that can't fly shouldn't be in a place like this. Ma Wei cursed. But his expression froze when he recognized Jiang Pingan. What ill fortune to encounter him here. Damn it. He must have acquired resources from the princess and now has the means to buy things. That money should have belonged to him. With a sense of resentment, Ma Wei sneered, a country bumpkin from the fields. Even if you buy the finest items, you remain a mere bumpkin. Just one of my possessions surpasses all your resources combined. Jiang Pingan appeared oblivious, striding directly into the shop. He could never comprehend the mindset of those born into privilege, who revel in mocking others with their wealth. Perhaps they seek to validate their superiority, feeding their fragile, insecure hearts. Ma Wei's expression hardened. How dare this scoundrel disregard him? An arrogant fool. Should you return to the county lord's mansion alive today, I'll change my surname. Competing for a spot and bringing me shame. May you perish. Upon entering the shop, Jiang Pingan encountered 4 doors, each leading to different realms. The first door bore the inscription, "For anticipated expenditures below 10,000 spirit stones, please enter." The second, "For anticipated expenditures below 100,000 spirit stones, please enter." The third door read, "For anticipated expenditures below 1,000,000 spirit stones, please enter." The final door invited those with expenditures exceeding 1,000,000 spirit stones Jiang Pingan pondered. He intended to purchase numerous items, and 10,000 spirit stones would likely be insufficient. Most patrons entering the fourth door were golden core and nascent soul cultivators. To maintain a low profile, he opted for the third door. Typically, ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, lacking connections, possessed resources barely exceeding 10,000 spirit stones. Thus, those who could enter the third door were predominantly at the golden core stage or above, or had some background. Welcome. Upon entering the third door, a beautiful maid approached, greeting him with a warm smile, exuding a delightful fragrance. How may I assist you? Young sir, if you wish to keep your purchases discreet, you may spend 1,000 spirit stones for a private room service. She showed no disdain for Jiang Pingan's youth or humble attire. All the attendants were professionally trained to treat every customer with respect. There was once a shop that attempted to dismiss an elderly man, only to discover he was a formidable nascent soul cultivator who shattered the establishment with a mere slap. Jiang Pingan was quietly amazed by the attentive service, including the option for private rooms. He indeed preferred to keep his purchases confidential. I'll take a private room, please. Certainly, please follow me, the maid replied with a smile, leading Jiang Pingan deeper into the shop. The corridor was lined with numerous private rooms, each adorned with shimmering arrays that muffled sound and obscured divine senses. The wealth source chamber of commerce is indeed reliable, allowing clients to engage in transactions with peace of mind. The maid paused before a private room and gently knocked on the door, signaling the arrival of a guest. Chapter 60, Acquiring Resources. Enter, came a frail voice from within. The door creaked open, revealing an unusual darkness inside, obscuring any visibility. Jiang Pingan stepped forward, traversing the shadows, and entered a spacious room. Within, there was merely a table, 2 chairs, and an elderly man. His hair was white, yet his skin remained taut, devoid of any expression. Clad in black attire emblazoned with the Wealth Source logo, seated at the table. Behind the elder stood a door, its destination unknown. Jiang Pingan approached and took a seat, bypassing any pleasantries, and placed a storage bag on the table. Inside are 100 Foundation Establishment pills. Would it be possible to exchange them for 100 Blood Demon pills and 100 Cultivation pills? Upon hearing the mention of 100 Foundation Establishment pills, a hint of surprise flickered across the elder's calm visage. Such pills were highly sought after, typically vanishing from the market as soon as they appeared. 100 Foundation Establishment pills equated to 1,000,000 spirit stones. Where did this young man acquire such a substantial quantity? Such a level of expenditure should warrant a visit to the fourth door, one that the elder had encountered many times before, merely raising an eyebrow in mild astonishment. He retrieved the storage bag and scrutinized the Foundation Establishment pills within. After a brief moment, he nodded. The quality was satisfactory, and the exchange could proceed. Jiang Pingan pressed on. Could you provide an introduction to talismans and magical artifacts capable of slaying or withstanding attacks from Golden Core experts? With each formidable figure Jiang Pingan encountered, his unease grew, compounded by the weight of his precious possession, causing him to feel increasingly anxious. Thus, he sought to arm himself with talismans and artifacts. The elder lifted his gaze and replied coolly, "That depends on the level you desire. A talisman capable of countering attacks from late-stage Golden Core warriors costs no less than 500,000 for a single piece. Artifacts capable of defeating late-stage Golden Core opponents start at 1,000,000. Jiang Pingan's expression shifted slightly. Such exorbitance prompted him to consider selling a colorful pill that could enhance his innate talent. However, he dismissed the thought. His realm was still too low, and such a pill was of significant value, likely to attract unwanted trouble. The elder noted Jiang Pingan's reaction and mused internally. It seems this young man lacks abundant spirit stones. Indeed, given his youth and presumably modest cultivation level, being able to produce 100 Foundation Establishment pills was already impressive, akin to the wealth of a prosperous Golden Core cultivator. Our establishment also offers a service to hire Golden Core experts for protection, costing only 400,000 spirit stones per year, which is more economical than purchasing talismans, the elder elaborated. Jiang Pingan was taken aback. Was it truly so affordable to hire a Golden Core expert? No, it wasn't about affordability. It merely indicated that his resources had expanded. Ordinary cultivators were still in dire need of resources. The high cost of talismans stemmed from the fact that crafting one capable of slaying late-stage Golden Core practitioners required the expertise of an ancient nascent soul runemaster. coupled with the expensive and challenging materials needed for their creation, thus justifying their steep prices. Beyond a few scions from prominent families who might purchase such advanced talismans for protection, no ordinary individual would invest in them, as they were exceptionally impractical. With merely 10,000 spirit stones, a cultivator at the golden core stage could easily dispatch a foundation establishment practitioner. It is quite commonplace for the annual remuneration of a golden core specialist to reach hundreds of thousands. However, due to the environment in which Jiang Pinyin was raised, he harbored a deep-seated distrust of strangers. Thus, he resolved to purchase talismans instead. He retrieved a storage pouch containing 100 breaking through pills, intending to exchange them for a defensive talisman and an offensive talisman. This left the elder momentarily speechless. 100 breaking through pills held an equivalent value of 1 million. How could this young man possess such wealth? Could he possibly be an alchemist? Jiang Pinyin planned to expend all his foundation establishment and breaking through pills today, as using the treasure pot to replicate these items was no longer cost-effective. In the future, he would focus on replicating defensive and offensive talismans, each costing 50,000 spirit stones. The elder composed himself, reminding himself of his extensive experience and the necessity of remaining calm. He began to count the breaking through pills, confirming their quality before nodding and stating that the exchange could proceed. He inquired whether there were any superior flight techniques or magical artifacts available. At present, Jiang Pingyin's most pressing dilemma was his inability to fly. Those at the golden core stage could harness the laws of heaven and earth to soar through the skies, but he had yet to attain that level. Observing Jiang Pingyin's continued interest in purchasing items, the elder's heart raced. Could it be that this youth possessed yet more pills? Which prominent family did he belong to? Despite his youth, he seemed to possess considerable wealth. There were numerous flight techniques and artifacts, each tailored to specific circumstances. The elder commenced a half-hour exposition on various techniques and artifacts. Ultimately, Jiang Pinyin relinquished the notion of acquiring a technique and opted for a magical artifact. The cultivation of techniques demanded time, and he was already occupied with learning the Wuji Fist and Thunder Flash, leaving him little room for additional study. Magical artifacts, on the other hand, were more convenient. Once inscribed with a spiritual imprint, they could be used, albeit at the cost of spirit energy. Yet, what Jiang Pinyin lacked not was spirit energy. In the end, he decided to purchase a magical artifact known as the Sky-Treading Boots. By donning these boots and infusing them with spirit energy to activate the runes inscribed upon them, he could achieve flight speeds rivaling those of a late golden core practitioner. Naturally, the faster the speed, the greater the consumption of spirit energy. The price was set at 850,000 spirit stones. Jiang Pinyin produced 85 breaking through pills in payment. The elder, astonished once more at the sight of the pills, pondered whether this young man was indeed an alchemist or had stumbled upon a hidden realm. "Young master, please wait a moment while I fetch your pills, talismans, and the sky-treading boots," the elder said, his demeanor shifting to one of respectful servitude as he rose to open the door behind him. "Not yet. I am not finished purchasing," Jiang Pinyin interjected, bemused by the elder's eagerness. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Was there yet more to buy? How affluent could this young man possibly be? He had toiled for over a century without amassing such wealth. Were it not for the stringent regulations of the Wealth Source Prosperity Trading Company, which mandated severe penalties for employees caught pilfering from clients, he might have been tempted to seize the opportunity himself. The Wealth Source Prosperity Company was immensely powerful. Even a golden core cultivator would think twice before defying its rules, lest they face dire consequences. After his initial shock, the elder felt a surge of joy. This young man's substantial purchases promised significant gains for himself. Logically, having expended over 1 million spirit stones, Jiang Pinyin should have been directed to the fourth door. Unexpectedly, he had ventured to this side, allowing the elder to benefit from a fortunate oversight. "My lord, what else do you wish to purchase?" "Poison and various tools for assassination." Jiang Pinyin was indifferent to the propriety of these items. Anything that could eliminate an adversary was deemed valuable. "My lord, you are indeed fortunate. The shop has just acquired a wand poison 7-star insect. This creature can devour poison to evolve, and this particular specimen possesses the capability to fatally harm cultivators at the initial stages of the golden core realm. It is rumored that the most formidable of these insects has even been known to kill a deity transformation expert." Upon hearing the elder's introduction, Jiang Pinyin was taken aback. Could such a creature truly poison a being of such caliber? The ranks of cultivators are delineated as chi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, deity transformation, and void refinement. Achieving the deity transformation stage grants one an extraordinary lifespan of over 2,000 years and unparalleled power. The existence of a venomous insect capable of slaying such formidable beings was astonishing. The wand-poison 7-star insect requires vast amounts of poison to evolve, making it unaffordable for the average person. This specimen was sold by a cultivator of the nascent soul stage. The elder candidly shared the insect's shortcomings. Jiang Pingyun was greatly intrigued. How do I control the poison insect? What is the price? It is merely 500,000 spirit stones. There is a secret technique to control the beast, which is not difficult to master and is offered free of charge. Consider it bought. Jiang Pingyun was generous when it came to items that would ensure his safety. He also purchased nearly 1 million spirit stones worth of poison and antidotes, primarily for the purpose of nurturing the wand-poison 7-star insect. Jiang Pingyun lacked connections and felt a profound sense of insecurity. Were it not for his desire to remain inconspicuous, he would have considered acquiring a treasure of the nascent soul level. The elder was overjoyed. The commission from this transaction surpassed his earnings from an entire year of labor. He opened the door behind him to retrieve the goods and returned in the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. 2 talismans were provided, one for defense and one for attack. With these talismans, even when faced with a golden core expert, he would possess the means for both defense and counterattack. The speed treasure, the sky-treading boots, would serve as his escape route. The boots were black and appeared unremarkable. Upon donning them, he felt an exhilarating lightness in his body. Even without channeling the spirit energy within, his speed had doubled. Truly, they were worth the 850,000 spirit stones. Additionally, he received 100 yuan cultivation pills and 100 blood demon pills. With these elixirs, his cultivation speed would significantly accelerate. Finally, there was the wand-poison 7-star insect valued at 500,000 and the nearly million worth of poison. Chapter 61. Assassination. Jiang Pingyun scrutinized the poison insect before him. The wand-poison 7-star insect was sealed within a box. Due to the seal, it could not escape. The insect was not large, measuring only the size of a fingertip. Its body was entirely black, adorned with 7 peculiar golden spots on its wings. The elder handed over the secret technique for controlling beasts. My lord, be cautious with this poison insect. It harbors the venom of countless toxins, and once poisoned, it is exceedingly difficult to cure. Wait until you have mastered its control before handling it. The technique is not arduous. You can learn it in 3 days. Jiang Pingyun accepted the technique, glancing through it briefly. Indeed, it was not difficult. It mainly relied on one's spiritual consciousness to form a unique mark, which could then be imprinted upon the beast. For intelligent demonic beasts, exerting control proves somewhat challenging. However, for creatures of lesser intellect, such as insects, the task is rather straightforward. Jiang Pingyun closed his eyes, channeling the power of his right eye as he swiftly constructed a control sigil within his mind. Moments later, he reopened his eyes and inscribed his spiritual mark upon the 10,000 poisoned 7-star insect. The insect thrashed about desperately, its wings flapping rapidly, yet in a few moments, it succumbed to stillness. Jiang Pingyun undid the seal, guiding the poisonous creature to alight upon his hand. The elder beside him widened his eyes in astonishment. This youth had merely glanced at the technique once, and now he had mastered it. Though the method was not particularly difficult, most individuals would require at least 3 days to comprehend it fully. Could it be that this youth was a soul cultivator? Otherwise, why would he find mental manipulation so effortless? The elder regarded the boy with a gaze filled with reverence. This young man's origins were undoubtedly extraordinary. The elder presented a golden card, offering it to Jiang Pingyun with both hands. Young master, this is a 1-star card from our merchant association. With this card, you may enjoy discounts at any of our Wealth Abounds establishments, as well as options for recharging, loans, and resource reservations. The 1-star card necessitated a minimum expenditure of 5 million spirit stones, a threshold Jiang Pingyun had met. Upon hearing of the discounts, Jiang Pingyun accepted the card, upon which a single star was embossed. What discount is available? A 95% discount. To prevent misuse, it is advisable to imprint your soul mark upon it immediately, rendering it unusable by others, the elder cautioned. Understood. Jiang Pingyun did not hesitate. Saving even 100,000 spirit stones with a 95% discount was a considerable advantage. He imprinted his spiritual trace upon the card and secured the resources before him. With these items, he felt a semblance of security. The world of cultivation was fraught with peril. A mere thought from a powerful adversary could spell his demise, necessitating constant vigilance. Outside the Wealth Abounds establishment, in a tea house, Ma Wei sat by the window, his rotund figure fixated on the entrance of the shop, a cruel smile adorning his face. The assassin had arrived, an assassin of the gold core stage, poised to strike. Surely, he could eliminate Jiang Pingyun with ease. Once Jiang Pingyun was dealt with, he would reclaim his position as the 10th. Ma Wei lingered not out of necessity, but rather to witness firsthand the moment Jiang Pingyun's head fell and blood spattered. To see the terror and resentment etched upon his face, to savor the metallic scent of his blood. Jiang Pingyun was destined to die. As Jiang Pingyun emerged from the third door, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face exiting from the fourth. It was Jin Lin, the third-ranked genius, renowned for his formidable physique. What a coincidence! You're here to shop as well? Jin Lin greeted him with a smile, his robust form exuding an imposing presence. Indeed, what a coincidence, Jiang Pingyun replied. He reciprocated kindness with kindness. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Jin Lin, he said, enthusiastically wrapping an arm around Jiang Pingyun's shoulders, displaying an air of camaraderie. Hello. I am Jiang Pingyun. Haha, of course, I know your name. Where are you headed? Back to cultivate. Jiang Pingyun was not particularly fond of Jin Lin's exuberance. Yet he refrained from voicing his discomfort. How about we head back together, and then you and I can have a sparring match? I would like to witness the might of the body dominance technique. Jin Lin draped his arm over Jiang Pingyun's shoulder, eagerly anticipating a bout. As a prodigy in physical cultivation, few could match him in physical prowess. Upon exiting the shop, Jiang Pingyun suddenly furrowed his brow. Friend Jin, you should return. I have a matter to attend to. It's just a fly, easily swatted, Jin Lin replied dismissively, descending before a triangular-eyed man who was perusing items below. The man, bewildered by Jin Lin's sudden appearance, asked, What is it? Death. Jin Lin revealed a dazzling smile, baring his pearly whites. Seeking death. The man, taken aback, could not fathom how he had been discovered, yet he ceased to conceal himself. A terrifying aura erupted from him, indicating he was a cultivator at the early golden core stage. As he raised his fist to strike Jin Lin, the assassin scoffed at the foolishness of the man. How dare a mere late foundation establishment cultivator be so arrogant? I shall eliminate you first, then my target. Be careful, Jiang Pingyun shouted in alarm, reaching for a talisman, only to witness Jin Lin deliver a swift slap. Bang! The head of the golden core cultivator exploded, dispersing into a mist of blood. Jiang Pingyun was momentarily stunned. The surrounding onlookers were left in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief. Who was this boy? Appearing so youthful, yet capable of slaying an early golden core cultivator with a single strike? How terrifying. At a nearby tea house, Ma Wei spat out his tea, his face frozen in astonishment. Why was Jin Lin with Jiang Pingyun? The assassin he had hired had been effortlessly dispatched. Trash. To think such a level would attempt an assassination. Jin Lin sneered, glancing at the tea house. Turning to Jiang Pingyun, he chuckled. It appears you have provoked someone you ought not to have. Jiang Pingyun regarded Jin Lin with a complex expression. The boy's physical strength was indeed formidable, capable of killing an early golden core cultivator with ease. However, he felt a surge of anger. Even a clay figurine has its temper. How could he, Jiang Pingyun, allow such repeated provocations to go unchallenged? A small black insect quietly flew from his sleeve. With the aid of his right eye, Jiang Pingyun could not only perceive changes in vision, but also sense murderous intent. Beyond the assassin, he detected Ma Wei in the tea house. Soon, the city's law enforcement arrived, encircling Jin Lin and Jiang Pingyun, as combat was prohibited within the city limits. When the enforcement team prepared to apprehend them, Jin Lin revealed his identity, causing them to hesitate, ultimately escorting the two to the county governor's office for verification. Once they departed, Ma Wei stood in the tea house, furiously shattering his teacup on the ground. Useless, truly useless. His expression was one of rage. A perfect assassination opportunity had been ruined by Jin Lin. Future attempts would prove far more challenging. Be quiet, a nearby cultivator warned Ma Wei, dissatisfaction evident among the other patrons. I am a disciple of the Miao Miao sect. Who are you to speak to me? Ma Wei bellowed in fury. Upon hearing his sect's name, The cultivator immediately bowed his head, and the others dared not utter a word. A bunch of trash. As Ma Wei observed the group before him, his vanity was greatly satisfied, and his spirits lifted considerably. He resumed his seat, continuing to sip his tea, oblivious to the fact that a small insect had flown away from the rim of his cup just before he sat down. Governor, you may proceed to investigate the identity of that assassin. It is highly likely he was dispatched by the Lingtai Kingdom. Hearing the recent events, Xia Qing, seated at her desk, wore an expression of discontent. Yes, my lord, the law enforcement soldier replied, turning to leave. Xia Qing lifted her gaze to Jiang Pingan, noting that this current competition for supremacy among the 100 counties was intertwined with the Lingtai Kingdom, and it was plausible that they had employed an assassin to eliminate such prodigies as themselves. Indeed, Jiang Pingan nodded in acknowledgement. Xia Qing sighed, aware of his skepticism. If indeed the Lingtai Kingdom was behind this, all geniuses would be on their list, and they could not possibly be unfamiliar with Jinlin. The assassin's target was none other than Jiang Pingan himself. Moreover, the timing was suspicious. The selection quotas had only just been announced, making it improbable for the Lingtai Kingdom to act so swiftly. The likelihood of their involvement was exceedingly slim. In the future, when you venture out, I shall assign formidable protectors to safeguard you. Xia Qing could surmise the identity of the looming threat, yet felt utterly powerless. That colossal entity would command respect even from the sovereign of Xia. In this world, the weak had no voice. All she could do was strive to protect Jiang Pingan to the best of her abilities. Governor, we have a grave situation. A member of the law enforcement team barged in, panic etched across his face. What is the matter? Xia Qing inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. It has just been reported that a disciple claiming to belong to the Piao Miao sect was poisoned to death in the tea house. It appears to be Ma Wei from earlier today. Chapter 62. Confrontation with Jinlin. What? Upon receiving the law enforcement's report, Xia Qing lost her usual composure, springing to her feet as the two grain silos before her trembled violently. Jinlin and Jiang Pingan exchanged wide-eyed glances, both stricken with shock. Jiang Pingan clenched his fists, exclaiming in fury, "Cursed Lingtai Kingdom! How despicable of them to resort to such treachery against us!" Xia Qing and Jinlin turned their gazes toward Jiang Pingan, instinctively sensing that he was somehow connected to these events. Suppressing her emotions, Xia Qing's face darkened as she commanded, "Take me to the scene." She followed the law enforcement team into the tea house. Jinlin turned to Jiang Pingan. "You have landed yourself in serious trouble. The Piao Miao sect is the foremost sect within Xia, one that even the sovereign must regard with respect." "Brother Jin, what are you saying? I do not comprehend." Jiang Pingan replied, perplexed. "Impressive," Jinlin remarked, giving a thumbs up in admiration. It was indeed remarkable how the assailant had managed to eliminate Ma Wei silently. "Brother Jin, let us engage in a contest. The killers from the Lingtai Kingdom are far too terrifying, and I wish to enhance my strength as swiftly as possible." Jiang Pingan's face reflected his anxiety and apprehension regarding the Lingtai Kingdom. "Haha, splendid. I shall provide you with an alibi. Those cowardly individuals who rely on underhanded tactics to achieve victory deserve nothing less than condemnation." Jinlin laughed heartily, draping an arm around Jiang Pingan's shoulders as they made their way to the back mountain. As they exited the room, a small insect swiftly darted into Jiang Pingan's sleeve. Jiang Pingan quietly opened the spirit beast storage bag, placing the wand Do 7-star worm within. He harbored a profound fear of Ma Wei, or more accurately, of the elusive sect behind him, the Miao Miao sect. However, Ma Wei pursued him relentlessly, without addressing this individual. One could only speculate upon the tricks he might employ next. In order to ensure his own survival, Jiang Pingan had no choice but to confront him. The two men made their way to the back mountain. Surrounding them was a vast expanse of open ground where several young prodigies were engaged in martial training. Upon the appearance of Jiang Pingan and Jinlin, the youths immediately ceased their practice. What a curious sight, witnessing these two together. Judging by their demeanor, it seems they are about to engage in a duel. This promises to be an entertaining spectacle, as both are among the top 10 strongest cultivators. As they prepared for their contest, the onlookers' interest peaked. After all, observing a battle could yield valuable insights. "What nonsense are you spouting? They are the strongest?" A voice interjected, cold and disdainful. It belonged to a young man clad in golden robes, his expression one of haughty superiority. The others, however, paid him little mind. His arrogance stemmed from an ancestral lineage that had once received a trace of dragon blood, reactivated in his generation, granting him formidable strength. Nonetheless, he was not well liked among his peers, for he often exhibited a condescending demeanor, rivaling even the top 3 prodigies. Who among Jin Lin and Jiang Pingyan possessed greater physical prowess? It was a foregone conclusion that Jin Lin held the advantage, yet Jiang Pingyan, having mastered the body dominance technique, should not be underestimated. Observing their relaxed postures hinted at a friendly match. Even before the duel commenced, spectators were already aware of who would likely emerge victorious, though none dared to dismiss Jiang Pingyan entirely. Jiang Pingyan is of no consequence, came the ill-timed proclamation from the arrogant Feng Yuchen, who stood with arms crossed, scrutinizing the two. The world only acknowledged the first layer of the body dominance technique. Even if Jiang Pingyan had fortuitously acquired it, lacking subsequent techniques would limit his potential. The only one capable of defeating Jin Lin would be me, Feng Yuchen. While the others shared a dislike for Feng Yuchen, they recognized that if his assertions held true, that the body dominance technique was indeed limited to a single layer, then Jiang Pingyan's growth might indeed face constraints. Perhaps by the time he reached the golden core stage, he would no longer be as astonishing. Jin Lin cracked his neck, the sound echoing ominously. Brother Jiang, are you ready? Let us begin. Jiang Pingyan's expression was unusually serious. Just moments prior, he had witnessed Jin Lin effortlessly slay a golden core expert with a single strike. Let the battle commence. With Jin Lin's command, both men surged toward one another, the sheer force of their collision fracturing the ground beneath them and sending clouds of dust into the air. Bang! Their fists met with a resounding impact, unleashing a torrent of violent energy that erupted between them, forcefully scattering dust, debris, and grass in all directions. Several youths, more than 100 meters away, paled at the sight and hastily retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Only Feng Yuchen remained unmoved, arms crossed, as a wave of energy emanated from him, shielding him from the dust while he fixed his gaze upon the battleground. Boom, boom, boom. A series of ferocious collisions echoed like thunder, ringing painfully in the ears of the onlookers. With each clash, powerful shockwaves erupted, stirring the air around them. The metallic aura clashed with a domineering purple-golden presence, creating an intense confrontation. Jiang Pingyan refrained from employing the Wujikwan, relying solely on his strength to engage with his opponent. The two resembled mythical beasts in their youth, exuding a terrifying bloodlust that elevated the surrounding temperature significantly. The spectators, having retreated over 100 meters, gazed in astonishment at the two combatants. Despite the distance, they could still feel the dread emanating from this bloodlust. Is this the essence of a top-tier body cultivator? If they were to approach, I fear a single strike would be enough to end my life. One possessed the golden body, robust and unparalleled in offense, while the other practiced the dominant body technique, a martial art crafted by the strongest physique among humanity. Witnessing the might of these two, the talents felt a surge of confidence for their chances in the upcoming 100 Counties Championship. Although Feng Yuchen held Jiang Pingyan in low regard, he could not deny the formidable nature of the dominant body technique. Even golden core cultivators would hesitate to withstand such force with mere physicality. However, Jiang Pingyan was still far from being on par with Jin Lin. What a thrill. This is the essence of a man's battle. Jin Lin laughed maniacally, relishing the sensation of fists colliding. Jiang Pingyan felt as though each of his punches struck solid iron, utterly failing to budge his adversary. Moreover, his opponent's strength only seemed to increase, leaving him gradually unable to withstand the assault. It is worth noting that his full-powered punch could send Ma Wei flying. Yet it had no effect on Jin Lin. Truly, the top three are simply terrifying. After a brief interval of combat, just as Jiang Pingyan was nearing his breaking point, a shift in energy occurred. His previously aggressive strikes transformed into a defensive posture. He could no longer contend with brute force. Wujikwan, you say? Very well. Let me test this technique. Jin Lin bellowed with laughter as he advanced, his hardened fist crashing forward. Jiang Pingyan seized Jin Lin's fist, utilizing the force generated by his own body to redirect the opponent's momentum, pushing the fist away. Bang! Jin Lin's fist collided with his own face. What the hell? How revolting! Jin Lin shouted, finally understanding why those who had fought Jiang Pingyan often cursed in frustration. In that moment, his strength felt alien to him, and the carefully accumulated attack was turned against himself. No one would relish such an experience. Jinlin intensified his assault once more. One attacked, the other defended. One exuded overwhelming dominance, while the other appeared to lack offensive power, yet posed a significant threat. In a surprising turn, Jinlin found himself at a disadvantage. A young man witnessed this, eyes widening in disbelief. The Wajikwan was so formidable that it could even suppress Jinlin. Feng Yuqin glanced at the boy, sneering, "Fool. Do you really believe Jiang Pinyin can hold his own against Jinlin?" Suddenly, Jinlin exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, this technique is utterly vile. Let us settle this another time." In an instant, a blinding golden light erupted from Jinlin, unleashing a ferocious metallic force that struck Jiang Pingyin's face painfully. At that moment, Jiang Pingyin's defenses crumbled, and the violent wind from Jinlin's punch sent him flying. After soaring several meters, Jiang Pinyin regained his balance, staring warily at the now radiating Jinlin. Is this the true power of the golden body? The opponent merely exerted a casual force and sent him flying, rendering him utterly unmatched. How terrifying. Chapter 63. Mentor Brother Jiang is truly remarkable, capable of compelling me to utilize the strength of the golden body. Your combat prowess ranks among the top 6 among these prodigies, remarked Jinlin, as he collected his aura and approached Jiang Pinyin, embracing his shoulders with admiration. Jiang Pinyin offered a wry smile, harboring suspicions of the other's boastfulness, yet lacking evidence to substantiate it. Jinlin patted him on the shoulder, dismissing his expression. Talent is a gift from one's lineage. The dominant body and sacred body are even more extraordinary. With your determination, had you possessed my talent, you would undoubtedly be even stronger. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Jin. However, it is getting late. I shall return to my training, and we can compete again next time. Jiang Pinyin had just acquired the second and third layers of the Limitless Fist and Thunder Flash. Once he mastered these techniques, he might possess the capability to contend with Jinlin. Farewell, Jinlin said warmly as they parted ways. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Pinyin found Xiaqing seated at her desk, quietly composing a memorial. His gaze shifted rapidly, and he respectfully clasped his fists, inquiring, "Your Highness, have you uncovered the perpetrator from the Lingtai Kingdom? Do you believe that your actions are so flawless that you can revel in the notion that no one can trace you?" Xiaqing set down her memorial. Jiang Pinyin, perplexed, responded, "Your Highness, what are you implying?" Xiaqing released a terrifying aura as she set aside the document. Jiang Pinyin felt a sudden difficulty in breathing, his face turning crimson. With a cold stare, Xiaqing continued, "Do you think that because you have evaded the detection of the mysterious sect, you can rest easy? You must understand that a powerful individual requires no evidence to take a life. Mere suspicion suffices. Should the mysterious sect seek your demise, how would you retaliate? They may not dispatch their strongest, yet they possess prodigies that surpass you by countless measures, capable of easily subduing you with a mere gesture." Just as Jiang Pinyin felt he might suffocate, Xiaqing withdrew her aura. "In 5 days, when the mysterious sect arrives, you shall comprehend the meaning of the law of the jungle." With that, Xiaqing took her memorial and turned to leave. Soon, this young man would grasp the essence of cruelty. Jiang Pinyin slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, fear surging within him. He had indeed been overly clever, believing that his anonymity afforded him security. Perhaps, as Xiaqing stated, the powerful require not the truth, only a mere suspicion. The only course of action left for him was to grow stronger. Closing the door, he activated the barrier and settled onto the training platform, meticulously studying the thunder flash in his mind. This technique was of the lightning attribute. The method of cultivation was not particularly difficult. It involved constructing special lightning patterns within the dantian. The greater the number of lightning patterns established within, the swifter the speed upon activation, akin to activating runes. Other techniques followed a similar principle, wherein one constructs a certain route for spiritual energy within the body, allowing for activation during combat. Runes share a foundational principle with many techniques, which involves constructing special symbolic rules to communicate with the laws of nature and leverage these rules. However, what perplexed Jiang Pinyin was the fact that whether using blood energy or spiritual energy, both could facilitate the construction of these lightning patterns. For the first time, he encountered such an unusual technique. Was it a martial art for physical cultivation or a method for spiritual refinement? Unable to comprehend the underlying reason, Jiang Pinyin ceased his musings and began to manipulate his blood energy, attempting to construct the intricate patterns within his body. As he commenced the formation of the runes, Currents surged through him, akin to being struck by lightning, leaving his body tingling with a peculiar sensation. The more runes he constructed, the more intense the power of the lightning became. With a thunderous bang, a sound reverberated within Jiang Pinyin, his hair standing on end, his body charred, and wisps of white smoke escaping his lips. He reconsidered his earlier thoughts. Crafting these lightning runes was no simple task. Though they appeared straightforward, they wielded immense power, and any misstep could lead to an explosive outcome. Even with his formidable physique, he felt the sting of pain, and he shuddered to think what the advanced runes might entail. He paused his practice, retrieving paper and pen to meticulously observe the lightning runes in his mind and sketch them on paper. Bang! Before he could finish drawing the runes, the paper could not withstand the might of the thunder, resulting in a sudden explosion. Jiang Pinyin continued to refine his observations. The following morning, 13 prodigies, as instructed by Xia Qing, arrived early at the back mountain to report. Meng Jing had returned home, and Ma Wei had perished, leaving only 13. Starting today, they would receive guidance in their cultivation for 2 months before heading to the city of the underworld to participate in the official competition. Xia Qing donned a flowing black robe adorned with a phoenix hairpin, exuding an air of nobility and elegance, rivaling the brilliance of the moon. Behind her trailed numerous powerful cultivators, 8 in total, all of whom were at the nascent soul stage. Every prodigy present could distinctly sense that Xia Qing was in a foul mood, her countenance frosty. She surveyed the remaining prodigies and spoke coldly. The spirit platform kingdom has sunk to despicable depths. In a bid to thwart the 100 counties competition, they have launched an attack on 2 of our prodigies. You have all heard the news. Ma Wei succumbed to poisoning. For your safety, before we proceed to the city of the underworld, elite warriors will ensure your protection. These warriors will also serve as your instructors. I hope you all make significant progress over the next 2 months. Now, those whose names I call will follow your respective teachers. A robust figure stepped forward, an imposing aura suffocating the crowd. He was a powerful physical cultivator at the nascent soul stage, his body radiating heat akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Jin Lin, Feng Yuchen, the 2 prodigies whose names were called stepped forth to follow the physical cultivator. A sense of confusion rippled through the remaining prodigies. Logically, Jiang Pinyin possessed a formidable physique as well. Why was he not called? Another powerful figure emerged, Zhang Lingmin, Yin Hai. The 2 prodigies were summoned as well. One by one, the prodigies were called to the side to train with the powerful beings, each of whom had overlapping cultivation techniques or philosophies, providing valuable guidance. Eventually, only Jiang Pinyin and the Divine Phoenix remained. Yin Huang, you shall train with me. Xia Qing addressed the girl of the Divine Phoenix physique. Yes, Your Highness, Yin Huang replied. Stepping alongside Xia Qing as they walked away, Jiang Pinyin stood bewildered in place. Where was his teacher? Why was he left alone? Could it be that the incident of assassinating Ma Wei angered Xia Qing? Follow my lead. A familiar yet foreign, aged voice resonated. Jiang Pinyin turned to see an elderly figure leading a horse. It was the old man encountered in the horse pen, hunched with a head full of white hair. His body covered in dust, with remnants of horse manure at his feet and straw hanging from his clothes. The old man was seemingly exercising the horse. Jiang Pinyin was momentarily taken aback. Other prodigies also noticed this scene, their expressions shifting to one of surprise. I have seen this old man in the horse pen. He appears to be a caretaker. Is he Jiang Pinyin's mentor? Why would a mere horse groom instruct Jiang Pinyin? Surely, this elder must possess some significance. Feng Yuchen, clad in a brocade robe with arms crossed, wore a knowing expression. I told you Jiang Pinyin was inadequate. His body dominance technique lacks a second layer. He is worthless. Hence they found a mere horse groom to teach him. Slap. Just as Feng Yuchen finished speaking, a robust Yuaning cultivator brought him crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The arrogance faded from Feng Yuchen's face, replaced by confusion. Why did his instructor strike him? The Yuaning cultivator glared at Feng Yuchen and admonished, You little brat, show some respect. That is the former county lord of Haifeng County. Is he someone you can insult? His voice was loud, and the surrounding prodigies, being of high cultivation, heard his words clearly. Upon learning the identity of the elder, all the prodigies widened their eyes in astonishment. This venerable elder was indeed the former county lord of Haifeng County. He was the one who single-handedly repelled the Spirit Platform Kingdom's surprise attack. Had it not been for him, our great Xia would have lost substantial territory. Rumors had circulated that this elder had perished, but it appears the news was false. The multitude of prodigies gazed at the elder with reverence. Wang Ren, the former county lord of Haifeng County, a formidable figure renowned throughout Great Xia. When the Spirit Platform Kingdom launched a surprise attack without declaration, it was this elder who, through sheer strength, thwarted the assault and bought precious time for Great Xia. Rumor had it that he faced 3 divine transformation cultivators, managing to slay one and drive off the other 2. Due to his remarkable feats, there were whispers of his demise. It turns out he still lives. Chapter 64. Ancient Techniques. Elder Wang did not perish but was gravely injured. The robust Yuaning cultivator regarded Wang Ren with respect, his tone laced with sympathy. Come with me. Wang Ren handed the reins of the horse to Jiang Pingyun, clasping his hands behind his back as he strolled leisurely towards the horse pen. Yes, esteemed elder, Jiang Pingyun replied with deference. He had previously encountered this elder in the horse pen, where the elder had gifted him a spirit beast storage pouch. At that moment, he sensed the elder's extraordinary nature. Yet before he could harness the power of his right eye to assess the elder's strength, the elder had departed. Feng Yuqian rose from the ground. His expression darkened. Why was Jiang Pingyun receiving direct guidance from Elder Wang Ren? Although this elder was not a physical cultivator, his cultivation was exceptionally high. 2 months under his tutelage could save years of missteps. Jiang Pingyun, despite his lackluster talent and the absence of a second layer in the body dominance technique, why was he receiving such attention? Feng Yuqian found himself utterly perplexed. Do not say he is unable to comprehend. Other prodigies find it equally perplexing. Being guided by this esteemed elder is far superior to receiving counsel from a princess. Wang Ren walked at a leisurely pace, akin to an ordinary person. Suddenly, he spoke with a contemplative tone, inquiring about the purpose of one's cultivation. To become an immortal, Jiang Pingyun replied without a hint of hesitation. Wang Ren shook his head, a trace of disappointment crossing his face, clearly dissatisfied with this response. Many pursue cultivation for the sake of immortality, yet such aspirations are fraught with difficulty. In ancient times, there existed a path to immortality. Today, that pathway has been severed, and no immortal has emerged. It is unnecessary to chase eternal life. Rather, one should relish the present and approach each moment with sincerity, for that is the truest path. Otherwise, when one reaches the twilight of their years, desiring immortality in vain, one may look back and realize too many opportunities have been squandered. Wang Ren sought to rectify Jiang Pingyun's misguided beliefs. With a clear understanding of the path of cultivation, progress would follow. Jiang Pingyun shook his head firmly, declaring, I must become an immortal. Wang Ren halted, his brow furrowing in concern, questioning such stubbornness. In this age, there is no path to immortality. He did not perceive the youth as narrow-minded. How could he be so resistant to counsel? Jiang Pingyun asserted, regardless of whether the path to immortality has been severed. Wang Ren, dissatisfied and poised to respond, was interrupted by Jiang Pingyun's resolute declaration. I must become an immortal. I must resurrect my parents. Regardless of whether there truly exists a method to bring the deceased back to life, I shall endeavor to try. Even if I am mistaken, even in my twilight years, I will not regret my lack of effort when I look back. His father often spoke of immortals possessing the ability to restore life to the dead. Thus, I am determined to attain immortality. Moreover, becoming an immortal signifies strength, a state in which no one would dare to bully me. I refuse to live in perpetual fear of death, worrying about unknown foes who may seek my demise. I aspire to rise higher. Wang Ren was taken aback. He had presumed Jiang Pingyun's ambition for immortality stemmed from a desire for eternal life and enjoyment. Yet, it was for the sake of his parents. Gazing into the youth's resolute and clear eyes, Wang Ren caught a glimpse of his younger self, and a smile unexpectedly blossomed on his calm visage. It appears I have been shallow. No, it is I who am trivial. My pursuit of immortality lacks noble intent, as I merely wish to live better for myself. Jiang Pingyun humbly responded. Wang Ren chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to further discuss this matter. The youth harbored his own dreams, which he must pursue independently. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your cultivation, feel free to consult this old man. I have lived for a millennium and possess considerable knowledge. Wang Ren's intention to guide Jiang Pingyun stemmed from an appreciation for the youth's character. In his view, while talent is undoubtedly significant, the true determinant of a cultivator's longevity lies within their disposition. Jiang Pingyun, unreserved, respectfully inquired, "Esteemed elder, I am curious. Why is it that some techniques, whether pertaining to physical or spiritual cultivation, can be practiced interchangeably? Is this fundamentally a physical cultivation technique or a spiritual one?" He remained perplexed regarding the technique known as lightning flash. "Oh, it seems you possess knowledge of ancient techniques," the elder remarked, a flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes. Ancient techniques? This was the first time Jiang Pinyin had encountered such a concept. Wang Ren elucidated that in ancient times, cultivators did not distinguish between physical and spiritual cultivation. They practiced both simultaneously. However, this approach proved to be rather slow, leading to the eventual emergence of distinct paths for physical and spiritual cultivation. The advantageous outcome of this division is an accelerated pace of advancement, while the downside is that ancient cultivators were inherently stronger. They practiced both spiritual and physical cultivation, excelling in close combat, possessing physical prowess and energy far surpassing that of modern practitioners, and exhibiting virtually no combat weaknesses. Although their combat capabilities were unparalleled, their cultivation methods were fraught with difficulties. Following both paths simultaneously was a laborious and protracted endeavor, often consuming vast resources. After arduous training to reach the foundation establishment stage, others could effortlessly attain the golden coarse stage, and one might not even prevail in combat against them. As the dual cultivation of spirit and body became less viable, the number of ancient cultivators dwindled. Consequently, certain techniques capable of supporting both physical and spiritual cultivation may likely be remnants of ancient practices, yet such occurrences are rare, generally. These techniques still require the dual cultivation of spirit and body. Upon hearing the elder's explanation, Jiang Pinyin suddenly comprehended. It turned out that the thunder flash technique was an ancient method, which explained why both physical and spiritual cultivators could practice it. Wang Ren continued, stating that some beings endowed with extraordinary powers possess no clear energy boundaries, allowing them to cultivate both spirit and body simultaneously. For instance, that young girl beside you with her thunder spirit body possesses a formidable bloodline and unparalleled talent, enabling her to pursue both paths concurrently. However, in this era, in order to conserve resources and expedite the enhancement of their power, these potent bloodlines gradually tend towards either spiritual or physical cultivation alone, as this yields faster progress. Nowadays, very few are willing to undertake the dual cultivation of spirit and body due to the excessive costs and slower advancement. Only a handful of prominent families are willing to invest resources in such endeavors. Nevertheless, cultivators who engage in dual cultivation of spirit and body are undoubtedly stronger than their peers of the same level. Jiang Pinyin listened intently to the elder's words. The realm of cultivation is vast and intricate, and one can only learn while traversing its path. He suspected that the layering earth technique he practiced was also an ancient method. The resources consumed in cultivation are indeed terrifying. Had it not been for the treasure basin that replicates vast amounts of resources daily, he would not have dared to cultivate at all. Senior, Jiang Pinyin began, intending to inquire further, when suddenly Wang Ren coughed violently, blood spewing from his mouth, staining the ground crimson. "Senior, what has happened?" Jiang Pinyin exclaimed, hastily dropping the reins to assist him. Wang Ren wiped his mouth and, with an air of indifference, replied, "It is nothing. I was ambushed by the Ling Tai Kingdom and engaged in battle with several formidable opponents, sustaining severe injuries. My time is limited." Jiang Pingyin's expression shifted. "Is there no method for healing? Surely there are numerous medicinal remedies available?" Wang Ren shook his head. "It is different. The attacks from high-level cultivators possess the power of laws. Ordinary medicines are ineffective." "What kind of medicine is necessary for healing?" Jiang Pinyin inquired. "I have sustained injuries from the Xian fire laws. Other remedies may only alleviate the pain, but the ice crystal grass is the only cure, and this herb has nearly vanished." Wang Ren produced a pill and consumed it, his complexion gradually improving. He smiled and said, "Continue with your questions. This old man can last until the end of the 100 counties competition. I look forward to your exceptional performance." As Jiang Pinyin gazed at the kindly elder before him, a sense of reluctance filled his heart. Why must the good perish? He silently committed the name ice crystal grass to memory, vowing to acquire it should the opportunity arise in the future. Chapter 65. Visitors from the Misty sect. In the days that followed, Jiang Pinyin accompanied Wang Ren, tending to the horses while also absorbing knowledge. Whenever he encountered difficulties in his training, Wang Ren elucidated them effortlessly, significantly accelerating Jiang Pingin's learning process. However, this tranquility lasted only 4 days. On this day, visitors from the Misty sect arrived, summoning Jiang Pingin to the back mountain. Numerous talented individuals paused their cultivation, gazing with reverence at a young man. The youth, around 17 years of age, donned a long azure robe, his physique perfectly balanced, neither stout nor slender. Cradled in his arms was a blue sword, and his long hair, tied back, danced gently in the wind. As Jiang Pingin made his entrance, the young man's gaze suddenly lifted, fixating intently upon him. In that instant, Jiang Pingin felt an overwhelming pressure, reminiscent of the sensation he had previously experienced only in the presence of Jin Len. "You are Jiang Pingin?" The dark depths of Zhou Feng's eyes exuded a chilling indifference. "Yes, what is it?" Jiang Pingin replied, maintaining a steady gaze. "Did you kill that fool Ma Wei?" Zhou Feng inquired. "Not at all." Jiang Pingin's expression remained unchanged. Zhou Feng drew his sword, declaring, "Regardless of the truth, that fool has brought shame to the Misty sect. I intend to reclaim a top 10 position. Face me in combat." Jiang Pingin's brow furrowed. The selection for positions had already concluded. Those spots were reserved for the 10 most exceptional individuals to represent Haifeng County in the upcoming competition. "I wish to participate. You are unworthy." Without warning, Zhou Feng unsheathed his sword, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy that cleaved through the heavens, bearing down on Jiang Pingin without any forewarning. Jiang Pingin attempted to evade, only to find himself immobilized by an overwhelming force of sword energy, rendering escape impossible. His countenance darkened. He unleashed his violet golden aura and raised his hand to execute the Wajishan fist in defense. With a resounding crash, the formidable sword energy descended, driving Jiang Pingin's feet deep into the earth. He was unable to repel the onslaught, merely managing to withstand it. This adversary was extraordinarily powerful. Oh, no wonder he was able to defeat that fool Ma Wei. He possesses considerable strength, Zhou Feng mused, his eyes flickering momentarily as he observed Jiang Pingin's resistance to his initial strike. Once more, he swung his sword, and this time, a dozen terrifying waves of sword energy surged forth, stirring the winds and clouds as they converged upon Jiang Pingin. Jiang Pingin's expression darkened as he summoned all his strength to counter the assault. Bang! Bang! The multitude of sword energies rained down, leaving the ground marred with deep cuts. The cacophony deafening. Jiang Pingin's defenses crumbled effortlessly, and the sword energy struck him forcefully. Zhou Feng sheathed his sword, remarking, "To withstand 2 of my strikes and still live is commendable." The many talented individuals on the back mountain were filled with astonishment, and even the Yuan-Ing stage cultivators felt a weight of gravity in their hearts. Zhou Feng had honed his swordsmanship to such a formidable level that few could rival him within the same realm. 2 strikes had sufficed to end Jiang Pingin's life. Such was the terrifying prowess of the Misty sect's prodigy. It was a pity for Jiang Pingin, as no one would seek retribution for his demise. Cough, cough. A sudden cough emerged from amidst the dust. Zhou Feng's brow furrowed. As the dust settled, Jiang Pingin struggled to emerge from the sword pit, his garments tattered, blood seeping from his wounds, his aura feeble. Had it not been for his cultivation of the dominant body technique, which afforded him formidable defensive capabilities, he would undoubtedly have met his demise from that strike. The fact that he survived was utterly vexing. Zhou Feng, in his displeasure, found it intolerable that his twin blades had failed to dispatch his adversary. Just as he was about to draw his sword, a stunningly graceful woman interposed herself before him. "That is enough," said Xia Qing, her flowing garments billowing elegantly as her starry eyes fixed upon Zhou Feng. "I shall grant you Jiang Pingin's quota. There is no need for bloodshed." "He is the murderer of Ma Wei," Zhou Feng retorted. "Proof? Must there be proof? As a princess, I decree that he be spared. Are you in a position to contest my will?" Xia Qing's demeanor turned frigid, a terrifying aura radiating from her being. Unfazed, Zhou Feng replied, "Is it that the 9th princess does not wish for the Piao Miao sect to support you?" Xia remained impassive. "One Ma Wei is not significant enough to sway the Piao Miao sect's stance. If you can present evidence of Jiang Pingin's wrongdoing, I shall consent to his execution. But as it stands, should I fail to protect him, who would dare to support me in the future?" A frail, elderly figure then appeared. "The Great Xia has its own system. I have little time left, and if anyone in Great Xia disregards this system, I would not mind cleansing some filth before I depart." Wang Ren slowly helped Jiang Pingin to his feet. Zhou Feng's expression shifted upon seeing Wang Ren. Remember, I possess one of the quotas. Not a single spirit stone of my resources shall be diminished. With that, Zhou Feng departed, never once casting a glance at Jiang Pingan. A mere triviality, easily dispatched. To avoid offending Great Xia and to secure resources, he chose to let him live, for the time being. Participation in the 100 Prefectures tournament promised substantial rewards and the opportunity to acquire significant resources from Xiaqing. The death of Mao Wei was inconsequential. What arrogance! A young man muttered softly. After all, he was a disciple of the Piao Miao sect, and such pride was warranted. This fellow's strength might rank among the top 3 of us. The youths were astounded by Zhou Feng's 2 strikes. It took merely those to severely injure Jiang Pingan. Perhaps only the top 3 geniuses were worthy of engaging in battle with him. Wang Ren turned back, administering a pill to the wounded Jiang Pingan. Can you still move? Yes. Jiang Pingan's expression was impassive, betraying no signs of his injuries or the despair of defeat. Return to your cultivation, Wang Ren sighed quietly. Yes, senior. Jiang Pingan cast a glance at Zhou Feng before dragging his bloodied form away, limping as he went. He recalled Xiaqing's words from days prior. When the Piao Miao sect arrives, you will understand the meaning of survival of the fittest. Indeed, in the face of such a colossal force, he possessed no capacity for resistance. Even if he were to slay a Mao Wei, Zhou Feng remained, and beyond him, others would follow. Clenching his fists, Jiang Pingan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. His quota was seized, relegating him to a substitute position in the underworld city, stripping him of his opportunity to compete. Were it not for his robust physique, he would already be a lifeless corpse. The wager with Xiaqing would remain unfulfilled, and he had no chance to demonstrate his worth to Senior Wang. Piao Miao sect, Zhou Feng, Jiang Pingan uttered no cries, exhibited no hysteria. Upon returning to his chamber, he resumed his physical recovery and cultivation, as was his routine. Though yearning for strength, there is no hint of impatience. Instead, there is a steadfast commitment to pursuing higher realms, diligently studying martial arts, and progressing steadily in practice. By day, he cultivates the Wuji fist, and by night, he delves into the study of lightning flash, while also tending to the small white creature and the 7 poison stars worm. It feels as though the events of the past have never transpired. 2 months have slipped by in the blink of an eye. Wood, open the door. A familiar voice suddenly echoes. Jiang Pingan opens his eyes and dispels the barrier. A charming girl, clad in a purple dress and sporting a ponytail, bursts in, radiating a delightful fragrance. 2 months prior, Meng Jing had been taken away by her mother, Lei Lan, and today she has returned, eager to find Jiang Pingan. Wood, don't be angry. My mother taught me many martial arts. I will go find that fellow and reclaim your spot. Meng Jing, unaware of how she learned about Jiang Pingan's situation, waves her little pink fists in indignation. No need. If one's skills fall short, one should concede the opportunity. Jiang Pingan replies calmly. The opportunity is not what matters. What matters is that he wronged you and even injured you. Meng Jing pouts, visibly upset. Her pretty face flushed with anger. It's merely a matter of lacking skill. Jiang Pingan responds nonchalantly. Cut it out with that indifferent demeanor. I know you well. The more you pretend to be unconcerned, the angrier you are. Having spent much time together, Meng Jing understands him deeply. After a moment of silence, Jiang Pingan states, I will handle it myself. All right, but if you cannot win, just call for me. I will always stand by your side. Meng Jing beams as she wraps her arms around Jiang Pingan's. Chapter 66. Master here, this is the spirit stone my mother left for me before she departed. I'll share half with you. Meng Jing raises her small hand and presents a storage ring to Jiang Pingan. Regrettably, my mother's storage ring has its restrictions. It will only unlock more resources upon reaching the next realm. When I attain the golden coarse stage, I will have more to share with you. No need. I am not lacking in resources. Jiang Pingan declines the offer. Don't be shy. We are as good as family. I promise to share resources with you. And I will keep my word. Meng Jing insists, pressing the storage ring into his hands. I'm heading to the underworld city tomorrow to purchase some protective talismans. I genuinely do not need spirit stones. Jiang Pingan communicates with his storage bag and retrieves a pill radiating a spectrum of colors, the celestial profound pill, placing it into Meng Jing's mouth. Meng Jing's eyes widen in astonishment. The celestial profound pill. You actually possess such a treasure. She learned of the pill's rarity from her mother. Even among ancient aristocratic families, its production is limited. When Jiang Pinyin had mentioned owning the celestial profound pill before, she had thought him to be exaggerating. To her surprise, it is indeed true. It seems your fortune is truly remarkable. If I ever run out of money, I shall rely on you for sustenance and clothing. Humph. Meng Jing quickly sits cross-legged on the bed, eager to absorb the power of the celestial profound pill. Such pills are rare and invaluable. One ingestion can significantly enhance one's innate talent. Jiang Pinyin exits the room, closing the door behind him, and heads towards Wang Ren's residence. Wang Ren is currently tending to horses, and one would never guess from his appearance that he is a formidable being in the spirit transformation stage. Senior. Jiang Pinyin bowed respectfully, expressing his profound gratitude to his esteemed mentor for the invaluable guidance received over the past 2 months. The knowledge imparted during this time had been immensely beneficial to him. Before reaching the Yuanying stage, he was unlikely to encounter any significant obstacles in his growth. Wang Ren gently patted the horse's head, turned to Jiang Pinyin, and said in a calm tone, "We shall depart tomorrow." Indeed, Jiang Pinyin nodded in agreement. Wang Ren extended his gnarled hand, presenting a blue storage ring to Jiang Pinyin. "My old weapons perished in battle, and my resources have been expended on life-preserving elixirs. There is little I can offer you, but all I possess is yours." Jiang Pinyin wished to say more, yet Wang Ren firmly placed the storage ring into his hands. "Do not be sentimental. I am nearing the end of my days, and it serves no purpose to hold on to it. Strive diligently in your cultivation and become a pillar of the great Xia in the future. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from following the ninth princess. Her cunning and ambition are profound, and she may draw you into a vortex of turmoil." Jiang Pinyin gazed at the storage ring in his hand, deeply moved. Wang Ren continued, "Within it lies the culmination of my lifelong teachings and a drop of the blood of a sacred body. I had intended to exchange it for ice crystal grass, but that opportunity has slipped away. The blood of a sacred body." Jiang Pingyin's eyes widened in astonishment. As a body cultivator, he was well aware of the sacred body, a legendary physique capable of rivaling the barbarian body. The barbarian body clan is a lineage, while the sacred body is exceedingly rare due to the restrictions of the heavens and earth. Rumor has it that the strength of the sacred body surpasses that of the barbarian body, but its lack of inheritance and clan affiliation diminishes its notoriety. The value of such blood is extraordinary and nearly unattainable. To his surprise, Wang Ren possessed a drop and generously gifted it to him. "With this drop of blood, combined with your efforts, you shall possess the strength to contend with those prodigies." Wang Ren admonished, "No need for sentimental words. I have lived too long and heard too much. Go now. Your journey is still long. Endure the present calm. For only those who survive to the end can repay their grievances." Wang Ren did not allow Jiang Pinyin to speak further, waving him off as he embraced a bundle of hay and leisurely made his way to feed the horses. Jiang Pinyin watched the frail figure retreat, bowing deeply once more. "Thank you, master." Although their relationship had not been formally established as mentor and disciple, Jiang Pinyin had long regarded him as such. The bond between a master and disciple is fundamentally different from mere guidance. A master imparts wisdom and skills, carrying a status akin to that of a father in the realm of cultivation. Wang Ren, without progeny or disciples, had come to regard Jiang Pinyin as his apprentice, thus bequeathing his teachings and the blood of the sacred body to him, allowing his legacy to endure. Jiang Pinyin bowed for an extended moment before turning to depart. Tomorrow he would journey to the city of the underworld, and upon arrival, his foremost task would be to seek out ice crystal grass. Even if he could not find it, he would search for an antidote to the mysterious fire laws. The gratitude for the teachings and the gift of the sacred body's blood could never be repaid. Jiang Pinyin was the kind of person who repays kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. The following morning, as the sun rose gradually, a group of youthful prodigies gathered, brimming with vigor, on the back mountain. They are about to embark on a new journey to the city of Pluto, where they will compete against the finest talents from 100 counties. The elite of the entire Pluto state will converge upon this city, and a breathtaking battle is surely on the horizon. The hearts of the young men begin to boil with fervor. Who does not long for fame across the land? Who does not wish to stand out among countless prodigies? This competition serves as the finest stage for their aspirations. A colossal flying vessel, shrouded in shadow, appeared above the governor's mansion, rendering those beneath it remarkably diminutive, a striking visual spectacle. The vessel, cloaked in black, glimmered with mysterious runes illuminating its surroundings. On one side, bold characters proclaimed, Fortune Prosperity Merchant Association, route from Blackwind City to City of Pluto. Once I am wealthy, I too shall procure a flying vessel, granting me the freedom to travel wherever my heart desires. Meng Jing gazed up at the vessel, her youthful face brimming with longing. By the time you can afford such a vessel, you will have grown powerful enough to surpass its speed. A calm voice interrupted Meng Jing's daydream. Humph. You insufferable blockhead. Meng Jing shot a resentful glare at Jiang Ping'an. While others spoke kindly to her, this fellow seemed intent on provoking her daily. Do not divulge the matter of the elixirs to anyone, Jiang Ping'an whispered. I know that. I am not foolish, Meng Jing replied, touching her ring. A flicker of astonishment flashing in her eyes. In addition to the heavenly profound pill she consumed last night, Jiang Ping'an had given her 3 more. He even mentioned that one must take 5 to lose any efficacy. If he possesses this information, it implies that he has consumed at least 5 heavenly profound pills himself. What extraordinary fortune has this blockhead encountered? Even ancient noble families find it challenging to procure such quantities of heavenly profound pills. After the initial shock, Meng Jing felt a surge of joy. Jiang Ping'an's willingness to share such crucial information with her and his kindness indicated his trust, treating her as one of his own. Yet, little did Meng Jing know that her current fortune stemmed solely from her previous selflessness. Without her generous provision of the heavenly profound pills, Jiang Ping'an would not have been able to replicate them. Every cause has its effect. Good deeds yield good results. You, a mere piece of trash, do not deserve her. A sudden voice rang out ahead. I am willing to become your Dao partner. Meng Jing turned her gaze towards the young man before her. Clad in a long azure robe, cradling a sword, he exuded an air of aloofness, reminiscent of a blade poised to be unsheathed. Meng Jing narrowed her eyes. You are Zhou Feng. Among the several prodigies present, he was the only one she had not encountered, marking him as a newcomer. Indeed, I am Zhou Feng, the talented sword cultivator of the mysterious Cloud sect. I can strike Jiang Ping'an down with 2 swords and slay him with 3, he proclaimed, fixing his gaze solely on Meng Jing, completely dismissing Jiang Ping'an. As a disciple of the mysterious Cloud sect and a direct descendant of an elder, you, hailing from an ancient noble family, and I are perfectly matched. Huh, you, a piece of trash, aspire to be my Dao partner? You are nothing but a pile of dung, Meng Jing shouted suddenly. The numerous prodigies preparing to board the flying vessel turned in unison at the commotion. You are but a piece of filth. Do you truly believe you are worthy of being my Dao partner? I would rather have a speck of nose mucus from Jiang Ping'an than be associated with you. Meng Jing was disgusted by her own words. Yet she did not cease her tirade, continuing to berate. Have you not looked in the mirror? How can you possibly compare yourself to Jiang Ping'an? You merely trained for a decade longer. What is there to boast about? Jiang Ping'an has only trained for a year. If you had trained for just a year, he could easily dispatch you with a single strike. 3 years, no, just 1 year. After a year, Jiang Ping'an would treat you like a dog. Meng Jing shouted vehemently. And without waiting for Zhou Feng's retort, she seized Jiang Ping'an's hand and leaped onto the flying vessel. The pinnacle of insult lies in denying the opponent a chance to rebut, leaving them utterly humiliated. The surrounding prodigies found themselves stifling laughter, unable to express their amusement. Listening to Meng Jing's invective was truly cathartic. Zhou Feng was even more arrogant than Feng Yuqing and decidedly out of sync with the crowd, earning him their disdain. His complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed. For the first time in 17 years, he faced such humiliation. Were it not for a flicker of reason, he would have already drawn his sword in retaliation. Wretch, just you wait, Zhou Feng muttered darkly as he boarded the flying vessel. Wishing to escape the scornful gazes of those around him, he vowed silently to find an opportunity to eliminate this woman. Other prodigies boarded the vessel in succession. The front featured a deck for admiring the scenery, while the rear held resting quarters. The deck could accommodate thousands without feeling cramped. Hey, how do you feel? I just helped you deal with that guy, Meng Jing asked with a cheerful smile, gripping Jiang Ping'an's hand. You've thoroughly offended him. He will seek revenge, Jiang Ping'an replied. Meng Jing shrugged nonchalantly. I don't care about him, as long as you're happy. A soft glimmer passed through Jiang Ping'an's eyes. This journey would last a month, and everyone was encouraged to adjust swiftly. Xia Qing's melodious voice gradually resonated, drifting into the ears of the talented individuals. She would accompany them throughout the upcoming 100 Counties competition. Why not simply use the teleportation array to reach the underworld king city directly? Zhou Feng's expression turned icy. His mood sour. The maintenance and utilization costs of the teleportation array are exorbitant. It will not be employed unless absolutely necessary. With a wave of her sleeve, Xiaqing sent room cards flying into the hands of the 15 prodigies. The top 10 will convene in my quarters for a meeting, where I will introduce the other county's cultivators and the competition rules. The remaining 5 may return to their rooms to rest, should any unforeseen events arise during the competition. You will serve as substitutes based on your rankings. Jiang Pingyun accepted the card, which bore the number 200. He tucked it away and approached the edge of the deck, bowing deeply to Wang Run, who had been watching from below. A hint of warmth flickered across Wang Ren's aged face. In the twilight of his life, having a disciple was quite gratifying. At least, a century hence, someone would visit his grave. Child, your life is just beginning. Go forth and pursue your dreams. The runes surrounding the flying vessel shimmered brilliantly, enveloping it in resplendent light. As waves of energy surged forth, the vessel ascended, piercing through the clouds and speeding toward the horizon, gradually shrinking into a mere black. Jiang Pingyun withdrew his gaze, clutching the card as he made his way to his designated room. The room here is not particularly spacious, featuring merely a bed and a restroom. However, it is fortified with a magical array, and one can even enhance the spiritual energy within by spending money. Jiang Pingyun closed the door, activated the array, and retrieved a bronze basin marred by numerous cracks. He then took out a small golden vial from the blue storage ring gifted by his master. The vial, palm-sized yet surprisingly weighty, holds considerable value on its own. As Jiang Pingyun uncapped the vial, a wave of terrifying heat surged forth, accompanied by a radiant glow. Peering inside, he beheld a droplet of golden blood, resplendent like the sun, difficult to gaze upon for long. This was the sacred blood his master had bestowed upon him. The sacred body is a formidable existence, on par with the dominant body, yet its numbers are exceedingly rare. A single drop of blood from a sacred body powerhouse is beyond valuation. His master had stated that merging this drop would grant him the strength to compete with the most gifted individuals. The potency of this sacred blood is thus evident. Yet, Jiang Pingyun refrained from using it immediately. Perhaps out of habit, he preferred to replicate valuable items after acquiring them. Uncertain whether the wealth-duplicating basin could replicate blood, he was certain it could not replicate living entities. Previously, he had tested the wand poison 7-star worm and found replication impossible. He held little hope for duplicating the sacred blood, so he poured the drop into the bronze basin. As the sacred blood slowly descended, the temperature in the room surged, with the golden droplet resembling a miniature sun, gradually dripping into the wealth basin. Jiang Pingyun held his breath. 1 moment, 2 moments, 3 moments, no reaction occurred, and disappointment washed over him. If he could replicate the sacred blood, it would mark a pivotal moment in his future. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson glow erupted from the wealth basin, causing the surrounding array to flicker and tremble under the energy's impact. Jiang Pingyun's heart nearly halted, only to be replaced by elation. The wealth basin could indeed replicate the sacred blood. He gazed into the basin, where initially there had been only a single droplet of golden blood, now transformed into 11 droplets. Strangely, these droplets did not amalgamate, appearing separate like golden beads. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to quell his excitement. With these droplets of sacred blood, he could further enhance his strength. He carefully poured 10 droplets back into the golden vial, leaving just 1. He sliced his palm and placed the remaining droplet upon the wound, channeling the dominant body technique with all his might. As the sacred blood made contact with his hand, an intense burning sensation enveloped him. Soon, the droplet was absorbed into his body. In that fleeting moment, his blood energy erupted, and the 10 acupoints within him opened, with a blood-colored light illuminating his dantian. Jiang Pingyun's expression shifted, and he hastily suppressed the feeling of breakthrough. Just this single droplet nearly propelled him into the Blood Dan realm. Yet, the time for a breakthrough was not yet ripe. He must restrain himself. His master had conveyed that the more acupoints opened prior to coalescing the Blood Dan, the more formidable one becomes after breaking through to the Golden Dance stage. Typically, a body cultivator requires the opening of 30 acupoints to transcend, while a genius martial artist often begins to condense the Blood Dan only after breaking through 50 acupoints. The standard set by his master required him to break through at least 60 meridians before condensing the blood pill. However, Jiang Pinyin established his own goal of 70 meridians. With the recent breakthrough of 10, he had already opened 50 meridians. Suppressing the urge to advance further, Jiang Pinyin began to activate the dominant body technique, absorbing the power contained within the blood of the sacred body. Half a day later, he opened his eyes, a flash of golden light shimmering from the depths of his gaze. He raised his hand and clenched his fist forcefully. Bang! The air was explosively compressed, erupting with a piercing sound. His strength and speed had increased 2 to 3-fold compared to before. Moreover, this was achieved without fully digesting the drop of sacred body blood. In addition to this, an intriguing transformation occurred within Jiang Pinyin. He lifted his gaze, his right eye flickering, and before him, the barrier and walls gradually faded, revealing the scene from the adjacent room. His right eye had gained the ability of X-ray vision. Chapter 68. X-ray vision. Sitting on the bed, Jiang Pinyin touched his right eye, retracting this newfound power, restoring everything to normal. Whose eye was this? Why could it disregard barriers and exhibit the power of transparency? Why did it plunge others into the torment of reincarnation? Why could it enhance the effects of the heavenly kill technique? Jiang Pinyin found himself inundated with questions regarding his right eye. Previously, he had been kidnapped by a bandit cultivator at the Great King Mountain, who intended to use this eye to torment him. Ultimately, he withstood the harm, assimilating the eye in the process. Throughout this period, the right eye had proven immensely beneficial. It could slow down opponents, detect the murderous intent of foes, and amplify the release effect of the heavenly kill technique. Now, it had manifested an X-ray effect. It is worth noting that the barrier before him was a special ability. Even a seasoned cultivator at the divine transformation stage, without employing formidable divine consciousness to intentionally penetrate, could not discern what lay beyond. Yet his right eye could. This demonstrated the terrifying nature of the right eye. As Jiang Pinyin's realm ascended, the abilities of his right eye grew increasingly formidable. Thus, his curiosity regarding the eye intensified. Although he knew little about its origins, he was certain that its previous owner was extraordinary. Lacking extensive information about the eye, he refrained from overthinking, recognizing it would be a waste of time. He continued to digest the sacred body blood, pushing against the remaining meridians. With the assistance of the sacred body blood, he broke through another 10 meridians, leaving only 10 more to reach his goal of 70. Bolstered by the confidence granted by the sacred body blood, Jiang Pinyin felt that his initial breakthrough standard was somewhat modest. Hence, he resolved to set a new target, to open 100 meridians before condensing the blood pill. As he delved deeper into the meridians, the process became increasingly challenging, not due to the difficulty of breaking through the meridians, but rather the need to suppress his power. A moment's carelessness could lead to an unintended breakthrough. It was akin to a dam. The capacity to hold water is limited, and exceeding this limit would result in a breach. The more meridians he opened, the stronger his foundation would be, leading to greater prowess in the future. In the following days, Jiang Pinyin diligently absorbed the sacred body blood, forging ahead through the meridians and enhancing his physique, which grew increasingly robust. Simultaneously, he studied the techniques of Thunder Flash and Wujigong. Within the same realm, the mastery of martial arts directly correlates with one's combat prowess. The flying vessel continued its swift journey towards the city of Hades, with passengers occasionally boarding and alighting. On the 10th day, Meng Jing unexpectedly entered Jiang Pinyin's chamber, her eyes glistening with tears, a picture of despondency as she sat silently beside him, exuding an aura of profound sorrow. Jiang Pinyin, opening his eyes, inquired with a hint of perplexity, "What troubles you? Did you fail to acquire any pastries today? Am I truly such a pathetic girl?" She lamented. "I lost 100,000 spirit stones." Unable to contain her anguish, Meng Jing burst into tears, her sorrow cascading forth without restraint. "You lost 100,000? How did that happen?" Jiang Pinyin was taken aback. The entirety of a typical foundation establishment cultivator's wealth scarcely reached that sum. Yet she had managed to lose such an amount. "I saw everyone gambling on stones, and I thought I would join in. However, each cut yielded nothing of value. The more I cut, the more frustrated I became, and the more desperate I grew to reclaim my losses, ultimately resulting in the loss of 100,000 spirit stones. Woe is me," Meng Jing sobbed, burying herself in Jiang Pinyin's embrace, filled with regret for her foray into stone gambling. "Just think of how many pastries 100,000 spirit stones could purchase." Jiang Pinyin, feeling somewhat helpless, advised, "Do not engage in gambling. Steer clear of anything related to it." The house does not generously distribute its wealth, but some individuals did uncover valuable items, Meng Jing retorted. That wretched Zhou Feng managed to unearth a fragment of an ancient weapon, selling it for over 300,000 spirit stones. Tears still glistening in her eyes. She was consumed by a sense of injustice, her impatience stemming from a desire to outshine Zhou Feng. Ultimately, however, she had failed, resulting in her significant loss. Jiang Pingyun was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly possible to uncover fragments of weapons? He recalled elderly mentioning that gambling on stones involved the scraps of certain ores, which could potentially yield rare minerals, but he had not heard of weapon fragments being among the possible outcomes. Not only can one uncover weapon fragments, Meng Jing interjected, lifting her reddened eyes and pouting. The supervisor of the stone gambling even claimed that with luck, one might discover extinct treasures and legendary materials. Some have even unearthed remnants of ancient powerhouses. Upon hearing this, Jiang Pingyun felt his understanding expand. The possibility of unearthing remnants of ancient beings was indeed astonishing. Take me to see, he expressed, curiosity piqued. Just do not be tempted to gamble on stones like I did. It's all a deception, Meng Jing cautioned, imparting her hard-earned wisdom. Rest assured, I shan't gamble. I merely wish to observe, Jiang Pingyun replied, affirming his intentions. Meng Jing wiped her eyes and led him to the relaxation area of the flying vessel. Here, a multitude of cultivators congregated. Dancers graced the stage with their movements, while others indulged in food and drink. Some were gathered around the stone gambling area, either dejected or exuberant, with only a select few wearing smiles, evidently having profited from their endeavors. Jiang Pingyun spotted several familiar faces. Jin Lin, having cut into his stone, found nothing, and in a fit of rage, smashed the stone into powder with a furious punch. Damn it! 100,000 spirit stones gone. Jin Lin seethed, his teeth grinding in frustration as he glanced toward a nearby youth clad in simple attire. Brother Fong, can't even your spiritual sense penetrate these stones? Fong Xing shook his head. Although the stones concealing the treasures appeared ordinary, they were, in fact, the primordial stones crafted by the laws of heaven and earth to protect the veins of minerals. No mental force or divine consciousness could penetrate them, unless there were holes present. Had the mineral veins been accessible to divine consciousness, the strongest cultivators would have long since discovered them. Due to the constraints imposed by the laws of nature, not even foundational stage cultivators could see through these primordial stones. Not to mention those at the transformation stage, or even stronger practitioners, who would find it impossible to discern the scenes within. Otherwise, the industry of stone gambling would not exist. Regrettably, he lamented his impulsiveness, having lost several 100,000. Jin Lin cursed, feeling a deep sense of pain and remorse. Just as he was about to return to his cultivation, he suddenly spotted a familiar face. Ah, Brother Jiang! Jin Lin exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to embrace the other's shoulder. It is indeed rare to see you. Daily cultivation can be rather dull. He had been grievously injured by 2 swords, leaving him no opportunity to resist, and he felt too ashamed to show his face. Meanwhile, Feng Yuchen, sipping on his drink, casually remarked, "Shut your foul mouth." Meng Jing retorted fiercely, like a prickly hedgehog, directing her ire at Feng Yuchen. Feng Yuchen, unwilling to engage in conflict with Meng Jing, fell silent. Jiang Pingyun, ignoring the altercation, focused his gaze on a pile of scattered stones ahead. Several cultivators stood at the edge of the stone area, observing from a distance, in search of stones that bore promising appearances. Haha, I have uncovered a piece of exquisite crystal. This must be worth at least 500,000 spirit stones. One cultivator suddenly laughed uproariously. Before him lay a heap of rubble, among which was a peculiar crystal, somewhat akin to a spirit stone, yet purer. As the stone was sliced open, a wave of abundant energy enveloped the surroundings. This is not an exquisite crystal. It is merely an ordinary crystal. Valued at only 50,000, the overseer of the stone gambling declared. The laughing cultivator fell silent, his face paling as he realized that he had purchased the stone for 60,000, suffering a loss of 10,000 spirit stones. He spat out a mouthful of blood in despair. When Jiang Pingyun glanced at the pile of rubble, his expression suddenly shifted before returning to normal. He strode forward and pointed to a black stone, half his height, inquiring, "How much for that stone?" The overseer, noticing another youth approaching, rubbed his hands together, anticipating another naive patron. With a smile, he responded, "Young master, This stone is relatively large and was excavated from a volcano that has burned for over 100,000 years. It carries the potential to yield a black flame stone, which embodies the laws of fire. Once cut, it could fetch a high price of 1 million. Meng Jing swiftly grabbed Jiang Pingyuan, warning, don't heed his empty boasts. Just earlier, he claimed that a stone could yield treasures worth 10 million. Nonsense. The overseer squinted, chuckling, in stone gambling, failures are inevitable. That young man over there just cut a fragment of an ancient weapon and made over 3 million spirit stones. He gestured towards a nearby youth, Zhou Feng, who was surrounded by a throng of dancing maidens who were vying for his attention. And how much is this black stone? Jiang Pingyuan pressed again. Not expensive at all. 80,000 spirit stones, the overseer replied with a grin, reveling in the presence of these young prodigies, foolish yet affluent. 80,000. Why don't you just go and rob a bank? Meng Jing's beautiful eyes widened as she retorted with fervor. Even an ordinary nascent soul cultivator would not remain indifferent upon encountering 800,000 spirit stones. Even a typical golden core cultivator would not possess such wealth. It is hardly exorbitant, for there exists an even more precious stone within, deep inside, a mineral transported from the ancient battlefield, valued at 5 million. The overseer gestured towards the largest stone at the back, which emanated a primal aura, likely due to its prolonged presence, now encrusted with dust. Jiang Pingyuan cast a fleeting glance at the stone, dismissing it entirely, for it bore no treasures. His certainty stemmed from his right eye, which was capable of perceiving extraordinary phenomena. Earlier, as his right eye scanned the scattered rocks, he noticed certain stones radiating with light. He had observed the cultivator slicing the crystal, noticing that the stone emanated a glow before it yielded a shard of crystal. Jiang Pingyuan surmised that those stones exhibiting luminosity must contain something significant. The black stone he was now examining displayed 3 flickering lights. He speculated that it might conceal 3 gemstones within. However, the precise nature of those treasures eluded his perception. He could only discern the emitted brightness. Could the black flame firestone fetch a price of 1 million spirit stones? Jiang Pingyuan inquired again. The radiance emanating from this stone was highly likely to be that of the black flame firestone. Certainly. Even a thumb-sized black flame firestone can command a price of 1 million. A stone of this magnitude is bound to yield at least 1, the overseer assured, thumping his chest with an air of credibility. These stones had been casually transported from the mining area, and if fortune favored the seller, they could unearth valuable items, which their trading company would then reclaim. Regardless, it was a guaranteed profit. Very well, I shall purchase it, Jiang Pingyuan declared. Are you foolish? With that amount of money, you would be better off buying a black flame firestone. Meng Jing hastily grasped Jiang Pingyuan's storage bag, attempting to dissuade his impulsiveness. Brother Jiang, truly do not buy. This is purely a gamble, Jin Lin added, stepping in to obstruct him, having already lost tens of thousands. Other cultivators regarded Jiang Pingyuan as if he were a fool, their eyes tinged with envy. This lad managed to produce 800,000, surpassing even golden core experts in wealth. Yet, despite their envy, they dared not provoke someone whose fortunes were evidently vast, not even the divine transformation cultivators. Moreover, this group of youths were all prodigies participating in the competition from the Black Wind County. To offend them would be tantamount to challenging the entirety of Black Wind County, or even the Great Xia. After all, these individuals were nurtured by Great Xia, potential pillars of the nation. Young man, do not let this opportunity slip away. If this stone contains a black flame firestone, you could effortlessly earn 200,000 spirit stones, instant wealth. The overseer, noticing the attempts to dissuade Jiang Pingyuan, grew anxious. Look, since you are a future pillar of Great Xia, I shall offer you a substantial discount. You can take it for just 700,000. This stone has been here for 2 to 3 years without a buyer. After all, who is foolish enough not to realize that if one truly desires a black flame firestone, a few more tens of thousands would suffice to acquire one? Why gamble on stones here? 65 million, Jiang Pingyuan interjected, realizing he could negotiate, and immediately pressed for a lower price. Although he was not lacking in resources, he preferred to save. By conserving 10,000 spirit stones, he could acquire 2 more blood demon pills. The person in charge shook his head, deeming the offer far too low to be profitable. The stone itself required 650,000. Then I shall forego it. It is excessively expensive. I suddenly realize there is no need to take such risks. A look of hesitation appeared on Jiang Pingin's face as he turned to leave. Wait, 67,000. I would only gain 2,000 spirit stones. Will that suffice? The person in charge, eager to sell to this potential benefactor, sought to finalize the transaction. Fool! You cannot make such a purchase. Meng Jing interjected, recalling her own loss of 100,000, still lamenting it. If you incur a loss of over 60,000, you shall not sleep well this month. Every night you will dream of losing money. Lend me 67,000, and I shall repay you later. Jiang Pingin, currently without spirit stones, turned to Meng Jing for assistance. Why you? Meng Jing wanted to dissuade him, but, upon seeing the earnestness in his gaze, sighed in resignation. She understood this man. Once he set his mind on something, even the strongest oxen could not pull him back. If you end up losing, you will become my servant. Meng Jing angrily tossed her storage bag at the person in charge. Just moments ago, Jiang Pingin had advised her against gambling, yet now he had forgotten that counsel entirely. If she were to part with her spirit stones for Jiang Pingin, she would not mind, but it was infuriating that he insisted on using them for gambling. Jin Lin shook his head in exasperation. He recognized the determination in Jiang Pingin's eyes, reminiscent of his own prior losses. Only when the pain of loss struck would he understand the value of caution. A wastrel who spends a woman's spirit stones dares to compete with me? The haughty voice of Zhou Feng pierced the air. Unbeknownst to him, he had approached, still clutching his sword, flanked by two lovely dancers. 10 days prior, he had been ridiculed by Meng Jing, who claimed he was inferior to Jiang Pingin. This incident lingered in his mind. Now, Zhou Feng appeared to mock Jiang Pingin. But in truth, he aimed to highlight Meng Jing's poor judgment in choosing a man who needed to borrow spirit stones from women. Do you have any say in this? I wish to give my spirit stones to this fool. It brings me joy. Even if you were to kneel and beg, I would not part with a single spirit stone, Meng Jing retorted with a mocking smile, her frustration finding an outlet. Her sarcastic demeanor left Zhou Feng feeling suffocated, yearning to draw his sword in response. The person in charge scanned the storage bag with his spiritual sense, quickly tallying the spirit stones within, and hastily moved the towering black stone to the counter. Jiang Pingin raised his hand, prepared to take the stone. The person in charge interjected quickly, young master. There are rules for gambling stones. The cutting must occur on-site. Such a rule exists? Indeed, it has been customary since ancient times. If the cutting does not occur here, I can refund your money. The previously avaricious person in charge suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. This regulation stemmed from a keen understanding of human psychology. Once someone unveiled a valuable item, others would inevitably desire to partake, greatly enhancing profits. Thus, the rule was established, better not to sell than to forego the on-site cutting of stones. Jiang Pingin felt a sense of helplessness and turned to Meng Jing, stating, You assist me in the cutting. No, I have poor luck. You shall do it yourself. Meng Jing promptly handed over the Qingtian knife and retreated far from the black stone, having just spent 100,000 spirit stones without yielding any results. She feared that her misfortune might be contagious to Jiang Pingin. Jiang Pingin, however, did not press the matter. He took the blue and white porcelain knife and casually sliced the stone in half. The rock was not particularly hard, splitting easily into two, revealing a pitch-black interior devoid of any energy fluctuations. Many who had lost in the stone gambling found solace in Jiang Pingin's plight, relishing the misfortune that had befallen him. Indeed, he had incurred a loss. The youth was bound to be in tears. How foolish to spend 670,000 spirit stones on such worthless material. If it were so easy to make money, everyone would be gambling on stones. Meng Jing's delicate face turned pale. It was over. 65,000 was gone. Jin Lin began to feel sympathy for Jiang Pingin's loss. Zhou Feng wore a look of disdain, truly believing that anyone could unearth treasures? Did he think that my discovery of weapon fragments was mere luck? No. It was my intuition as a sword cultivator that enabled me to find that piece of weaponry. Clutching his sword, Zhou Feng turned away. Only those with strength could seize opportunities. You mere gamblers were nothing but that, hoping to find treasures in another life. As Zhou Feng turned to leave, Jiang Pingin made his second cut, and a crisp sound resonated through the air, followed by a sudden surge of intense heat. A terrifying wave of warmth enveloped the entire lounge. Yun Huang, who was meditating in her room, abruptly opened her eyes. Such a potent fire attribute energy. She quickly dispelled her barrier and emerged from her chamber in search of the source. At the stone gambling counter, black flames erupted from the obsidian rock, eerie, peculiar, and searing. The overwhelming heat drew the attention of all the cultivators in the hall. Chapter 70. Black Flame Firestone. What manner of flame is this? And why is it black? The Black Flame Firestone. This young man has struck gold. With such a powerful aura of flame. This Black Flame Firestone must be significant. It is certainly worth over 1 million. Gasps of astonishment filled the lounge as everyone rose to gather around. Zhou Feng stood in shock, unable to believe that Jiang Pingyun had truly unearthed the Black Flame Firestone. How could this fellow be so lucky? Hitting the jackpot on his first attempt? Jealousy and resentment churned within him. Seeing an adversary profit was hardly pleasant. Meng Jing's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Moments later, she leapt with excitement. He had done it. He had found a gem. Her ponytail bounced wildly as she exclaimed, wishing the world to know of Jiang Pingyun's success. What she had anticipated to be a significant loss had turned into an unexpected windfall. A stone the size of an egg rolled out from the mother rock. The Black Flame Firestone was pockmarked, with black flames swirling and an intensely high temperature. Freed from the confines of the mother stone, the Black Flame Firestone unleashed its heat unabashedly, rapidly melting the counter. The person in charge, snapping back to reality, quickly cast a sealing spell to contain the stone, lest it incinerate the ship. He had not expected that the first stone this youth purchased would yield a treasure. This Black Flame Firestone, the size of an egg, is valued at 3 million spirit stones by our wealthy source trading association. Young friend, would you consider selling it? Such stones are imbued with laws and are among the most coveted treasures for those in the nascent soul stage. After reaching this stage, mere resources are not sufficient for a cultivator to advance. They must also comprehend the requisite laws. Only in this manner does the cosmic order permit you to continue refining your cultivation. Otherwise, even possessing 100 million or 1 billion spirit stones would be futile. Surrounding cultivators gazed with envy. The prospect of slicing a piece of stone that could fetch 3 million was utterly enticing. They yearned to cut a piece for themselves. Friend Jiang, I wish to purchase this stone. A melodious voice, laced with urgency, pierced through the crowd. Yun Huang, the foremost prodigy of Heifeng County, squeezed her way forward. Approaching Jiang Pingyun, she gazed longingly at the stone radiating black flames. Adorned in a resplendent crimson robe, her youthful figure was strikingly mature. Her pupils gleamed a crimson hue, resembling precious gems, while her elegantly arched brows and slightly parted scarlet lips, exuding an enchanting fragrance, rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. Standing beside Meng Jing, other women around them faded into insignificance. Even those clad in scant attire lost their allure. Friend Jiang, may I acquire this stone? I offer 3,500,000. The crowd gasped at this figure. Even ordinary Yuanying-level cultivators would find it challenging to amass such wealth. This young woman was surprisingly affluent. The individual responsible for the acquisition of the Black Flame Stone darkened his expression. My dear miss, you are merely at the foundation establishment stage. There is no need to purchase such an expensive stone. I truly require it. Yun Huang replied earnestly. Negotiations are possible. Jiang Pingyun was naturally pleased to see the Black Flame Stone commanding a higher price. No one would despise having more money. Yun Huang's face suddenly flushed slightly. I currently lack the funds. Could I perhaps owe you? Jiang Pingyun, the stone dealer, was overjoyed. Young friend, do not be swayed by the charms of beautiful women. They are often the most deceitful. Who knows if she will pay later? I offer 3,300,000 spirit stones, payable immediately. This way, he could still profit by 20,000. Jiang Pingyun nodded in agreement, preferring not to be in debt. As the dealer suggested, who could ascertain whether this woman would fulfill her promise later? In comparison, exchanging for 3,300,000 spirit stones was far more advantageous. Upon witnessing Jiang Pingyun's response, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yun Huang's features. However, she would have made the same choice. After all, 3,500,000 was no trifling sum. Just as Jiang Pingyun prepared to finalize the transaction, a gentle and maternal voice resonated. I shall purchase this Black Flame Stone for 3,500,000 spirit stones. The crowd turned in unison towards the source of the voice. Upon recognizing the individual, they gasped in astonishment and quickly made way, bowing in respect. Your Highness, in the Great Xia, royalty holds a supreme position. Amidst ancient turmoil, the human race suffered greatly, until the prior emperor of Great Xia established the nation here, quelling the chaos and allowing them to live in peace. The Great Xia treats ordinary cultivators well. For loose cultivators, opportunities to serve in local government offices and receive a stipend are available. Though modest, it allows for a stable life. Even some nefarious cultivators harbor goodwill towards Great Xia. As the ninth princess of the royal family, she naturally commands the respect of many cultivators. Xia Qing, draped in a resplendent golden robe, approached with an air of dignity. Casting a brief glance at the black flame stone before her, she addressed Jiang Pingan. I wish to purchase this black flame stone as a gift for Yun Huang. Will 3.5 million suffice? Jiang Pingan clasped his hands in salute and replied, If it is for Her Highness, I would be honored to offer it as a gift, without the need for spirit stones. There's no need for a gift. A transaction at the standard price will suffice. Xia Qing was not lacking in spirit stones, and she flicked a green storage ring towards him. The ring hovered before Jiang Pingan, who did not take it. I am but a farmer, and it is Your Highness who has bestowed upon me the methods and resources that have altered my fate and afforded me the chance to behold a broader world. I am eternally grateful. I have always wished to repay this kindness, and now, as Your Highness desires this modest black flame stone, if I were to accept payment, would that not render me ungrateful? I implore you to retract the resources and take the black flame stone, thus granting me an opportunity to express my gratitude. At these words, Xia Qing appeared momentarily taken aback, a smile then gracing her lips. She discerned the underlying message in Jiang Pingan's statement. The gift of the black flame stone was not the true intent. Rather, it was a testament to his willingness to follow her. The youth was alone and vulnerable, navigating the perilous realm of cultivation where a misstep could offend powerful beings or formidable factions. Without protection, he could face untimely demise at any moment. Seeking refuge might not be his only option, but it was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Typically, only seasoned cultivators grasp such wisdom, as they seek to align themselves with a power for mutual dependency. Xia Qing regarded the young man with depth. He resembled a dormant wolf pup, quietly biding his time among a pack, composed and steadfast, concealing his thoughts within. Such temperament was unmatched by his peers, foreshadowing his potential for greatness. No wonder Elder Wang had chosen this lad as his final disciple. Very well, I shall accept it, as long as you do not err. No one shall dare to mistreat you. With a wave of her hand, she stowed away the storage ring and pushed the black flame stone towards Yun Huang. By accepting the black flame stone, Xia Qing signified her intent to protect Jiang Pingan. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Pingan once again bowed in gratitude. He was not fond of being bound, for the life of a loose cultivator was one of freedom, unencumbered by the will of others. Yet, he found himself deprived of even the chance to be a loose cultivator. In the realm of cultivation, the foundation establishment stage remained at the lowest tier. Even a killing would go unpunished. His singular aim was to survive, for survival held the promise of hope. 3 million for the protection of the ninth princess of the Dixia royal family was undoubtedly worthwhile. Nearby, Zhou Feng's expression darkened. He realized that he could no longer harm Jiang Pingan. He had not anticipated that this worthless individual could withstand the temptation of 3 million in exchange for the ninth princess's promise. Jiang Pingan resumed his task of carving the black stone, taking care to slice from the edges to avoid drawing attention. There is no need to continue. Such a precious gem is unique, absorbing surrounding energies, and there will not be another within dozens of meters. The stone gambling supervisor, having failed to acquire the black flame stone, felt exceedingly disheartened. Perhaps there is a second one? Meng Jing countered. The person in charge shook his head, stating that the probability was exceedingly low. It could either be due to geological movements or the presence of significant treasures nearby. A likelihood as rare as possessing the bloodline of an ancient clan. I indeed possess the bloodline of an ancient clan, Meng Jing remarked. The person in charge, taken aback, realized that she was not merely speaking casually. This young lady was indeed an extraordinary individual. That is not the point. My example illustrates how slim the chances are. This stone cannot possibly contain another black flame stone. If it does, I shall gift you another stone for free. With his words barely leaving his lips, a terrifying flame surged forth once again. In Chapter 71, Fire Lotus Enlightenment, a black flame stone, the size of a fingertip, fell, surrounded by swirling black flames that flickered with an eerie, dark aura. Only cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above could perceive the laws contained within. Ordinary individuals could merely feel the heat. The person in charge and the surrounding cultivators widened their eyes in astonishment. Even Xia Qing, who was preparing to leave, halted in her tracks. All present stared in disbelief at the black flame stone before them. Many cultivators were envious, their eyes turning red, though small. This black flame stone was worth 100,000 spirit stones. Even an old nascent soul cultivator would be tempted upon seeing it. No wonder some people yearned to gamble with stones. For ordinary cultivators, this represented a chance for overnight wealth. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have worked here for 130 years and have never encountered such a situation. The stone gambling manager, witnessing this extraordinary event, began to doubt his own senses. As if he were dreaming. How could a single stone contain 2 gems? Normally, if 2 gems were born together, one would be absorbed. Was the smaller black flame stone not fully absorbed yet? Wow. The wood is truly impressive. It has yielded another piece. Meng Jing exclaimed, joyfully bouncing while holding onto Jiang Pingin's arm, her 15-year-old demeanor betraying none of her excitement. She turned to the stone gambling manager. You just said you would gift us a stone. You cannot go back on your word. The manager's expression darkened further, as if scorched by fire. This was bizarre. In all his years of work, it was the first time he had encountered a situation where 2 gems appeared from a single mother stone. Your Highness, there is another black flame stone here, Jiang Pingin respectfully informed Xiaqing. Xiaqing shook her head. You may keep this one. The black flame stone in Yun Huang's possession is sufficient for her needs until the nascent soul stage. Jiang Pingin turned to the manager. Will you accept it? Yes. Of course. This one is smaller and is worth 100,000. The manager felt a slight relief upon realizing that the other party intended to sell it to him. He accepted the black flame stone and handed over a storage ring. Meng Jing eagerly reached for the storage ring, her consciousness entering it to count the spirit stones within. Upon seeing the mountain of spirit stones piled inside, her mouth nearly watered, her smile wide. 70,000 exchanged for 100,000, a profit of 30,000. For those golden core cultivators lacking family influence, earning 30,000 spirit stones independently would require at least a year of arduous toil. Those adept in runes, formations, or alchemy might gather spirit stones more swiftly, but such cultivators were indeed a rarity. Most cultivators rely on hunting demonic beasts or robbing others to amass wealth. This is precisely why many powerful individuals opt to establish their own factions or join existing ones. Only through such alliances can they acquire resources more efficiently and save precious time for cultivation, as earning money independently proves to be exceedingly challenging. Jiang Pingin, with just a few strokes of his blade, has amassed a considerable fortune in spirit stones, causing envy so intense among other cultivators that they could nearly shatter their teeth in regret for not purchasing that particular stone. With knife in hand, Jiang Pingin continued to slice through the stone, revealing yet another radiant glimmer within the remaining substantial portion. There was no need for further cuts. The emergence of 2 pieces of black flame firestones was already a stroke of luck. Should a third appear, I shall grant you that stone from the ancient battlefield I brought back, the overseer declared, pointing at the towering stone behind him. This stone was valued at 5 million and was the most expensive material aboard the flying vessel. His words reflected his disbelief in the prospect of a third black flame firestone. Xiaqing chose to turn away, retracing her steps. Having participated in stone gambling numerous times, she understood the exceedingly slim odds of 2 stones emerging from a single piece, let alone 3. The appearance of 2 stones already indicated Jiang Pingin's extraordinary fortune. Only the naive Meng Jing remained, crouched nearby, her beautiful eyes fixated and muttering incessantly, another one, another one. Suddenly, as the Qinghua knife struck something within the stone, a peculiar wave accompanied by an enchanting fragrance emanated from it, sending a jolt through the hearts of those present. A treasure. Yet, it was not a black flame firestone. In that moment, Jiang Pingin experienced an unusual epiphany regarding the techniques of Wuji Fist and Thunder Flash. Illuminating aspects he had previously found perplexing. This sensation was shared by the onlookers, as they too experienced clarity regarding their own cultivation dilemmas. The overseer's pupils constricted sharply as he seemed to grasp the situation. Xiaqing, who had been about to leave, suddenly changed her expression and darted to the stone, prying open the black stone to retrieve its contents. A golden red orb materialized before the crowd. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a seed of some ancient plant rather than a true orb. Indeed, it was the Fire Lotus Enlightenment seed. Both the overseer and Xiaqing exclaimed in astonishment. The usually composed princess of the great Xia, at this moment, displayed a hint of disarray, her stunning visage devoid of its prior calmness. The overseer suddenly realized, no wonder. It was the fire lotus enlightenment seed that had catalyzed the emergence of two black flame fire stones. Sister Princess, what is this? Meng Jing inquired curiously, having never before heard of such a name. Judging by the princess's reaction, it appeared to be of great value, stirring her excitement. Xia Qing took a deep breath to compose herself, delicately holding the red golden seed as she earnestly explained, this is known as the fire lotus enlightenment seed. A seed from an almost extinct ancient fire lotus. It possesses a unique efficacy that can enhance a cultivator's comprehension, accelerating the speed of enlightenment. For those of lower realms, it can hasten the cultivation of techniques, while for those of higher realms, it aids in grasping the laws of heaven and earth. The profound principles that elude many throughout their lives can be effortlessly comprehended by consuming this fire lotus enlightenment seed. Upon hearing this explanation, those around were struck with awe. Such an item, capable of aiding one's enlightenment, is beyond mere monetary valuation. Holding the fire lotus enlightenment seed, Xia Qing turned to Jiang Pinyin and declared, if you sell me this seed, I shall ensure your safety with all my might. This proposition was one that the Fortune Prosperity Guild could certainly fulfill. If sold to me, the guild would also guarantee your protection. The head of the stone gambling event showed no interest in Xia Qing's desire to purchase, as he began to compete for the item. After all, Xia Qing was merely the 9th princess of the great Xia dynasty, insignificant when compared to the Fortune Prosperity Guild. This fire lotus enlightenment seed was immensely valuable, sought after even by those beyond the transformation realm. Presently, apart from a few sacred sites, ancient clans, and mysterious forbidden zones, such treasures that assist in enlightenment were nearly impossible to find. Many venerable figures yearned for such artifacts. To their astonishment, Jiang Pinyin had unearthed such a gem. Just as Xia Qing was about to speak, the head of the event interjected with a smile, Princess, do not contest. Not even your status as a princess exiled to the Black Wind County can rival the resources of our Fortune Prosperity Guild. Not to mention, even the princes of your dynasty cannot compete with our wealth. Xia Qing's expression stiffened. Indeed, it was true, not just her, but even the princes could not match the financial power of the Fortune Prosperity Guild. In fact, even the ancient clans and sacred sites could not rival the guild's resources. I shall not sell this seed, Jiang Pinyin suddenly stated. The previously confident head of the stone gambling event froze in disbelief. Young friend, while this seed is indeed a fine treasure, placing it in the wrong hands can be perilous. With your cultivation level, possessing such an artifact would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention from formidable beings. Jiang Pinyin, sell it. You cannot keep it, Xia Qing implored, gazing wistfully at the seed in her hand. I shall not sell it. I wish to present it to Her Highness the Princess, Jiang Pinyin replied. Xia Qing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. What did you say? I said, I wish to bestow the seed upon Her Highness the Princess, Jiang Pinyin reiterated earnestly. Joy blossomed once more on Xia Qing's exquisitely mature visage. The head of the stone gambling event, filled with reluctance, gritted his teeth and said, you seek the 9th princess's protection, do you? Our Fortune Prosperity Guild can offer that too. We can protect you for 200 years. Jiang Pinyin shook his head, remaining unfazed. This seed is to repay a debt of gratitude. When I found myself in peril, it was not your Fortune Prosperity Guild that came to my aid, but a general of the great Xia. Perhaps your guild could provide me with greater benefits, but I must repay the kindness bestowed upon me by the great Xia. Turning to Xia Qing, he continued, Your Highness, I wish to gift you this fire lotus enlightenment seed, but may I borrow an hour to contemplate its powers? This is inherently yours. You have the right to decide, Xia Qing responded, growing increasingly fond of Jiang Pinyin as she returned the fire lotus enlightenment seed to him. The youth's choice deeply moved her. Jiang Pinyin accepted the seed. The essence of this seed lacked the searing sensation of the black flame stone. Rather, it was gentle, akin to the warmth of Meng Jing's small hand. At that moment, the comprehension of both the Wuji fist and thunder flash deepened further. Jiang Pinyin wielded the Qinghua knife, meticulously slicing away the remaining stone, revealing nothing more. The assembled cultivators finally exhaled in relief. Had anything else emerged, their hearts would surely have faltered. All gazes turned towards Jiang Pinyin, brimming with envy and jealousy. This fellow was extraordinarily fortunate, having extracted 2 pieces of flamestone worth 4 million from a single stone. along with an immeasurable fire lotus enlightenment seed. Jin Lin nearly wept with envy. He had lost hundreds of thousands, while Jiang Pingan had profited immensely. Meng Jing laughed joyfully. Boss, you promised, if 3 pieces of black flamestone are cut, you would grant me that ancient battlefield ore. Hurry up. The ore from the ancient battlefield was of immense value. Some had even extracted ancient divine weapons from within, establishing great powers. The stone gambling overseer's expression stiffened. That was a 5 million stone, and he had no right to bestow it. If he gave it away, decades of toil would be in vain. He quickly replied, I mentioned cutting out the 3rd piece of black flamestone. Since the 3rd piece is not black flamestone, it doesn't count. However, I can offer you the piece I previously promised. Saying this, he casually selected a stone the size of a head and placed it on the counter. Meng Jing stamped her foot in frustration. You're being dishonest. The boss feigned ignorance, his gaze averted. Jiang Pingan did not claim the ancient battlefield ore, for it contained nothing of value. Meng Jing, enjoy yourself. I shall return to cultivate, he remarked, departing amidst the envious stares of the crowd. Taking the fire lotus enlightenment seed with him, his intention was not to comprehend the technique, but rather to replicate it. Such a precious item must be duplicated to maximize benefits. 1 fire lotus enlightenment seed was inconsequential. Soon, he could replicate a multitude. Zhou Feng watched Jiang Pingan's retreating figure, his eyes burning with jealousy. How could this lad possess such extraordinary luck? Zhou Feng, unwilling to accept this, thought to himself, as a genius of the mysterious cloud sect, with fortunes that defied nature, he could not possibly be overshadowed by someone like Jiang Pingan. The fire lotus enlightenment seed was trifling. He aimed to extract an ancient divine weapon. Nothing was more frustrating than witnessing an adversary prosper. Boss, bring me that ancient battlefield stone. Zhou Feng felt a strong conviction that the stone contained divine weaponry. The boss was elated. This ore is worth 5 million. Are you sure you want to buy it? Zhou Feng hesitated suddenly. 5 million was an astronomical sum. Aside from the 3 million he had earned previously, all his assets totaled around 2 million. If he lost the gamble, he would be left with nothing. Boss, you're being dishonest. That ancient battlefield ore belongs to us. Meng Jing shouted anxiously, fearing Zhou Feng would unearth a treasure. If you lack money, get lost. I am purchasing this stone. Zhou Feng, fearing the treasures within the stone might fall into Jiang Pingan's hands, gritted his teeth and made the purchase. A wave of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Even a nascent soul cultivator would hesitate to engage in such reckless gambling. It is indeed 5 million. Should I lose, I would be left with nothing. The attention of the crowd was irresistibly drawn towards him. Zhou Feng relished this gaze, proudly lifting his chin, determined to demonstrate to these onlookers what true fortune entails. He pledged not only the 3 million he had previously won, but also all his spirit stones, magical artifacts, talismans, and elixirs. At last, he gathered the requisite 5 million. As the proprietor prepared to move the stone, Zhou Feng interjected, Do not sully my stone with your filthy hands. I shall cut it myself. The owner shrugged, accustomed to the arrogance of youth, and merely cautioned, Do not touch the other stones. Zhou Feng disregarded the warning, unsheathing his sword and advancing toward the largest ore. The ancient battlefield, a place where myriad races once vied for supremacy, had claimed countless powerful lives, leaving many divine weapons and treasures lost to time. It was common for individuals to unearth extraordinary treasures from the ores of this battlefield. The stone before him towered as high as a person, exuding an aura of antiquity. Zhou Feng's heartbeat quickened as his conviction grew that a formidable weapon lay within. He raised his sword and cleaved the stone in two. With a resounding crash, the stone split, sending dust billowing into the air. Yet, there was nothing inside. The crowd remained fixated on the stone, unwilling to draw conclusions until it was fully sliced. Hadn't that young man just discovered the fire lotus enlightenment only at the end of his cuts? No one could definitively assert that there was no treasure within. Meng Jing anxiously clasped her hands, fervently praying that he would not strike it rich. Zhou Feng suddenly regretted spending 5 million on this stone. What if there were no treasures within? No, he must not doubt himself. There must be a divine weapon hidden inside. With newfound resolve, he swung his sword again, striking with incredible speed, and the stone shattered into over a dozen pieces. Yet, still no aura emanated from them. The cultivators stood in stunned silence. Zhou Feng's expression froze in disbelief. Impossible. I distinctly sensed a divine weapon within. A fellow cultivator who had lost all in his gambling lamented. Before I cut any stone, I always feel that there is a treasure inside. Isn't that the nature of gambling? To believe that the next time will surely be a win? No, it cannot be. Even if there were no divine weapon, there must be some form of treasure. Zhou Feng's eyes blazed with determination as he wielded his sword once more. In an instant, the fragments of stone were reduced to hundreds of tiny pieces, yet still, no extraordinary aura emerged. Suddenly, Zhou Feng felt disoriented, his body swaying as if he might faint. He had lost all his spirit stones, elixirs, and artifacts. Meng Jing, her heart finally at ease, erupted into laughter. This is hilarious. 5 million gone, and you still mock my family's wood. How foolish. Zhou Feng, who had managed to hold himself together, spat a mouthful of blood upon hearing her words. In one fell swoop, he had squandered 5 million spirit stones, years of hard work wasted. Regret flooded his heart. Why did he gamble? Why did he act impulsively? At that moment, he wished he could sever his own hand. The two dancers who had been by Zhou Feng's side discreetly slipped away. Without money, who would still attend to him? Some cultivators who witnessed Jiang Pingin's substantial gains, upon seeing Zhou Feng's dismal fate, chose to abandon their gambling on stones. They struggled to amass a few thousand spirit stones. The thought of losing it all was unbearable, leading them to contemplate despair. Meng Jing, with a smile, sliced open the stone gifted by the proprietor, and to her astonishment, she struck gold. This water spirit stone was valued at 30,000 spirit stones, declared the stone gambling overseer. Zhou Feng's mood, already sour, nearly turned to bloodshed at this sight. 500,000. Just like that, it was gone. Even a nascent soul cultivator would feel faint at the loss of 500,000, let alone Zhou Feng, a mere foundation establishment practitioner. Chapter 73. City of the Underworld. King Jiang Pingyan returned to his chamber, activated the barrier, and retrieved the bronze basin, placing the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Seed within. With a flash of golden light, 5 Fire Lotus Enlightenment Seeds emerged in the basin. He was taken aback by their extraordinary value, realizing he could only replicate 5. No wonder Xiaqing had been so moved. Previously, Xiaqing had mentioned that these seeds could aid in comprehending the laws of the universe. Jiang Pingyan, at his current level, had yet to touch such profound concepts. Nevertheless, he could distinctly feel his understanding of martial arts deepening. After storing the other Fire Lotus seeds, he held the freshly cut seed, immersing himself in comprehension to enhance his martial understanding. The sensation was remarkably wondrous. Within just an hour, Jiang Pingyan successfully inscribed a lightning rune within his body. By invoking this rune, he could instantly teleport to a distance of 1 meter. This ability would prove advantageous in both combat and evasion, promising exceptional results. Once he mastered the lightning flash technique, traversing 1,000 miles would be a trivial feat. The enlightening effect of the Fire Lotus Seed was exceptional, and Jiang Pingyan's spirits soared. Suppressing the urge to continue his comprehension, he approached Xiaqing's chamber. Just as he was about to knock, a gentle voice called from within, "Come in." Jiang Pingyan opened the door. Xiaqing had changed into a simple white garment. Seated on a training platform, cradling an ancient tome, Jiang Pingyan clasped his fists in greeting. "Your Highness, I have brought you the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Seeds." Xiaqing opened the barrier, rose to meet him, took his hand, and sat on the training platform, smiling gently. "There is no need for such formality between us. I consider you my younger brother." Jiang Pingyan hastily replied, "I dare not presume. I've already said, no need for formality." Xiaqing set the enlightenment seeds aside. Holding Jiang Pingyan's hand with grace, "Were I not unmarried, I would wish for you to be my godson. Your Highness, please, do not be so formal. If you continue, I might become upset. Just call me sister." Xiaqing feigned a stern expression, pretending to be upset. Jiang Pingyan felt a sense of awkwardness, struggling to voice his thoughts, sensing an inexplicable distance between them. At that moment, Xiaqing embraced his head, drawing him close and employing her sound wave technique. "Pingyan, I understand your struggles. Your parents were wronged, and you remain wary of those around you. You are only 15, do not bear too much pressure. From now on, I will help you shoulder any burdens." Inhaling her fragrant scent, Jiang Pingyan felt an uncontrollable urge, his tense body suddenly relaxing. An unprecedented warmth pierced his soul, shattering his defenses, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. "Sister, good brother, this is more like it." Xia Qing's lips curled into a smile. This youth was unlike others. Though he appeared aloof, he was deeply loyal and valued relationships over material gain. Otherwise, he would have sold the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Pearl to the Merchant Guild instead of gifting it to her. Such a young man should be bound by affection. This is the essence of the first chapter of the Emperor's Heart technique, exchanging respect and sentiment for the loyalty of subordinates. Although this young man may not be as gifted as others, his potential for growth makes him a valuable asset. Moreover, his gratitude makes him even more worthy of cultivation than the other prodigies. Jiang Pingyun felt a sense of breathlessness. Sister, it's getting late. I must go cultivate. Go ahead. Take this 1,000,000 spirit stones. Inside, there are insights from body cultivation practitioners that will aid you. Xia Qing handed Jiang Pingyun a green storage ring. Don't be polite with me. Compared to the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Pearl, this is nothing. Thank you, sister. Jiang Pingyun accepted the storage ring, feeling immensely grateful. I've already said, there is no need for such formality. Xia Qing's radiant smile warmed the heart, like a refreshing summer breeze. As Jiang Pingyun departed, the door closed, and Xia Qing's brilliant smile faded, returning to her usual demeanor, gentle yet distant. She opened her crimson lips and consumed the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Pearl, sitting cross-legged. With this pearl, she was one step closer to breaking through to the transformation stage. The throne would surely be hers. Upon returning to his room, the ease and joy faded from Jiang Pingyun's face. Just as his master had said, the princess possessed profound cunning. However, this arrangement was beneficial for both. He was useful to her, and she was useful to him. Jiang Pingyun understood that Xia Qing's warmth and closeness were merely tactics to win him over. Yet, he found it inconsequential. What he needed most was a secure path for growth. Moreover, fostering a good relationship with her could provide him greater access to the secrets of the great Xia. His main objective in participating in the Genius War was to acquire those secrets. He opened the barrier and sat on his bed, retrieving a Fire Lotus Enlightenment Pearl to hold in his mouth, closing his eyes. The youthful innocence on his face gradually dissipated. The path of cultivation was fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to irrevocable downfall. Only by growing stronger could he possess the means to confront crises. In the ensuing days, Jiang Pingyun diligently pursued his training. He allocated half of his time to digesting the blood of the sacred body and the other half to comprehending martial techniques. Under the influence of the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Pearl, within a mere 20 days, he inscribed 10 Thunder Flash runes within his body. These 10 runes would coalesce into a more powerful Thunder Flash rune, enabling instantaneous movement to a location 100 meters away. Once he inscribed 100 Thunder Flash runes, his mastery would ascend to a new realm. He also grasped the fundamentals of the second layer of the Boundless Fist. The distinction between the second and first layers lay in the ability to withstand forces 4 times greater than oneself, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities. One day, Meng Jing joyfully approached. I have successfully condensed 5 Thunder Flash marks. According to what my mother said, I am a super genius. Meng Jing, hands on her hips and chest proudly outstretched as it blossomed, displayed an air of confidence. Indeed impressive, Jiang Pingyun nodded, recognizing her remarkable talent in the lightning attribute, which allowed her to cultivate at an astonishing pace. Humph, I knew you'd wear that expression. Come on out quickly. Wei arrived at the city of the underworld. What a spectacle. Meng Jing tugged Jiang Pingyun out of the room. Upon reaching the deck, Jiang Pingyun's astonishment was palpable as he beheld the scene before him. Countless flying vessels floated in the sky, dazzling and overwhelming. The vessel they occupied could only be classified as medium-sized in comparison to one colossal ship that spanned thousands of meters, obscuring the sun like a primordial beast. The floating structures radiated brilliant divine light, each edifice larger than any governor's mansion he had previously encountered. Countless cultivators soared through the skies, with various rare and exotic creatures in sight. His own little pet appeared rather ordinary by comparison. Remarkably, there was even a dragon, an entity thought to exist only in illustrations, stretching at least 10,000 meters. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became clear that this beast lacked claws. It was not a dragon, but rather a jiao, coiled atop a towering mountain, seemingly in slumber. Its breath exhaled spiritual energy, forming mists that danced between heaven and earth. Above the mountaintop loomed an even more magnificent complex, awash in resplendent hues. What a breathtaking sight! Jiang Pingyun couldn't help but exclaim. If the city of the underworld was this splendid, one could only imagine the grandeur of the great Xiao's capital. Is this spectacle worthy of admiration? It pales in comparison to my Miao Liao sect. A discordant voice interjected abruptly. Jiang Pingyan's good mood evaporated instantly. Chapter 74. Protection of Xia Qing. Jiang Pingyan cast a dispassionate glance at Zhou Feng, who was clutching his sword, his face twisted in mockery. What else with that look? Do you dare to challenge me? He taunted, frustration boiling within him after losing 5 million. He sought an outlet for his pent-up anger. Meng Jing stepped forward, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh dear, isn't this the one who lost 5 million? What was your name again? Losing 5 million. And yet the disciples of the Miao Liao sect are wealthy. At the mention of his loss, Zhou Feng's chest tightened. The 5 million he squandered on gambling stones had left him unable to focus on his cultivation. He lamented his foolishness for purchasing worthless materials. Zhou Feng's expression contorted as he spat at Jiang Pingyan. You worthless fool, always hiding behind women. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed, striking Zhou Feng's face and turning it crimson. He looked incredulously at the woman before him. Xia Qing glared disdainfully at Zhou Feng, her voice cold. Jiang Pingyan is now my brother. What right do you have to call him worthless? Given your prior ignorance, I'll spare you this time. But should you dare to insult him again, you shall find yourself forever silenced. The many prodigies of Black Wind County watched in shock, their eyes wide. How had Jiang Pingyan become the brother of the princess? Meng Jing, though equally astonished, surmised the reason behind it. Anyone with a modicum of sense could deduce it was due to that fire lotus. Envy filled the gazes directed at Jiang Pingyan. For becoming the brother of a princess was a dream cherished by many. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng felt a burning humiliation on his face. He opened his mouth, intending to speak. But the ominous aura emanating from Xia Qing was palpable, ready to strike at any moment. Zhou Feng, suppressing his fury, lowered his head, his eyes filled with resentment. Although the Qiaomiao sect was not afraid of the great Xia, his status paled in comparison to that of the 9th princess. Not to mention that even if he were slapped across the face or slain, the Qiaomiao sect would only come to express their condemnation, offering little more than token compensation. Xia Qing disregarded him further, smiling as she wrapped her arm around Jiang Pingyan's waist. Your sister will take you. You still cannot fly, can you? She said, beckoning for the others to follow. With that, she soared into the air towards the architectural wonders atop the Jialong mountain. The other prodigies gradually regained their composure from their astonishment and followed suit. They had not expected Xia Qing to be so protective, willing to offend the talents of the Qiaomiao sect for Jiang Pingyan's sake. Surely, accompanying the princess would not lead to misfortune. Watching Jiang Pingyan in Xia Qing's embrace, Meng Jing felt an inexplicable discomfort. Zhou Feng stood rooted, his fists clenched tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing his inner turmoil. Once again, he felt the sting of his dignity being trampled upon. Wretched person, you deserve to be cast down. How dare you aspire to the throne? Such a dream. For the sake of someone so insignificant, you dare to strike me? You think you can achieve glory through the Divine Island battle and return to the Imperial City? I will not allow it. Do not let me encounter Jiang Pingyan during the competition. Otherwise, I will ensure he finds no place to rest in death. Zhou Feng did not follow Xia Qing and the others, but instead departed, consumed by resentment. He had never endured such humiliation throughout his life and was determined to exact revenge. If he was not welcomed here, he would find another place to be acknowledged. With his talent, he would surely be valued by the governors of other regions rather than subjected to scorn. He intended to represent the other governors in the competition, deliberately targeting Xia Qing to fulfill his vengeful ambitions. Sister, Zhou Feng has flown away, Jiang Pingyan remarked as he glanced back, noticing Zhou Feng had not kept pace. It matters not. As long as my brother is in good spirits, he now has a place in the competition, Xia Qing replied with a smile. A flicker of gratitude illuminated Jiang Pingyan's eyes. He had not misjudged. She indeed would protect him. And the gifts of the Black Flame Firestone and the Fire Lotus Enlightenment had not been in vain. In truth, Xia Qing had indeed cared about Zhou Feng as a prodigy. However, with Yun Huang acquiring the Black Flame Firestone and comprehending a unique power, she would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3. Along with Fang Xing, Jin Lin, and Meng Jing, they could at least claim 1 or 2 more positions. Zhou Feng's significance had diminished considerably. By dismissing Zhou Feng, she had gained a truly devoted prodigy in her brother, along with the favorable perceptions of others. That was more than enough. In this world, One cannot have it all. One must sacrifice to gain. Jiang Pingyun had not anticipated such an outcome. His place in the competition had miraculously returned. Who goes there? A venerable voice resonated from the floating architectural structures. The governor of Haifeng County, Xiaqing. Upon her announcement, a radiant rainbow bridge descended before them, and an elderly man with white hair appeared, clasping his fists in salute. We welcome the ninth princess. Xiaqing acknowledged with a casual nod. The group stepped onto the rainbow bridge, following the elder to a spacious plaza. The plaza was vast, filled with numerous youths practicing their skills, while others engaged in combat. Upon seeing Xiaqing and her entourage, the expressions of the onlookers turned solemn. The people of Haifeng County had arrived. It is said that the ninth princess, in preparation for this competition, has gathered an impressive array of prodigies, including those with the divine phoenix physique, the golden body, soul masters, and even individuals from the Misty sect and the ancient clans. Goodness, with so many exceptional talents, who could possibly contend with them? The county lord has mentioned that this group possesses a combined combat strength that undoubtedly ranks among the top 3. The arrival of Xiaqing and his entourage has stirred quite a commotion, causing many prodigies to wear expressions of discontent. Yet, there are those whose spirits are ignited, eager to engage in battle. A youth with fiery red hair stepped forward, introducing himself as Wan Chun, the foremost prodigy of Yinyang County. Endowed with the innate fire-yang physique, that one possesses the divine phoenix physique. I am keen to ascertain whose flames are mightier, yours or mine. The boy had already set his sights on Yun Huang, sensing her fiery aura. Many of the prodigies present were familiar with Wan Chun, who had taken to challenging talents from various counties since his arrival, having triumphed over numerous fire element prodigies, showcasing his formidable prowess. It remained to be seen whether the divine phoenix physique was superior or whether the fire-yang physique was more fearsome. Yun Huang's crimson pupils widened slightly as a phantom of a divine phoenix suddenly materialized behind her, scorching the earth with its heat, the phenomenon awe-inspiring. The divine phoenix flapped its wings, conjuring a fiery gale directed at Wan Chun. Upon sensing this overwhelming presence, Wan Chun's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily unleashed a fire dragon in defense. With a resounding crash, the fire dragon exploded, sending Wan Chun tumbling. Yun Huang retracted the spectacle and calmly remarked, "The competition begins in a few days. There is no need for such haste." The group continued on their way. Wan Chun collided with a pillar, blood spurting from his mouth, his face a mask of shock and terror. The other prodigies were equally astounded. Although the two had only clashed once, it was evident that they were not of the same caliber. It was terrifying. How could they possibly contend with the Black Wind County? One could only hope to avoid this woman and those with divine physiques. The remaining talents from Black Wind County seemed rather ordinary and thus manageable. Indeed, aside from a few anomalies, the others appeared comparable to them. I hope to encounter someone weaker. I noticed a rather dull fellow earlier who seemed easy to handle. Many prodigies began to pray that they would not cross paths with Yun Huang, for such a formidable talent was beyond their capacity to confront. Meng Jing bounced over to Jiang Pingyun and whispered, "Wood, your expression is so wooden. You should exhibit a bit more arrogance, or others will think you an easy target." "I am not particularly strong," Jiang Pingyun replied nonchalantly. Meng Jing shot him a look that clearly conveyed her disbelief. While others might be unaware of Jiang Pingyun's true strength, she was acutely aware. She often visited his room, and on one occasion, while he was cultivating, he exuded a strange blood aura that nearly stifled her breath, rendering her utterly defenseless. Chapter 75. The Prodigy Championship. The elderly man with white hair guided Xiaqing and his companions to a tranquil courtyard. Turning back with a respectful demeanor, "Ninth Princess, this will be your resting place in Black Wind County. The competition begins in 2 days. Please prepare yourselves." Xiaqing nodded and addressed the young ones. "Familiarize yourselves with your surroundings and explore a bit. I shall step out for a while." Meng Jing, please explain the competition rules to Pingyun. Xiaqing made a simple arrangement and departed with the elderly man with white hair. The young men began to choose their rooms. Meng Jing also pulled Jiang Pingyun to select 2 well-appointed chambers. Indeed, the beds in the Underworld King City are remarkably soft. Meng Jing jumped onto the bed and rolled around like a playful worm, wriggling back and forth. Just as Jiang Pingyun was about to head toward the training platform to cultivate, Meng Jing abruptly seized his arm. "You're always thinking about cultivation. Wait until I finish explaining the competition rules for the upcoming match in 2 days." Meng Jing was quite exasperated by Jiang Pingin's obsessive dedication to training. The first 2 rounds of the competition would take place in the underworld's secret realm. The first round is called Heart's Reflection, which will immerse you in an illusion, simulating the most tantalizing temptations for you. Due to the nature of the secret realm, our inner desires will be magnified 1,000-fold. The princess mentioned that just the first round would eliminate the majority of the talented participants. Jiang Pingin nodded. It is indeed challenging to conquer one's desires, even for the strong. Otherwise, why do those powerful individuals not seek to be desire-free? Instead, they incite wars and plunder resources. The desires of the strong are often more intense than those of ordinary individuals. Meng Jing sat on a chair, swinging her calves beneath her skirt. The second round of the competition might be a bit unfair for you, or rather, unfair for physical cultivators. The second round's rule is to eliminate the phantom beasts conjured within the secret realm. The top 50 will be selected based on the number of beasts killed. If you are a spiritual cultivator, you can employ area spells to eliminate them swiftly. However, as a physical cultivator, you cannot cast spells and must engage in close combat, all under a time constraint. Thus, the second round is rather hostile to you. Many physical cultivators may falter here, so you must strive diligently. Jiang Pingin furrowed his brow slightly. Does the second round require spiritual spells? The third round is a traditional martial contest, determined by drawing lots. But you need not worry about us facing each other, as the competition will avoid having participants from the same county battle. Meng Jing suddenly rested her chin on her hand. Appearing contemplative, the princess mentioned many things, but I seem to have forgotten quite a bit of it. Jiang Pingin chuckled helplessly. All right then, let us get back to training. No, I want to go play with Sister Yin Huang, hee. Meng Jing leapt off the stool and dashed out like a rabbit. She felt little pressure now and was not very earnest about her training. However, cultivators do not necessarily need to train incessantly. Relaxation can indeed aid cultivation. Yet, Jiang Pingin found it hard to relax. Despite Xiaqing's protection, the weight on his shoulders remained substantial. Setting aside the goal of securing a spot in the top 10, he would have to engage in battle with the Ling Tai kingdom afterward. He despised the notion of his fate being dictated by others, to seize control of his destiny. He must become stronger. The world of cultivation is not a beautiful realm where avoiding trouble guarantees safety. The discontented powerful can effortlessly obliterate a city and slay countless lives. Jiang Pingin opened the spirit beast storage pouch and fed Little White 10 spirit gathering pills. Little White had already advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Previously, it consumed only chi gathering pills, but now it thrived on spirit gathering pills, ingesting resources in a day that would typically sustain an ordinary cultivator for half a year. Nonetheless, Little White's efforts were not in vain, as it had reached the late foundation establishment level, its pace of advancement rivaling that of Jiang Pingin. In contrast, the wand poison 7-star worm seemed to have shown little change. This diminutive creature consumes even more than the diminutive white one, yet it possesses no specific rank, allowing an ordinary cultivator to easily vanquish it. Its sole strength lies in its potent toxicity. Jiang Pingin has purchased nearly 1 million units of poison, and the wand Qixing insect has already consumed half of it. It remains uncertain what level of formidable opponent it can now incapacitate. Were it not for the abundance of resources provided by the treasure basin, Jiang Pingin would truly struggle to sustain these 2 little creatures. After tending to them, he gently caressed the green bracelet on his wrist, a cherished gift from his master, Wang Ren, before their parting. Communicating with the storage ring, several thick tomes materialized upon the table before him. These volumes encapsulate his master's insights and significant cultivation techniques amassed over the past millennium. Jiang Pingin sifted through the texts and selected one titled Burial of the Sandstorm. The upcoming contest would not favor physical cultivators, necessitating the acquisition of a technique from the realm of spiritual cultivation. This Burial of the Sandstorm presents itself as an excellent choice. Once mastered, it allows the wielder to harness the power of sand, conjuring a swirling sandstorm to entomb adversaries beneath the earth. Upon reaching the golden core and nascent soul stages, invoking this technique could potentially bury an entire city in an instant. With merely 2 days until the competition, and with the aid of the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Child, mastering this technique should pose no insurmountable challenge. Jiang Pingin set aside the other books and began to delve deeply into the study of Burial of the Sandstorm. An increasing number of flying vessels arrived at the Demon King city, gathering the elite from various prefectures each a paragon of excellence and renowned in their respective domains. They had come to compete, some for resources, others for fame, and some purely for the thrill of battling with fellow prodigies. The forthcoming matches promised to be a fierce clash of titans, and those who emerged victorious would undoubtedly gain renown throughout the Demon King Prefecture. In the blink of an eye, the 2 days passed, and the 100 Prefectures Championship commenced. A multitude of youthful contenders, brimming with fervent determination, appeared in the plaza. There were thousands participating in the official tournament alone. Before these youths stood the governors of each prefecture, each a formidable entity, at least at the nascent soul level, with many being legendary figures of the transformation stage. The peak of the Great Xia was even stronger than this. Yet signs of decline had emerged with the passage of time. Otherwise, the Great Chu dynasty would not have incited the Ling Tai kingdom to launch an assault against the Great Xia. The group of youths gazed intently at their opponents, some filled with excitement, others anxious, while a few appeared indifferent. The overall combat prowess of the Black Wind Prefecture ranked among the top, attracting the attention of many prodigies. The woman clad in a crimson robe, possessing exquisite beauty, is the Phoenix Body, a contender with a strong chance of claiming first place in the championship. That robust figure is the Golden Body, unparalleled in physical prowess, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary Golden Core cultivators to breach his defenses. Rumor has it that a powerful swordsman from the Misty sect was involved. Who might that be? You seem misinformed, as I understand it. The swordsman from the Misty sect had a falling out with the Black Wind Prefecture and has relocated to the Flame Sun Prefecture. Upon hearing this news, many prodigies displayed looks of astonishment. What transpired? How could such a formidable swordsman be expelled? I am not entirely certain. But it seems that the 9th princess deliberately ousted him to make room for someone else. Many wished to label the princess as foolish, yet dared not voice their thoughts. To expel a swordsman from the Misty sect merely to accommodate another, what a decision. This not only undermines one's own power, but also establishes an adversary. Such actions are utterly irrational. How could a mere substitute possibly rival the prowess of the Celestial Sword cult? I cannot fathom why the 9th princess would act in this manner. Suddenly, a peculiar wave of energy resonated, and the conversing talents felt an immense pressure, silencing their discussions. All eyes were drawn forward, where a vast spatial vortex emerged, measuring at least several dozen feet in diameter. Strange runes flickered around the vortex, emanating a mysterious aura. A young man clad in purple appeared before the vortex. Governor. The numerous county lords clasped their fists in reverence. Observing this, the other talents hastily followed suit. Governor. It turned out that this individual was one of the governors of the 9 provinces, a descendant of the legendary war god of the Great Xia, the king of the underworld. Despite his youthful appearance, he was likely over 1,000 years old. All of you are the pillars of the king of the underworld's province and the future support of our realm. There is no need for such formality. Ming Chun smiled slightly, and as his voice resonated, those who bowed were lifted by an extraordinary force. This was the power of the laws. He had reached a state where his will could manifest reality in certain simple matters. Chapter 76. Inquiring the heart of the Tao. Ming Chun surveyed the crowd, his magnetic voice once again filling the air. I trust you are all aware that the purpose of this genius competition is to select the strongest talent from the king of the underworld's province to vie for the Divine Island against the Ling Tai kingdom. The Divine Island has resided within the Great Xia's territory since ancient times, and backed by certain forces, the Ling Tai kingdom dares to contest it with us. For the dignity of the Great Xia and the resources upon the Divine Island, this battle is one we must fight. His voice, though not loud, was crystal clear to everyone. Unbeknownst to them, the crowd's emotions began to swell with fervor, eager to rush forth and confront the fools of the Ling Tai kingdom. The Ling Tai kingdom, a minor nation, emboldened by the support of the Great Chu, dared to invade the territory of the Great Xia and slay its citizens, a despicable act. Were it not for the backing of the Great Chu, the Ling Tai kingdom would have been annihilated countless times. With 4 months remaining until the scheduled confrontation with the Ling Tai kingdom, we shall conclude the competition within a month and select the 10 most gifted individuals to receive the legacy of the king of the underworld. Upon hearing Ming Chen's words, all the talents were shaken to their core. What? The legacy of the king of the underworld. Even the county lords displayed expressions of astonishment, as they too were unaware of this matter. The king of the underworld, one of the 9 legendary war gods of the Great Xia. had fought valiantly alongside the sovereign to expand their territory, earning immense accolades, not only in the Great Xia, but throughout the realm of cultivation. The name of the king of the underworld commanded both admiration and fear. He nearly succeeded in transcending tribulation to ascend to immortality. Yet the sins he had wrought attracted the wrath of the heavenly tribulation, leading to his eventual demise. The very fact that the king of the underworld attained such a realm attests to his formidable strength. Now, the governor proclaimed that those who secured a place among the top 10 would gain access to the legacy of this mighty figure. Receiving the inheritance of such a powerhouse was the aspiration of countless cultivators. Even Zhou Feng, the prodigy of the celestial sword cult, exhibited a countenance of excitement and longing. The king of the underworld embodies the essence of swordsmanship, and the sword of the underworld symbolizes the aspirations of countless sword cultivators. Zhou Feng clenched his fists. No matter the circumstances, he was determined to secure a place among the top 10. Ming Chen shifted his tone, stating that entering the top 10 merely presented an opportunity. Whether one could attain the ultimate inheritance depended on their own abilities. Despite his words, the excitement among the talented individuals remained unabated. Each one viewed themselves as a prodigy, confidently believing they would acquire the inheritance of the king of the underworld. Observing the fervor among the crowd, Ming Chen's smile grew even brighter. The governor of the province wasted no time and announced the commencement of the first test, the path of the heart. You are about to enter the secret realm of the king of the underworld, where your deepest desires will be magnified infinitely: status, power, dignity, beauty, appetite, and cultivation. Even if you are aware that these are mere temptations, confronting them will be a formidable challenge. The path of cultivation is fraught with countless temptations. Only those who can resist them will journey further. You will have 1 hour. Those who fail to emerge within this time will be eliminated. Ming Chen produced an hourglass, approached the vortex, and declared, "Now, commence the test. The inheritance of the king of the underworld shall be mine. It is merely a trivial illusion. I shall not be deceived. For the sake of the inheritance, I shall strive with all my might." The talented individuals, brimming with ambition, boldly stepped forward. It was merely a simple fantasy. Only a fool would be ensnared. Meng Jing grasped Jiang Ping's hand tightly, feeling anxious. What if there were endless desserts inside? She feared she might not withstand the temptation. She perceived her greatest weakness to be her gluttony. Jiang Ping was at a loss for words regarding this little girl. He followed her into the vortex, feeling his body pass through a thin membrane. Suddenly, Meng Jing vanished from his side, and he found himself alone in a chaotic expanse of white. Ignoring everything else, he withdrew the sandstorm burial to continue his studies. Time was limited. He needed to learn as much as possible before this test concluded, as it would lead to the second competition. As all the participating talents entered the realm, Ming Chen activated the illusion of the secret realm and inverted the hourglass, casting it into the air. The hourglass floated above, and the sand began to cascade downwards. Ming Chen smiled at the gathered governors, inquiring how many of the over 1,000 talents they believed would emerge unscathed. "Half will be eliminated, leaving 800, proclaimed a robust governor. An elder shook his head, asserting that 600 would be remarkable, for when faced with temptations magnified infinitely, only those with unwavering will could withstand. Not only them, but even we would require considerable effort to emerge. The governors did not exhibit the same ease as the talented individuals, for they understood the challenges that lay ahead. Within the secret realm, Meng Jing repeatedly admonished herself not to indulge, lest she succumb to temptation. The scenery around her began to shift. In a courtyard beneath a locust tree, a young boy sat at a stone table laden with an abundance of pastries. Upon seeing Meng Jing, he smiled and called out, "Little Jing, come join me for some dessert." His eyes sparkled with warmth. "Mumu." "No, you are not Mumu." Meng Jing gazed at the youth before her, only to realize that her greatest vulnerability was not the sweet delicacies she cherished. "Come have a piece. It's just the two of us here, and no one will disturb us," the boy said with a smile. Yet, as Meng Jing contemplated a refusal, the radiant smile on his face rendered her unable to voice her objections. She was acutely aware that this was an illusion, yet she yearned for the moment unfolding before her. "Just one piece. We'll leave after," the boy encouraged. "All right." Meng Jing acquiesced as she stepped closer. Elsewhere, Jin Lin was led into the ancestral hall by his father. "Jin Lin, from today onwards, you shall be the head of the Jin family, endowed with the finest resources for your cultivation. You will undoubtedly bring our clan to the pinnacle of physical cultivation among the human race. Jin Lin recognized the falsehood in his father's words. Yet it was also the deepest desire of his heart to become the clan leader and elevate his family to the foremost position in human physical cultivation. Taking a deep breath, he decided to indulge in this experience for a brief moment before exiting. Before the talented individuals, visions of their deepest desires manifested. Some received confessions of love from their beloved, while others were surrounded by countless stunning beauties and handsome men. Some basked in the adoration of the masses, while others reveled in the chance to retaliate against former foes. Everyone understood the nature of this deception, yet under the influence of a peculiar force. It was challenging to extricate themselves from the allure of experiencing what they could not attain in reality. These exquisite illusions represented their lifelong pursuits, and here, they could indulge in them directly. In front of Jiangpingyan appeared a dilapidated village. There stood a modest thatched cottage, with smoke rising from its chimney. The old well belonging to Uncle Li nearby, and Hunyo playing with dirt at his side. A sun-kissed, kindly matron emerged from the cottage. Pingyan, why are you sitting on the ground? It's almost time for dinner. Come, Hunyo, let's eat together. Upon seeing that familiar and gentle visage, Jiang Pingyan's eyes welled with tears. Mother, Pingyan, why are you crying? Are you hungry? Your father caught a rabbit today. We can have some meat. The woman chuckled as she playfully pinched Jiang Pingyan's nose, taking his hand to lead him inside. Hunyo followed closely, like a shadow, exclaiming, dinner time. Inside the room, a middle-aged man with a bare, greasy torso was stealthily sampling the meat. The woman brandished her chopsticks, swatting his hand away, and scolded, "The child hasn't eaten yet. And you wish to indulge? Have you washed your hands?" "Heh, just tasting the flavor," the man replied with a simple smile, turning to Jiang Pingyan. "Hurry, sit down. Or your mother want tea, let me eat." The woman lifted the sniffling Liya onto the table, saying, "Hunyo, you sit down too and try your aunt's cooking." Jiang Pingyan settled on an old, creaky stool, swaying as he had done in the past. He picked up a rabbit leg and took a gentle bite. Upon tasting the familiar flavor, the indifferent expression on his face vanished, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. "Pingyan, why are you crying again? Is your mother's cooking not to your liking?" The woman held Jiang Pingyan's head tenderly, concern etched on her features. "No, it's just too delicious." Jiang Pingyan laughed and cried simultaneously. "Then eat more," the woman smiled, placing a generous piece of meat into Jiang Pingyan's bowl. Eating meat without garlic diminishes the flavor. The man handed a clove of garlic to Jiang Pingyan. "You wretched soul, eating garlic again? You shall not kiss me today." The woman glared at him, causing the man to shrink his neck in response. Suddenly, Jiang Pingyan burst into laughter, leaving both the woman and the man momentarily stunned before they, too, succumbed to laughter. Nearby, the robust Liya, puzzled by the commotion, looked around curiously and ultimately joined in the laughter, a bubble forming in her nose. Their laughter echoed within the aged and familiar thatched cottage. Outside the realm of the underworld, a man clad in white, possessing a beauty surpassing that of the woman, slowly emerged, his handsome face devoid of any emotion. Ming Chun and several county lords were momentarily taken aback. How can one emerge so quickly? What genius possesses such unwavering will? One county lord remarked. "He is a prodigy from my Qinghai county, practicing the path of detachment, devoid of emotions and desires." The other county lords nodded in understanding, realizing why he had exited so swiftly. The path of detachment allows one to sever all ties, pursuing strength at any cost, even to the extent of slaying kin. It is not an easy path. Achieving true detachment is exceedingly challenging. While one may manage to become unfeeling, severing familial, friendly, and romantic bonds, achieving a state of desirelessness proves far more difficult. It is said that the pinnacle of the path of detachment is the supreme forgetfulness, where one forgets all emotions and desires, though this remains merely a legend. Nonetheless, practitioners of this path typically lack emotions, making it unsurprising that this individual was the first to emerge. Soon, a woman dressed in a flowing red gown stepped out. Upon seeing her, Xiaqing's face brightened. "Yin Huang, you have performed admirably. To be the second to appear signifies a resolute will." Yun Huang clasped her fists in salute, fulfilling her mission honorably. Ming Chun regarded Yun Huang with admiration, inquiring, "How did you overcome the temptations?" "Esteemed governor," she replied, "as soon as the illusion manifested, I immediately employed my techniques to incinerate everything I beheld into ashes. Ming-Chen responded, quite a violent approach. Yet, it is indeed an effective method. The divine phoenix fire ignites all, regardless of its nature. Shortly thereafter, a third individual emerged, sword in hand. I encounter such illusions every month at the Misty Sect. I was certain I would be the first to emerge. However, upon seeing two others already standing outside, Zhou Feng's expression darkened. How could there be others faster than him? And two at that. These two individuals were undoubtedly his greatest rivals. After the first three emerged, there was a pause of half a stick of incense before more prodigies began to exit. Although the realm could evoke one's deepest desires, these talented youths possessed formidable willpower, allowing them to escape as long as they did not succumb entirely to the illusions. Half an hour later, only over 200 had emerged, with more than 1,000 still trapped inside, highlighting the difficulty of the initial assessment. Within the illusion, Meng Jing gazed at the boy beside her, who was sharing pastries, and suddenly crushed her pastry in frustration. "Little Jing, what troubles you?" the boy asked, puzzled. "This is not amusing. You are not a block of wood. A true block of wood would not chatter as much as you do." Meng Jing raised her hand, summoning a bolt of lightning to vanquish her opponent. How terrifying. I have actually slain a wooden figure. The scene before Meng Jing gradually blurred, revealing a path ahead. I wonder if the illusion of the wooden figure is a reflection of myself, she mused playfully. She sheathed her sword, skipping joyfully as her ponytail swayed. Emerging from the secret realm, surveying her surroundings, Meng Jing did not see Jiang Pingyun and approached Xia Qing, inquiring, "Sister Princess, has the wooden figure not emerged yet?" Xia Qing shook her head in response. Meng Jing propped her chin on her small hand, her brow furrowing in concern. "This is strange. The wooden figures should be stronger than mine. It ought to have emerged more swiftly." Xia Qing, too, felt a sense of bewilderment. Given Jiang Pingyun's nature, he should have been able to resist temptation and exited the realm promptly. Yet, over half an hour had passed, and he still had not appeared. Could it be that Jiang Pingyun's mental fortitude was not as formidable as she had imagined? Nearby, Feng Yuchen, clad in a golden robe, remarked, "It is entirely normal for Jiang Pingyun, having devoted himself to cultivation, to exhibit an unstable disposition. It is not just he who remains trapped. 2/3 of the talented individuals who entered have yet to emerge." He had always held a pessimistic view of Jiang Pingyun, coming from humble beginnings without any innate talent. Even if he has gained certain opportunities and advanced rapidly in cultivation, it is merely a stroke of luck. Such individuals, born from the lower strata, often struggle against their weaknesses. They toil for the pursuit of their desires, and once those desires are fulfilled, their drive diminishes. This distinction between the lower class and aristocracy lies in the loftier aspirations of the latter. Jiang Pingyun is undoubtedly lost in the illusion of achieving his dreams. Unable to extricate himself, Meng Jing anxiously watched the hourglass, her intuition hinting at what Jiang Pingyun might be experiencing. For him, this illusion was indeed the manifestation of his deepest desires. Time slipped away gradually, and the number of talents emerging dwindled. Only a scant amount of sand remained in the hourglass. Meng Jing sighed quietly. Jiang Pingyun had, as expected, failed to conquer his weaknesses. Or perhaps it was that he did not wish to overcome them. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xia Qing's eyes. She had not anticipated that Jiang Pingyun would falter even at the first hurdle, having overestimated the youth's capabilities. Within the secret realm, Jiang Pingyun prepared a meal for his parents, smiling serenely as he said, "Father, Mother, I must take my leave." His mother, mending clothes, looked up in alarm, grasping him tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Pingyun, where are you going? Do you not want your mother anymore?" "Child, do not go." His father, with a face darkened by worry, pleaded. Jiang Pingyun gently held his mother's rough hand and reassured her, "Do not fret. Uncle Meng treats me well. And Xiao Jing is kind to me. Though Sister Princess has her motives, she has also been good to me. You need not worry. I do not know if I can become an immortal, but I shall continue on this path to resurrect you. By the way, I will not spare those scoundrels from the Ling Tai Kingdom. The destruction of a mere Ping Shui county will not suffice to quell the resentment within my heart." "Mother, Father, I must go." "Pingyun," cried both his parents. "We shall meet again." Jiang Pingyun smiled as he turned to depart. Outside the secret realm, Ming Chun gazed at the hourglass, which was nearly empty. Taking a deep breath, he announced, "I declare." At that moment, Jiang Pingyun slowly emerged. As he stepped out of the secret realm, The hourglass had just finished pouring its last grains of sand. Ming Chun was momentarily taken aback. The timing of his emergence led him to suspect that the young man had deliberately lingered within to savor the experience. I hereby declare the conclusion of the first round. All those who have not emerged shall be eliminated. Chapter 78. The second challenge. As the competition concluded, Ming Chun activated the restrictions of the secret realm, summoning nearly 1,000 talented individuals who had yet to exit. Among them, some were laughing uncontrollably, others were scantily clad, and a few exhibited an air of lofty disdain. Their true natures laid bare. Once they were transported out and liberated from the influence of the secret realm, they suddenly regained their senses. In that instant, their expressions shifted dramatically. Those without clothing hastily donned garments, while many appeared dazed, their faces marred by desolation and disappointment. The return to reality shattered their dreams, leaving them momentarily disoriented. Many even wished to remain within the secret realm, preferring to stay enveloped in its allure. "What? You nearly frightened me to death," Meng Jing exclaimed as she rushed towards Jiang Pingan, clasping his arm. Xia Qing nodded in satisfaction. Although he was the last to emerge, he had nevertheless passed the first challenge, which was not overly humiliating. Even if he were to be eliminated in the second round, it would still be acceptable. Feng Yuqin furrowed his brow, astonished that Jiang Pingan had resisted the temptation, which differed from his expectations. In the distance, Zhou Feng observed Jiang Pingan stepping out just on time, his expression laced with disdain. Xia Qing actually fought for such a worthless individual. "Let us see how I can drive you people from the Black Wind County away." Filled with resentment from being slapped by Xia Qing, Zhou Feng sought revenge. Jiang Pingan felt a sense of joy. He relished this round, having seen his parents, and his heart was no longer burdened as it once was. Turning to Meng Jing with a smile, he inquired, "Did you happen to see a plethora of desserts?" Meng Jing's cheeks flushed suddenly, her eyes darting elsewhere as she shyly replied, "I did, but I am quite clever and did not fall for it." "Impressive," Jiang Pingan complimented, a rarity for him. Meng Jing blushed even deeper. At that moment, Ming Chun addressed the multitude of talented individuals, stating, "Those who did not exit within the designated time shall be eliminated. The others should prepare themselves. After a stick of incense, you will re-enter the secret realm for the second assessment." Upon hearing this, the nearly 1,000 eliminated talents turned pale. "I am formidable. I am the third greatest talent of our Blue Ocean County. Grant me another chance. My combat prowess surpasses theirs. This test is utterly meaningless. The competition against the Ling Tai Kingdom measures combat strength, and this assessment holds no credibility. I was merely careless with the time. Grant me another opportunity, and I shall surely surpass this challenge." The talents who failed to exit within the allotted time were filled with indignation. Why should they be eliminated based solely on this ineffective assessment? Ming Chen replied calmly, "Cultivation is not solely about enhancing one's abilities. It is also about refining one's heart. Those with wavering willpower will falter when faced with future temptations. When confronted with the allure of enemy nations, when faced with the temptation of vast resources, when you are on the brink of descending into darkness, will you be able to preserve your true self? This failure serves as a probing of your inner resolve. The genius competition is not your conclusion, but rather the commencement of your journey." With a gentle wave of his hand, Ming Chun caused those who had not passed the assessment to involuntarily retreat several paces, separating them from the nearly 500 remaining talents. The despair etched upon the faces of the eliminated prodigies is impossible to conceal. Perhaps their combat prowess is formidable, yet their character has not matured in tandem. Despite harboring a myriad of grievances, they dare not oppose the state lord and must reluctantly exit the stage. They had anticipated a resplendent display in this competition, only to find themselves facing a lamentable conclusion. In the contest of geniuses, only those who endure to the end can truly be deemed exceptional. Xia Qing gazes with satisfaction at the talents she has nurtured, noting that only 2 have been eliminated. Compared to other counties, her selections are remarkably outstanding. Jin Lin and Jiang Pingan, the forthcoming battle may not be particularly favorable for you 2 physical cultivators. Do your utmost, but prioritize your safety. Xia Qing's words were particularly directed towards Jiang Pingan, urging him to remain vigilant. While Jin Lin possesses formidable defenses against the attacks of feral beasts, Jiang Pingan is less resilient. The 2 youths nodded, their expressions revealing little turbulence. Although this battle presents some challenge, it is not insurmountable. In truth, There is another physical cultivator within their ranks, albeit a unique one capable of summoning thunder and executing area of effect attacks, thus holding an advantage over the two. This individual is Meng Jing. Ming Chun addressed the remaining talents, stating, "In the second round of testing, 90% will be eliminated, leaving only 50. The specifics of the test entail slaying feral beasts. The quantity you dispatch will determine your ranking, with those falling below 50 being completely disqualified. Though time is limited to just 1 hour, do not let the urgency compel you to neglect your own safety. Should you find yourselves unable to persist, shatter the jade slip to be teleported out, at which point your competition will conclude." As Ming Chen spoke, hundreds of jade slips soared from the secret realm, descending into the hands of the participants. Engrave your names upon the slips. Your rankings will be displayed in real time. Additionally, within the realm, you are prohibited from accessing storage bags, flying at high altitudes, or utilizing treasures surpassing the foundation establishment stage. These stipulations are implemented to ensure fairness, as the competition hinges on endurance and combat strength. Zhou Feng, sword in hand, displayed an air of nonchalance. His disinterest in such assessments was evident. The Miao Miao sect conducted similar tests frequently, and he had trained extensively for them. What could this group of mediocrities possibly contest him for? The legacy of the war god Ming Wang is destined to be his. However, securing the top position presents a minor challenge, as two formidable opponents stand in his way. One is the divine phoenix body Yun Huang, and the other follows the ruthless path of indifference. These two will be his greatest adversaries. The rest hardly warrant his attention. As the participants inscribed their names upon the jade slips, a colossal projection emerged in the sky, displaying each name. Following each name was a single character, 0. Xia Qing exchanged words with the divine phoenix body Yun Huang, the soul cultivator Feng Xing, Jin Lin of the golden body, and Meng Jing. These four are her most promising candidates. Their ability to reach the top 10 hinges upon their performance. As for the remaining individuals, while they may navigate the second round, their chances of entering the top 10 are slim. In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense had burned down, and under Ming Chen's direction, the numerous talents re-entered the secret realm. Jiang Pingyun found himself standing upon a vast expanse of grassland. With the leaderboard floating in the sky, he cast a curious glance around, pondering what the enigmatic realm of Pluto truly was and the extent of its spatial dimensions. At that moment, a sudden flicker in his right eye revealed the intricate structure of this world before him. The mountains were composed of runes, the grass too, and even the very fabric of space itself. It dawned upon him that everything he had perceived was an illusion, all conjured from runic manifestations. Momentarily taken aback, he touched his right eye, marveling at its ability to see through such deceptions. Truly remarkable. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he retrieved the tome burial of the sandstorm and resumed his studies. Before long, a towering wolf, nearly the height of a man, materialized out of thin air. Cloaked in a deep black, its eyes glowed a sinister crimson, and it opened its gaping maw, exuding a foul stench. With a thunderous roar, the black wolf lunged at Jiang Pingyun with incredible speed. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped and delivered a powerful punch to the beast's abdomen. Thud! The wolf was sent flying several meters, yet it did not succumb. Instead, it writhed in agony and charged once more, its maw wide open. In a brief moment, Jiang Pingyun discerned the creature's strength, late-stage foundation establishment. Being a beast, its physical prowess surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator. A typical late-stage foundation establishment practitioner would find it exceedingly challenging to confront such a beast. As the wolf's maw lunged toward his head, Jiang Pingyun turned his head and raised his fist to strike, landing a blow upon the creature's skull. With a resounding crack, the beast's head exploded, not in a spray of blood, but transformed into radiant runes that dissipated into the air. Without pause, two identical black wolves emerged, both pouncing simultaneously. Jiang Pingyun stowed his book and invoked Thunder Flash, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing before the wolves. Bang! Bang! The tremendous force crushed the two wolves into nothingness. Yet, the black wolves reappeared, now totaling 3, all launching their assault at once. Indeed, they showed no intentions of granting him respite. A fleeting glance at the leaderboard in the void revealed drastic fluctuations, with names rising and falling erratically. The individual in first place had already slain 10, and that number continued to surge. Jiang Pingyun remained unperturbed. At this rate of assault, A significant portion would be eliminated within half an hour. The battle raged on, each vanquished illusionary beast birthing more foes, while a few were manageable. As their numbers swelled to dozens, the conflict became increasingly arduous. It seemed somewhat unjust for a physical cultivator. However, Jiang Ping'an was unfazed, for he was adept in both spiritual and corporeal cultivation. As he channeled the technique burial of the sandstorm, the earth beneath him began to turn to sand. The approaching black wolves, before they could reach him, were ensnared and completely buried. The other prodigies were not so fortunate. Each time they defeated a horde of beasts, another would materialize, with no spiritual energy nearby to replenish their strength. One by one, some talented individuals were teleported out of the fray, coughing. A physical cultivator fell to his knees, his body marred with bloodstains. Had he not reacted swiftly to shatter his jade slip, he might have met a grim fate. It is utterly terrifying. My speed is insufficient, and I cannot fly. I am utterly incapable of facing the onslaught of dozens of black wolves of the same rank. Another eliminated cultivator echoed this sentiment, stating that there was no need to impose a time limit. It would be impossible for anyone to endure for an hour. After just a brief skirmish, dozens of black wolves, equal in rank to them, appeared, rendering them defenseless. When hundreds or even thousands emerged, who could withstand such a tide? The floating projection of rankings fluctuated violently. Many names shifted from gold to gray, marking their elimination. Those who had been ousted took a moment to glance at the rankings ahead, and upon seeing the number behind the first place, their eyes widened in disbelief. First place, Feng Xing, number of beasts slain, 231 out of 462. What kind of monster is this? Instantly dispatching 200 foundation-building late-stage beasts. Impossible. Could there be an error? How could one be so powerful? Even a golden core cultivator could not possibly annihilate so many beasts in an instant. Who is this Feng Xing? Not only were numerous prodigies astounded, but even the local governors were taken aback by this spectacle. Ming Chun surveyed the gathered governors with curiosity and inquired, "Which county does this Feng Xing hail from?" "Your Excellency, he is from Blackwind County." "He is a soul cultivator," replied Xia Qing, a smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing the term soul cultivator, the crowd suddenly understood. A soul cultivator possesses the power to overturn mountains and seas with a thought, to pluck the sun, moon, and stars from the heavens. Instantly exterminating hundreds of beasts is but a trivial feat. Ming Chun regarded Xia Qing with a profound gaze and spoke with a complex tone, "Princess Jiao, you must have paid a considerable price to return to the imperial city. Soul cultivators are not difficult to find. However, it is rare to encounter one of such formidable strength, and even rarer to nurture them." Xia Qing chuckled softly. "I do this for the sake of the great Xia. The stronger these prodigies become, the greater the chance they will seize the divine island, no?" Ming Chun refrained from further comment. Who could deny her meticulous planning to return to the imperial city? Securing the divine island and achieving great merit would enable her return. To cultivate and gather these talents, she must have expended vast resources. Xia Qing believed these investments were worthwhile. Several familiar names appeared in the top 10 of the rankings. Yun Huang, Feng Xing, Meng Jing. Competing against such prodigies and securing a place among the top 10 is a testament to their strength. Among the top 10, there was another familiar name. Though this individual had been dismissed by her, that person was Zhou Feng, currently ranked second. Upon seeing Zhou Feng, Xia Qing recalled her newly acknowledged brother and swiftly scanned the rankings for his position. Eventually, she spotted Jiang Ping'an's name around 50. A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Qing's eyes. This young man has done well to maintain such a ranking. If he persists, he might have a chance to enter the top 50. Of course, that is merely a possibility. As a body cultivator, he does not hold an advantage. And as the number of beasts increases, he will likely grow weary. Nonetheless, to have advanced to this level in such a short time is commendable. With further cultivation, he could become a valuable asset. In less than half an hour, the majority of the prodigies were teleported out, their faces etched with reluctance. It was simply too arduous. Attacked by hundreds of black wolves, I have exhausted all my spiritual energy. I have managed to endure thus far due to my swiftness. Yet it proves futile as I cannot slay a significant number of these demonic beasts, and my rank fails to ascend. Some have already dispatched over 1,000 creatures. What grotesque individuals! Only those who have personally experienced this battle can fathom its immense difficulty. An unending stream of demonic beasts emerges. With no signs of cessation, Perhaps one can persist through speed and strength. However, this is exceedingly draining, and without slaying these beasts, my rank cannot improve. As the hourglass dwindles to its halfway mark, nearly 500 prodigies remain, yet fewer than 100 endure, an astonishing rate of elimination. For an ordinary foundational cultivator, vanquishing a single beast is remarkable. To withstand the onslaught of hundreds of beasts of equal strength is already a testament to their prowess. Those who manage to persevere will face even more terrifying challenges. The consumption of spiritual energy and stamina will escalate dramatically, rendering the battles increasingly arduous. Yet, one individual does not perceive the difficulty. Within the secret realm, Jiang Pingyun sits cross-legged upon the ground, eyes closed in meditation. In a radius of 100 meters around him, the quicksand churns violently. Black wolves charging forth are swallowed by the shifting sands, unable to approach him in the slightest. One wolf, leaping atop the corpses of its fallen kin, lunges toward Jiang Pingyun. Just as it appears poised to bite, a wall of sand materializes, intercepting the creature. The wolf collides with the barrier and is flung back into the quicksand, the earth swelling and undulating like ocean waves, engulfing the beast within. Jiang Pingyun glances at the leaderboard. Fewer than 100 remain, and once it reaches 50, he will withdraw. Maintaining a low profile and concealing his strength is his consistent approach. Outside the secret realm, many county lords sigh in silent dismay. The numerous prodigies selected from their domains face either total elimination or are left with just one or two, and those remaining hold low ranks. The competition is exceedingly fierce. Those who have endured this far are truly exceptional. At some point, Xia Qing's brow furrows deeply, her gaze fixed intently on the rankings. The alternate prodigy, Zhang Lingmin, observes the expression on Xia Qing's face and cautiously inquires, "Your Highness, Yin Huang, Fang Xing, and the others are performing admirably. Why does your Highness appear discontent?" Although she did not participate in the competition, she remains attentive to the standings. "My wretched brother is up to no good," Xia Qing mutters, her eyes locked on the leaderboard. "Brother? Jiang Pingyun?" Zhang Lingmin blinks in surprise, suddenly recalling that Jiang Pingyun has not yet been eliminated. Yet, some prodigies with superior combat prowess have already been ousted. How is he still standing? Zhang Lingmin swiftly scans the rankings and ultimately spots Jiang Pingyun's name hovering around the 50 mark. Her expression shifts to one of complexity. This individual, whom she once underestimated, has reached such heights. It's truly unbelievable. To claim she feels no jealousy would be a falsehood. Jiang Pingyun has progressed far too rapidly. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Lingmin suppresses her tangled emotions. "Your Highness, Jiang Pingyun stands a chance to enter the top 50. Should you not be pleased?" she remarks. "It is indeed a joyous occasion. So why does your Highness appear so serious?" Xia Qing gritted her teeth and remarked, "He has been hovering at this level since earlier. Sometimes his rank ascends only to plummet swiftly thereafter, and upon descending, he rises once again." She articulated her observations. Zhang Lingmin paused momentarily, realization dawning upon her. Her eyes widening. "Your Highness, are you suggesting that he is intentionally controlling his ranking? If that is the case, Jiang Pingyun's prowess is undoubtedly beyond the 50th position." Chapter 80. The forgotten rule: whether he is deliberately controlling his ranking will soon become evident. Should he stabilize at the 50th position and emerge from it, it would indeed confirm his manipulation of the standings. The ability to control one's rank indicates Jiang Pingyun's formidable strength. Yet, rather than feeling elated by Jiang Pingyun's prowess, Xia Qing's mood soured. The rankings of this contest would impact the drawing of lots for the third match. From the 50 prodigies produced in this test, the last 10 would battle against the top 10. This rule aims to prevent two talents from depleting each other excessively. If Jiang Pingyun is intentionally managing his ranking, it would significantly heighten the difficulty of the third match. Before long, only a little over 40 individuals remained in the secret realm. With the names of the others faded to gray, Jiang Pingyun vanquished several more beasts, securing his rank at 50, confirming that no one had surpassed him. He shattered the jade slip and exited the secret realm. Jiang Pingyun appeared weary as he approached Xia Qing, clasping his fists and stating, "Sister, I have not disgraced my mission and barely qualified." The prodigies standing beside Xia Qing regarded him with peculiar expressions. Just as the princess had anticipated, he emerged precisely in the 50th position. This lad is incredibly adept at putting on a facade. While others strive to slay beasts, he is merely managing his score. Noticing the odd expressions of those around him, Jiang Pinyin sensed something was amiss. The battles must have been strenuous, no? Xia Qing inquired with a cold smirk. Indeed. The beasts within were exceptionally powerful. I barely managed to qualify, Jiang Pinyin replied, feigning a difficult victory. Smack. Xia Qing raised her hand and struck Jiang Pinyin on the head, exclaiming, "What are you doing controlling your score? Do you not understand that those ranked in the last 10 will face off against the top 10? Jiang Pinyin was taken aback. He had been caught manipulating his score. Yet, that was not the crux. The real issue was the existence of such a rule. Seeing the bewildered expression on Jiang Pingyin's face, Xia Qing's face twitched slightly. Do not tell me Meng Jing failed to inform you. Jiang Pinyin blinked in confusion. Xia Qing covered her forehead, gritting her teeth in frustration, wishing she could drag Meng Jing out and spank her. That foolish girl, she did not relay the complete rules. Now Jiang Pinyin, who is evidently strong enough to achieve a higher rank, must compete against the top 10 prodigies. With a heavy sigh, Xia Qing ruffled Jiang Pingyin's hair. Well, such is fate. In any case, you have little chance of attaining the top 10. The other rankings are inconsequential. Those who secure a spot in the top 10 of this test possess exceptionally high combat skills. Even though Jiang Pingyin's progress is astonishing, he ultimately cannot contend with those exceptional prodigies. Jiang Pingyin's expression remained unchanged, lost in thought. At that moment, an elderly man with a red beard approached. Clasping his fists in salute, "Your Highness, the 9th Princess, I hope you are well." Upon seeing him, Xia Qing's expression instantly turned frosty. "Speak quickly." Wan Chenghua, unfazed, stroked his red beard and smiled. "The 4th Prince has asked me to convey a message." He paused, employing a secretive technique of sound transmission, inaudible to others. "Do not return to the imperial city to seek your demise." A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Xia Qing's eyes as she replied through the transmission. "Relay a message to my 4th brother. Instruct him to cleanse his mind. I shall certainly sever his head and feed it to the dogs." Wan Chenghua chuckled. "The consequences of ignoring my advice could be dire. Do not say I did not warn you." With that, he turned and departed. Xia Qing fixed her gaze on the old man's retreating figure, her fists clenched tightly. Although Jiang Pinyin could not hear their exchange, he sensed it was nothing good. Otherwise, Xia Qing's demeanor would not be so frigid. The competition continued, with an increasing number of prodigies being teleported forth. Jin Lin secured the 20th position, a commendable achievement for a body cultivator. Soon, the battle for the top 10 commenced. Fang Xing, Yun Huang, Zhou Feng, Lu Wuqing, and Meng Jing, each a paragon of talent, distinguished among their peers. Before long, Meng Jing was eliminated, her complexion pale as she sat on the ground, utterly drained of energy. Jiang Pinyin hurried over and offered her a blood demon pill, a potent medicinal concoction for body cultivators, brimming with vitality. Slowly regaining her strength, Meng Jing climbed onto Jiang Pingyin's back, wrapping her arms around his neck, exclaiming proudly, "Hee hee, am I impressive, or what? Top 10. Indeed." Jiang Pinyin replied as he carried her away. Xia Qing gazed at Meng Jing with a complex expression. "Little Jing, I instructed you to inform Jiang Pinyin of the competition rules. Did you fail to convey the complete details?" Meng Jing appeared bewildered. "Rules? What rules? I don't remember." Xia Qing reiterated the competition rules. Upon discovering that Jiang Pinyin had intentionally controlled his rank to the 50th position, intending to battle against the top 10 prodigies, Meng Jing's face turned ashen. "I'm so sorry, Wood. I completely forgot about this. Don't be disheartened. When I win, all the resources will be yours." Despite Jiang Pingyin's formidable strength, contending against the top 10 would be no easy feat, with a considerable likelihood of defeat. Jiang Pinyin smiled nonchalantly. "It's all right." Meng Jing bit her lip, filled with guilt. She resolved in her heart to break into the final top 10 and reclaim the resources for Jiang Pinyin, no matter what. The competition raged on, reaching its climactic conclusion, with everyone fixated on the final 3 contestants. A flash of light heralded Zhou Feng. Panting as he emerged from the secret realm, glancing at the leaderboard, he wore an expression of discontent. "Damn, only 3rd place." The top 2 spots were claimed by Fang Xing and Yun Huang. With Zhou Feng eliminated, Fang Xing and Yun Huang also exited. Their reason for enduring thus far was the fear of Zhou Feng catching up. Now that he was out, there was no need for them to linger. The 1st and 2nd positions represented the limits of this competition, but not their personal potential. Ultimately, Fang Xing claimed the 1st place, having vanquished 5,732 beasts. The two individuals behind him were scarcely different in stature. This figure was indeed a rather alarming one. As numerous prodigies gazed upon the trio, their eyes brimmed with reverence. As long as they do not falter, they are destined to become formidable figures of great renown in the future. The enigmatic Ming Chun sealed the secret realm. The vortex before them vanished, leaving only a colossal luminous screen projecting the rankings. With the conclusion of the second selection round, the top 50 geniuses advanced. Many of the aspiring talents lowered their heads in despondency. They had envisioned making a grand statement in the tournament to be celebrated far and wide. However, just as it commenced, they found themselves eliminated. In the presence of these exceptional individuals, the others appeared diminished, their pride shattered. The third match is set to take place in the Colosseum tomorrow, where 1 million spectators will bear witness. For now, the first round of drawing lots is underway. With a sweeping gesture, the Governor Ming Chun revealed only the names of the top 50 talents upon the luminous screen. These names swirled together rapidly. After a brief moment, they paired off in twos, rearranging themselves into a new order. The lottery concluded randomly. The 50 geniuses beheld the names of their opponents. Many of them cried out in despair. No, my opponent is actually Feng Xing. Resignation is my only choice. My adversary is Yun Huang. Those ranked lower should not struggle. They shall face the most fearsome of geniuses. When Meng Jing and Jin Lin finished reviewing their opponents, their expressions shifted upon seeing who Jiang Pingin's contender was. Ha! Zhou Feng laughed unabashedly, as if the grievances in his heart had finally found release. He turned to Jiang Pingin, sneering, "Kid, your luck is truly unfortunate. This time, I shall defeat you with but a single sword stroke." Jiang Pingin's opponent was none other than Zhou Feng himself, and in the very first round, Zhou Feng felt as though the heavens were aiding him. He had always wished for a confrontation with Jiang Pingin and Meng Jing. To encounter Jiang Pingin in the initial match, was this not divine assistance? In tomorrow's competition, he planned to feign a loss of control over his strength and swiftly eliminate Jiang Pingin, whom he found utterly repugnant. What right did he have to stand upon the same martial stage as himself? Zhou Feng, once so proud, was now consumed by excitement. Having completely lost his earlier composure, eagerly anticipating the morrow, he hoped to deal with Jiang Pingin swiftly before confronting that little vixen, Meng Jing. Dare to provoke me. Zhou Feng, do you truly believe yourselves worthy?